Thinking about his eldest sister, Chin Mai felt a headache coming on. His eldest sister's name is Chin Su, and she is already 28 years old and married. Because she is the first child in the family, her parents pay more attention to her. Since childhood, Chin Su has been proud and confident, looking down on others. Only her younger siblings can catch her attention, as her parents are busy with work, and Chin Su helped raise these younger siblings. Chin Moi is afraid that Chin Su's visit might scare away his wife. He plans to start mentally preparing Xia Wan from tomorrow. Xia Wan has already entered the space. She planted all the herbs she collected this morning into the ground. Now she is studying a traditional Chinese medicine chart, identifying each herb. For those she can't recognize, she draws pictures to show her teacher, Su Xingbai. Identifying herbs is an important part of learning traditional Chinese medicine. Through this, Xia Wan has quickly learned over 80 kinds of herbs. Most of these herbs grow near Nanjing. She hopes to travel around in the future and collect as many herbs as possible for her chart. The space is full of spiritual energy, so she believes the herbs grown there will be very effective. Even if she doesn't sell them, it will be very convenient for her to pick herbs and treat illnesses in the future. This is no longer about money, it has become a hobby, like some people collect stamps or seals. While sorting and identifying herbs, Xia Wan developed a hobby of collecting different kinds of herbs. On Saturday, she went to class on time. She saw military representatives visiting the school. There were banners promoting joining the army displayed around the campus. When there were fewer people, Xia Wan took a registration form. Back in her class, she saw many classmates filling out forms too. Joining the army is actually one of the best options for young people now. These second-year high school students, after graduation, can't go to university and can only take jobs or go to the countryside as educated youth. Job opportunities are limited. Those with connections or parents who can help are lucky, but for most families, it's very hard to find work. Most have already gone to the countryside as educated youth. The number of recruits allocated to each area isn't large, but recruitment is relatively fair, mainly based on physical fitness, education, political awareness, and family background. The army offers good benefits, and as long as they don't mind tough training, many boys are willing to sign up. Fewer girls sign up because the number of female soldiers recruited each year is very small. Usually, only those with connections or special talents are accepted. Su Bing was very enthusiastic. He had already filled out his form and was joking with other classmates. Everyone knew he would definitely be accepted, and they looked at him with envy. Seeing Xia Wan also holding a registration form, Su Bing widened his eyes and shouted, "No way. Are you good at singing or dancing? Men like us go to the army to fight. Female soldiers can't fight. Xia Wan, you're a real man, but you're choosing to be a literary soldier, acting all delicate and artsy. What's wrong with that? Most female soldiers are indeed in arts and culture roles. But Xia Wan definitely wouldn't sign up to be in the arts." Su Bing's words made her laugh and cry at the same time. What does it mean to be a good man and not join? Does she really think she's that tough in his eyes? Of course, this also shows that the little kid respects her. Go away, it's none of your business. I want to be a soldier, so I will. Su Bing scoffed, the army isn't run by your family. Even your dad wouldn't put his sister into combat units. Just forget about it. If I see you singing and dancing at a military performance someday, I will look down on you. Xia Wan didn't bother explaining that she was signing up to be a medic. She quickly filled out the form and handed it in after the second class. That day, Xia Dahong saw the anonymous letter in his office. Xia Wan's handwriting, written with her left hand, looked almost like a dog's scratch. After reading it carefully, Xia Dahong wasn't too angry. He had already stopped considering Fan Yong as family. Calmly, he called the security chief and asked him to give the letter to the police. The police would contact the team in Yunnan to verify. When he got home, Xia Dahong told Shi Yun he wanted a divorce. Shi Yun couldn't believe it. "Old Xia, we've been married for over 10 years. I haven't done anything wrong to you. You can't divorce me." Xia Dahong sneered, "You're always scheming against my children. Do you think I don't know? If it weren't for you, how could you have sent one to Tibet at such a young age? If not for you stopping me, I wouldn't have ignored Xiaowan for so many years. Have you been a good mother to her these days? Xie Dahong is naturally selfish and cold-hearted. The misfortunes of Xie Yuanchao and Xie Wan are mainly his own fault. But now, he shifts all the blame onto Shi Yun. The family problems recently have made him feel ashamed enough. He must divorce Shi Yun before Fan Yong's persecution of the young women becomes public, so he won't be involved. No matter what Shi Yun says or does, Xie Dahong is determined to divorce her. Shi Yun disagrees, and Xie Dahong threatens her, if you don't agree, I can have your son shot. Do you believe it? Shi Yun is scared. She doesn't know that Xie Dahong already knows about those young women. As long as Xie Dahong calls the construction corps to report Fan Yong for avoiding military service, it could also involve the female educated youth. Plus, Fan Yong's theft crime means he will definitely be sentenced to death. When Xie Wan got home, she heard that Xie Dahong and his wife were planning to divorce. Oh, her plan to tear the family apart was completed early. Since the day Xie Wan entered this family, she had a plan to win over some people and drive others away. It's not that she wanted to take over someone else's place, but she wanted to get revenge on the original owner. Shi Yun and Fan Yong were the ones who forced the original owner out of the Xie family. If she hadn't been driven out, she wouldn't have encountered human traffickers and died mysteriously. Now, Shi Yun and her son are also about to be expelled, and Xie Wan is eager to celebrate. Fan Hongxia pulled Xie Wan aside and begged, Xiaowan, please, try to persuade Uncle Xie not to divorce my mom. Xie Wan no longer hated Fan Hongxia. She knew the girl was just timid, but she didn't like her either. If you want to persuade him, go ahead. You know your mom and brother are secretly planning to hurt me, right? Fan Hongxia shook her head wildly. I don't know, I really don't know. But that night, loud noises came from upstairs. Fan Hongxia guessed something might have happened, but she had no intention of saving Xie Wan. So, Fan Hongxia was dragged down by her mother and brother and was also expelled from the family. Xie Wan felt no sympathy at all. A few days later, Xie Dahong divorced Shi Yun. Xie Xing continued to stay with Xie Dahong, and this time, he didn't abandon his child. Shi Yun and Fan Hongxia moved out of the Xie family. When Xie Dahong and Shi Yun really divorced, Xie Wan felt it was quite boring. Her parents in her previous life were also divorced. She was raised by her grandparents. Her father had his own family, her mother had her own, and she had her grandparents. This made Xie Wan never trust marriage. After arriving in this era, she thought people here would be more loyal to marriage. In fact, most marriages were indeed stronger. But human nature's flaws exist in every era. Xie Wan started to fear marriage. She reflected on herself. Does she really want to marry Qin Mai? Does she truly like him? Even if she does she have to get that marriage certificate? To tie her fate tightly to a man. For women in this era, maybe it's not a big deal, and most women think a woman's life depends on whether she marries well. But Xie Wan doesn't think that way. Things are good now, but that doesn't mean they will always stay that way. In a past life, my parents also loved each other, but in the end, they went their separate ways. Now, Shi Yun and Xie Dahong are together. People used to think Shi Yun married well, but so what? When trouble comes, everyone goes their own way. Xie Wan thought all night, but couldn't reach a conclusion. She comes from a time when divorce rates are nearly 50 to 60%, so it's no wonder she fears marriage. On the weekend, Xie Wan went downstairs with big dark circles under her eyes. The house was very quiet. Aunt Zhou had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. Xiaowan, eat by yourself. I'm going out to buy some vegetables. Xie Wan got up early just to deliver vegetables to the 10 families in the courtyard. Aunt Zhou, you rest. I'll go buy them. Xie Dahong gave Xie Wan an envelope yesterday. Xiaowan, from now on, this family will all be surnamed Xie. Dad is busy with work, so you should take care of the household expenses. This is Dad's salary. Manage the household costs. Xie Wan opened the envelope and saw 120 yuan, some tickets, and a family grain purchase certificate. She hesitated. Dad, I've signed up for the army. I probably won't be able to help much for a while. Xie Dahong was surprised. Why didn't you talk to me first? Have you already submitted the application? Xiaowan nodded. After thinking for a moment, Xie Dahong said, joining the army is good. Dad will help you get in. You'll definitely be selected. Based on her past achievements, she was likely to be chosen. But since Xie Dahong was willing to help, she didn't refuse. Now, Xiaowan manages the household expenses. Although she already gave Aunt Zhou some money for groceries, she still went out to buy vegetables herself, and Aunt Zhou didn't object. Xiaowan pushed her bicycle and first went to the market to buy some meat. Then she took out a sack and filled it with vegetables, 2 full sacks. When she pushed to the courtyard gate, she saw Zheng Li pushing Wang Captain, rushing to the market to buy groceries. Seeing the 2 sacks on Xiaowan's bike, Zheng Li got worried. Xiaowan, has the old farmer who sells vegetables come today? Xiaowan wiped her cold sweat, relieved she remembered this, and got up early. She quickly said, yes, he's here, but I bought all his vegetables. Zheng Li looked a bit unhappy. Xiaowan hurried to explain, I heard last time that Aunt Zheng wanted to buy some, so I helped bring some for you. Aunt Zheng, look, cucumbers, garlic sprouts, lettuce, peas, eggplants, and long beans. Take some back. Before Zheng Li could start, Xiaowan had already grabbed a bunch from the sacks and stacked them on the ground. Seeing the fresh vegetables, Zheng Li smiled happily. Xiaowan, you're so thoughtful. Luckily, you brought some for Auntie. Otherwise, I would have gone late again. At home, we eat beef dishes every day. Uncle Wang is a picky eater and doesn't touch his chopsticks. Commander Wang, standing nearby, grinned and whispered, it's obviously you who doesn't eat. Zheng Li wanted to give money to Xiaowan, but Xiaowan refused to take it. Zheng Auntie, this is for you. Thank you for protecting me that night, Wang Commander said seriously. Xiaowan, your dad isn't home. It's right for us to look after you. You should keep the money for the food, or Uncle and Annie won't take it, he added. Xiaowan couldn't really tell how much the food cost. She picked everything from her space and didn't know the price. Uncle, Auntie, you don't need to pay this time. I don't have a scale. When my dad isn't home next time, I can come over and eat at your place, she said. Hearing this, Zheng Li and Wang Commander reluctantly accepted the food. Then Xiaowan pushed her bike and delivered food to each family, saying she bought too much and wanted to share. The 10 household she had disturbed that night all received some. Everyone wanted to pay, but Xiaowan didn't accept any money. Afterward, the military families in the compound secretly discussed, Xiaowan is a grateful girl. That night, we helped her speak up, and she remembers it all. By noon, several families brought over homemade meat, buns, and dumplings to Xia's house. When Shi Yun was at home, the Xia family wasn't so popular among the military families. Seeing this, Dahong Xia was happily smiling. Since the Xia family already had some meat and vegetables, the dishes increased. Now, only Xiaowan, Xia Xing, and Dahong Xia, plus Aunt Zhou, made 4 people. They couldn't possibly eat so much. Dahong Xia asked Xiaowan to call Qin Moi, inviting him to join them for dinner. Xiaowan knew Qin Moi was out looking for wood for furniture today and wasn't at the unit. Dad, he's not here. It's just us. We can eat. If there's leftovers, we can reheat and eat later, she said. Xiaowan went to the kitchen and pulled Aunt Zhou out. In the future, when we don't have guests, Aunt Zhou can eat with us, she suggested. When Shi Yun was around, Aunt Zhou wasn't allowed to join the table. Aunt Zhou declined, saying she was fine eating alone in the kitchen. Xiaowan held Aunt Zhou's arm and said, Aunt Zhou, in my heart, you're like family. Come and join us. Dahong Xia had no objections. Coming from a humble farming background, he treated all workers equally. Xia Xing, who was mostly raised by Aunt Zhou, had a close bond with her. Finally, Aunt Zhou, invited by the family, sat down. Her eyes were a little red. She felt that although the Xia family was smaller now, they felt warmer and more full of life. On this day, Xiaowan took the application form and registration form stamped by the military service office and school, along with her household registration book, to undergo a medical exam. The designated hospital was Nanjing City Hospital. Xiaowan's exam went smoothly. In her previous life, she was nearsighted, but now her vision is surprisingly good, possibly related to her cultivation space technique. After the exam, Xiaowan met Shiryu. Shiryu greeted her warmly, "Little one, are you planning to join the army?" Xiaowan didn't like Shiryu and avoided her outstretched hand, saying, "Shiryu, we're not really relatives anymore. Don't call me sister or little sister. It sounds a bit strange." Shiryu looked calm and honest. "Although my aunt and uncle divorced, we can still be friends." Xiaowan found it strange why Shiryu always looked gentle and generous, making it hard to think of her as a bad person. If she hadn't guessed some things, she might have been fooled by her appearance and thought she was kind. Is this the heroine's special aura? Just friends are enough. "I have to go now," Xiaowan said hurriedly and left. She really didn't want to deal with Shiryu, especially since this was the world from the book. She didn't know how powerful the heroine's aura could be. Watching Xiaowan's figure disappear, Shiryu frowned. She already knew about Fan Yong being arrested and Shiryun's divorce. She guessed it was Xiaowan's doing. She was glad she hadn't been involved in this matter. Now, Xiaowan must have gained space powers, which made her hard to deal with. Before her own strength grew, Shiryu didn't want to provoke Xiaowan. She also wanted to gain her trust and wait for the right moment. Shiryu believed that even without space powers, her rebirth and ability to foresee the future would help her thrive. In her previous life, the space she occupied was a low-level planting space. Shiryu thought Xiaowan's space was the same now. She was more concerned about Shiryun's divorce from Xie Dahuang, which didn't happen in her past life. Xie Dahuang would later become a senior military officer and, after a few years, earn merit in a battle, eventually becoming a military district commander. That was a big help, but her aunt had lost it all. Shiryu thought her aunt was really useless. She advised Shiryun to cut ties with Fan Yong to save Xie Dahuang, but Shiryun was now focused on saving her son and wouldn't listen. Fortunately, she used her future foresight ability to gain the hospital leader's attention. Director Zheng's youngest son was originally going to choke on a peanut and die soon. She arrived early at the place where a few children were sharing peanuts. When Director Zheng's son choked on a peanut, she performed emergency rescue and saved his life. Now, Director Zhang considers Shiryu as his son's lifesaver. Yesterday, she was already hinted that next year she would be recommended to become a worker peasant soldier college student. As for those antiques that will be valuable in the future, even if there is no space, she can still buy them. Unfortunately, the Lotus Seat Guardian King statue that Shiryu went to the black market to buy from a middle-aged man has not been found yet. She doesn't know that the Lotus Seat Guardian King statue that will make her rich in the future is already in Xiaowan's space. Xiaowan left the hospital and slowed down her pace. She released Xiao Ji and said to him, "You have already controlled the mice in the staff courtyard. Now it's time to do some outreach activities. Contact the mice near the hospital and pick a clever one to be your assistant. Help me keep an eye on Shiryu." To help Xiao Ji with outreach, Xiaowan found a quiet place and threw a sausage to him as activity funds. She agreed to pick him up after school tomorrow. Xiao Ji easily found the entrance to the hospital's mouse hole and dragged the sausage inside with effort. Xiaowan stood outside the hospital's back wall, looked up at the yellow trees overhead, and heard some sparrows chattering. Many young two-legged beasts came to the hospital today. I secretly looked through a window. Teske. Those two-legged beasts are all bare-bottomed. Pulling the curtains, how can you see? There are gaps. I heard a two-legged beast in white say, not to cover the birds. I thought they were going to catch me. Xiaowan suddenly had an idea. She grabbed some corn kernels that the chicks eat from her space and looked up at the sparrows in the tree, saying, "Is there a bird that wants to eat corn?" The sparrows above exploded in alarm. Oh no, this two-legged beast can speak bird language. She must be eavesdropping on us. Xiaowan threw the corn kernels onto the tree. A brave sparrow flapped its wings and bit into one. This corn is really tasty. Seeing that Xiaowan didn't have tools like a net to catch them, the other sparrows also grew bolder. Some flew down and pecked at the fallen corn. Xiaowan scattered all the corn. 2 or 3 sparrows couldn't finish and knew to carry some back to their nests, showing they were quite smart. She asked them if there was anything new at the hospital. The sparrows talked about life and death they saw there, but Siawon wasn't very interested. She said, "Help me watch over a nurse named Shiryu. I will come here once a week from now on. Tell me about the special things that happened to her, and I will bring you a big bag of delicious corn every week." The first sparrow that grabbed the corn said, "As long as you keep your word, we can find out anything about the hospital." Siawon noticed a small patch of white hair on the top of that sparrow's head and remembered its appearance. With mice and sparrows helping her, Siawon suddenly felt her spy network could grow stronger. If one day she had spies everywhere, land, sea, and air, it might be like a future Skynet. The next day, when Siawon came to pick up Xiaoji, she fed the sparrow again. The sparrow with white hair told her it had met someone named Shiryu and would keep a close eye on her. Xiaoji looked a bit surprised. It hesitated, seeming reluctant to leave. "Boss, can I stay here a few more days?" Xiaoji, who often stayed in the space, breathed the space's spiritual energy and washed in the space's spring water, had long shed the usual dull mouse look. It was a male mouse with shiny, smooth black fur and lively, expressive eyes, one of the most handsome mice. Seeing its shy look, Siawon asked in surprise, "Xiaoji, have you fallen for a female mouse here?" Xiaoji shyly lowered its head, holding up its front paws, and said softly, "Yes, she's my Snow White." "A white mouse? Could she be a test subject from the hospital? You seem different breeds. Can you marry?" Xiaoji looked up with determination and said, "Love doesn't care about race. I must marry her. I've even thought of our future children's names. She's white, I'm black, so our kids will be called White and Black." "Boss, you can't break up two mice in love." Siawon was speechless. Even mice longed for love and a family. She thought about dating, marriage, and it didn't seem so bad. She couldn't be more timid than mice, could she? Qin Muis led his comrades to the sawmill and brought back 4 logs. The logs were obtained through connections arranged by Captain Wang. After hearing about this, Siawon was even more grateful to Captain Wang's family. Just then, the chickens in her space had grown up. She took the opportunity to catch 2 roosters and send a basket of eggs to Captain Wang's home. More than half of the chickens in her space were hens, laying over 20 eggs a day. Now that her family was smaller, it was easier for Siawon to take out vegetables and eggs from the space to eat. Anyway, she manages the household expenses and often brings back things, which is normal. Aunt Zhou sees that her purchases are better than hers and is used to Zhou when going shopping on weekends. Although Siawon's parents divorced in her past life and she lived with her grandparents never withheld money from her, which made her develop a habit of spending freely. She could have sold those eggs to get some money back, but after checking the egg prices, she lost interest. Spending time selling eggs was not worth it. She preferred to focus on learning medical skills. Zhengli ate the eggs Siawon gave her and asked where she bought them, saying they tasted better than those from the market. Captain Wang also said they felt stronger after eating them and wanted to buy more. Siawon had to make up stories to keep her entertained. It's not that she liked making up stories, but she had too many secrets and couldn't hide them, or she'd be taken for research. Captain Wang's family treated her well, and she was grateful, so she liked sharing good things with those who helped her. Later, she gave Zhengli eggs several more times, and Zhengli insisted on paying her market price. Afraid of revealing her secrets, she accepted the money. For the new house, a carpenter was hired to make furniture based on Siawon's drawings, and work had already begun. She would visit whenever she had free time. The carpenter was very interested in her furniture design and asked if he could make similar pieces for others in the future. Siawon thought she was just providing ideas and happily agreed. The carpenter was pleased and promised to charge them a bit less. He was very serious about making the furniture. Qin Mai seemed very interested in everything. He volunteered to help the carpenter learn how to make joints, draw lines, saw wood, and plane wood. When Siawon visited, she saw him wearing a vest, working enthusiastically. It was already quite cold in November, but he was dressed so lightly, with his bronze-colored skin shining with moisture. Her gaze fixed on him, and she couldn't help but stare. Qin Mai quickly put on a shirt, looking shy like a little wife. Xiao Wan, it's dusty here. Go home and read, then come back to check later, he said. Xiao Wan pouted, feeling disdainful inside. You don't want me to watch? But when you wanted me to look before, you begged me. Dad said you should go home for lunch, she said, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes for the carpenter. All right, wait downstairs, I'll come down soon, Chinmai said, following her home. Go wash up in the bathroom. You smell like you've been working all day, she said, pretending to be annoyed. Chinmai sniffed himself and blushed. If I had known you were coming to the Xie family for lunch, I wouldn't have worked so my woodworking. Chinmai just entered the bathroom when Xiaowan brought in a bottle of hot water and pointed to a towel, saying, Use my towel first. Chinmai picked up Xiaowan's towel, smelled a nice scent, and shyly said, I'm worried I might dirty it. Xiaowan didn't mind and said, It's okay, I'll buy a new one this afternoon. Then she stood quietly beside him. Chinmai held the towel, looking at Xiaowan with complicated eyes. Xiaowan urged him, Hurry up and take off your shirt to wipe. Chinmai's face turned redder, and he gathered courage to say, Little one, can you please go out first? Xiaowan grinned and said, Just looking at you, and you're not gaining any weight? Since Chinmai last said he was worried she was joking around, Xiaowan had been feeling upset inside. She felt wronged because she hadn't gained anything from it. So, she decided to show him what real teasing is. Since the Xie family is now quiet, and Zhou is busy in the kitchen, Dahong Xie is at the neighbor Zhai's house, and Xing Xie doesn't know where he went to play, it's the perfect time for her to act. Instead of retreating, Xiaowan stepped forward, closed the bathroom door, leaned her back against it, and with a teasing look said, Are you going to take it off or not? Do you want me to help you? Chinmai stared in disbelief at Xiaowan. Honestly, Xiaowan has grown up now, bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, but she's only about 1.6 meters tall. She isn't shy like people in this era. She naturally has a carefree attitude, radiating youthful energy. Even when pretending to be a bully, her big eyes blink lively and bright. Her cheeks are full and rosy, and her small red lips move as if she's a blinking doll from a store. Chinmai was stunned. Little one looks so fierce. But she's also adorable. He guessed that Xiaowan was joking, so he cooperated by unbuttoning his coat. Xiaowan nodded with satisfaction. Today, I like you. You can't escape my little mountain of 5 fingers, she said, waving her little paw. Chinmai held back a laugh and took off his coat. Xiaowan continued to act tough, grabbing a comb from the side as a prop, poking at Chinmai's shirt with it, and said, What are you hesitating for? Keep going. Chinmai didn't resist much when taking off his coat, but when he reached his shirt, he suddenly felt shy. Even though he knew Xiaowan was joking, he just couldn't undo the buttons. Little one, stop playing. If Teacher Xia comes back and hears us, she'll definitely kick me out. Xiaowan's hearing is good. She has been listening all along. As soon as someone approaches, she will definitely slip away. Don't expect anyone to come save you, Xiaoyi. Today, you are my dinner, and I won't stop until I see some real strength from you. After saying this, she took the initiative to unbutton the first button of Chinmoy's shirt. Now, Chinmoy really couldn't hold back anymore. He felt that if things continued like this, his future father-in-law might catch him. He quickly thought of a plan, suddenly hugged Xiaowan, and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Then, holding her restless arms, he lifted her up by the waist. Huh? Chinmoy, are you trying to take control now? Xiaowan tried to punch his chest. The bathroom door was opened, and Xiaowan was placed outside. When she reacted and tried to push the door, it was locked from the inside. Standing outside, she realized what had happened and angrily said, Let's see how long you can keep your composure. The family enjoyed a happy meal. Xie Dahong was drinking with Chinmoy. Xiaoyi, are you guys getting married? Have you told your family? Chinmoy thought of his mother's phone call and felt a bit guilty. My family knows. My parents probably can't come. I want to get the certificate before Xiaowan joins the army. We plan to hold the wedding in the military. Our family is scattered across different places, so we can only do it later when we have the chance. Xie Dahong also understood the situation of the Qin family. He said, "As long as your parents don't oppose, it doesn't matter if they come or not. If it's convenient, I think it's best for both families to have a phone call and exchange opinions." Qin Moi thought Xie Dahong's suggestion was very reasonable. Usually the parents of both sides should meet. Even if they can't come, a phone call is necessary. But his mother, Qin Moi, could only hope for his father now. His father should have received his letter by now. After lunch, under Xie Dahong's watchful eye, Qin Moi dialed a number in the northwest. This year, China successfully tested another hydrogen bomb in the northwest. The news reached abroad and many enemy agents flooded into the northwest, trying to steal more intelligence. Qin Xiangyi, in charge of the northwest military region, was very busy that year. On the border, they intercepted foreign spies dozens of times. He didn't even have weekends off. Suddenly, his phone rang. Qin Xiangyi thought it was another situation, picked up the phone, and heard the operator say it was a call from the southwest military region. Qin Xiangyi had already answered his wife's call a few days ago. Although Qin Mother and Qin Zanji are now divorced, Qin Zanji believes it was due to circumstances. His wife is still his wife, and he patiently listened to her complaints. It turns out she was upset because their son found a girl he wanted to marry. Qin Zanji has no opinion on what kind of girl his son wants to marry, as long as his son likes her. Just like when he married Qin Mother. Qin Mother was a wealthy young lady, and he was just a poor soldier. But so what? As a man, as long as he is capable, he should marry who he wants. Qin Moi wrote him a letter, but he didn't have time to read it. When he heard his son's voice, Qin Zanji shouted into the phone, "Xiaoyi, your mom already told me. Don't listen to her. If you want to get married, go ahead. Dad doesn't oppose it." "Dad, I can't have you and Mom at the wedding. My future father-in-law wants to talk to you," his son said. Of course. What should I call your future father-in-law?" Since he hadn't read the letter, Qin Zanji was about to ask about the other person when the voice on the phone changed. "Commander Qin, hello. I am Deputy Commander Xie Dahong of the Southwest Military District's 2nd Division." Qin Zanji and Xie Dahong had met a few times but didn't know each other well. Still, hearing that the daughter was also from a revolutionary military family made Qin Zanji more at ease. They had a pleasant chat on the phone. After hanging up, Xie Dahong said happily to Qin Moi and Xie Wan, "You should pick a time next week to get your certificates." Xie Wan still felt a bit awkward. "I haven't graduated yet." After the incident in the bathroom that morning, Qin Moi was even more eager to get the certificate. He hinted, "Next week, the recruitment results will be announced. You'll be able to graduate then." Xie Wan insisted, "I'll only go get the certificate after I receive my diploma." The young people participating in the physical exam were initially approved for political review. Once they passed the physical exam, the recruitment agency would work with local militia departments to visit and investigate these qualified candidates. After a thorough assessment, they would select the recommended recruits, prioritizing recent graduates with higher education levels when conditions were equal. The list of recommended recruits would be posted publicly for 5 days for public supervision. The military compound was lively. Several children from different families signed up to join the army. Besides Su Bing and Xie Wan, others like Wang Lin and Zhai Tao, all 18 years old, were also preparing to enlist. Female soldiers had to pass additional skills tests. Xie Wan took a basic medical knowledge test, which was too easy for her, and she easily ranked first. This time, the province is recruiting 200 female soldiers, half of whom are medical personnel. In the future, they will be assigned to various combat units as medical and health workers. As for Xie Wan's wish to become a military doctor, she must graduate from a military medical university first. The official enlistment date is December 1st, which is half a month away. Nancheng is the base camp of the 2nd Field Army, and soldiers recruited from nearby cities will train there. After basic training, Xie Wan will go to the provincial capital for medical training. So, she doesn't need to leave home for now. The most she'll do is stay in the new recruit dormitory after enlisting, but she can still go home during holidays. The school organized a graduation exam especially for students about to enlist. Maybe the school was lenient this time because all students who took the exam passed and received their high school diplomas. After the exam, Xiaowon had nothing else to do. She originally planned to spend this time learning acupuncture techniques from Su Xingbai. Su Xingbai, knowing Xiaowon was diligent, usually let her study on her own for basic knowledge. When Xiaowon went to the traditional Chinese medicine hall, she was taught hands-on skills and eye coordination. Perhaps because she was nourished by spiritual energy and practiced cultivation techniques, Xiaowon's mind was very sharp. Most of the time, after Su Xingbai explained once, Xiaowon understood. Now she has some skill in pulse diagnosis, and for common cases, she can tell at a glance. Whenever a patient comes for treatment at the TCM hall, as long as Xiaowon is present, Su Xingbai will let her try first. She also learned simple massage and bone-setting techniques. She has a lot of strength in her hands, and with diligent practice, mastering these skills is only a matter of time. However, acupuncture requires courage, carefulness, and steady hands. Xiaowon spent some time practicing it. She asked Su Xingbai, "Master, when can I start giving acupuncture to others?" Su Xingbai replied, "At least 3 years later." Xiaowon didn't argue and practiced Su's acupuncture techniques even more diligently, memorizing case records every day. One day, Xiaowon came out of the Chinese medicine hall, ready to go home. On the way, she saw a crowd gathered, with someone shouting for an ambulance. "It's a seizure. Quickly find something for him to bite on, or his tongue might get bitten off," a calm young woman carrying a box said nearby. "The traditional Chinese medicine hall is just ahead. Why not take him there?" a kind passerby suggested. When Xiaowon heard Chinese medicine hall, she stopped her bike and pushed into the crowd. A man was lying on the ground, convulsing all over, foam at his mouth. Although his face was twisted, Xiaowon recognized him. Wasn't he the middle-aged man who sold her the lotus seat protector of the Heavenly King Buddha statue in the black market? Looking at the man's condition, it seemed he was having a seizure. The young woman carrying a suitcase looked around nervously, then broke a branch from a nearby oleander tree and rushed back to try to stuff it into the middle-aged man's mouth. Xiaowon quickly raised her hand and knocked the woman's hand away. The woman looked angry and shouted, "What are you doing?" Xiaowon responded firmly, "I'm asking you the same thing." The woman arrogantly said, "He has epilepsy. He needs to bite on something." Most people know that during a seizure, giving the patient something to bite can help prevent injury. But you can't give him an oleander branch to bite. Do you want to poison him? Oleander is toxic, but few people know this. The woman, holding the branch, froze in surprise. That's alarmist nonsense. Although she was unconvinced, the woman still dropped the branch. Xiaowon reached into her bag, took out a piece of wood from her space, and handed it to the man for him to bite. "Your bag actually has wood inside?" the woman asked curiously. Xiaowon ignored her and held the man's hand to check his pulse. After confirming the pulse, she had a plan in mind. She took out a box of needles, revealing a roll of 49 silver needles. "Wow, this young girl knows traditional Chinese medicine. This person can be saved," a bystander said happily. "You're just a young girl. Why are you randomly stabbing? You might hurt him," the woman warned. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Xiaowon and thought she seemed too young. Someone suggested, "Let's take him to the nearby traditional Chinese medicine clinic." While disinfecting the needles, Xiaowon said, "Dr. Su from the clinic isn't here today." Dr. Su Xinbai had been secretly called away by a family member of a city official for treatment. "That Dr. Su isn't here, and you're just a young girl. It's better to take him to the hospital." The woman tried to pull Xiaowon away. Xiaowon needed quiet to perform the acupuncture and was worried the woman might cause trouble. She pushed her hand away and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way. Don't delay my saving him." At this moment, Xiaowon's presence was commanding, and everyone around fell silent. The woman was also frightened by her aura and stepped back, muttering softly, "I'll watch here. If you mess up his treatment, I'll report you to the police." Xiaowon ignored them all. She had practiced the acupuncture method for epilepsy countless times in her mind, but this was her first time actually performing it. The technique she used was precise, inserting the needle like a fly probing a hole, moving it like a white tiger shaking its head, pressing firmly, then withdrawing and circling back smoothly. Xiaowan practiced acupuncture countless times in private. Her first time inserting needles into a person, she was naturally nervous. She believed her knowledge of acupoints was accurate and trusted that her medical case notes closely matched the pulse of the middle-aged man in front of her. Holding her breath, she carefully inserted needles into several acupoints on the man's body with precision. She remembered her teacher saying that, with practice, acupuncturists can channel energy through their fingertips, guiding it into the acupoints via the needles. As she moved the needle tips, she focused her mind, guiding her body's energy through the silver needles into the patient's acupoints. The middle-aged man stopped convulsing. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw a large group of people around him. "Did I have another seizure?" Xiaowan put away her needles and said to the man, "Your epilepsy is probably caused by a head injury. You should go to the hospital soon, or it will get worse if you delay." The man didn't recognize Xiaowan because she was wearing a mask last time. He asked, "Miss, did you just give me the acupuncture? Can my condition be cured?" Xiaowan didn't want to promise anything. She replied, "Go to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic ahead tomorrow and ask Dr. Su to check you. If he says it can be cured, then it will be." The onlookers saw the man wake up as if nothing had happened and praised, "Wow, this young girl looks young but is really skilled." One of the onlookers recognized Xia Wan and happily greeted her. "Little Dr. Xia, it's you." The person had been to the Chinese medicine clinic before, where Dr. Su Bai had asked Xia Wan to check the patient's pulse. He introduced her to the crowd, saying, "This is Dr. Su's apprentice from the clinic." Everyone felt more reassured. "They're impressive, just a few needles and he's better now. I think our ancestors' medical skills are still the best." This helped promote traditional Chinese medicine. A woman carrying a box saw Xia Wan had saved the man and, feeling bored, turned to leave. What are you proud of?" "Just a lucky strike," she muttered. The middle-aged man thanked Xia Wan and promised to visit the herbal clinic tomorrow. She rode her bike home. At the bus stop, she saw the woman with the box standing with a young man in a military uniform. The young man loudly asked, "Auntie, I just went to the store." "Where did you go?" The woman with the box replied unhappily, "Why are you buying so many things?" The young man said, "Dad called and said I should be polite to my future sister-in-law. I thought, since it's our first meeting, I should buy her a gift." The woman grew more impatient and slapped the young man's back of the head, scolding, "What sister-in-law? Mom said the second brother's marriage must wait until I see him first. Who knows if it will happen? Honestly, girls in small cities aren't that special. When Xiaoyu returns to the capital someday, there are plenty of good girls there." The brother and sister got on the bus. Xiaowan listened quietly, but didn't feel like they had anything to do with her. Today, Qin Moi was at the shooting range. When he received a call saying someone from his family was coming to see him, he felt terrible. He guessed right away that his older sister, Qin Su, had arrived. He wanted to go register their marriage with Xiaowan first to avoid complications later. But Xiaowan insisted she needed to get her high school diploma first before they could register. After she finally graduated, Qin Moi planned to visit the Xia family that evening to persuade, or tempt, Xiaowan, and then they would get the certificate the next day. But unexpectedly, Qin Su arrived so quickly. Qin Moi went outside to meet them. When he saw his sister and younger brother, he felt happy but also nervous. "Hey, big sister, fourth brother, why are you here?" Qin Su looked at her tall, strong second brother, and her eyes unexpectedly turned red. The family hadn't seen each other for years. The last time they met, Qin Moi still looked like a child in Qin Su's eyes. Now, he was a mature young man. "Second brother, don't pretend with me. Do you think I don't know why I came?" Qin Su, with her cold personality, Qin Moi was used to it. He didn't get angry and took the box from her hand, saying, "I'll take you all to the guest house first." Qin Moi's younger brother, Qin Ga, ran over and hugged him, shouting, "Second brother, I missed you so much." Qin Moi punched him in the chest, making him stumble. "You're already so old, still acting cute?" Qin Ga, the oldest son of Qin's parents, was only 17 and spoiled at home. His family protected him, and he hadn't joined the army or gone to the countryside. He had been living in the capital, just hanging around as a jobless youth. In the capital, Chinga had been living with Chin Su these past few years, and she treated him like her own son. So he still looked innocent and young, a little kid. The brothers were quite a bit apart in age and hadn't interacted much before. But Chinga admired his second brother from the bottom of his heart. On the way to the guest house, Chinga couldn't wait to tell Chin Moy, second brother, talk to Dad, and ask him to let me join the army in the Northwest. I am feeling bored and unfulfilled in the capital. It's so dull. Chin Muge also wants to join the army, but Chin Su and Chin's mother both disagree. They are worried that with the current unstable times, he might have to go to the battlefield at any moment. They already have 2 men in the military and don't want Chin Muge to take risks. Chin Moy knows his parents spoil their youngest son, and he can't really oppose their wishes. High school has resumed. Why don't you go back to school? Chin Muge pouts, I don't like studying. I like fighting. Chin Moy, trying to be serious, gives him a few words of advice, but Chin Su steps in to defend him. Fourth brother just isn't cut out for studying. It won't help to force him. In a year, he can work at the steel factory. In this era, steel workers are respected, and the factory offers good benefits. It's not easy for outsiders to get in. At the guest house, they book 2 rooms. Chin Moy originally plans for them to rest first, and then take them out to eat later. Chin Su sits on the bed and asks, what about your girlfriend? What's her situation?
Tell me.
Chin Moy feels a headache. Sis, I'd be happy if you could come to my wedding. But if you act like a traditional head of the family and look down on her, there's no need. I've already decided on Xiao Wan. Tomorrow, I will register the marriage. Chin Su gets upset and says, I think you're blinded. What kind of girl could make you ignore everyone's opinion? I don't think she's a decent person. Hearing this, Chin Moy immediately frowns. Big sister, watch your words. Chin Su knows she spoke out of turn, but, as the eldest, she always values her authority among the siblings. Seeing Chin Moy's attitude, she can't bring herself to apologize. She stands up from the bed and snorts, leaving home to join the army, gaining confidence. No longer the little brother I used to carry on my back. You really don't take me seriously. Chin Moy explains, big sister, you're being too harsh. Xiaowan just finished high school and passed the enlistment exam. She's about to become a medic in the army. She even made contributions, caught enemy agents. How did she become such a person in your eyes? When Chin Muge hears that Xia Wan will also join the army, her eyes light up. She exclaims, second brother, second sister-in-law is joining the army too? Wow, our family really shares the same ideals. Take me to meet her. I think she must be very impressive. Chin Su rolls her eyes at Chin Muge. Chin Moy immediately shuts up, like a quail. Hearing that Xia Wan will become a soldier, Chin Su no longer dares to say anything unpleasant. No matter what, you must let us meet. I want to know what kind of person she is, her personality, and her family background, so I can report to my mother. Chin Mai really doesn't want Chin Su to meet Xia Wan. He has a feeling that it will be a big disaster, like a collision of planets. But he also knows this is unavoidable. In the future, they will become a family, so they must interact. Chin Mai warns Chin Su, it's because I insist on marrying Xiao Wan. With her conditions, she can marry anyone. Sister, if you make my wife run away angry, I will really be mad. Seeing Chin Mai defending that girl Xia Wan so fiercely, Chin Su feels even less pleased. But after hearing about Xia Wan, she thinks she is suitable for her brother and truly deserves him. You're already so protective before you're even married. I think your wife will definitely dominate you in the future. Chin Su complains, but she also knows she can't do much. If she were someone with low education or poor background, she might pick faults, but she is also the daughter of a deputy division commander. Her rank is not as high as her father's, but it's enough. She is still a high school student who has also joined the army, so her conditions are quite good. Only 18, a bit young. She probably won't be ugly, right?
Kin Sunnuntai insists on pinding fault.
Chin Mai ignores her. He signals Chin Muge, saying, "Want to see our tank in the regiment? I'll take you to see it." Chin Muge immediately becomes interested and pushes Chin Mai out the door. "Sister, you rest first. I'll bring you some food later." Chin Su tries to stop them, but the brothers have already gone far. Chin Mai didn't take Chin Muge to see the tank. Instead, he took him outside and asked in detail about the family situation over the past few years. Second brother, "Don't blame sister. She's been in a bad mood lately. What happened to her? She was pregnant not long ago but lost the baby." Brother-in-law didn't say much, but her mother-in-law has been urging him to divorce her. Chin Su married a high-ranking official's son, and his family background is no worse than Chin's. Chin Mai listens, but doesn't say anything. He can't handle problems between other people's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. What about third sister? Does she write often? She wrote a letter recently. Third sister is doing pretty well at the youth station, told us not to worry. The two brothers walk to the military canteen to get food. That evening, Chin Mai goes to the Xie family. Xie Dahong leaves the living room space for the young couple. They sit on the sofa. Xie Wan's hands start to act up. She nudges Chin Mai sometimes, then fiddles with his fingers. Xie Wan told Chin Mai about her first time giving acupuncture to save someone during the day. Hearing her story, Chin Mai was very surprised. "Xiao Wan, you can already do acupuncture on people?"
Xie Wan was proud.
"For common illnesses, it shouldn't be a problem. But my master said, for difficult and complicated cases, it's not suitable." Chin Mai looked at Xie Wan with a bit of admiration. He felt he had truly found a treasure. Xiao Wan is really amazing. Even the heavenly king himself couldn't oppose him marrying Xiao Wan. "Xiao Wan, I want to tell you something. My eldest sister and younger brother are coming from the capital to attend our wedding. Should we go get the marriage certificate tomorrow? They won't stay long in Nancheng. Maybe they won't have time to wait until the wedding is over and might leave early. But I want them to at least see our marriage certificate." Xie Wan thought his request was quite reasonable and nodded, saying, "Then let's go get it. But shouldn't we invite them for a meal first and let them meet?" Chin Mai was very worried that his eldest sister might offend Xie Wan, causing her to regret and refuse to go get the certificate. "Xiao Wan, I told my dad about the phone call with your dad, and you heard it too. In our family, big decisions only need my dad's approval. There's no problem. Besides, you're marrying me, so others' opinions don't matter. After we get the certificate tomorrow, we can invite my sister and brother for a meal to celebrate simply." Xie Wan thought Chin Mai made a lot of sense. Marriage is originally a matter between two people. "All right, let's do it." Xie Wan had no strong opinion. After spending this time together, she was very satisfied with Chin Mai in every way and liked him in her heart. The next day, Chin Mai took a day off, brought breakfast for Chin Su and the others, then went to Xie's house. When Xie Dahong heard they were going to get the certificate, he happily said they should come back for lunch. They said they wanted to eat outside, and he didn't object. After they left, Xie Dahong took some money and tickets and told Aunt Zhou, "Xiao Wan and Mai are getting their marriage certificate today. They're young and don't know many things.
Please help them prepare.
Mai's furniture in that dorm room hasn't been finished yet, so let him stay at our house tonight." Xie Dahong had his own motives. With fewer people at home now, he didn't want his daughter to move out immediately after marriage. Although he wasn't inviting a son-in-law, if he could persuade the son-in-law to stay at home for a while, it would help strengthen their relationship and keep his daughter close. Aunt Zhou was happy to hear this and assured him she would take care of it. Aunt Zhou's first task was to go to the hospital and get a pack of family planning supplies. Since they had already prepared the referral letter, the process of registering their marriage went smoothly. In these days, a marriage certificate looked like a big award certificate. When Xie Wan received hers, she finally felt a little real. "Am I really getting married now?" she murmured to herself. Chin Mai couldn't help but grin. Sometimes, Xie Wan seemed like she was dreaming, so adorable and fuzzy. Chin Mai didn't know that, to some extent, Xie Wan often felt like she was in a dream because she knew this was a story from a book. She looked at the marriage certificate, then at Chin Mai, and suddenly felt a deep connection to this world. "Husband?" she tentatively called out. Chin Mai smiled, showing a gap-toothed grin. Although that way of calling wasn't popular now, he understood what she meant.
Wife.
He responded happily. Xiaowan threw herself onto Qin Mai and kissed his face happily. Now that we have the certificate, who dares say I'm being a troublemaker? Qin Mai's forehead twitched. His wife's way of thinking was so unique. Could being a troublemaker really be such a big deal? But suddenly, he really wanted to be mischievous. What was going on? Xiaowan, what should we do now? Do you want to go to the department store to buy something? I brought some money. Xiaowan shook her head.
Who has time for that now?
Let's go to the guest house and get a room. Qin Mai was surprised by how bold his wife was. His face turned red as he said, "It's still broad daylight. Plus, my sister and brother are staying at the guest house." Xiaowan didn't want to see her sister-in-law right now. From Qin Mai's tone yesterday, she guessed that her sister-in-law was probably not easy to deal with. That's why Qin Mai wanted to register first before meeting her. She didn't say anything because, in her view, those people were outside her life and not important. Then will you come home with me? Xiaowan suggested. Anyway, there weren't many people left in her family. Judging by her father's attitude, he'd probably be okay with Qin Mai living at their house. Qin Mai wasn't as easygoing as Xiaowan. After some persuasion, he finally agreed to buy some wedding candies and notify everyone that they were married. After buying the candies, it was still early. Qin Mai was worried Xiaowan might drag him around to show off their marriage during the day. As they passed by the park, he suddenly had an idea. Xiaowan, our first date was in the park. Do you remember those monkeys? Why don't we go see the Monkey Mountain and maybe give them some wedding candies too? Until they entered the park, Xiaowan didn't speak. Standing in front of the monkey hill, she still frowned. Qin Mai felt guilty. He secretly gave her some candies and whispered, "Xiaowan, are you angry?" Xiaowan unwrapped a candy and put one in her mouth, then suddenly asked, "That time we caught monkeys, were you really taking me to see monkeys?" Qin Mai was a bit confused and asked, "Yes, that was our first date. I know I'm not very romantic, and I didn't plan it well. Luckily, Xiaowan, you didn't mind." Xiaowan recalled that day, full of thoughts about catching spies, thinking the spy code name was Monkey, and she felt terrible. "Qin Mai, you say I'm always thinking about fooling around with you, but actually, you've had plans for me since then." Who goes to see monkeys on their first date? Qin Mai couldn't understand why she was suddenly complaining. Xiaowan wouldn't tell him that she didn't realize it was a date at the time. She thought she was just helping him with a mission. Her embarrassment flared up, but she kept it inside. When women are embarrassed in front of their loved ones, they often act out irrationally. "No, that doesn't count. We have to make up for the first date," Xiaowan said firmly. Qin Mai nodded affectionately. "All right, let's do it." Today wasn't the weekend, so there weren't many people in the park. But a few couples were still out on dates. Seeing a couple hugging behind a bare willow tree, Xiaowan pulled Qin Mai into a nearby grove. "Hug," she whispered softly. "Love can make people act silly." This was the first time Xiaowan used a soft voice, and she got goosebumps herself, but Qin Mai seemed very pleased. His strong arms wrapped around her. "Xiaowan, maybe we should go home." "No, I want to stay here," she said, standing on tiptoe, closing her eyes, and leaning her lips toward Qin Mai. Qin Mai's heart pounded, but he kept alert, watching around. When he saw no one, he eagerly pressed his lips to hers. Just a gentle touch made him feel like he was on fire. Xiaowan stuck out her little tongue and licked his lips. Qin Mai trembled all over, a rush of heat flooding his mind. At that moment, he let down his guard and only wanted to hold on to that softness and taste more of her scent. Xiaowan's back pressed against the tree trunk behind her, her hands clutching Qin Mai's neck. Her breathing grew faster as they kissed passionately until they heard a loud shout. "Who's there?
Get out!"
No misbehavior allowed in the park. Xiaowan was like a startled bird, pulling Qin Mai along as they ran away quickly. Nearby, a few couples were also fleeing in different directions. A young, artistic security guard in the park, seeing the scene, was inspired to recite poetry, warm sun and gentle breeze without dew, mistakenly entering the deep woods, watching the slender legs of four, a pure waste of canvas. Crossing, startling countless mandarin ducks. The two ran out of the park, gasping for breath. Hey, why are we running? We have proper certificates, Xiaowan suddenly remembered and slapped his head. Qin Moi awkwardly said, Xiaowan, even if we have certificates, doing this in a public place isn't good. Next time. He wanted to say, next time don't do this, but suddenly remembered how it felt earlier and couldn't bring himself to say it. Next time, let's find a place where no one can see us, Xiaowan decided for him. Not far from the park was the Nanchang City Cinema, where the first show of the day had just ended. Coming out were many couples. Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Let's go buy tickets. Qin Moi, thinking they still hadn't watched a movie on their date, quickly bought tickets. Xiaowan, however, thought that the cinema, especially during the day when it's less crowded, was the perfect place for couples to date. As expected, after watching the movie, neither of them understood what it was about. But when they came out, both their lips were a bit swollen. Qin Moi was so captivated by Xiaowan that he was in a daze. When they rode their bikes back to the unit, Qin Moi suddenly felt he had forgotten something important. Oh no, I forgot about my older sister and younger brother. Truly, love can make one forget everything. Qin Su and Qin Moi had been waiting at the guest house all morning. By noon, Qin Moi hadn't come to pick them up. When they called the military office, they learned Qin Moi had taken leave to get married that day. Qin Su was furious. This second brother is really bewitched by a fox spirit. He's clearly planning to act first and report later. Since he doesn't respect me, his older sister, I don't want to care anymore. Furious, Qin Su started packing her bags to buy a ticket at the station. Qin Moi's younger brother, Qin Moi, anxiously waited outside the military gate and happened to meet Xiao Ping'an. That noon, Xiao Ping'an invited the Qin siblings to a meal. Qin Moi, with Xiaowan, arrived at the guest house and knocked on Qin Su's door. Qin Su and Xiaowan both said at the same time, "Oh, it's you?" Qin Su recognized Xiaowan as the girl who had given injections to save someone on the street. Xiaowan also recognized Qin Su as the passerby who had tried to force a branch of oleander into a patient's mouth. Neither of them liked each other very much. When their eyes met for a moment, they both looked away. Qin Moi was curious and asked, "Hey, big sister and little Wan, have you met before?" Qin Su remembered her reckless behavior earlier and felt embarrassed. She looked back at Xiaowan with a warning in her eyes. Xiaowan smirked inwardly. If Qin Su had smiled at her kindly, she wouldn't have told on her and made her look bad. But since she was warning her, she wouldn't hold back. "Yes, we've met. Moi, do you remember I told you yesterday that I saved a person having a seizure on the street?" Qin Moi definitely remembered. "Yes, it's this lady here. She tried to shove an oleander branch into the patient's mouth. If I hadn't stopped her, she might have poisoned the person." Qin Moi's younger sister, Qin Mogu, followed behind and heard this. She exclaimed, "Big sister, no wonder you asked what I was doing yesterday. You went causing trouble? If it weren't for second sister-in-law, you'd be in jail now." Everyone was focused on saving the person yesterday and didn't think about this side of things. Qin Su felt both embarrassed and somewhat convinced by Qin Mogu's words. She owed Xiaowan a favor. The Qin family generally had good manners. Although Qin Su was a bit proud and bossy, she wouldn't repay kindness with cruelty. She kept a serious face and said, "I was just eager to help. I didn't think it through. Thank you yesterday." Xiaowan was a bit surprised. Although this older sister-in-law's attitude was stiff, she didn't seem to be unaware of right and wrong. Xiaowan lowered her hostility. After Qin Moi officially introduced the two women, she called out, "Big sister." Qin Su had planned to give her younger sister-in-law a warning, but because of her own embarrassing mistake yesterday, her authority was gone, and she couldn't act tough anymore. She could only give in, and replied with an "M." Everyone then entered Qin Su's room. Qin Moi, adopting a preemptive strategy, took out their marriage certificate. "Big sister, little brother, I have good news. Xiaowan and I are now married." Qin Su rolled her eyes. She knew that her second brother was now out of her control, doing something behind her back. She couldn't do anything now. Her mother's task seemed impossible to complete. Though she was quite unhappy inside, she genuinely loved her younger brother. She couldn't ruin his first day of marriage. Chin-su opened a box and took out an envelope, handing it to Xiaowan. Since you are now married, I won't say much. Here is 500 yuan, big sister's gift for your daily life. Mom and Dad are busy now. Dad said he will send you money, and the transfer should be on the way. Xiaowan didn't take the money and looked up at Chin-mai. Chin-mai encouraged her, saying, "Take it. It's from big sister's heart." Xiaowan accepted the money, and her hostility toward Chin-su disappeared. Sometimes, misunderstandings between people are caused by lack of understanding or natural conflicts due to social status. But as long as the other person is decent and they are family, Xiaowan wouldn't deliberately create enemies. Thank you, big sister. Tonight, please come to my house for dinner with little brother. My home is in the military housing area. Chin-su didn't refuse. Chin-mai planned to bring some candies to share with the troops. Xiaowan needed to go home and prepare dinner. She decided to bring Chin-su and Chin-muge home together. By dinner time, both families gathered to celebrate the young couple. Xiao Ping'an also came along with Chin-mai to join the meal and brought 100 yuan as a gift. When she found out Xiao Ping'an had come uninvited, Xiaowan, considering the gift money, politely said, "Just come. No need to bring gifts." Xiao Ping'an jokingly tried to take back the envelope with the gift money. Xiaowan quickly handed it to Chin-mai. Chin-mai casually pocketed the envelope. Xiaowan joked, "Captain Xiao, when you get married, we'll give you a big gift too." Xiao Ping'an asked with a smile, "Really? How much are you planning to give me then?" Xiaowan's eyes sparkled mischievously, and she cheerfully said, "More than 100. We'll give you at least 365 blessings to show our sincerity." Then she hummed a famous song from later generations. Everyone enjoyed the song, and Xiaowan continued singing. Da Hongxie said, "Our little one didn't become an art soldier. What a pity." Everyone laughed loudly. The meal was very joyful. Xie Hong, Chin-mai, Xiao Ping'an, and Chin-muge drank quite a bit. After sending the guests off, Xiaowan took Chin-mai upstairs. When they opened the door, they saw the bedroom with a dragon and phoenix quilt and 2 large dragon and phoenix candles. A big double happiness character was pasted on the wall. That was prepared by Aunt Zhou, Xiaowan said gratefully. Although many people think a formal wedding is the real marriage, she felt that getting the marriage certificate was the most important day. She closed the door, and Chin-mai saw the contraceptive supplies on the bedside table. He quietly asked Xiaowan, "Little one, how do you use this?" In some ways, Xiaowan is a person of great ideas but poor action. Don't be fooled by her constant thoughts of inappropriate things. In fact, she has never actually done such things. Fortunately, during college, she and a few friends studied educational videos from Japan in their dormitory. Let's turn off the lights and study slowly, she said. The lights were off, but a pair of dragon and phoenix candles still burned. This should only be used at a critical moment. What critical moment? You figured out. Understand?
Got it.
But how do I wear it? Just like putting a pen cap on a pen, that should work, right? Yeah. Shall we start? Yes. It turns out that some things men can figure out on their own. Although their first try was a bit rough, they gained some experience. That night, Xiaowan felt like she was floating in a vast ocean at times, and at other times, like being run over by many trucks. She rose and fell, sometimes up, sometimes down. If she hadn't practiced her skills and had a strong body, she might have been exhausted or worse. The next morning, Chin-mai was energetic and ran back to the army for morning drills. After exercises, he even conscientiously brought back breakfast for the whole family. Of course, Xiaowan didn't get up. She slept until noon. Aunt Zhou had already prepared lunch. She called the guest house, intending to invite Chin-su and Chin-muge to join her, but learned they had gone out. Remembering that they said they wanted to explore South City today, Xiaowan didn't mind. After tidying up, she still went to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. There, she saw Su Xingbai giving acupuncture to the middle-aged man who had a seizure that day. Xiaowan didn't disturb them, just watched and learned. Su Xingbai asked, I heard you did acupuncture the day before yesterday? You're quite brave. Seeing her master's calm face, Xiaowan explained the situation quietly. Su Xingbai handed her a silver needle and said, Come, the Taiyang point. Xiaowan thought her master was about to personally guide her, so she didn't hesitate. Following her master's instructions, she carefully inserted the needles. While pointing out the correct acupuncture points, Su Xingbai secretly marveled. Her hands were too steady. This didn't look like a beginner's skill. And when Xiaowan inserted the needle, the faint white glow was something only a seasoned traditional Chinese doctor could produce. What was going on? This is because Xiaowan has been practicing qi cultivation. Although she hasn't mastered any extraordinary martial arts, she can smoothly circulate her internal energy and channel it into external objects. After acupuncture, Su Xingbai called Xiaowan aside and asked, Xiaowan, tell me the truth. Did you really start learning acupuncture from me? Xiaowan indeed just began learning acupuncture from Su Xingbai. She had no reason to lie. She honestly replied, yes. Su Xingbai kept looking into her eyes and saw from her gaze that she was telling the truth. Suddenly, Su Xingbai sighed. Maybe you are truly a natural healer. If your master were still here, he would be so happy to see you. Confident that Xiaowan was a genius in traditional Chinese medicine, Su Xingbai decided to pass on his knowledge to her. The middle-aged man was still waiting at the medicine hall. His name was Chun Chuan. He had come to the Chinese medicine hall yesterday but couldn't find Xiaowan. After examining him, Su Xingbai believed his epilepsy was caused by an injury and could still be cured. Chun Chuan was overjoyed. For the next month, he visited the medicine hall every day for acupuncture with Su Xingbai. Chun Chuan was very grateful to Xiaowan. He took out a small wooden box and handed it to her, saying, Little Dr. Xia, this is a family heirloom. I want to give it to you as a thank you for saving my life. Xiaowan's mind moved. She noticed that the small wooden box was also an old item. The last time, she bought a statue of the heavenly king holding a lotus seat. Could this be another statue? But since Chun Chuan was already struggling and selling belongings on the black market, she didn't want to take advantage of him and declined. It's just a small favor. You don't need to give me this. Chun Chuan insisted on giving it to her. Xiaowan opened the box and looked inside. It was just a bottle, seemingly an antique. She had seen a similar copper enamel bottle on a treasure hunt show from the Yongzheng period, valued at over 1,000,000 yuan. Today, Xiaowan didn't bring much money, and she thought Chun Chuan wouldn't want to take it, so she decided to accept it for now and find another way to repay him later. Uncle Chun, you seem to be an educated person. How did you get injured on your head? Xiaowan actually wanted to inquire about Chun Chuan's family and address. When Chun Chuan mentioned this, his expression darkened, and he replied hesitantly, It was my fault. Nothing serious. Seeing that he didn't want to talk more, she didn't press further. But under the pretense of recording the patient's address, she still noted down Chun Chuan's home address. Hey, Uncle Chun, do you live in the South City High School staff housing? Are you a teacher there? I graduated from South City High School myself. I don't think I've seen you before. Hearing that Xiaowan had just graduated from Nancheng High School, Chun Chuan's eyes softened again. I haven't taught students in many years. I used to teach history, Su Xingbai signaled to Xiaowan. Xiaowan realized that Chun Chuan must have a story, and her master was telling her not to ask him about it. Xiaowan accepted the bottle and said to Chun Chuan, Uncle Chun, I'll keep this for now, as if I bought it from you. Tomorrow, I'll bring the money and food coupons to your house. Chun Chuan insisted he didn't need it and said it was his gift to Xiaowan. After Chun Chuan left, Su Xingbai told her he's a poor man. During class, he shared some historical stories but got caught and was beaten. He hasn't been allowed to teach since then and is forced to sweep the streets every day. Hearing this, Xiaowan felt even more sympathetic and decided to visit Chun Chuan's house tomorrow to give him the money and food coupons. Although antiques aren't worth much in this era, she couldn't just take advantage of people. Xiaowan stored the bottle in her space and used her mind to check it, discovering it indeed sparked a swirl of spiritual energy. However, it wasn't as obvious as the Buddha statue before. It seemed the item wasn't very old. She spent 2 hours at the traditional Chinese medicine hall and then went to the city hospital to pick up Xiao Ji to go home. She first went to the mouse hole she had arranged with Xiao Ji, tossing a small piece of sausage inside. Then she went to the wall behind the hospital and scattered a handful of corn kernels. Since it was cold, the sparrows on the trees found it much harder to find food. Seeing Xiaowan, they chirped cheerfully. She listened to a lot of hospital gossip. When Xiaowan left the hospital, she saw Qin Su at the bus stop. Qin Su looked very sick. "Big sister, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaowan asked, noticing Qin Su's tired appearance. Qin Su was at the hospital for gynecology. Since her miscarriage last time, her periods had been irregular. Last night, her period came again, and her stomach hurt a lot. She came to the hospital hoping the doctor would give her pain medicine. But the doctor suggested she get checked again to see if she had a miscarriage or incomplete curettage. The results showed the problem wasn't serious, just that her uterine lining was badly displaced and needed medication to recover. Qin Su already knew she had this problem, which was why she had 3 pregnancies that didn't result in children. "It's nothing, just an old problem," Qin Su said, not wanting to tell Xiaowan the truth. "Where's your younger brother? Why are you here alone?" "He doesn't know I came to the hospital. He went off to play." Seeing that Qin Su's face looked very bad, Xiaowan suggested, "Big sister, the bus at this time has no seats and is slow. Maybe I can drive you home?" Qin Su looked at Xiaowan, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Xiaowan grabbed Qin Su's wrist, checked her pulse, and guessed she was suffering from menstrual cramps. "Big sister, if you're really uncomfortable, I can give you 2 pain relief injections first, then we can leave." Qin Su rolled her eyes at Xiaowan. "You don't know anything. Just needle randomly. Don't cause me any trouble." To Xiaowan, Qin Su now seemed like a patient. It's normal for a patient to be in a bad mood. Xiaowan wouldn't argue with her. "Big sister, severe menstrual pain is mostly caused by blocked energy and blood. Acupuncture can help loosen it, which will ease your pain. Also, I learned a set of acupuncture techniques specifically for pain relief. I won't hurt you." Qin Su looked around and asked, "Is it not convenient here?" Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I can take you to my master? The Chinese medicine clinic is nearby. While you're here, if you're uncomfortable, my master can take a look." Qin Su hesitated, then took her medical record from her bag and handed it to Xiaowan. "Take a look. Do you think my condition can be treated?" Xiaowan understood what was going on right away. Endometriosis is a common gynecological condition. Mild cases can heal with proper care. But for someone like Qin Su, it's very complicated. Worse, she got pregnant without the disease disappearing, then had a miscarriage, which greatly harmed her. Currently, Western medicine doesn't have a very good treatment. Usually they prescribe birth control pills or high-dose hormones like progestins and gonadotropins. These treatments last over 6 months and have serious side effects. Surgery is another option, but it might affect fertility. Big sister, in traditional Chinese medicine, endometriosis symptoms are treated as menstrual pain and infertility. TCM has fewer side effects and works well. My master comes from a long line of practitioners, especially experienced in gynecology. You should try seeing him. It will definitely help." Xiaowan knew that the Su family's medical skills were especially good in gynecology and pediatrics. Their ancestor, Su Chuanfu, once wrote books like Gynecology Heart Mirror and Collection of Pediatrics. Qin Su didn't believe in Chinese medicine at first. She had tried it in the capital but saw little effect. Hearing Xiaowan's words, she was doubtful but desperate. Since she considered Xiaowan family, she decided to give it a try. "All right, let's go see him. She was determined to cure me, and I promised to give her a big plaque for her master." When Xiaowan took Qin Su to the Chinese medicine hall, it was already closed. They went directly to Su Xingbai's house. "Hey, Xiaowan, why are you here again?" Su Huiran was cooking in the yard with a stove when he saw Xiaowan and asked curiously. Recently, Su Huiran had accepted reality and was starting to treat Xiaowan like a junior sister. Xiaowan saw the dish Su Huiran was cooking. It was the one she had given him. She smiled and asked, "Where's master?" "I brought my older sister to ask him to take a look." Xiaowan told Qin Su to wait downstairs while she climbed to the attic. She saw Su Xingbai writing a medical record at his desk. Su Xingbai had a good habit of organizing and recording the cases he saw each day. When he heard that Xiaowan wanted him to help with her sister's illness, he came downstairs. In the yard, Su Huiran had set up a small wooden table and a little stool. Qin Su was especially obedient today. Xiaowan introduced Su Xingbai to her, and Qin Su politely called herself a junior. It seemed that in the face of personal safety, a bit of pride could be easily put aside. Su Xingbai didn't show much enthusiasm because Qin Su was Xiaowan's eldest sister-in-law. He didn't even ask about her symptoms, but started to take her pulse directly. When he listed her symptoms one by one, Qin Su initially thought Xiaowan had told him first. But when Su Xingbai mentioned her past pregnancies and frequent menstrual pain during her youth, hope appeared in Qin Su's eyes. "Dr. Su, please, I beg you, cure me. I don't want surgery. I still want to have children," she pleaded.
Su Xingbai not dead.
"It's not a big problem. Just follow the prescription I give you and take it for 3 courses. You should get better." Qin Su felt the words sounded too good to be true. "Really? Won't there be any side effects?" Su Xingbai shook his head and wrote her a prescription. "Xiaowan, come and give your sister some moxibustion," he said. Xiaowan prepared silver needles and took Qin Su to the front Chinese medicine hall. Qin Su asked uncertainly, "Dr. Su, do you need to come personally?" Su Xingbai replied calmly, "You should trust Xiaowan's skills." Since it was a good chance to practice, Xiaowan was very eager. She pretended to be very experienced, coughed lightly, and told Qin Su, "Big sister, don't worry. With my master watching, nothing will go wrong." Su Xingbai checked the needle placement, and Xiaowan had already thought about her responses on the way here, answering smoothly.
Su Xingbai not dead. Good, just proceed as you said.
After the acupuncture, Qin Su felt completely relaxed. "My stomach no longer hurts, and I feel warm and comfortable all over. I can't quite explain how relaxed I am. Xiaowan, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Let me tell you, I met someone at the city hospital. That person said she was your cousin, and she kept stirring trouble, saying you came from the countryside and don't know anything." I argued back and told her off. "I think you're better than her. You're a whole lot more impressive than her." This was Qin Su's first genuine compliment to Xiaowan. Xiaowan felt very pleased to hear it. "Oh, big sister. Did you meet Shiryu at the hospital? Do you know her?" Qin Su shook her head. "No, I don't know her. I was in line when she suddenly came over to help me, and we just chatted casually. She heard I was visiting family in Nanchang, and after some questions, I accidentally mentioned my second brother's military unit. She said her boyfriend is also in the army. We started talking, and I found out she's Xiao Anzi's girlfriend, and she's your cousin." Xiaowan suspected that Shiryu recognized Qin Su and was deliberately trying to get close. After all, Shiryu was someone who had been reborn. She might have met Qin Su in her previous life. Xiaowan thought, why is she deliberately approaching Qin Su? Is she just trying to cause trouble between Qin's family and me? How boring. Xiaowan took Qin Su back to the Xie family home. "Xiaowan, I feel a bit embarrassed to trouble your father again. We were just eating at the guest house. That's enough." Xiaowan gave Qin Su a hot water bag to hold on her stomach. "Xiaowan, I'm not in pain anymore," Qin Su said, her eyes softening as she looked at Xiaowan. Qin Mai and Qin Muge came back together. When they heard Qin Su was sick, they came to check on her. Qin Su secretly told Qin Mai, "Second brother, your wife is quite good. The older sister was narrow-minded before, but from now on, you should treat her well." Qin Mai teased Qin Su, "Comrade Qin Su, admitting your mistakes makes you a good comrade. Mom, can you help me out?"
Inshunadi.
Mom also received a telegram saying you found a girl in Nanchang who's a bit shady and that you're planning to marry her, so she got worried. Qin Mai was furious. Who's so unkind? Thinking for a moment, he realized that only one person in Nanchang knew both his address and about his upcoming marriage, Shiryu. That night, Qin Mai rushed to the barracks and dragged Xiao Ping'an out. Under the pretense of training, he beat Xiao Ping'an so badly he could hardly move. Xiao Ping'an kept protesting. Xiao Yi, I really didn't do this. Qin Mai fought and cursed. If it's not you, then who else? You and your mom both love to tattle and cause trouble. Neither of them knew that Shiryu was actually behind this. However, Xiao Ping'an is now dating Shiryu, and taking hits for Shiryu is not considered unfair. After Xiaowan heard about this, she immediately guessed that Shiryu was responsible. Besides her, no one else could be so unkind. Xiaowan remembered something she heard from the sparrows earlier that afternoon. Shiryu was secretly burning paper money outside the dormitory building late at night. Hospitals see many births and deaths, and it's normal for family members to burn paper money. But Shiryu, as a nurse, what was she burning? Xiaowan knew Shiryu's parents were still alive. Shiryu wouldn't be so kind as to burn paper money for patients unless she felt guilty herself. Could it be Tao Hongmei? The only thing Xiaowan was sure of was that Tao Hongmei's death was definitely related to Shiryu. But it wasn't her who did it. She wouldn't need to feel so guilty. Besides, they had never even met. Given Shiryu's moral standards, Xiaowan thought it was unlikely Shiryu was burning paper money for Tao Hongmei. Xiaowan then thought of Zheng Hu had died. The police said Zheng Hu died from severe injuries. Zheng Hu's injuries were caused by Xiaowan herself, who had cut him. Because Zheng Hu and others planned to commit a robbery, Xiaowan was justified in self-defense and was not held responsible. But Xiaowan had always doubted Zheng Hu's death. It was just a cut from a sickle. Zheng Hu jumped into the reservoir to escape, and his wound soaked in water. Later, he was a fugitive and couldn't get medical help, but his death seemed too easy. Still, if she suspected Shiryu was responsible, Xiaowan wasn't entirely sure. The strength difference between them was too great. She had read the original story, where Shiryu was described as quite kind. Xiaowan never thought Shiryu was kind, but in the story, Shiryu had never killed anyone. So she always thought Shiryu was just a petty person and didn't connect her to Zheng Hu's death. Since Shiryu had also crossed her, Xiaowan decided to investigate why Shiryu seemed so guilty. She came up with an idea. That night, because Qin Mai was there, Xiaowan couldn't enter the space. They spent the night together again. The next day, when her family was out, Xiaowan entered the space. Last time she visited Ren's village, she found a glow stone. She ground the glow stone into powder. Her gaze shifted to the chickens in the space. She didn't want to kill the hens, so she chose a rooster to kill and bleed. The chicken blood mixed with the glowstone powder, creating a special paint. Xiaowan left the space and searched the house carefully. She finally found an old navy blue shirt belonging to Xia Dahong. Using the chicken blood and glowstone paint, she wrote several large characters on the shirt. After drawing the curtains, she looked at the effect in the dark and was very satisfied. She opened the drawer of the bedside table and took some contraceptive supplies. These days, contraceptive products are made of rubber, some even coated with talcum powder. They are very sturdy and can be used multiple times. Xiaowan obviously couldn't stand reusing them. She had Qin Mai go to the clinic to get some. She tested the elasticity and was very satisfied. Then, she took the rooster she had killed, brought it to the kitchen, plucked the feathers, gutted it, and made spicy chicken. Qin Mai originally wasn't coming home for lunch, but after getting married, he missed his wife all morning. So, he obediently went back to the Xia family to eat. During lunch break, Xiaowan asked Qin Mai, "Are you on duty tonight?" Qin Mai shook his head. "No, I'm not on duty. I just got married, everyone is taking care of me, so I don't have a shift." Xiaowan shyly suggested, "I think we shouldn't let personal matters affect work. You should go on duty." Qin Mai looked at Xiaowan with some resentment and said, "Little Wan, you just got married 2 days ago. Are you already tired of me?" Xiaowan pecked his face to comfort him and said, "No, I just hope you work seriously and get promoted soon, so you can take care of me better." Hearing this, Qin Mai became excited and promised, "Little Wan, don't worry. I will work hard to give you the best life. Our furniture will be ready soon. In a week, we can move into our new home. Mai, last time we caught Luluazy, didn't we seize a miniature recorder from a foreigner?"
Can you lend it to me?
Qin Mai asked cautiously. "What do you want it for?" Are you trying to find out something again, or catch spies? Xiaowan pouted playfully. I just want to study it. Qinmai was suspicious but trusted her. He thought if she wanted to tell him something, she would. If Xiaowan asked someone else for the recorder, she probably couldn't get it. But Qinmai was part of the special operations team. After they seized that recorder last time, the team rewarded their small squad with it. It was originally in his possession. You can get it from my office later, he said. Xiaowan finally convinced Qinmai to go on duty tonight and also got the recorder. That evening, after everyone was asleep, Xiaowan asked Xiaoji to take her out of the family compound. They only reached the street before she came out of her space. She also released the bicycle she had stored in the space. Riding back to the city was a bit tiring. Xiaowan wondered why there wasn't a cultivation method in the space that could make her fly or teleport. However, she came up with an idea. She wanted to catch a bird to be her little helper, so her movements would be faster. When she reached outside the city hospital, she put her bicycle into her space again. After arriving behind the hospital, she shook the trunk of a tree. The sleeping sparrows on the treetop were awakened by her. Kids, let's go, time to move. The sparrows were annoyed, but when they recognized her and saw the corn she offered, they flew down and listened to her instructions. She sneaked down to the staff dormitory building behind the hospital, which is close to the inpatient ward. In the dark night, she could sometimes hear crying sounds drifting from the inpatient building. While sleeping, Shiryu heard the sound of glass being tapped on the window.
Ding ding.
Ding ding ding.
Ding.
She lives alone in a dormitory. Her previous roommate got married and moved out. The dormitory management was planning to assign someone else, but Shiryu helped the manager with a small favor, so they arranged for someone else to move into a different dorm. She thought it would be very comfortable to have her own room, but now she felt a little scared living alone. Recently, she kept having nightmares at night. Nervously, she turned on her bedside lamp. The light made her feel much better. Maybe it was just the wind making the glass rattle? Shiryu told herself not to overthink. All ghosts and monsters are just paper tigers. She tried to boost her courage with her favorite sayings. She told herself not to believe in ghosts or spirits, but secretly, she did. If there were no spirits, then how could her rebirth be explained? Shiryu decided to sleep with the light on. She closed her eyes, but then she heard the deng-deng. Deng sound again. Could it be that the window wasn't closed properly? Summoning her courage, she got up. The floral curtain was gently swaying in the breeze coming through the window. She quickly pulled back the curtain and saw a dark shape outside the window hitting the glass. She was startled. She stepped back 2 steps, steadied herself, and realized that the shape was probably a sparrow. She took a deep breath. Maybe it's just because it's cold outside and the sparrow wants to come in to warm up, she thought. She wouldn't kindly open the window for the sparrow, but after understanding the reason, her courage grew. She grabbed a broom and held it in her hand, trying to scare the sparrow away by knocking on the glass. The sparrow fluttered its wings and flew off. Shiryu watched where the sparrow was flying. Suddenly, a few faint large characters appeared in the night sky, glowing with a faint red fluorescence, coming closer and closer. Return my life. Shiryu seemed frozen in place, stiff like a statue. Fear held her tightly, making her unable to move. She saw the 4 large blood-red characters flying closer in the night sky, finally sticking tightly to the window glass. Give me back my life.
Ah!
Shiryu let out a sharp scream. The 4 big characters were pressed against the outside of the window. With her experience as a nurse, she could tell at a glance that they were written in blood. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. She mechanically waved the broom in her hand, begging, "Don't find me. Don't come near me. You're already dead. Go reincarnate quickly." Hut hut hut. The door of her dormitory was knocked. Shiryu was so scared she scooted backward on the floor, whispering, "Don't find me. Don't come over." "Shiryu, open the door." "What's wrong?" A woman's voice came from outside. Shiryu recognized it as Xiao Jing from the next room. Her scream earlier had alarmed the others in the dorm building. Xiao Jing, who worked in the same department and usually got along well with her, came to check. Shiryu crawled to the door, struggling to stand up while holding onto it. The door opened, and Xiao Jing and another nurse stood outside. Xiao Jing. Shiryu grabbed Xiao Jing's hand and pulled her into the room. The other nurse followed inside. Look, is there something outside the window? Shiryu didn't dare look herself. She closed her eyes and pointed at the window, asking her colleagues to check. Nothing there? Xiao Jing opened the window, and a cold wind rushed in. Shiryu bravely opened her eyes. She clung tightly to Xiao Jing, peering over her shoulder. Outside the window, there was indeed nothing. Only then did Shiryu dare to go to the window and lean out to look. Outside there was nothing either. Even downstairs was empty, with no sign of the 4 blood-colored characters. Shiryu, what did you see just now? A sparrow. Shiryu didn't dare admit she saw the 4 characters. Xiao Jing was speechless. What's so scary about a sparrow? Shiryu looked pitifully and said, I just had a nightmare. Xiao Jing, can you sleep with me tonight? Xiao Jing hesitated. Their relationship was okay on the surface, but not very close. After her nightmare, she felt Shiryu was overreacting to ask her to stay. She glanced at Shiryu's bed. In the dorm, everyone had a single bed about 1 meter wide. There was another bed in the room, but it was already piled with Shiryu's things. Reluctantly, Xiao Jing said, if we both squeeze in, neither of us will sleep well. Why don't you drink some hot water? Another nurse poured a cup of hot water for Shiryu. Little Jing, let's go back to sleep. We have to work early tomorrow. Honestly, lately Shiryu has been doing very well at the hospital. There are rumors she might get promoted to head nurse. The nurses in her department are all a bit jealous. Little Jing and that nurse seem to get along with Shiryu on the surface, but they think her work attitude is average and her skills are just okay. It's strange that she gets the boss's favor. Shiryu isn't very genuine with others, so it's hard for anyone to truly trust her. The nurse who shares a room with Little Jing pulled her away. When Shiryu saw a living person, she felt a bit better and wondered if she had just imagined things earlier. Recently, she has been very tense. Shiryu closed the door and turned on all the lights. The lights in this era hang from the ceiling by a single cord, floating in the air. To save electricity, the dorm's lights are only 15 watts, so the glow is dim and yellow. Shadows fill the room everywhere. Shiryu didn't dare look outside the window or stay in the middle of the room. She crawled back onto the bed and listened carefully. Outside, she could hear the wind. Sometimes, there were faint crying sounds mixed in with the wind. Shiryu was used to this kind of crying at night from the hospital. When someone in the inpatient department leaves at night, their family members often cry loudly. According to local customs, families also secretly burn paper money downstairs at the hospital. This is called sending off money. The hospital strictly forbids this, but it happens all the time. Grieving families find it hard to be reasonable, and if they get angry, they might do anything. So, the hospital just turns a blind eye. Tonight, Shiryu heard the crying but couldn't help feeling nervous. Her whole body got goosebumps. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and shivered from the cold. She buried her head in the quilt. The quilt trembled with her. Her teeth clenched and chattered. Luckily, she couldn't hear anything inside the quilt, and she gradually calmed down. When the air inside the quilt felt too stuffy, Shiryu peeked out her head. Suddenly, she screamed again. Zhenghu, don't come any closer. The lights in the room had already gone out. A faint fragrance filled the air. Someone was standing by the window. In the darkness, it was hard to see who they were or what they looked like. Only their shiny bald head was clearly visible, illuminated by the faint light coming through the window. Why did you kill me? The voice was hoarse and sounded especially eerie and frightening in the dark night. Zhenghu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Why did you kill me? The money you asked for, I can't get it. You're lying. You're afraid I'll reveal what happened with that woman in Renjia village. This is not my fault. I didn't tell you to kill that woman. It's not for you. How could I have killed anyone? Zhenghu, please let me go. I will burn paper money for you often in the future. I feel so pain and uncomfortable. What exactly did you give me? Zindanin. Zindanin is an old medicine used to treat heart problems. Taking too much can cause breathing failure. Shiryu is a nurse. She probably used her position to get this medicine. Shiryu has already been so scared that she is mentally breaking down. She curls up, trembling like a leaf, crying as she answers. She is 100% sure that the person in front of her is Zheng, whose ghost. Only Zheng who would know she killed him. Only Zheng who would know about Rinjia village. Dizziness hits her, and Shiryu faints. Someone knocks on the door outside. The noise from Shiryu's scream earlier wakes the neighbors. With her first experience, everyone thinks Shiryu is having a nightmare again. They feel a bit annoyed. Most turn over and go back to sleep. Xiao Jing didn't want to bother her at first, but lying in bed, she feels uneasy. Many kind people still exist these days. Xiao Jing gets up, hugs her blanket, and plans to stay with Shiryu for the night. But after knocking for a while with no answer, she feels it's unlikely Shiryu is asleep. Feeling bored, Xiao Jing grabs her blanket and goes back to bed. After the people outside leave, Xiaowan stands again in front of Shiryu's bed. The fragrant smell earlier was from the incense Xiaowan prepared. She learned the recipe from ancient books in her space. The herbs used were grown in her space garden, and she made some for self-defense. This incense has a hallucinogenic effect. Otherwise, Shiryu wouldn't have been so honest and told everything. You can't fool Shiryu just by sound. Xiaowan tried to lower her voice to sound rough, but she had never heard Zhenghu's voice before, so she couldn't imitate it. She could only try to create a scary atmosphere, plus the incense, to get the effect. Xiaowan took an antidote beforehand, so the incense didn't affect her. She turned off the recorder. Luckily, she borrowed this tiny recorder from Qin Mai during the day. If Shiryu had told so many secrets, only she would know, and that would be a shame. She didn't expect to record such explosive news. Xiaowan pulled off the head covering she wore. It was stretchy, but it was too tight on her head, making her head ache. She swore that she must not let anyone know she used that head covering to hide her bald head, or she would be laughed at. Thanks to the kids in the courtyard for this trick. Xiaowan had seen those children before, stealing adults' family planning supplies and blowing them up like balloons for fun. That gave her the idea to wear one to look bald. As for the big words "Return my life," she wrote them with fluorescent powder mixed with chicken blood. Because they were written on dark blue fabric and seen from outside the window at night, only the words were visible, not the fabric. The fabric was carried by a group of sparrows, flying from the night sky to the window, making it look like 4 blood-red characters suddenly appeared in the air, which made the scene more frightening. Xiaowan looked at Shiryu, who had fainted, and spat, "I didn't expect you to be so evil, actually daring to kill someone. Once I give the tape to the police, you're done for." She flipped through Shiryu's drawer and found a stack of money and ration tickets inside. She didn't bother counting them and simply took them all. "You incited Zhenghu to kill my mother. These coins and ration tickets are compensation for that." She saw a wooden box on another bed, locked. She found the key in Shiryu's bag and opened it. Inside were some clothes, which she wasn't interested in. She pressed the bottom of the box and felt there was a hidden compartment. After feeling around for a while, she found a way to pry it open. When she lifted the compartment, she saw a notebook and 10 gold bars inside. Wow, Shiryu truly is a reborn heroine. How could she have so many gold bars? They definitely weren't hers. She must have used her rebirth and foresight to steal them from others. Xiaowan stored the gold bars in her space. She opened the notebook, which recorded events happening now and in the past, involving many people's names. Perhaps Shiryu was afraid her memory would fade over time, so she recorded much of what she knew from her previous life. After reading the notebook, Xiaowan understood where Shiryu's 10 gold bars came from. Someone used this political movement to loot and get rich. These people would eventually be punished. There was a person named Zhao Xian at the hospital who had stolen many valuables and hidden them somewhere secret. Shiryu knew Zhao Xian would be judged in the future and remembered the place Zhao Xian had mentioned for hiding the loot, the hospital's morgue. Xiaowan suddenly became interested. She restored everything in the room, thinking that once Shiryu woke up, she would just think it was ghosts stealing the money, tickets, and gold bars. She told Xiao Ji to take her immediately to the hospital's morgue. Since Zhao Xian hid the stolen goods there must be more than these 10 gold bars. I hope there are still some things left in the morgue. Little Ji ran into the morgue before releasing Xiaowan. Tonight, someone died at the hospital, so there must be fresh bodies in the morgue. Xiaowan still felt a little scared. It was almost dawn now, and no one was inside or outside the morgue. Xiaowan groped to turn on the light. At this time, there was no air conditioning in the morgue. Luckily, the weather had cooled, and the strong smell of formalin filled the air, with only a faint odor of decay. Shuri's notebook didn't have detailed notes on where the valuables were hidden. Xiaowan guessed it wouldn't be in the corpse cabinets, or it would be too easy to find. She circled around the morgue and saw a transformer box. She opened it and carefully checked, discovering a hole on the side of the box. Worried about electric shock, she thought for a moment and took out a few remaining birth control supplies. She carried scissors with her. She cut one in half and put it on her palm and used another to cover her finger, making a simple rubber glove. Only then did she carefully put her hand into the transformer box. Even when touching the old wires, nothing happened. Sure enough, there was a wooden box inside the hole. Xiaowan pulled it out. When she opened it, it was empty. It seemed this box was originally used to hold those 10 gold bars. Who's inside? A voice called out from the door. Xiaowan quickly threw the box away and hid in a small space. Zhao Xian, holding a stick, entered the morgue and immediately saw the wooden box on the ground. Still trying to steal? Think I'm so stupid I'd hide things here? Zhao Xian gritted his teeth in anger. He patrolled the morgue, checked that no one was around, then left with his stick. Xiaowan came out of her hiding spot and told Little Ji, after you send me away from the hospital, come back and keep an eye on this person. You must find where he's hiding the treasure. Xiaowan rode her bike back to the military family compound. She left Little Ji at the hospital to find the treasure. She quietly opened her door with a key. As she tiptoed upstairs and opened her room, she saw a figure sitting on the bed. The bedside lamp was on. Qin Mai sat neatly on the edge of the bed, staring at her. Mai, why are you back? Xiaowan, aren't you supposed to tell me where you went in the middle of the night? I said I went for a walk. Do you believe me? As long as you say so, I believe it. Then I really just went for a walk. Xiaowan felt guilty as she ran over and snuggled into Qin Mai. Qin Muyu pulled the blanket over her and gently scolded, You look so cold. You should wear more clothes. Xiaowan lowered her head, feeling conflicted. If she was caught and didn't explain, it might create distance between them. After thinking, Xiaowan decided to tell him a little. Mai, I went to investigate a case. I want to show you something. She took out a small voice recorder. During the day, Xiaowan had encouraged him to take a shift and borrowed the recorder, so Qin Muyu suspected she might do something secretive. He stayed at the camp feeling restless. Worried, he woke the deputy commander to cover for him and rushed home. When he arrived, he found Xiaowan was not there. He confirmed his suspicion, but didn't know where to find her. He also noticed her bicycle was gone, so she must have left the residential area. He waited in his room, unable to sleep. When Xiaowan returned, he was a bit angry, but seeing her apologetic look, he didn't want to blame her. If she refused to say what she did that night, Qin Muyu planned to use his special team's authority to find out. Xiaowan then played a recording for him, showing she still trusted him. As he guessed, she acted alone. Whose voice is in this recording? He asked. Sure Yu's. You've been arranged to marry her. How can you not recognize her voice? Xiaowan replied. Qin Muyu felt a bitter taste. Besides her voice, I don't remember any other women's voices, she added. He was satisfied with her answer. Zheng Hu? The leader of the robbers we caught last time? The one who escaped? Yes, he later died. His body was found by Su Bing and me. Qin Muyu recalled who Zheng Hu was. Did Shuryu kill him? Why bring up the case from Rinjia village again? Xiaowan patiently explained the whole story. Because Tao Hongmei is my real mother. I need to find out how she died. She justified her solo actions. Qin Muyu nodded after listening. He realized Xiaowan had been investigating her mother's death, feeling guilty for not helping much. I suspected Shuryu from the start. She's been trying to get something from me, something that belonged to my father, taken by my mother. She briefly mentioned the jade ring. Qin Wuyu didn't pursue it further. Zheng Hu's death is on me. But I know Zheng Hu and Shiryu knew each other. I think Shiryu might be connected to Zheng Hu's death. Tonight, I plan to trick her. Xiaowan didn't say that she suspected Shiryu because the sparrows reported that Shiryu was burning paper money, which made her start to suspect Shiryu had killed Zheng Hu. Qin Mai asked, "How did you trick her? Why does she say whatever you ask?" Xiaowan hesitated. She can control animals and has some space abilities, but she doesn't want to tell Qin Mai about them for now. It's not because she doesn't trust him, but because these are her secret cards for survival. She doesn't want to tell anyone unless absolutely necessary. I used some sleeping pills. And a few tricks. I can't tell you exactly how I did it, can I? Qin Mai guessed that his wife must have some secrets. Everyone has their own secrets. He's not in a rush to force Xiaowan to tell everything. He said, "This tape you have, you probably want to give it to the police, right?" Xiaowan nodded. Qin Mai took the mini recorder and the tape. "Xiaowan, since your secret can't be told even to me, it definitely shouldn't be known by others. Don't worry about Shiryu anymore. Hand over the tape to me. I will submit it to the police in the name of the Special Task Force." Xiaowan was very happy to hear this. She originally wanted to send the tape anonymously to the police, but then they might trace it back to her through the tape itself. Now, with Qin Mai willing to help and act in the name of the special team, the police probably won't investigate how she got the recording. "Husband, you're so kind." Xiaowan climbed onto Qin Mai. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her charming little mouth. The desk lamp was turned off. Inside, there were rustling sounds, followed by some blush-inducing moans. Qin Mai reached for the contraceptive supplies on the bedside table. Why are they gone?" Xiaowan, feeling guilty, said, "You haven't thought about how much you've been using these past few days?" Qin Mai reflected, "Have I really used that much?" Xiaowan didn't dare say that she had stolen them to use as props. 1 or 2 times it should be fine, right? "No, you can't. You're about to start basic training. Yesterday, Dad hinted that you're still too young and should avoid pregnancy for now." Qin Mai, showing great restraint, pushed Xiaowan away and held her tightly, patting her back to comfort her.
Go to sleep.
"I need to get up for morning drills." After running all night, riding bikes, and pretending to be a ghost, Xiaowan was truly exhausted. She fell asleep quickly. Qin Mai listened to her even breathing, then got up and went downstairs to take a cold shower. Today, he definitely needed to get more contraceptive supplies from the clinic. Xiaowan didn't get up until after 10 o'clock. Only Aunt Zhou was at home. Aunt Zhou cooked 2 sweetwater eggs and toasted some bread for breakfast. As Xiaowan ate, Aunt Zhou sat beside her, hesitant to speak.
Just say what you want, Aunt Zhou.
"We're like family and I won't get mad," Xiaowan said kindly. Aunt Zhou looked at her with a bit of worry and said, "Honestly, I shouldn't be telling you this. Xiaowan, you're a good girl. It's a pity your mother is gone. Aunt Zhou just wants to give you a few words of advice." Seeing Aunt Zhou's worried look, Xiaowan guessed what she was about to say. It was probably about her waking up late and having dark circles under her eyes, which might have caused some misunderstanding. Sure enough, Aunt Zhou quietly told her that, in some matters, she should be more careful, or it could harm her health. Men don't have control over such things. "You can't spoil Xiaoqin too much," Aunt Zhou warned. Xiaowan blushed deeply but nodded quickly, saying, "I won't spoil him, definitely not." After breakfast, Xiaowan locked her room and entered her space. Since little Ji wasn't there, she couldn't stay inside for long. She was curious whether the 10 gold bars she threw into the space yesterday were still there. She looked around inside and found that the 10 gold bars had indeed been swallowed by the space. "Spit them out. Give them back to me." Xiaowan was very angry. 10 gold bars. What was her space doing with gold bars? A lonely voice echoed, "Money can make ghosts push mills, and no money makes ghosts push mills." The remnant soul was awake again. "Did you swallow my gold bars?" "Not me. Liar. Besides you, no one else is here."
Ah.
"Maybe I did, but that was my main body doing it. Your main body? The ancestor of the Xie family, Xie.
Yes.
He built this space, but he owes a lot of money. Taking a few gold bars is fine, right? Xiaowan thought the reasoning made sense, but she couldn't understand why a ghost official would need gold bars. Could he exchange them for paper money himself? She rushed to the house, and as she suspected, she could open the door to the second room. What ancestor? Charging for opening a door? Despite her complaints, Xiaowan entered the room. Last time, she used 5 gold bars to open the first room, which contained medical techniques and basic cultivation methods. She was eager to see what treasures the second room held. But when she saw that there was only a lonely lottery machine in a room, she was so disappointed, she felt like a deflated ball. The machine had a sign that read, 100 resentment points per draw. Xiaowan pressed the button, hearing a mechanical voice say, insufficient resentment points, unable to draw. She scratched her head and shouted at the remaining soul, what is resentment points? Did you swallow 10 of my gold bars just for this broken lottery machine? The remaining soul's voice sounded guilty. My main body is a ghost officer. In the underworld, collecting resentment is necessary for cultivation. Xiaowan was even angrier. You're a ghost, but I am a living person. Where am I supposed to collect resentment for you? Living people also generate resentment. For example, now you are full of resentment. But you can't collect your own resentment. You can only collect others. Xiaowan finally understood what resentment was. It's just negative energy, right? She asked, how do I collect it? The remaining soul said, place your palm on the green button of the machine. It will connect with you naturally. Then you can use this lottery system. Following the instructions, she felt a tingling sensation. Suddenly, a flood of information appeared in her mind. Shiryu, plus 666 resentment points. Zhao Xian, plus 99 resentment points. Shiyun, plus 199 resentment points. Fan Yong, plus 999 resentment points. These names? These resentment points? They were all people she had recently tricked, and they had sent her so much resentment. She checked her initial account and found she already had over 2,000 resentment points. It seemed these people missed her a lot. Money is useless if not spent. Xiaowan immediately started drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. After 10 rounds of thank you for your patronage, she roared, scammer. The remaining soul trembled in fear, clearly aware that the odds on the lottery machine were set too low. Xiaowan kept drawing until the 20th try, with only 100 resentment points left, when a small jade bottle finally dropped from the machine. Just looking at this jade bottle, it seemed quite valuable. Xiaowan finally felt it was worth it. The jade bottle had a stopper. She removed the stopper, and a strong medicinal aroma filled the air. She poured out a brown pill, which looked like the herbal pills she had seen in her past life. She didn't dare to eat it blindly. Carefully examining the bottle, she saw 3 tiny golden characters at the bottom. Shisui Dan, bone cleansing pill. Her heart raced. Was her ancestor so powerful? Is this the legendary Shisui Dan? Previously, she practiced the techniques left in the first room, but she felt they were not very effective. They only helped strengthen the body. There was spiritual energy in the space, but she couldn't do the things described in cultivation novels, like moving objects with her mind or striking through mountains. Her strength was only slightly more than that of a normal girl, and she couldn't even compare to Qin Mai. Could eating this mending bone pill help her strengthen her muscles and bones and practice immortality techniques? Don't think too much. Yes, this is a mending bone pill. But in your time, spiritual energy has dried up. Even if you take the pill, it can only improve your physical health, not help you practice immortal arts, said the residual soul, breaking Xiaowan's hopes. Since you know it can only strengthen the body, why did you accept 10 gold bars from me? A box of strengthening bones granules costs so little. You're a greedy merchant. I won't give up. Xiaowan pretended to smash the lottery machine. Xieqi, resentment points plus 299. Stop. When your ancestor collected this mending bone pill, he didn't expect that spiritual energy in the mortal world would be completely exhausted, Xiaowan thought. It said that cultivation was forbidden after the founding of the country. Before, although there wasn't much spiritual energy, monsters and ghosts still appeared often, indicating that there was still some spiritual energy in the deep mountains. Why did she come into the wrong era? Xiaowan put away her intention to smash the lottery machine and changed the subject. Hey, didn't you say you are just a fragment of Xiabian's soul? Why call yourself Xiaqi? Are there also Xia-yi, Xia-er, Xia-san? Did Xiabian just randomly number his soul fragments? Xiaqi, resentment points plus 99. Another resentment point update. The residual soul helplessly explained, my main body is 7th in the family, called 7th Lord. Xiaowan responded with an O. Although disappointed that she couldn't cultivate immortality, she still ate the mending bone pill. A burning sensation surged within her. She felt a stabbing pain all over her body, almost unbearable. She ran wildly outside, jumped into a small pond at the spring's mouth. The originally cold spring water was heated by her body heat, and white steam rose from it. Xiaowan felt worse and worse. She had to use the basic breathing techniques she learned to absorb spiritual energy from the space, trying to soothe the stabbing pain in her meridians. After an unknown amount of time, the pain gradually subsided. Xiaowan opened her eyes and saw a layer of black dirt floating on the surface of the spring water. Could these be impurities expelled from her body? What a pity for this spring water. Fortunately, the water was alive, and soon it would flow into the nearby 10-acre fields through the channels. When Xiaowan jumped out of the spirit spring, she suddenly soared 10 meters into the air. She was startled. In her panic, she fell down and landed with a thud, slipping and falling on the ground. Isn't it only supposed to strengthen the body? Xiaowan cried out in pain, hitting the ground. Well, there's spiritual energy in the space. You've already washed your muscles and bones, which is like a cultivator in the qi refining stage. That's why you jump higher than normal. Be more careful next time, said the residual soul with a clearly mischievous tone. Xiaowan got up from the ground, looked at the time, and realized with surprise, how could it be 4 in the afternoon? She had been in the space for 5 hours. During her absence, would Qin Moi notice anything? Xiaowan left the space. Luckily, no one was in the house. The door was also locked from the inside. She came out of her room and asked Aunt Zhou, did Moi come back for lunch? Aunt Zhou said, yes, he did, but since you locked the door, I guessed you were probably sleeping. He told us not to disturb you, and went back to the camp himself. Xiaowan let out a long sigh of relief. She checked her resentment points record, and didn't see any from Qin Moi. It seemed Qin Moi really thought she was sleeping. However, the resentment points from Shiryu kept increasing steadily. Xiaowan was suspicious. Did Shiryu guess I was pretending to be a ghost last night? But Shiryu was almost gone, so even if he guessed it was her, she wasn't worried. The continuous increase in resentment points was enough for her to win 10 more prizes. After eating a little, Xiaowan went to the guest house to see Qin Su and Qin Muge. Qin Su said they were returning to the capital. Little one, I can't wait to attend your wedding. I wish you all the best. When the spring festival holiday comes, you and Moi should come to the capital to visit. I will definitely treat you well. Xiaowan checked Qin Su's pulse again and reminded her to take her medicine on time after returning home. Big sister, the doctor gave you a prescription for a full course. Usually, after finishing one course, the prescription should be adjusted based on your condition. If it's inconvenient for you to come to Nancheng, you can ask a famous doctor in the capital to diagnose and prescribe medicine. When you do, send the pulse report and prescription to me. I will have my master review it for suitability before you take it. If it's not suitable, you should come back to Nancheng for treatment. Qin Su, eager to have a child, was willing to make an extra trip just to have Su Xingbai personally examine her. Then I'll go back first to ask for leave. I only requested a week off this time. Otherwise, I would stay in Nancheng until I'm cured. Qin Su had already arranged for the guest house to buy her a ticket for the evening. Sleeping car ticket, although the journey is longer, isn't too tiring. Qin Mai bought dinner from the military canteen. After they finished eating with Qin Su and Qin Muge, they saw the others off at the station. Chin Muge was reluctant to leave and insisted on hugging Chin Mai. Uncomfortable, Chin Mai pushed his brother away and said, "Take care of big sister on the way. When you go back, you must study hard. If you can graduate high school, I will talk to Dad and let you join the army." Chin Muge felt mixed feelings and muttered, "Must I study? So many people don't study anymore. Why do I have to?" Xiaowon took a box from Chin Mai's hand and handed it to Chin Muge. "Little brother, this is a gift from second sister-in-law." Chin Muge looked happy. "Second sister-in-law, you're so kind. What kind of gift is it? Can I open it now?" Xiaowon nodded. Chin Muge eagerly opened the suitcase. Chin Muge, resentment points plus 399. Second sister-in-law, why are all these high school textbooks? Chin Muge looked distressed. Xiaowon noticed the resentment points she just gained. She didn't expect earning resentment points to be so easy.
Since it was, she decided not to hold back.
She said, "Seriously, little brother, these are my high school textbooks. I've already graduated, so I'm giving them to you. If you think it's not enough, I'll go to the bookstore tomorrow and buy some study guides to send home for you. Study hard and improve every day." Chin Muge, resentment points plus 199. Seeing the young man in front of her almost crying, Xiaowon felt a bit guilty. She really thought studying was useful, not just for earning resentment points from Chin Muge. Well, even if it was to earn resentment points, she was doing it for his good, right? "Second sister-in-law, I was wrong about you." Chin Muge put the box of books back into her hands. It seemed the young boy was genuinely a little angry. Xiaowon liked Chin Muge quite a bit. She couldn't just defend him completely in one go, right? She earnestly advised, "Little brother, knowledge is always useful. Even if you want to join the army, future wars are becoming more high-tech. Without education, you might not even understand how to operate tanks or armored vehicles. Hydrogen bombs have been tested successfully. Do you think our army is still the era of muskets and rifles, where we can win just with small guns?" Chin Muge listened thoughtfully. When Xiaowon handed him the box again, he didn't refuse anymore. Watching the train go away, Chin Mai held Xiaowon's hand and said, "Little one, thank you." Xiaowon was puzzled. "Thank me for what?" Chin Muye said, "My eldest sister is not easy to get along with. She was misled and had a fixed opinion. I didn't expect you to make her like you in the end. Now I don't have to worry about it." Xiaowon asked seriously, "If my eldest sister doesn't like me, what would you do? Would you help her bully me?" Chin Muye quickly replied, "Of course not. My dad said that my wife is my own, and I must protect her with all my heart. No one should bully my wife." Xiaowon thought that her future father-in-law, whom she had met, seemed quite interesting. When they got home, Chin Muye took out 2 thick envelopes and handed them to Xiaowon. She opened them and was surprised to find they were full of money and tickets. She asked Chin Muye, "Did you rob a bank?" He explained, "One envelope was sent by my dad. It has 1,000 yuan and various tickets, watch tickets, bicycle tickets, fan tickets, camera tickets. We'll buy those this weekend. The other envelope has my bank book and salary, which I want you to keep safe." Xiaowon looked at the balance in the bank book, 1,832.05 yuan. She asked, "Chin Muye, how did you save so much money?" He said, "I usually eat in the army and don't spend much. Recently, I took some money out for the dormitory, and the rest is in here." Xiaowon suddenly felt like a rich lady. After getting married, her dad gave her 1,000 yuan, Chin Sui gave her 500, and today she received over 4,000 yuan just for the wedding. She also got more than 200 yuan from Shiryu, but didn't count it. She said, "Okay, I'll keep it all. I'll give you 100 yuan as pocket money." She pulled 10 large denomination notes from the envelope and handed them to Chin Muye. He only took one, saying, 10 yuan is enough for me." Xiaowon insisted, take it. Men should have money on them. Just don't spend it recklessly." Chin Muye sincerely thought his wife was special. His friends said their wives would squeeze every penny from them, leaving nothing. But his wife was generous and worried he'd run out of money. "Xiaowon, did you put on makeup today?" Chin Muye touched her face with his finger, but didn't wipe anything off. She asked, "What's wrong?" She hadn't looked at herself in the mirror properly today. Qin Miwa looked at her with growing affection. Wife, you're getting more and more beautiful. Xiaowan finally realized and touched her face. Her skin was so smooth. She ran to the mirror and exclaimed, "Oh my God, my skin is so delicate. Where did this fairy come from?" She knew it was thanks to taking the bone refining pill. She started to think creatively. In a time without spiritual energy, could this body cleansing pill be sold as a beauty or health supplement? If the old ancestor of the Xie family knew about her idea, she thought he would be so angry he might come from the underworld to scold her. The couple was just about to wash up and go to bed when Xiaowan received a large amount of resentment points. Shiryu, resentment points plus 999. Why does Shiryu have so much resentment? Xiaowan asked Qin Moi. Did you give that cassette tape to the police? Qin Moi replied, I went to the police station this morning. I wanted to tell you at noon, but I forgot because you were sleeping. Xiaowan asked, did they arrest Shiryu? Qin Moi shook his head. Just a cassette tape isn't enough to accuse Shiryu. But Captain Wang and the others said it's not a big problem. With this clue, it should be easy to find more evidence. Xiaowan guessed that the sudden surge of resentment points from Shiryu meant Captain Wang and his team had started their actions. Since record players are not common now, it is naturally difficult to determine if the sound truly belongs to Shiryu. Captain Wang worries that this recording alone cannot prove Shiryu's guilt, so she wants to find other evidence without alerting Shiryu first. She didn't expect Shiryu to be so alert. Shiryu must have noticed someone watching her, which is why she ran away. This morning, Shiryu woke up and believed that the ghost of Zheng who really came to find her last night. She noticed that the money and food tickets in her drawer were missing. Also, her diary and 10 gold bars hidden in the box were gone. Shiryu started to doubt. She wondered, did Zheng Hu's ghost really take them? If it was the ghost, that makes sense. She had promised Zheng Hu to give him money and tickets to help him escape. But she had also met him at the agreed place and, claiming his wound was infected, gave him anti-inflammatory medicine that had been replaced with Xiandao and Zheng, who trusted her completely. She told him to take a double dose of the medicine, and he took 12 pills without hesitation. She gave Zheng Hu the money and tickets, and after he died, she took them back from his hands. So, Zheng Hu's ghost must be obsessed with the money and tickets. Taking the gold bars might have been incidental. What made her suspicious was the diary. It was very important to Shiryu because it recorded possible future events. Shiryu couldn't understand why Zheng Hu would take the diary. If it were an ordinary person, they might not believe it was the ghost doing all this. But Shiryu herself is a reborn person. She believes more than anyone that ghosts exist. Also, the house doesn't look like anyone has been there. Windows are still tightly closed from inside, and the door is still locked. No one could enter such a sealed space. Unfortunately, although Shiryu stole the original owner's jade ring in her previous life, she couldn't activate other space functions because she wasn't a member of the Xie family. To her, the space was just a storage tool. She also knew that the space couldn't move, so she never thought of Xiaowan. Xiaowan could receive Shiryu's resentment because of these things. It's all because of her actions. Even if Shiryu didn't know it was her, the resentment still belonged to her. Losing the money, tickets, and gold bars made Shiryu very upset. But she hoped Zheng Hu's ghost could rest in peace and stop bothering her. She went to work as usual. However, she noticed several sneaky people always appearing near her. The saying goes that a guilty person feels nervous, and Shiryu's alertness is not something most people can match. She tested her suspicion. When she first went to the women's restroom, she entered and immediately came out again. She saw a person wearing a baseball cap standing at the bathroom entrance, pretending to smoke while watching everyone coming and going. Shiryu pretended to be serious and scolded him, saying, "No smoking in the hospital." The man's eyes showed obvious panic. Shiryu then went back into the women's restroom. She knew she was being watched. Connecting this to what happened last night, she suddenly realized it wasn't Zheng Hu's ghost, it was the police. But would the police take her money and ration tickets? Shiryu hesitated again. She also thought about the gold bars she stole from Zhao Xian. Could it be that Zhao Xian discovered she stole the gold and sent someone to the hospital to catch her? Sure, you panicked. She knew Zhao Xian was a ruthless person. Like Zhang Hu, Zhao Xian used to be involved in the underworld. But his parents were longtime hospital staff, so he got a job there and worked in the morgue. Later, during the political movement, Zhao Xian took advantage of the chaos and joined the Revolutionary Committee. He would lead a group of young revolutionaries, raiding other people's homes. Everyone in the hospital was afraid of him. It wasn't until this year, when the political climate changed, that Zhao Xian started to behave himself. But Zhao Xian was responsible for people's lives. These facts came out after the movement ended, when he was exposed and confessed by others. Shuri was terrified. She couldn't be caught by anyone, no matter who they were. When the restroom was empty, she slipped out through the small window above the sink. Luckily, it was on the first floor. When she jumped out, she twisted her ankle. Limping, she tried to run out of the hospital. Near the gate, she saw the police. It's over. It really is the police. Did they suspect me all along? Was last night a trap set by the police? Thinking of what she had admitted last night, Shuri knew she was doomed. She couldn't go to jail. As long as she escaped, with her memories of rebirth, she could change her identity and start over. Shuri was very familiar with the hospital. She changed direction and ran toward another entrance. But she found that entrance was also guarded by police. She almost gave up hope. Her leg hurt so badly. Desperate, she hid in the morgue. Hearing footsteps, she slipped into a cabinet where bodies were stored. A woman like her can't possibly hide in the morgue, one officer said. Search everywhere. Don't leave any place unsearched. 2 police officers entered the morgue. Outside, the sound of police searching could be heard. Shuri was hiding inside the morgue cabinet, not daring to make a sound. You're really brave, said a police officer. Our line of work. We're not afraid of dead people, replied another officer. The cabinets were opened one after another. Such a bad smell. How many days has this person been dead? Why haven't the family come to pick up the body for cremation? Not all bodies have families claiming them. What happens to unclaimed bodies? If no one claims the body after 7 days, the Civil Affairs Department will handle it. As they spoke, the officers checked each cabinet in turn. Shuri was hiding in the middle of the back row. When footsteps stopped near her cabinet, she almost thought she would be discovered. Suddenly, a voice outside shouted, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, what are you 2 doing in there? The officers turned and left the morgue, reporting, we're searching the morgue. Someone outside asked if they had finished searching. At this moment, a group of villagers arrived to claim the body of a patient. They cried loudly, argued, and interrupted the police conversation. The police checked the villagers and found no issues, then left to search elsewhere. The noise in the morgue lasted until the villagers took the body away, after which it became quiet. Shuri was about to crawl out of the cabinet when she heard the lock being turned. She remembered that most of the time, the morgue was locked. The door only opened when a body was brought in or a family came to claim a body. It seemed that just now, the family had come to pick up the body, so the door was open.
Now she was trapped inside.
Shuri had been nervous and pretending to be brave to avoid the police. Now that they had left, she felt deep fear. It was still daytime, but if it were night and she had to stay alone in the morgue, she thought she might be scared to death. Thinking about how all her neighbors were dead, she couldn't lie in the cabinet anymore. She struggled to push the drawer open. Just as she saw the light, she saw a man's face staring at her. Haha, I knew you'd still be hiding inside, said Zhao Xian proudly, holding a stick and poking her on the head. He sighed. Nurse Sure, what did you do? The police outside are looking for you. At first, Shuri thought Zhao Xian knew she had stolen the gold bars. But seeing his sly expression, she wasn't sure. Brother Zhao, let me out, and I'll tell you everything slowly. Just now, the sound of the door locking was actually deliberately made by Zhao Xian. Since he lost the gold bars he hid, he's been watching the morgue, waiting to see if the thief who stole the gold would come back. He saw Shuri sneaking into the morgue, but when the police came to search, he said nothing. When they didn't find anyone, Zhao Xian guessed that Shuri was still hiding inside the corpse storage. He intentionally made the locking sound to trap Shiryu. Zhao Xian isn't just greedy, he's also lecherous. Shiryu is one of the most beautiful nurses at the hospital, and he's been eyeing her for a long time. Although he looted the house and got rich, he has no skills at the hospital and can only manage the morgue, which no nurse would look at him for. Today, he got incredibly lucky. Shiryu, a stunning beauty, sneaked into his territory and asked him to let her go easily, which he knew was impossible. "Nurse, sure, if you don't tell me why the police are looking for you, I'll go and call them in," Zhao Xian said. Shiryu's mood was terrible. She'd rather be caught by the police than stay in Zhao Xian's hands. She had a handle on Zhao Xian, but dared not threaten him now, fearing he might kill her immediately to silence her. She could only soften her tone and say, "Brother Zhao, let me out. As long as you help me avoid the police, I'll do whatever you want." Zhao Xian was pleased. Letting Shiryu out was impossible now. It was still daytime, and the hospital hadn't finished work yet. Soon, no one might come to the morgue, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. But when night fell and no one was around, that beautiful girl would be at his mercy. Zhao Xian grinned wickedly and said, "Nurse, sure, the police are still outside. Stay inside for now. I'll come back tonight to let you out." Without waiting for her reply, he pushed the drawer of the corpse storage back in. The storage had never considered anyone opening it from inside, so it wasn't locked. Zhao Xian used a stick he had to pry the handle of this compartment and the one below it apart. That way, Shiryu was almost impossible to open the drawer from inside. Later, family members came to claim the body, and Zhao Xian left to handle that. He didn't expect anyone else to come until night, so he closed the morgue and released Shiryu. She was already exhausted, terrified, tense, and hungry. She looked terrible. At this moment, she desperately longed for the jade ring she had snatched from Xiaowan in her past life. If she had space, she could hide inside it and avoid all this suffering. Her resentment towards Xiaowan reached its peak. At this moment, Xiaowan received the plus 999 resentment points. Not only did she get this resentment score, but she also kept receiving Yao Yu's resentment continuously. Xiaowan had already gone to bed, feeling uneasy in her heart, and she leaned against Qin Mai's chest. "Mai, can you call Captain Wang and ask if they caught Yao Yu?" Last night, Qin Mai couldn't eat meat because he lacked family planning supplies. Today, he was busy all day but still took time to go to the health clinic and brought back a big bag of supplies. Just as he was about to do something, his wife asked him to call Captain Wang from the criminal investigation team. Qin Mai was a bit reluctant. "It's so late. They probably finished work already, right? These days, there are no mobile phones. When people finish work, they usually can't be reached." Xiaowan understood this, but she still felt something was going to happen. She pouted and said, "I saw on TV that detectives working on big cases often stay up all night working overtime. Can you go downstairs and call?" Qin Mai was surprised. "TV?" Xiaowan knew she had slipped up. Now, black and white TVs are sold, but they are imported and require foreign exchange vouchers to buy. Domestic TVs haven't entered ordinary homes yet. I mean movies. That's how they show it in movies, she explained. Qin Mai couldn't argue with her and had to put on his clothes again and go downstairs to call the criminal investigation team. When he returned, he looked strange and said, "Yao Yu ran away. Captain Wang and the others didn't catch him. They really are working overtime tonight." Xiaowan sat up quickly. She thought to herself, "I knew it. The main female lead wouldn't be so easily caught by ordinary people." She started to get dressed. Qin Mai asked puzzled, "Xiaowan, what are you doing?" Xiaowan calmly told him, "I'm going with you to catch the fugitive." Qin Mai, resentment points plus 99. This was the first time Xiaowan received resentment points from Qin Mai. "Xiaowan, catching the fugitive is the police's job. We don't need to do it." "No, they need us. We're soldiers. Wherever the country needs us, that's where we should be." Qin Mai saw the burning fighting spirit in his wife's eyes. Forget it. When Xiaowan was just a girl from the countryside, she voluntarily caught spies. Now she's about to join the army, so catching a fugitive seems quite reasonable, right? Since his wife liked to play, he decided to play along. The couple rode their bikes into the city and headed straight to the criminal investigation team. Captain Wang was very surprised to see Qin Mai and Xia Wan arriving at the criminal investigation unit late at night. "Why are you two here now?" Qin Mai was about to explain, but Captain Wang's gaze fell on the hands they were holding. "What are you doing?" Qin Mai proudly said, "We got married." Captain Wang immediately burst into laughter.
Make sure to tell me about the wedding.
Captain Wang and Xia Wan are quite familiar with each other. Last time they found Zhenghu's body, Captain Wang even reminded Xia Wan not to fall in love too early. Xia Wan eagerly asked, "When did Shiryu run away? Where was the last place she appeared?" When Captain Wang learned that they were helping the criminal investigation team catch a fugitive, he felt ashamed.
It was my oversight.
I didn't expect that a female officer could be so cunning. After understanding the situation, Xia Wan and Qin Mai said, "We'll go to the hospital to check." Captain Wang had just come back from the hospital himself, where he had left some officers to guard. He then said, "I'll go with you. I hope you two can help us find some clues." A nearby officer muttered, "Captain, you haven't eaten all day. Have a bite before we go?" Captain Wang took a metal lunchbox and said, "I'll eat when we get there." The lunchbox was clearly cold. Seeing this, Xia Wan felt a bit sorry and took out 5 large white rabbit candies from her pocket, offering them to Captain Wang. "Please have some first." Captain Wang thought Xia Wan was very generous. "Haha, wedding candies? If it's wedding candies, I definitely have to eat some." Just as he was about to take the candies, Xia Wan pulled her hand back. She picked out 3 candies from her palm, leaving 2 to give to Captain Wang. Wang Heping, resentment level +19, Xia Wan grinned. "We came in such a hurry and didn't bring wedding candies. I'll make it up to you another time." After saying that, she shared the remaining 3 candies with 3 other officers in the office. The group then took a police car to the hospital. The hospital in the night always feels cold and lonely. 2 officers standing at the door were stomping their feet and blowing warm air into their hands. "Still no news?"
No.
"We've guarded several entrances, and there's someone watching the dorms too." Captain Wang turned to Qin Mai and Xia Wan and said, "I've also sent people to the station. Her relative's house has been searched, but we still can't find her. It's like she vanished into thin air." Xia Wan said, "A healthy person can't just disappear. Let's go inside and check." Captain Wang also followed. Xia Wan now wanted to act alone. She said, "Let's split up and look separately. It will be faster." Qin Muyu was worried about her safety. Xia Wan smiled and said, "Shiyu definitely can't beat me. Don't worry." Qin Muyu thought about it and agreed to split up and look for her. Xia Wan pretended to wander around the hospital and reached the back door under a tree. After shaking the trunk a few times, the sparrows above woke up. "Little sparrow, resentment points +1. Little sparrow, resentment points +1. A dozen sparrows gave Xia Wan 10 resentment points. Being disturbed late at night, even the sparrows felt annoyed. But the resentment points of these low-level creatures weren't high. "Do you know where Shiyu went to hide? He went into the morgue this afternoon, but I didn't see him come out." These sparrows, arranged by Xia Wan to keep an eye on Shiyu, naturally knew the last place he appeared. Xia Wan rewarded them with a handful of corn. Instead of rushing into the morgue, she first called Xiao Ji from the mouse hole. A small piece of sausage was their secret signal. Unexpectedly, a white head popped out of the mouse hole. "His Majesty has gone on a mission. Let this humble servant guard the house." "His Majesty? Humble servant? What kind of title is that?" Xia Wan's forehead darkened with frustration. "Good grief, Xiaoji, you little mouse, daring to call yourself Emperor Underground? Does your mouse emperor say where he went on his mission? Are you the Empress Dowager?" The white mouse held its head high, eyes shining with admiration. Xia Wan felt a headache coming on and denied, "No, I am not." The white mouse quickly pulled its head back. A weak voice came from the mouse hole. "His Majesty said only the Empress Dowager can know his whereabouts." In this era, without palace dramas, Xia Wan didn't know where these mice learned such acts. Probably they had a tradition. Perhaps Xiao Ji's family lineage traced back to the Qing dynasty. Reluctantly, To catch Shiyu, Xiaowon had no choice but to accept her role. You're right, I am the Empress Dowager. The white mouse peeked out again, grinning widely and proudly saying, I knew you were the Empress Dowager all along. His Majesty said only the Empress Dowager gives us sausage.
Xiaowon didn't want to waste time.
She tore off a small piece of sausage and threw it at the mouse's feet, saying, Concubine Shi, you can tell this humble servant where His Majesty went on his mission. Concubine Shi? I like that name. From now on, I'll call myself Concubine Shi. If you don't tell me, I'll have His Majesty dismiss you. Empress Dowager, please don't be angry.
I will tell you now.
His Majesty said Shiyu was taken by Zhao Xian. They're hiding at Zhao Xian's house, in room 104, building 2, at the back residential complex. His Majesty is watching over there. Xiaowon finally learned the hiding place of Shiryu and turned to leave. Behind her, consort, she called out, Empress Dowager, please allow His Majesty to bring this servant into the palace. Using her vivid imagination, Xiaowon guessed that entering the palace meant returning to her space. After catching Shiryu tonight, she thought she might not need Xiaoji to come to the hospital anymore. They shouldn't let the couple be separated. Feeling soft-hearted, she turned back, squatted down, and asked, Are you really willing to follow me? Consort, she nodded. His Majesty said that the Empress Dowager is the best person in this world. Following her, our family can enjoy good food and a happy life. At this moment, Xiaowon finally saw that the belly of the white rat was swollen. A nest of rats. She reached out her hand and put consort Shi into her space. She knew the location of the hospital's family courtyard. Xiaowon didn't expect Shiryu to be controlled by Zhao Xian. She had seen Shiryu's notebook and knew that Zhao Xian was a very wicked person. If she went alone to catch Shiryu, she would likely face Zhao Xian. But she didn't want to call for help. She guessed Zhao Xian probably had other valuables hidden at home. If she called Qin Muyue or other police, those valuables would be confiscated. Xiaowon avoided the police and went outside building number 2. She observed the building, which was similar in structure to a military dormitory. Such apartment buildings are crowded and watchful. She really didn't understand how Zhao Xian managed to bring Shiryu home. Zhao Xian's house was on the first floor, and the lights inside were already off. Xiaowon released consort Shi and warned her, Go call your husband out. I have something to ask him. Soon, consort Shi and Xiaoji slipped out. Diji, you're here? Hi, Your Majesty. Xiaoji immediately became timid, lowering his head and explaining with his finger, Gigi, that's just a private moment in someone's room.
Don't laugh at me.
Xiaowon snorted coldly. I, a proper successor of socialism, am being called Empress Dowager? And this is just a private moment in your rat nest? I'll deduct a month's sausage from you. Xiaoji, resentment value plus 699. Xiaowon noticed that Xiaoji might have been in the space for a long time, and his intelligence was fully awakened, so his resentment value was higher than other lower creatures. What's happening inside? The situation inside is intense. Humans are indeed the most fertile species in the animal kingdom. Xiaowon was surprised. Shiryu was the main female lead in the original story, paired with Xiao Ping'an. How could she be involved with someone as shady as Zhao Xian? She must have been forced by Zhao Xian. In her heart, Xiaowon lit a candle for Shiryu. No wonder Shiryu kept increasing her resentment points. Just this evening, Shiryu had contributed over 5,000 resentment points to her. But, speaking of who forced you, it was Zhao Xian. Why are you so angry with me? Xiaowon muttered as she looked at the door of room 104. She lit the incense she had prepared last time and slipped it into the door. The incense has hallucinogenic effects. When inhaled, it causes illusions first, then gradually makes the person faint. The sounds inside the room became even more unbearable. Xiaowon observed that both neighboring rooms on either side of room 104 actually had people living there. But these neighbors could hear the noises from inside, yet no one came out to check. It shows how vicious Zhao Xian usually was. The neighbors didn't dare to interfere. After the noises inside stopped, Xiaowon let Xiaoji take her inside. She didn't turn on the lights. She had a flashlight prepared in her space. The flashlight's beam first shone on the bed curtain. The entire bed curtain was splattered with blood, which made Xia-wan shiver. She initially thought she would see a very filthy scene, but instead, she saw a very bloody one. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Xia-wan's foot kicked an obstacle on the ground. Through the flashlight, she saw clearly that the person lying on the ground was Shiryu. She was completely covered in blood, with a blood clot that looked like flesh near her mouth. Xia-wan trusted her incense very much. She crouched down and checked Shiryu's breathing, confirming she was alive but unconscious. She didn't want to ruin the scene, so she carefully stepped past Shiryu, trying not to get her shoes stained with blood. She took a sickle from her space and pushed aside the mosquito net. A man was lying on the bed, also, with a large piece of flesh bitten off from his neck. Since not much time had passed, the blood from the wound hadn't fully coagulated. This man was Zhao Xian. His expression at death was extremely ferocious. He had died from Shiryu biting through his carotid artery. From their condition, Xia-wan guessed that the incense she had just placed in the room had caused this. Zhao Xian was probably assaulting Shiryu at the time. Under the influence of the incense, Shiryu went berserk and bit through Zhao Xian's carotid artery. When Shiryu tried to get off the bed and escape, she fainted. Xia-wan sighed. To her, any attacker who harmed women deserved death. Whether Shiryu was a bad person or not, Zhao Xian definitely deserved to die. She had already learned from Xiaoji where Zhao Xian kept his valuables. This time, Xia-wan prepared gloves. She put them on and moved a 5-drawer cabinet away from the corner of the wall. Several loose bricks are exposed on the ground. Beneath the bricks are some wooden planks. Zhao Xian's house is on the ground floor. Since the gold bars hidden in the mortuary were stolen, he dug a hole here. After Xia-wan removed the wooden planks, a dark hole was revealed. She used a flashlight to look inside and saw that the hole was about half a person tall. Xia-wan crouched down to reach the bottom of the hole. Inside, there were many items, including boxes and bundles wrapped in oilcloth. She quickly stored everything into her space. She didn't have time to count the items now. After restoring the hole and moving the dresser back to its place, she suddenly realized a problem. The hole Zhao Xian dug was so big that he might not have dared to bring Shiryu home. Instead, he might have planned to harm Shiryu, kill her, and hide her body in this hole. Truly, evil people often meet their match. Now that Zhao Xian is dead, only Xia-wan knows the secret of this hole. The valuables, in a way, benefited Xia-wan. After checking the room carefully to make sure she left no traces, she asked Xiaoji to take her away. To be safe, she had Xiaoji guard the door outside. Then she hurried to the hospital entrance and found Captain Wang. Qin Mai and Captain Wang were together. "Xiaowan, where did you go? I looked all around the hospital and couldn't find you. I was almost worried to death." Qin Mai looked genuinely anxious. He had been negotiating with Captain Wang earlier, asking him to send more people to help find Xia-wan. Captain Wang saw Xia-wan and also complained, "Xiao Xia, you really scared me. You disappeared before we caught the suspect. That would have been a big mistake for me." Xia-wan had been busy earlier and didn't notice the resentment points coming in. Only now, using her mind, she realized she had received a wave of resentment from Qin Mai and Wang Heping. "I just went to the staff quarters. I smelled something strange from one of the rooms. Come check it out with me," Xia-wan said, feeling it was better to be cautious and not let anyone discover her secret. The room indeed had a strong blood stench. The house was not well sealed. When Xia-wan, Qin Mai, and Captain Wang arrived outside room 104 in building 2 of the staff quarters, even Captain Wang could smell a faint trace of blood. It was because Zhao Xian was bitten through the carotid artery, a major artery in the neck. Once it was cut, blood would spray out rapidly, with a large volume. That's why, historically, those who committed decapitation suicides rarely survived. The door was locked from inside. Captain Wang took out his gun and asked another officer to knock. There was no response. Captain Wang signaled to the police officer, who then kicked open the door. A strong smell of blood filled the air. The lights inside the room were turned on. Xiaowan stood outside, watching Captain Wang and his colleagues work, and sighed. It really looks like in the movies. Qin Moi turned to glance at his wife, feeling like she was watching a show. Xiaowan, I actually checked here earlier, but didn't find anything.
You're really sharp, you smelled the blood.
Xiaowan guessed that when Qin Moi arrived, Zhao Xian might not have been dead yet, so he couldn't smell the blood. After confirming the person's identity inside, Captain Wang came out, looking a bit embarrassed, and said to Xiaowan, Xiao Xia, it is indeed Shiryu inside. But she's not wearing any clothes. We only have you here, a female officer. So could you please go in and help her cover up, then bring her out? Qin Moi immediately objected. The scene inside is too bloody and not suitable for Xiaowan to see. Captain Wang, you should quickly call a female officer here. Qin Moi had only looked inside briefly and had been standing in front of Xiaowan the whole time. Now she realized that Qin Moi was worried about her being scared by the scene. If Qin Moi knew she was actually the first to enter the crime scene, he might have had a different reaction. Wanting to not waste her husband's kindness, Xiaowan blinked her big eyes, looked obedient, and hid behind Qin Moi, saying yes, it must be very scary inside. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares if I see it. Captain Wang apologized, I didn't think it through. Xiao Xia is still a new graduate. This scene isn't suitable for her. Tonight, I owe you a big favor. When you have your wedding, make sure to invite me. Qin Moi felt that this matter probably didn't concern them anymore. He looked down and asked Xiaowan for her opinion. Xiaowan, shall we go home? Xiaowan asked Captain Wang. Captain Wang, you won't let Shiryu escape again, right? Wang Heping, resentment level plus 99. The captain's face looked a little strained, and he promised, absolutely not. If she escapes again, I'll quit being the head of the criminal investigation team. Xiaowan held on to Qin Moi, and they walked together into the cold night. First, they went to the police station to get their bicycle, then rode home. Catching Shiryu was a big relief for her. On the way, Xiaowan felt happy and hummed a song while riding. Just as they were about to reach home, she suddenly felt like she had forgotten something. When they got inside, she took a quick trip to the bathroom and entered a small space. I originally wanted to see how much I earned today, but suddenly, Empress, she excitedly asked her, Empress Dowager, where is your majesty?
Ah.
Xiaowan finally remembered what she had forgotten. Little Ji, resentment points plus 999. Poor little Ji was sent by Xiaowan to guard Zhao Xian's door. When it saw someone approaching, it hid in the shadows. Then, it watched helplessly as its boss, holding hands with her beloved husband, left so easily. The worst part was, not only did its boss leave, but she also took her wife and children with her. Imagine little Ji's mental shadow area at this moment. Xiaowan was overwhelmed by little Ji's resentment all night. The next morning, she got up early. Qin Mai wasn't there, so Xiaowan used her mind to check the resentment points collected yesterday. Wow! In just one day, her balance had grown to over 11,000 resentment points. The biggest contributor was Shiryu, who alone provided half of the resentment points. Little Ji was also very helpful, contributing over 3,000 points in just one night. The rest were scattered resentment from others. Xiaowan originally didn't want to go into the space again to face Empress Shi, but her curiosity was too strong. She rushed into the space toward the lottery machine. Each draw cost 100 resentment points. She kept drawing, unable to stop. Fortunately, her ancestors had foreseen this and arranged a 10-draw option. The first 10-draw batch all said thank you for participating. Xiaowan started cursing. Cheater. Despite the curses, she couldn't help but continue drawing. Suddenly, a clattering sound. Something dropped into the item box. Xiaowan picked it up and saw it was a thin jade tablet. She didn't know what it was, so she played with it in her hand. She muttered, rough jade, worth less than 2 coins. How dare you put this in the lottery? The residual soul, which had been sleeping again, maybe annoyed by Xiaowan's noise, finally spoke. You lack knowledge. This is a jade slip. Xiaowan felt awkward. She remembered reading cultivation novels where high-level techniques were recorded in jade slips. She instinctively pressed the jade slip to her forehead. Sure enough, a flood of information poured into her mind. Impermanence Heart Sutra? Is this an internal cultivation technique? She was a bit happy. Finally, a proper cultivation method appeared. Yesterday, she had tested outside. Although there was no spiritual energy outside, she had already been practicing basic techniques in the space for a long time, so her body already contained spiritual energy. She can jump just as high outside, but probably not for long. After learning this technique, she thought her internal spiritual energy might increase. Xiaowan decided to practice more whenever she had free time. She kept drawing lots, but after 5-10 draws in a row, she got nothing. On the 6th try, she finally received a piece of jade slip. This time, it was the Earth Escape technique from the 5 element spells. If she learns this, can she dig underground? Thinking that money is useless if not spent, Xiaowan used all her resentment points at once. She only got a body cleansing pill. She thought, since one pill made my skin so good, maybe another will make me even more beautiful. She decisively ate the pill. But nothing happened. Fraud. Explain to me why your body cleansing pill is useless now. Xiachi, resentment points plus 199. Disobedient descendant, stop calling me a fraud. Body cleansing and marrow cleansing only need to be done once. No one does it every day. Do you think it's laundry? Xia Wan, who originally had over 10,000 resentment points, suddenly felt like she was back to square one. She was annoyed, but also thought that the residual soul might have a point. She argued, "You knew I could only take it once, so why did you trick me into using my resentment points?" The residual soul sighed. In the era of spiritual energy, the body cleansing pill is a rare treasure. If you can't eat it yourself, you can give it to someone around you. Xiaowan thought yes, she didn't care about others. She should give one to Qin Mai. Even if he can't cultivate, at least it can strengthen his body, right? Last night, she got a lot of things from Zhao Xian, but she hadn't had time to check what they all were. She moved the boxes and oilcloth packages into the house. She opened each one. There were jade bracelets, gold rings, ruby necklaces, antique porcelain bowls, antique vases, antique clocks, porcelain pillows, embroidered shoes. A variety of items, mostly stolen from other people's homes, by Zhao Xian. Most of them were gold and silver jewelry. She didn't know exactly what era they were from, but some were definitely antiques. After her last body cleansing, she absorbed most of the spiritual energy in her space. This morning, she found that the spiritual energy had not only recovered, but was even denser than before. Xiaowan roughly understood why antiques could boost the spiritual energy in her space. Since antiques are objects that have endured the passage of time, this space should also require time to absorb the spiritual energy of past eras. That's why the older the items, the stronger their effect on the space's energy. However, this isn't something Xiaowan is concerned about. In 10 years, the antique craze will gradually rise, and by then, the antiques in her space will be worth a lot of money. She'll be rich. She doesn't have time to carefully appraise their value. She simply piles them in the corner of the second room. Don't steal my things. I keep track of everything. If you dare to steal, I will break your lucky draw machine. Xiachi, resentment points plus 299, Xiaowan threatened, and surprisingly, she could hear the faint panting of a residual soul, indicating she was truly angered. Xiaowan left the space. She didn't spend much time there. When she went downstairs, she saw that her family was still at home. It then occurred to her that today was the weekend. Xiaowan, why don't you sleep a little longer? Qin Mai brought breakfast back from the cafeteria. Isn't today the day we're supposed to check out the new house? Xiaowan found a reasonable excuse. Xia Dahong was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, and reading the newspaper. When he saw Xiaowan come downstairs, he kindly said, "In 2 days, you'll be joining the army. You should rest well." Xiaowan felt a bit excited at the thought of joining the army in 2 days. But after enlisting, she knew her time wouldn't be as free as it is now. After breakfast, she and Qin Mai went to check out the dormitory. As soon as they opened the door, They smelled of fresh varnish. Xiaowan covered her nose and took a quick look around. The furniture was all finished, made of natural wood with a clear varnish coating. The house was a bit small, but thanks to the space-saving design of the custom furniture, it didn't feel crowded. The walls were freshly painted white, as pure as paper. The floor was polished with inkstone stone, shiny like a mirror. Such a pity. The smell of the paint still needs some time to dissipate.
I almost want to move in right now, she said.
They decided to hold their wedding on New Year's Day, so they could move into the new house then. The military wives living in the apartment building came to see the new place, one after another. Everyone praised how stylish their little home was, especially the custom cabinet. Several families asked Xiaowan for the plans, saying they also wanted to make one. Xiaowan didn't keep anything to herself and happily shared everything. She and Qin Mai brought plenty of wedding candies and handed them out to neighbors. Everyone knew they had already registered their marriage and planned to get married on New Year's Day. They all said they would definitely attend. Of course, there were some voices of disagreement. That chubby auntie, Li Yufeng, is quite annoyed with Xiaowan. After Xiaowan and Qin Mai left, she whispered behind their backs, I heard that this young Xia is just a troublemaker. She may be the daughter of teacher Xia, but she was raised in the countryside. As soon as she came to the city, she caused teacher Xia to divorce. She even drove away her stepmother and the siblings brought by her stepmother. Someone so powerful, I dare not get close to her. The news of Shah Dahong's divorce was known in the family courtyard. No one discussed it openly, but there were many rumors behind their backs. The incidents involving Fan Yong in the military group had been investigated. The female educated youth who had originally dared not report him after learning that Fan Yong was arrested became bolder. They secretly approached the work team and exposed Fan Yong's crimes. 7 female educated youths had been persecuted by Fan Yong. Fan Yong had already been sentenced to death. Shah Dahong's quick divorce kept him from being involved. Due to certain reasons, the trial was not made public, so outsiders didn't know. The gossiping sisters-in-law in the courtyard were even less likely to know. They all believed that Shah Dahong's divorce was caused by Xiaowan coming home and causing trouble. Even the sisters-in-law who seemed friendly with Xiaowan secretly felt a bit afraid of her. However, Xiaowan didn't know these things, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She and Qin Mai went to the city to buy new curtains, bedding, and other household items. Qin Mai insisted on buying Xiaowan a new watch. A ticket from Qin's father had a watch voucher. Xiaowan chose a female wristwatch from Shanghai, costing 150 yuan. After shopping, Xiaowan told Qin Mai to go home first with the things. She said she needed to visit the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but actually, she went to the hospital to pick up Xiaoji. When Xiaoji crawled out of the mouse hole, it was teary-eyed. Big sister, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Xiaowan still felt a little guilty.
How could that be?
I came to pick you up, didn't I? During this time, Xiaoji had been living well with Xiaowan, eating good food and gaining wisdom, becoming quite confident. It had started to get a bit arrogant, calling itself the Mouse Emperor in the hospital's mouse nest. But after experiencing a forgotten night last night, Xiaoji felt what it was like to be abandoned. If Xiaowan didn't want it anymore, it would just be an ordinary mouse. Maybe one day, if it went out by accident, it could be killed by someone. The once proud Emperor Mouse retreated into space and began to feel sad. The concubine, she tried to comfort him, but he still couldn't smile. Your Majesty, what's bothering you? She asked softly.
Sure.
In front of the Empress Dowager. Don't call me Your Majesty. Is the Empress Dowager going to take away your throne? Not exactly, but... The little mouse looked at concubine, she's belly worried. After the babies are born, if one of them wins the favor of the eldest, my position might not be safe. My ancestors really came from the palace, and I've heard stories about 9 sons competing for the heir. Now, I also feel anxious, afraid that my sons might replace me in Xiaowan's heart. Xiaowan didn't realize that her careless forgetfulness caused such deep hurt to the little mouse. When she returned home at noon, she found out Qin Mai had been called away. It was said Captain Wang made the call. Xiaowan was worried that something might have happened with Xiu. Later that evening, Qin Mai returned and explained that Captain Wang had asked him to pick someone up. It's Xiao Ping'an. After hearing about Xiu, he went to the criminal police brigade to cause trouble. Captain Wang called the team, and the team leader asked me to bring him back and talk some sense into him. Don't you have a grudge with him? Why are you trying to persuade him? I didn't persuade him. I went over, gave him a good beating, and then brought him back to the unit. We can't let him embarrass our team. Xiaowan could imagine how upset Xiao Ping'an must have been after hearing about Xiu. Xiao Ping'an had been trying to repair his relationship with Qin Mai and was especially polite to Xiaowan, but she didn't really feel anything for him. As for Qin Mai, he often spoke harsh words, but from his expression, it seemed he still felt some sympathy for Xiao Ping'an. Mai, were you really brothers with Xiao Ping'an? Qin Mai sighed and said, We've been fighting since we were in diapers. If his mother hadn't caused so much trouble, we might have been brothers. It was clear that Qin Mai's feelings for Xiao Ping'an were complicated. Xiaowan remembered from the original story that after Qin Mai sacrificed himself, Xiao Ping'an risked his life to recover his body. She couldn't judge their friendship easily. Xiaowan would never let Qin Mai get into trouble, so the scene from the past wouldn't happen again. She wondered if these two might someday resolve their differences. Recently, new soldiers had been arriving at the training camp. About half of the recruits from the Southwest Military District were training in Nancheng, totaling over 10,000 soldiers. There are only 200 female soldiers. Xiaowan arrived the day before the official registration deadline, carrying a small backpack. Many new recruits from Nancheng, like her, came on their own. She also saw Su Bing. Su Bing had already completed his enlistment procedures and was supposed to follow an experienced soldier as a guide. When he saw Xiaowan, he grinned widely and waved desperately at her, but she pretended not to see. A local female soldier nearby, who was also carrying a box, bumped into Xiaowan and asked, Is that your boyfriend? Xiaowan was about to say no, when the officer handling her paperwork told her, Comrade Xiaowan, you are assigned to the 118th Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad of the new recruits camp. Your squad leader, Lu Danyang, is already waiting for you in the dormitory. Carrying her small bag, Xiaowan hurried to the dorm. Only she was missing from the 3rd Squad. The others looked at her with curiosity as she entered. The entire 1st Platoon was made up of medics, who would go to the battlefield. Although they were female soldiers, physical fitness was still important. Unlike artistic soldiers, most medics came from rural areas. They were selected for their good grades and strong bodies. They could do farm work at home, and on the front lines, they carried heavy medical kits and braved gunfire to save lives, making them seem more reliable. So, the girls in her squad looked quite ordinary, mostly with healthy wheat-colored or darker skin. Only Xiaowan looked like a delicate flower, with very fair skin and a slender, graceful figure, truly a beauty. Comrade, are you in the wrong dorm? Asked an older female soldier. Xiaowan immediately guessed that she was her squad leader, Lu Danyang, from her basic training days. She saluted properly and said, Report, Squad Leader Lu Danyang, Private Xiaowan reporting. Lu Danyang was a bit surprised. She knew her squad roster well. She had thought someone from the arts unit had entered the wrong dorm, but it turned out to be her own squad member. The salute was very formal. What did that mean? As a veteran, she knew well. This Xiaowan must come from a military family, or she wouldn't look so delicate, yet be chosen as a medic. Comrade Xiaowan, you haven't gone through the rank ceremony yet, so you can't call yourself a private. The bed in the innermost bunk is yours. The desk facing it is available for your use. Locker number 10 is yours. Your bedding and uniform have already been taken back for you. In front of everyone, Xiaowan put her small backpack into her locker. She saw her bed neatly made with the bedding folded tightly, like a block of tofu, with 2 new sets of military uniforms placed on top. Seeing that no one was sitting on their beds, Xiaowan also sat down on a small stool, mimicking everyone else. Clearly, because of her arrival, an awkward atmosphere filled the dormitory. To break the silence, Xiaowan spoke in a local dialect. My mom is from An County, Renjia village. I grew up there. She introduced herself honestly, but she deliberately kept her experiences after moving to the city private, and she didn't reveal her father, who was a military officer, or her husband, who was a battalion commander. When she first arrived in this world, she was full of fear and needed to cling to others for survival. But now, she wanted to rely on her own efforts to stand firm. When the others heard that Xiaowan was from the countryside, the atmosphere relaxed immediately. Xiaowan even heard someone take a deep breath in relief. A round-faced girl from the neighboring bed stretched her neck and greeted her first. "Oh, I'm also from In County. We're fellow villagers."
My name is Sun Yueya.
"Xiaowan, why is your face so pale? Don't you do farm work at home?" It wasn't that Xiaowan was hiding her identity on purpose. She understood that in a group, sharing similar backgrounds was important. Since everyone was from the countryside, claiming to be from a military compound made her stand out and could lead to rejection. The other girls also started chatting, and the atmosphere in the class became friendly. Class leader Lu Danyang let out a sigh of relief. She was somewhat suspicious of Xiaowan's words, but didn't ask too much. She was assigned to lead this new recruit class, and if there was a strange person among them, it would be hard to manage. Lu Danyang clapped her hands and said, "Now, let's elect a deputy class leader. This is just a temporary position in the new recruit camp, but it can help develop personal skills. I recommend Comrade Xiaowan for this role. I saw her perform her military salute very correctly just now, so everyone should learn from her." The other girls had no objections, and on her first day in the army, Xiaowan became the deputy class leader. "Class leader, how many years have you been in the army? Have you been to the battlefield?" The new recruits asked Lu Danyang curiously. Lu Danyang replied, "I joined during the self-defense counterattack at Jinbao Island. It's been over 4 years now. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to go to the front lines yet." Xiaowan remembers that the Jintao Island self-defense counterattack war was in 1969. During the 4 years in between, we only had some military actions on the southwestern border. It was normal for medical soldiers like Lu Danyang not to have a chance to go to the battlefield. Later, Lu Danyang talked to everyone about internal rules and taught them how to organize their quarters. Before they knew it, evening arrived. A loud military horn sounded, and everyone gathered on the playground. Xiaowan had already changed into a new military uniform. The female soldiers' company in the new recruit camp was led by a male officer named Gao Jian. The instructor was a woman named Fong Dongling. Gao Jian shouted at the front of the formation, "Female soldiers, line up. Form a standard formation.
Turn left. March.
1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. The girls started chattering and pushing each other, walking unevenly. Xiaowan walked confidently at the front, with her head held high, while Sun Yueya behind her kept stepping on her heels. Lu Danyang, at the back, was trying not to sweat. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, "Stop." Because some people stopped quickly and others slowly, the formation almost collapsed. "What do you all look like? Do you think this is a market? Who was talking just now? Step forward and stand out." The girls were intimidated by Gao Jian's commanding presence. Those who had spoken earlier timidly took a step forward and left the formation. Gao Jian turned to instructor Fong Dongling and said, "Write down all their names. Tomorrow morning, they will do an extra 3 kilometers of running." The girls were so frightened they fell silent, and no one dared to speak in the formation anymore. The banner that said "Welcome New Comrades" still swayed in the sunset glow. The new soldiers had already begun their first training. Gao Jian stood proudly at the front of the formation, looking coldly at the female soldiers. He said, "Once you join the army, gender doesn't matter. You are all soldiers and you must meet the standards of soldiers. If you can't endure hardship or pain, then get out now." The female soldiers were stunned, especially those who were artistic soldiers. Many looked disapproving. Then Gao Jian explained the training assessment standards. Those who didn't meet the standards would be sent back. The disapproving female soldiers showed serious expressions, but some still didn't take Gao Jian seriously. After speaking, the formation moved to line up outside the dining hall. The troops ate in order according to their company numbers. Those who hadn't yet taken their turn waited outside. Meanwhile, Other companies had already started singing military songs. Gao Jian shouted, "Whoever is standing at the front of the line, start singing the women's army song." Xiaowan didn't realize that Gao Jian was talking about herself. It wasn't until Gao Jian walked up to her and saw her give another command that she understood. The women's army song? It seems to be a part of the Red Detachment of Women. Xiaowan had heard of it, but she didn't know how to sing it. She started to feel nervous. In this era, movies were rare, and Red Detachment of Women was very popular. If she said she couldn't sing, would she be seen as a spy? It's like in later times. If you ask someone how much a cup of royal liquor costs and they can't answer 180, they might be reported as a spy. Squad leader, I can't sing. Gao Jian was surprised. He looked at Xiaowan and realized he hadn't noticed she was a medic. He only thought she was very striking and might be an art soldier. During the assembly, Xiaowan was in the medic team but looked more eye-catching than the art soldiers, which drew some attention. Many wondered why such a beautiful girl wasn't chosen as an art soldier. Now that she said she couldn't sing, they looked at her with disdain. In the army, art soldiers and female soldiers often felt superior. They were pretty, had less dangerous work, good pay, and a chance to marry higher-ranking officers. Medics, in their eyes, did tough, dirty work and looked quite ordinary. The female soldier who greeted Xiaowan earlier was named Lu Shiqi, an art soldier. She also stood at the front and saluted, saying, "Squad leader, I can sing the women's army song." Gao Jian, a rough man who didn't understand these soldiers' feelings, waved his hand and said, "Then you start." Lu Shiqi, whose neck was already long, held her head high like a proud green swan. Forward, forward. The soldier's duty is heavy. Women's grievances run deep. Her singing began, and cold sweat dripped down Xiaowan's forehead. She quietly sang along in the team, feeling the gaze behind her and growing nervous, worried others might think she was a spy. When everyone finished singing the last line, the group fell silent. Then, only Xiaowan was humming alone. Women's grievances run deep. Gao Jian, resentment value plus 99. Lu Danyang, resentment value plus 199. Before lights out, the girls lay on their beds, whispering, "Squad leader is so strict. He probably won't really punish us tomorrow, right?" Xiaowan and Lu Danyang are the only two in the class whose names haven't been remembered. Isn't it just 3 kilometers? Every time I go to town, I have to walk more than 10 miles. That's true, but we're not afraid. Luckily, Xiaowan, your name hasn't been remembered. Xiaowan was suddenly mentioned. To show she was friendly, she promised, "I'll go with you." Other girls quickly said, "We understand your kindness, but you don't need to. You seem to stay at home and not do much work. Focus on yourself first." Even the class monitor, Lu Danyang, said, "Xiaowan, it's good to support your comrades, but starting tomorrow, the training will be more than just these 3 kilometers." Xiaowan thought everyone was kind, so she didn't say anything. Next door, Sun Yuya whispered, "Do you think our squad leader looks like that famous hero from the movie?" Sun Yuya was talking about the main character of a film, who was a hero idol for young women today. Other girls argued, "No way, that person's eyes are much bigger than our squad leaders." Xiaowan found it funny. She realized that even with different times, girls love to talk about similar topics. This made her nostalgic for her university days when she lived in the dorms. After lights out, Instructor Fong Dongling came to check rooms one by one, and everyone hushed up. Xiaowan lay in bed, unable to sleep. She wondered what Qin Mai was doing now, and if he was thinking of her. Actually, Qin Mai was thinking of her. His wife had gone to basic training, so he didn't stay at the Xia family home. He still lived in his company dorm. But even though they had only been married a short time, after being used to warmth and comfort, returning to a single dorm felt strange and made it hard to sleep. As she tossed and turned, a communications soldier knocked on the door. "Commander Qin, there's an urgent call for you." Qin Mai jumped out of bed, put on a coat, and hurried out of the dorm. "Qin Mai, you need to assemble in the provincial city immediately." It was a call from Captain Chu Jiangnan of the Special Operations Team. Usually, Qin Mai's team handled affairs around Nancheng. Since Nanchung is a military area, a few team members were stationed there permanently. Such urgent assemblies usually meant a big case or an important external mission. Chiang Mai didn't hesitate. He quickly contacted his liaison in Nanchung called the squad leader and then set out. Under the dark night, some people rushed toward danger, while others slept soundly in their dreams. 3 short and long signals sounded 3 times. Squad leader Liu Danyang was the first to jump down from the upper bunk and shout, "Hurry! Urgent assembly!" Xia Wan, who had experience in university military training, guessed that something like this might happen tonight. Before going to sleep, she neatly folded her clothes and placed them at the foot of the bed. After the whistle sounded, she quickly finished dressing and put on her shoes and socks, just a moment after Liu Danyang. During basic training, no combat gear was issued, and the items needed for emergency assembly were similar to those used in military training. Xia Wan swiftly folded her quilt and strapped on her backpack. The other girls in the bunk were still fussing and moving around. "Where are my pants? Where are my shoes?" Xia Wan was already tidying her appearance, while Sun Yueya was crying out because she couldn't find her pants. Xia Wan bent down, picked up a pair of pants from under her bed, and handed them to her. Liu Danyang also finished tidying up and was helping the other girls fold their quilts. Xia Wan helped Sun Yueya pack her things, and Sun Yueya said, "Xia Wan, you go down first."
Don't worry about me.
Xia Wan slung her backpack over her shoulder and ran to the meeting point downstairs. "Very good," for minutes and 15 seconds. Gao Jianzheng looked at his watch as he timed. Xia Wan was actually the first in the entire squad to arrive. Gao Jian and Fong Dongling both looked at Xia Wan with deep respect. The squad leaders from each class were probably helping their comrades and arrived a little later than Xia Wan, but all reached the meeting point within the allotted time. When the 5-minute emergency period ended, Gao Jian frowned at the few dozen people in front of him. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that more people started arriving. By the 15th minute, Gao Jian no longer waited for others. "Everyone, face to the right. Forward march. Turn left and run in step. Everyone, carry your load and run 10 laps. Those who were late just now, run 10 more laps." Xia Wan started walking and ran around the track. This military track wasn't a standard 400 meters per lap. She estimated it was at least 800 meters per lap. 10 laps would be 8 kilometers. If it had been the old Xia Wan, she wouldn't even run 1,000 meters without collapsing. But now, things were different. After practicing the space cultivation technique, her body had undergone huge changes. Even without using spiritual power, running 10 kilometers was no problem. However, she didn't want others to notice her difference. She had been blending into the team, pretending to be just an ordinary soldier. At first, she was at the front, leading the group, but later some comrades overtook her. She didn't chase after them, just kept her own pace. Sun Yueya came over and casually thanked her. "Xia Wan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been punished to run more than 10 laps. Most people were punished to run 10 laps, which meant running 20 in total. Those who didn't assemble within 15 minutes would definitely face harsher punishment." Sure enough, after finishing the first lap and returning to the original gathering spot, about a dozen girls were being punished with deep squats and jumps. She had to do deep squat jumps while listening to Gao Jian scold people. Several female soldiers cried. After finishing 20 laps, they would still have to run more. "Hey, aren't those all cultural soldiers? Haha, look at them. Do they look like rabbits? I think they look like kangaroos." The female soldiers running nearby burst into laughter. Xia Wan looked at the punished soldiers with some sympathy. Being punished with deep squat jumps in front of so many people was like public punishment. No wonder Sun Yueya only got 10 laps and even felt superior because of it. Gao Jian saw the team pass by and shouted angrily, "Run. If you can't finish the task, get out of here." The girls didn't dare to joke anymore and hurried to pass by. In the first lap, everything was fine. These female soldiers were all physically fit, so few fell behind. By the second lap, things started to look worse. The city-born cultural soldiers began to lean on their hips, gasp for air, slow down, and some even started walking. The comrades in the third squad were still doing well. None fell behind. But after 5 laps, everyone stopped talking. Siawon kept running at a steady pace, not speeding up or falling behind, staying close to Sun Yueya. Sun Yueya's face was covered in sweat, her round face red like a Fuji apple. She panted and said to Siawon, "Siawon, you can't run anymore, right? If you can't, give me your backpack, I'll carry it for you." Siawon felt a bit tired, but it wasn't because she was exhausted from running. She was pretending to be tired for her secret. She needed to observe everyone while acting. She couldn't hide her blush, but she secretly took some water from her space and wiped her hair and face. Her steps couldn't be steady anymore. She occasionally leaned on her hips or arched her back, so tiring. Now that superstitions were being strictly suppressed, if they found out she was practicing, she might be taken for research or even accused of being a demon or ghost. Sun Yueya offered to carry her backpack, which moved Siawon deeply. She helped Sun Yueya and said, "Yueya, I can hold on a bit longer. Keep going, you can do it." Panting, Sun Yueya said, "Okay, if you really can't hold on, tell me and I'll help you." Feeling guilty, Siawon deliberately lagged half a step behind Sun Yueya and secretly helped carry her backpack. Sun Yueya still had energy to boast, "Siawon, I tell you, I'm the fastest runner in our village. Look at me. The more I run, the heavier my backpack gets, but I get lighter and lighter." Siawon quietly loosened her grip. Sun Yueya, resentment level plus 199. After completing 10 laps, Siawon and Lu Danyang both returned to the meeting point to rest. To make the scene more realistic, Siawon staggered and sat on the ground. Gao Jian shouted at her, "Get up, stand aside." No sitting on the ground. Siawon looked up and glared at Gao Jian, feeling he was a bit like a tyrant. Gao Jian impatiently continued shouting, "Siawon, stand up. What are you looking at?" Siawon silently stood up and brushed the dust off her pants. Lu Danyang pulled her aside to rest. Siawon quietly asked, "How old is Lieutenant Gao?" Lu Danyang blurted out, 25. Siawon looked up. "Huh. How do you remember his age so clearly?" Lu Danyang's face was already red from running, so it was hard to tell if she was embarrassed. "We're all veterans, of course we know," she replied. Siawon sensed there was something fishy. Lu Danyang, however, asked cautiously, "Why do you want to know?" Siawon complained, "He's only in his 20s? I thought he was past his prime." Lu Danyang, being a medic, understood what prime meant, but that phrase wasn't common back then. After thinking for a moment, Siawon understood her meaning. "Siawon, your comparison
is quite unique," she said.
Both of them knew that if Gao Jian wasn't strict enough, he wouldn't be able to lead these female soldiers well. "Did you see those artistic soldiers?" After just a few laps, they were staggering all over the field, refusing to get up and run again. Gao Jian waved his baton and ran around the field, chasing after them like herding ducks, urging the female soldiers to get up and continue running. Lu Danyang told Siawon, "You rest first. I'll go help a few of our squad." Seeing Lu Danyang run back onto the track, she took the backpack of the slowest in their squad, Ding Yen, and ran with her. Siawon hesitated for a moment, then ran back to continue supporting Sun Yueya's backpack. This time, she was more subtle, leaving half the weight for Sun Yueya. "Hey, Siawon, aren't you done running?" Sun Yueya asked. "I'm running with you," Siawon replied simply. Sun Yueya felt the weight on her back lighten and exclaimed, "Revolutionary friendship fills me with strength." Siawon observed that Sun Yueya still had energy and silently loosened her grip. Sun Yueya, resentment points plus 99, she thought. She moved to Liu Bei's side to help carry her backpack. Liu Bei was a thin, dark girl, similar to how Siawon looked back in Rinjia village, probably from poor nutrition at home. She was already a full circle behind Sun Yueya. Not everyone is as slow as Sun Yueya. Liu Bei immediately felt lighter.
"Thank you, Wan. Thank you."
"No need, I can do it myself." Although she looked like she could collapse at any moment, the girl stubbornly refused Wan's help. Wan didn't want to insist, just about to continue looking for her classmates, when she heard a voice shouting at Gao Jian, "I won't get up." How could she rest and then run again? One looked toward the voice and saw Lu Shiqi lying on the ground, refusing to get up. The direction she pointed was exactly where Wan was. Gao Jian glanced at Wan, frowned, and said, "Once you're done, stay aside. What are you causing trouble for here?" Wan felt her kindness was being wasted and angrily stepped off the track. Before the squad leader issued the dismissal order, she couldn't go back to the dormitory. Wan boredly kicked a stone on the ground. Instructor Fong Dongling approached kindly and asked, "Comrade Wan, is your family in the military?" Wan was surprised. Had she been caught? She quickly pretended to be tired, pressing her chest and gasping, "My mother is a rural woman, and my stepfather is a farmer. I've been running all over the mountains since I was little." Fong Dongling looked surprised. "I saw you were the fastest to assemble. How did you do it? Maybe later you can tell everyone?" One didn't want to stand out. She said, "Because I was homesick last night and couldn't sleep, I stayed awake the whole time." Fong Dongling, resentment value plus 99. The instructor's expression showed some disappointment. She had wanted to set an example for everyone to learn from, to give everyone someone to chase after, but now she understood. Fong Dongling lost interest in Wan. For the first time, Wan felt that having exceptional abilities could also be a burden. When half the group finished running, Gao Jian announced the end of the session. The remaining people continued to run. Wan and the others could go have breakfast. After breakfast was political study, and in the afternoon, a new round of training. A week passed so busily. Wan finally managed to become an ordinary person, blending in with the crowd. She just wanted to get through basic training smoothly and then start professional training. Her goal was to attend the military medical university, and she didn't want to be discovered as a fitness freak or recruited into some chaotic group. But she didn't know that her dear husband had already talked to the captain of the Special Forces team about her. After Chiang Mai arrived in the provincial capital, he learned about a major incident. A high-ranking official from the neighboring province suddenly hanged himself on his own drainpipe for no apparent reason. Due to this person's special status, suspicion fell on espionage, but it was also possible that someone from his own team was involved, so an investigation across provinces was ordered. That senior official is from the police system, so besides their involvement, the military special operations team was also brought in. Chiang Mai was recently involved in several cases with the police, so Chu Jiangnan quickly recruited him to join the special task force. The military vehicle from the special team was driving along the road through the Qinling Mountains. Chiang Mai was driving, and Chu Jiangnan sat in the front passenger seat. Chu Jiangnan asked, "I heard you married Xia Wan?" Chiang Mai looked ahead and replied, "Our marriage report was approved by you, wasn't it?" Chu Jiangnan lit a cigarette, looking very tired. "We have secretly assessed Comrade Xia Wan and believe she is suitable for the special team. But higher-ups worry that, since she is a woman, her physical strength might not match the demanding work." Chiang Mai thought this was a bit unfair. He knew how strong Xia Wan was, but he didn't say anything. Chu Jiangnan continued, "So, we need to keep training her physical and military skills. Don't tell her for now. We hope she performs well in the upcoming new soldier training. After that, we'll arrange special training for her." Before dating Xia Wan, Chiang Mai really wanted her to join the special team. Now that she was his wife, he was worried she might suffer. He said, "Xia Wan's dream is to be a military doctor. She might not want to join the special team." Chu Jiangnan was unconcerned. "We already found out that Xia Wan is studying traditional Chinese medicine. She apprenticed under Dr. Su Xingbai from Chuanfu Hall and might become the successor to the Su family's medical skills. She also studied veterinary medicine and has a special affinity for animals. Because of these skills, she is exactly the kind of talent we need." Chiang Mai knew his wife was amazing, but hearing others praise her made him feel better. He slightly smiled, eyes full of warmth, and softly said, Chu Jiangnan was amused by his indifferent look. "Stop acting like a lovesick fool." Chiang Mai glanced at Chu Jiangnan sideways and said coldly, "I have nothing in common with someone like you, who can't even get a wife." Suddenly, Xia Wan received a message about her resentment points, 259, and found it a bit strange.
Chu Jiangnan.
Wasn't he the special team leader who awarded her last time? Why was he thinking about her? Why did she have resentment points? Could it be because she kept solving major cases and took credit away from their special team? Xiaowon reminded herself, stay low, stay low. Meanwhile, Chu Jiangnan was still trying to brainwash Qin Moi. He looked out the window with a worried expression and said, I heard that the Qinling Mountains are the dragon vein of our China. There have been enemy agents trying to up the Qinling Mountains to destroy our vital energy. But those are just small fry, not worth fearing. Recently, Western countries have been encouraging neighboring countries to clash with us frequently. Our special operations team will have a heavy workload, and the chance of team members getting hurt will increase. If we had a skilled military doctor with us, our chances of success when entering the southwestern rainforest would be much higher. After hearing this, Qin Moi found it hard to argue. The country's interests come first. Even if he personally didn't want his wife to suffer, fighting alongside her was also a kind of romance, wasn't it? Finally, the first weekend arrived. Most people wouldn't leave the army. Like Xiaowon, a local soldier, if she wanted to go home, she still needed to ask her squad leader for leave. Gao Jian didn't make things difficult for Xiaowon and quickly approved her leave. Why isn't Xiaowon's file among the new recruits? Gao Jian and Fong Dongling both noticed the problem. All the new soldiers' files had arrived at the training camp, except for Xiaowon's. Fong Dongling said, I called the political review office. They said Xiaowon's file is being reviewed by a higher-level unit. Gao Jian frowned. Could she have any issues? He didn't even consider the possibility that Xiaowon might join the special operations team. The team only selected the best among the military elite. Even he wasn't qualified. How could a young girl like Xiaowon be part of it? If any of the new recruits had special talents or backgrounds, their files would have been sent to the training camp, probably with a security level that prevented unauthorized access. It's probably nothing serious. Maybe her family background isn't great, or a relative is under investigation, Fong Dongling thought. Since Xiaowon was approved to enlist, her political review must have been fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Gao Jian, however, became especially concerned about Xiaowon. He couldn't allow potential dangers to infiltrate the revolutionary team, could he? But he also didn't want to falsely accuse a good comrade. Xiaowon took her leave slip and returned to her dorm, packed her small bag, and prepared to go home. Sun Yueya asked Xiaowon, isn't her family also in county? Why are you going all the way back home?
Xiaowon replied, I'm visiting relatives.
In her mind, her biological father, Xie Dahong, was at most just a relative. This was only because Xie Dahong had recently tried to make amends. Before, he could only be considered an enemy. As Xiaowon stepped out of the door, she ran into Lu Shiqi. Over the past week, everyone agreed that the two most beautiful soldiers in the new recruit camp were Xiaowon and Lu Shiqi. Many even thought Xiaowon was prettier than Lu Shiqi. This made Lu Shiqi feel very upset. She was an art soldier, and being compared to a medical soldier made her feel unfair. People who didn't know the details would just think all the new soldiers were odd-looking. Lu Shiqi paid special attention to Xiaowon. When she saw Xiaowon leave, she stopped her out of curiosity and asked, I heard your family is from the countryside. Do you want to visit the city? Want me to show you around? Xiaowon wasn't interested in Lu Shiqi's childish attitude. She calmly said no and tried to walk past her. Lu Shiqi felt ignored and angrily muttered behind her, You country bumpkin, do you even know where the city shops are? It's so late now. Where will you stay tonight? Just then, Su Bing rode by on his bicycle, caught up with Xiaowon, and the two seemed to be talking. Xiaowon got on Su Bing's bike, leaving Lu Shiqi with a distant figure walking away. Lu Shiqi looked like she had discovered a huge secret. A group of art soldiers passing by asked her, Lu Shiqi, what are you looking at? She, full of curiosity, said, Look over there. I'll tell you, that's Xiaowon and a local soldier from the new recruit camp. TSK, look at how impressive they are. She just got to the city and is already hanging out with a local guy. Are they going to spend the night at his place? The other soldiers only saw a man and a woman in military uniform walking away in the distance, so they couldn't see their faces clearly. But even so, some bad rumors started spreading. The 2nd Division's territory was huge. The family quarters were at least a half-hour walk from the new recruit camp. Last time, Qin Muyu rode his bike to take Xiaowan to the gate, but she didn't ride her own bike. There were no buses or anything inside, so Xiaowan chose to ride Su Bing's bike home. Xiaowan, now that you're a medical soldier, if I go to the battlefield and something happens, you have to come save me. Bah, bah, bah. Why don't you wish for yourself to be better? I'm just joking. Next week, we'll start live-fire shooting practice. Have you ever fired a real gun? No, I haven't. Haha, let me tell you, my dad trained me with guns since I was a kid. I'll definitely be the best shot. Our female soldiers, I wonder if we'll be issued live rounds or not. It's okay. I won't give you live practice. I'll ask my dad to arrange some training this weekend. Su Bing, carefree as always, used to consider Xiaowan as a brother. Now that they are both comrades, talking about it is really exciting. When Xiaowan returned home, her father, Xia Dahong, hadn't finished work yet. Aunt Zhou saw Xiaowan come back and kept saying, "You've lost weight. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Are you tired? Go rest now." With Aunt Zhou around, Xiaowan really felt like she had a home. "Zhou, auntie, has Mai come back these days?" "No, I heard from teacher Xia that Mai went on a business trip. Xiaowan had been planning to eat meat tonight, but oh well, the monk's meat is gone." Still, it was good because she finally had quiet time to practice alone. After dinner, she locked the door and entered her space. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiaoji sitting alone on the field edge, gazing at the distant farmland. His back looked lonely and sad. Huh, this rat who claims to be the emperor has style. What kind of pose is your majesty striking? Concubine, she was pregnant and moved to Xiaowan's feet, looking up and saying, reporting to the empress, "Your majesty said he is always guarding the medicinal fields so that the hens won't damage the herbs and crops." Xiaowan chuckled and called Xiaoji over. "Come here, stop striking a pose. Aren't you afraid I might forget about you again? I know your loyalty now, I won't abandon you anymore." Xiaoji happily ran back, circling Xiaowan's feet, acting cute and flattering her. "Boss, I haven't seen you in a week. I'm really worried. Look, I've taken good care of everything inside here. The chickens are fed, and some hens are sitting on nests to hatch chicks. I even help them after they lay eggs. I watch over the medicinal fields every day, making sure they don't eat anything they shouldn't." Xiaowan noticed that this time when she entered the space, it was much tidier than before. It seemed Xiaoji and his mate had put in real effort. She calmed the two rats and let Xiaoji out to play. She also discovered that since the last time 10 gold bars were swallowed, the space's functions had upgraded. Now she could see and hear outside conditions from inside, so Xiaoji no longer needed to stand guard. This week, Xiaowan had accumulated over 5,000 resentment points. The main source was actually Shiryu. It seemed that Shiryu's situation was mostly influenced by her, especially since Shiryu was in prison, constantly sending her resentment points. Xiaowan feels a bit sad that she has died. Such a magical device for earning points is really hard to find. Before practicing, Xiaowan usually goes to draw lots. After receiving countless "thank you for your patronage" messages, she gets annoyed and almost breaks the lottery box again. On the last try, a small puppet figure falls out of the box. "Hey, what is this?" she asks, holding the puppet. As soon as she touches it, the blurry face on the puppet suddenly becomes clear. It looks very lifelike and resembles her a lot. She thought the puppet was alive and got scared, releasing her hold. With a thud, the puppet falls to the ground, its arm broken. The residual spirit's voice echoes, "What a sin. Such a precious puppet, and you broke it." Xiaowan picks up the puppet, trying to put the broken arm back. "It's just a wooden doll, not worth much." "Why are you scared?" "Not worth much? When you infuse spiritual energy into it, you'll see it's not valuable," the residual spirit replies. In her space, Xiaowan is quite skilled at using spiritual energy. She follows the instructions and infuses some into the puppet. Suddenly, her hand is empty, and before she knows it, a person appears in front of her. She is startled and takes 2 steps back. In this space, besides herself, No other real people have appeared, only a faint residual spirit, not a real person. Hey, how come you look exactly like me? She wonders. Not only do they look alike, but they are dressed the same. The only difference is that the Xiaowan on the other side has an empty sleeve on her left arm, missing an arm. Meanwhile, Xiaowan is holding a pale arm in her hand. Ugh, who holds a fleshy arm and doesn't get creeped out? She thinks. Xiaowan puts the arm into the other person's arms. Here, take it.
Who are you? She asks. Who are you?
The other Xiaowan repeats her words, with the same voice. I know you, Xia deliberately made a fake me to steal my property, sleep with my husband, and hit my child, right? Xia, resentment points plus 499. Your imagination is quite rich, but you're using it in the wrong way. This is a magic tool your ancestors prepared for you. It can change into the appearance of the owner and do many things on their behalf. You can control it with your mind, so you don't have to risk yourself in dangerous situations. Are you really impressive? Xiaowan listened and truly thought it was amazing. In the future, if she didn't want to do something, could she just send a puppet instead and not show up herself? Xiaowan patted her thigh excitedly. Wow, in the future at work, I can just send her to earn money while I sleep at home? This is exactly the tool that hardworking people dream of. The residual spirit didn't understand what Xiaowan was rambling about. He coldly reminded her, unfortunately, now the puppet's hand is broken because you threw it. This is a unique magic tool, and no one can fix it now. You can't just have one arm broken and then suddenly have both arms complete again, right? Xiaowan rubbed her forehead, feeling truly unlucky. Thinking about that scene, she knew her idea of letting the puppet replace her at work was impossible. I'm a doctor. Maybe I can sew it up? Xiaowan refused to give up. She ran to the next room to get her medical tools. These were provided by the dog farm. Although they were meant for animal surgeries, Xiaowan thought they might work for A. She carried the medical kit and turned around, noticing the puppet was following her closely. Xiaowan pointed to the ground and said, "Lie down." The puppet obediently lay down. Seeing how well-behaved the puppet was and how she was controlling it, Xiaowan felt even more affection for it. I'll make sure to sew your hand properly. You won't feel pain, right? Xiaowan didn't plan to give the puppet anesthesia. She directly examined the broken area and saw that although it looked like flesh and blood, it was actually fake. No blood vessels or nerves. There's no choice but to fix it with a steel pin and sew it up from the outside. Xiaowan worked quickly, and after an hour, she sewed the puppet's arm back on. Without her command, the puppet was as if asleep, motionless. All done. Try moving your arm now. The puppet immediately stood up, but the broken arm remained still. Xiaowan carefully checked the arm and finally sighed in frustration. The appearance looks okay, but it has no function. At that moment, she realized that this magic tool wasn't easy to repair. The residual spirit was a bit surprised by Xiaowan's skill. Being able to restore the puppet's appearance was already impressive. Can she turn back into a little person? As soon as Xiaowan finished speaking, the puppet transformed back into its original wooden doll form, returning to her hand. This time, Xiaowan treasured it even more and was reluctant to throw it away. You are my first magic tool. I'll give you a name. The residual spirit wanted to suggest a name for the puppet, but Xiaowan continued, since you're my hardworking tool, I'll call you Little Bull. Residual soul listened and wanted to roll his eyes. His naming ability truly dishonored the Xie family's long tradition of poetry and noble lineage. Xiaowan put away the small ox figurine, held her head high, and said to the invisible residual soul, "Speak. You suddenly made me draw such a powerful magic tool. Do you have some scheme?" After realizing she could fully control the puppet, Xiaowan no longer suspected that residual soul wanted to replace her with a puppet. But given how stingy and greedy this space was, she guessed that if a magic tool suddenly appeared in the lottery machine, it couldn't be ordinary. Residual soul's voice sounded a bit guilty. Wasn't it just your good luck that you drew it? Xiaowan snorted twice, looking completely unconvinced. You really drew it yourself. This magic tool has always been in the lottery machine, originally prepared for destined descendants. But after so many years, Only you had the luck to get it. Ship-wan said, I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Residual Soul certainly wouldn't tell her the real reason. Flattering, he said, you're the fastest among the Share family descendants to gather resentment points. The more you draw, the higher the chance, naturally. Shea-wan felt this sounded like praise, but not entirely. You mean I'm more hated? Gathering resentment points quickly, after all, makes her the most disliked. Residual Soul muttered softly, you understand now. Shea-wan rested at home for a day, mostly practicing in her space. She had started studying the Uncertain Heart Sutra and practicing Earth Escape technique. Although there was no spiritual energy outside, she believed that the higher her cultivation level, the more spiritual power she could circulate within her body. That way, even outside, she could at least use Earth Escape once. In case of danger, this technique could be her life-saving card. Until she returned to the army, Chimia hadn't come back. Ship-wan didn't know what mission Chimia was on, but she calculated that it wasn't yet the time for him to face danger, so she wasn't too worried. On Sunday night, Shea-wan returned to her dorm, bringing some boiled eggs. She shared the eggs with her classmates. Only she lived nearby. The others hadn't gone home. They took the eggs gratefully. Only Liu Bei, a classmate, refused to accept them and said to Shea-wan, Shea-wan, even though we come from the countryside, we should be self-reliant. Shea-wan found this a bit confusing. She also knew that Liu Bei was a strong-willed girl and thought she just didn't want to accept others' kindness easily. The others looked a bit strange. Sun Yueya was the first to speak up and asked Xiaowan, Xiaowan, did your boyfriend's family give you this egg? Xiaowan knew that many people in different places believe that as long as they haven't had a wedding, they are still considered a couple. She thought Sun Yueya was talking about Qin Muyu and was surprised that she had revealed herself. My boyfriend? How do you know that? Sun Yueya said, that day, you were walking with your boyfriend and someone saw you. They spread some pretty unpleasant rumors. Xiaowan then remembered that she left on the weekend by riding in Su Bing's car. She explained, that's not my boyfriend. He's my high school classmate. Sun Yueya held up the egg and asked, so, isn't this egg from your boyfriend? Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said, I bought this myself. My relatives cooked it and brought it for everyone. Sun Yueya immediately raised her face and shouted to the others, I knew it. Xiaowan isn't that kind of person. Liu Bei, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled Xiaowan aside and said, sorry, I misunderstood you. Everyone started praising Xiaowan for being honest. Sun Yueya asked Xiaowan, that egg must have cost quite a bit, right? Xiaowan wanted to say it was free because she raised chickens herself, but she couldn't say that. She casually replied, not much. I raised chickens at home too. Next time I go back, I'll bring some for you. Everyone felt that although Xiaowan looked delicate and pretty, she did farm work like them, which made her more relatable. Lu Danyang told the female soldiers in their squad, everyone should learn from this experience. Don't just follow the crowd. Trust your comrades and friends. Xiaowan felt worse the more she heard and asked, what did everyone say about me? Tell me. Sun Yueya started sharing all the gossip from the day in their unit. Xiaowan became angrier the more she listened. Who the heck is so mean? I just rode in my classmate's car once. She thought about Lu Shiqi she met that day, and her instinct told her she was the one spreading rumors. Lu Shiqi was in the second row, not on the same floor as Xiaowan and the others. Xiaowan rolled up her sleeves and was about to go find Lu Shiqi to confront her. Sun Yueya volunteered to go with her. Lu Danyang warned Xiaowan, you can go clarify, but don't fight. Fighting in the army can get you in trouble. You're still in basic training, and if you get disciplined, you might be sent back home or expelled. Xiaowan and Sun Yueya arrived at Lu Shiqi's dorm. Lu Shiqi had just returned. She was showing off her snow cream to her classmates. This snow cream I have isn't the kind you all use, it's special. This was a special gift from my mom's friend from Shanghai. Xiaowan glanced at the bottle, which was indeed smaller and more delicate than those sold in department stores. But no matter how fancy the packaging, it was just a type of face cream. For someone like Xiaowan, who was used to seeing all kinds of high-end cosmetics in later generations, it was not worth mentioning. Lu Shiqi, come out. I have something to ask you, Xiaowan called out at the classroom door. Everyone in the class recognized her. Lu Shiqi turned around, saw it was Xiaowan, and pouted before walking out. She had also gone home over the weekend and knew that the rumors about her talking nonsense about Xiaowan had already spread, so she didn't feel guilty. Xiaowan, what's the matter? I want to ask you. Did you spread the rumor that I stayed overnight at my boyfriend's house? Xiaowan looked at Lu Shiqi seriously. Lu Shiqi panicked. She looked back at Huang Lili, her classmate. That day, she had told Huang Lili about it, but how did Xiaowan find out? Huang Lili looked guilty and hid behind others. The girls in their class all looked a bit uncomfortable. The gossip about Xiaowan was just something they had bored themselves with over the weekend, talking more and more seriously, and it had spread widely. Seeing the expressions on Lu Shiqi and the others, Xiaowan understood everything. Lu Shiqi was at a loss and stubbornly said, I just said it casually, so what? You were obviously walking home with your boyfriend. Xiaowan kept a serious face and said, Lu Shiqi, if you think your words are so annoying, I've killed pigs before and wouldn't mind helping you cut them up. Who told you that person is my boyfriend? And where did you hear that I stayed overnight with him? Lu Shiqi, resentment points plus 699. Lu Shiqi felt guilty. She had said that casually, just assuming it was true. But she refused to admit her mistake and was angry when Xiaowan called her a pig. Your behavior is inappropriate. No wonder others talk about you. Xiaowan turned to Sun Yuya and said, Yuya, please go and ask the instructor to come. I want to see if anyone who falsely accuses others of innocence and spreads rumors will face punishment. Xiaowan looked behind Lu Shiqi, and all the girls in her class looked uneasy. Calmly, Xiaowan said, those spreading rumors and false accusations. Wait until the instructor arrives, and everyone will clarify. Sun Yuya was energized after hearing this. She pointed at Lu Shiqi and the others and said, You all wait for me. Then quickly ran off. Lu Shiqi and her classmates were all panicked. Their class monitor, Luo Mengdai, ran out to plead with Xiaowan. Comrade Xiaowan, it's just some idle gossip. Lu Shiqi is in the wrong. We apologize to you on her behalf. Lu Shiqi also felt a bit nervous, but she was very upset. She turned around and pointed at Huang Lili, saying, I didn't spread rumors or pass them along. I only told Huang Lili my guess. She is the one spreading rumors. Although Huang Lili was from the city, her family was not well off. She had barely joined the army as an art soldier and was about to have a good future, so she didn't dare get into trouble. She couldn't take responsibility for spreading rumors. Huang Lili could only blame everything on Lu Shiqi. She said to Lu Shiqi, it was you who said it. I just repeated your words when I went back to the dorm. Lu Shiqi pointed at everyone in the room and scolded, Great, you all have nothing to do but gossip, and now you want me to take the blame? She also felt that since her friends weren't here and the rumors had spread, it wasn't her fault, and she felt wronged. Before Xiaowan could say anything, everyone in the room started blaming each other. The class monitor, Luo Mengdai, was so angry she almost cried. She said, I told you not to go out and spread rumors, but look at what happened. Everyone gathered together, arguing loudly and making a mess. Xiaowan watched coldly. She thought everyone in this room was no good. While waiting for the instructor to arrive, she checked her resentment points account silently. Lu Shiqi, plus 299 resentment points. Huang Lili, plus 699 resentment points. Luo Mengdai, plus 399 resentment points, and so on. Since these people spread rumors about her and still resented her, she decided not to hold back. She planned to take some of their wool. She wouldn't let it go to waste. She pretended to try to mediate, shouting, just clarify who did this, no fighting. But secretly, she pushed Lu Shiqi into the crowd. While pretending to help Lu Shiqi, she also tugged on Lu Shiqi's braid. Huang Lili, why are you pulling Lu Shiqi's braid? Lu Shiqi, in pain, ignored everything and reached out to grab Huang Lili. Huang Lili, I'm fighting with you. The two started fighting. Luo Mengdai tried to pull them apart. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowan suddenly pushed her hips forward, causing Luo Mengdai to fall on Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi, full of fighting spirit, thought someone was attacking her again. She swung her fists wildly, hitting Luo Mengdai along with her. Other people from nearby dorms heard the noise and came to watch. Xiaowan quickly left the scene, making sure she left no evidence behind. Hearing voices in the corridor greeting the instructor, Xiaowan shouted loudly, "We are all comrades in the revolution. We should unite. When the instructor arrives, she will handle everything fairly." Fong Dongling heard this and quickened her pace. The people gathered at the dormitory door automatically made way for her. Xiaowan was already outside, looking aggrieved as she faced Fong Dongling. "Instructor, you're finally here." They are not only spreading rumors about their comrades but also fighting. Usually, Fong Dongling was very patient, but seeing the messy state of the dormitory made her angry. "Stop." Luo Mengdai woke up suddenly and was the first to crawl up from the ground. She was also a soldier, borrowed from the cultural troop to lead new recruits this time. Although the troop was part of the army, it was less strict than combat units. To get a chance to perform on stage or to get main roles, gossiping was quite common. So, when Huang Lili told those things last night, Luo Mengdai didn't notice anything unusual. However, she also warned the new recruits in her class to only talk in the dorm and not spread rumors outside. Just now, she didn't know how, but Lu Shiqi had even hit her.
She was so angry that she fought back.
Fong Dongling's loud shout brought her back to her senses. She was a soldier and a squad leader. She couldn't do such things. Luo Mengdai stepped forward, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. "Instructor, I was wrong." The other female soldiers also stood up one after another, except Lu Shiqi and Huang Lili, who still lay on the ground. Lu Shiqi didn't want to move, and Huang Lili couldn't move. Lu Shiqi was still pressing down on Huang Lili.
"Pull them up for me,"
Fong Dongling ordered. The two were pulled to their feet. Xiaowan secretly glanced and grimaced. Wow, these girls fight really hard. Lu Shiqi's braid was completely torn apart, her uniform buttons ripped off, and she had several scratches on her face. She probably had many bruises on her body too. Huang Lili had even more scratches on her face, mostly caused by Lu Shiqi. Seeing their injuries, Fong Dongling gasped in shock. These were cultural soldiers. If they were disfigured, it would be a big problem. "Luo Mengdai, you're the squad leader. Tell me, why did they fight?" Luo Mengdai was confused and didn't know why they fought. It was Lu Shiqi. She spread rumors about Xiaowan. Luo Mengdai could only start from what Xiaowan said. Of course, to protect herself, she tried to shift most of the blame onto Lu Shiqi. If you talk too much about Huang Lili and others in the class being responsible, the class monitor surprisingly makes the whole class spread rumors and must share the blame. Lu Shiqi hears this and feels unfair. Report to the instructor. "It's not my fault. I went home for the weekend. Clearly, they spread rumors about Xiaowan, and now they want me to take the blame." Fong Dongling, from what she hears, already understands what happened.
Don't shift blame to each other.
One of you is spreading rumors, the others are just passing them on, but both are equally bad. Now, it's not just about this, you also fought. Come over and apologize to Xiaowan. Everyone knows the situation has gotten serious. Now, the best they can do is show remorse and hope for leniency. The 10 students each go to apologize to Xiaowan. Xiaowan feels awkward for them. Lu Shiqi's attitude is actually the most agreeable among these people in Xiaowan's eyes. Although she is blunt, she is brave and spirited. Lu Shiqi approaches Xiaowan, bows, and says, "Comrade Xiaowan, I shouldn't have guessed or spoken without thinking. I was wrong. The rumor started because of me. I'm sorry." When others apologize, Xiaowan feels some resentment, but when Lu Shiqi apologizes, she doesn't feel any. It seems this girl now directs her hatred toward her classmates. In front of the instructor, Xiaowan also suppresses her sharp tongue and sincerely says, "I accept your apologies. But I want to remind everyone," the chairman said, "without investigation and research, there is no right to speak. I hope you won't say baseless things in the future. It's often said that where women gather, there are many disputes. We are female soldiers, but we are also soldiers. We can't behave like ignorant villagers, stirring trouble all day and destroying the purity of our revolutionary team.
That's all I have to say.
After Xiaowan finishes, her comrades look at her with new respect. Even those female soldiers who initially apologized insincerely feel more ashamed. Unexpectedly, she receives a little resentment from Fong Dongling. Fong Dongling mutters in her mind, "Really, she can talk. She's doing my instructor's job now." A small amount of resentment is harmless, and Fong Dongling still praises Xiaowan. Everyone should learn from Comrade Xiaowan. This awareness is what a revolutionary soldier should have. She leads the applause and others follow suit. Xiaowan feels secretly pleased, thinking she gained a lot from this. Fong Dongling then seriously says to Luo Mengdai and Lu Shiqi, "Your entire class must write a self-criticism and deeply reflect. The fight will be reported to the company for criticism. The school will make the final decision based on your attitude of admitting fault."
Disbam it.
Xiaowan and Sun Yueya returned to the dormitory. Sun Yueya started describing loudly how messy everyone in that room was. Lu Danyang suspiciously asked, "Xiaowan, I told you not to fight. Why didn't you fight but the people in their dormitory did?" Xiaowan found it hard to explain and just said, "Maybe they ate too much spicy food today." After lights out, Xiaowan lay in her blanket. Suddenly, she had an idea and summoned a puppet figure. She infused spiritual energy into the puppet, which immediately turned into her. She then entered her space to continue practicing. Xiaowan watched outside. Everything in the dorm was normal, and no one noticed that the person on the bed had lost control. Xiaowan was very happy. Now she didn't need to worry about not having enough time to practice, since she could do it in her space, without sleeping. When the wake-up call sounded, Xiaowan swapped places with the puppet. She spent a peaceful night. Xiaowan became more daring. Every night, she let the puppet lie in her bed while she entered her space to practice. After a week, she had advanced to the second level of the Uncertain Heart Sutra. On the weekend, Xiaowan still took leave to go home. As she stepped out of the recruit camp, she saw Qin Mai pushing his bicycle and standing far away. She remembered the rumors from last week. She signaled to Qin Mai. Before enlisting, she had told Xia Dahong and Qin Mai that she didn't want to rely on their influence, but wanted to succeed through her own efforts. Qin Mai understood her meaning and rode his bike to wait for her ahead. Xiaowan waited until she reached the corner. Then, when no one was watching, she jumped onto Qin Mai's bike. "Husband, are you back?" Xiaowan hugged Qin Mai's waist and acted cute. "Oh, now you call me husband? Who was pretending not to know me earlier?" Qin Mai teased. "You don't know. The female soldiers' camp is very complicated. If they find out I have such a powerful husband, no matter how hard I try in the future, they'll say I only succeeded because of you." Qin Mai understood her point. He was just joking. When they got home, they went into their room. During the day, Qin Mai felt a bit tense. But Xiaowan didn't care about that. It said that eating monk meat can prolong life. It had been 2 weeks since their wedding, and she thought it wouldn't be right not to enjoy some intimacy. Qin Mai, on the other hand, faced enemies during missions and was never this nervous. "Little Wan, is it okay to wait until tonight? Don't you love me anymore?" "I do. But what if your dad comes back?" "It's okay, he won't be home for at least another hour. There's still time." Xiaowan, really, it's not possible now. Once we move, you can do whatever you want. Then you just try it. You're crazy. In the end, Qin Mai couldn't hold back either. At dinner time, Xiaowan blushed and went downstairs to eat. Qin Mai hid in his room, feeling ashamed and refusing to come out. Xia Dahong asked, "Hey, is Amoy supposed to be back?" Xiaowan covered for him. "He's been traveling all night. Let him get some rest first." Xia Dahong understood. When soldiers go on duty, they often work day and night. Sometimes, they don't sleep for days, that's normal. Xiaowan, before your new troops rank ceremony, there will be a skills test. This is also a way to see how well your training has gone. The headquarters decided today that the top 3 performers will be promoted to a higher rank early. You should prepare well. Xiaowan now understood. When soldiers first join the army, they don't have ranks. They only get ranks after the ceremony. New soldiers are ranked as private. If they perform well in their second year, they can be promoted to private first class. Only after reaching private first class can they become non-commissioned officers. There are 4 levels of non-commissioned officers: sergeant major, first sergeant, sergeant, and corporal. Above non-commissioned officers are officers, who also have 4 ranks: captain, first lieutenant, second lieutenant, and ensign. If she wants to be recommended to the military medical university, it's best to reach the rank of captain. Promotion depends on military achievements and years of service. Siawon doesn't have much time to build her seniority, so she must earn merit. Winning awards in drills and competitions is also a way to earn merit. When Siawon heard this, she was interested. But she was a bit confused. Dad, are the assessment items for male soldiers and female soldiers the same? Are the scoring criteria the same? Sia Da-hong said, the assessment items for new soldiers are the same. But the scoring criteria are definitely different. Female soldiers have lower passing standards. However, if you want to compete for top ranks, the physical test scores will be multiplied by a gender coefficient, but other scores like discipline, posture, and shooting are scored the same. For example, the scoring rules for discipline, military stance, and shooting are exactly the same. Siawon understood this. But that also meant she couldn't slack off anymore. Compared to aiming for an early promotion to private first class, she thought showing her real strength wasn't a bad idea. Dad, I'm confident about everything else. But with shooting, I've only done live fire once, and I just barely hit the target. As long as a female soldier hits the target, she's considered qualified. If you really want to compete, tomorrow Moy can take you to the shooting range to practice. Siawon hadn't decided whether to ask Chin Moy for help when the phone at home rang. It was Su Bing calling. Siawon, I have a big secret to tell you. You're probably talking about the new soldier assessment, right?
Huh?
You already know. Siawon, I am sure I will get first place. The second spot is yours. Tomorrow, I'll ask my dad for some money, and we'll go practice shooting. Thinking about it, Siawon felt like a pillow sent to someone who is sleepy. Perfect timing. Okay, I'll practice shooting with you tomorrow. That evening, Siawon told Chin Moy about this. Chin Moy was unhappy and said, your husband is a sharpshooter. Why not learn from me instead of that silly kid next door? Siawon tried to flatter him. Then you can be our coach and guide us. Chin Moy wouldn't let another young man get too close to his wife and decisively decided to personally be the coach. Curious, Siawon asked how the mission was going. Chin Moy replied, it involves confidentiality, so I can't say much. Siawon didn't press further. Actually, Chin Moy's recent operation didn't go smoothly. After investigation, the high-ranking officials seemed more like a suicide. However, Chu Jiangnan and Chin Moy both had doubts. Although the person was involved in political struggles and was quite stressed, having taken some calming medicine, they still felt that a veteran who fought in Korea wouldn't easily succumb to mental pressure. But the facts showed no signs of murder. The investigation results had been reported, and the case was still under confidentiality, so Chin Moy couldn't tell Siawon the details. He always felt that if his little one joined the investigation, she might find some different clues. It was just a gut feeling, combined with Chin Moy's usual superstition about Siawon. Unexpectedly, this case was later solved by Siawon herself, unraveling the mystery. In the same courtyard, at Director Su's house, Su heard his son calling Siawon to invite her to go shooting together tomorrow. He exchanged a glance with Su Bing's mother. Su Bing's mother quietly encouraged him. Old Su, you should talk to your son. They're already married, and his behavior isn't good for her. Su was also a bit worried. But seeing his simple-minded son talking on the phone with Siawon, he didn't think it looked strange. Dear, do you think your son has had an epiphany? Su's mother was worried. He's never shown interest in any girl before. Only after the girl from the neighboring Sia family came along did we hear her name from him. Hearing his wife speak, Commissar Su also started to worry a bit. To say, old Sia's daughter is really a good girl. Unfortunately, Chin Moy beat him to it. She already got her marriage certificate, so if his son still has feelings for her, that would be a bit inappropriate. Su Bing hung up the phone, and Commissar Su waved to him. Son, come over and sit. Su Bing immediately covered his backside and began to reflect. Dad, I haven't done anything wrong lately. Commissar Su was speechless but patiently said, You haven't done anything wrong. I won't hit you. Only then did Su Bing sit honestly on the sofa. Su's mother stood up pretending to get something, making space for the father and son. Commissar Su peeled an orange for Su Bing. Su Bing became nervous again. Dad, just tell me if you have instructions. You're acting like this suddenly. I'm a bit scared. Commissar Su started to reflect. Had he been too strict with this boy before? No. Dad just sees that you've joined the army, so you're now an adult. That's why I'm chatting with you. Su Bing finally let out a long breath. It's no wonder he was so nervous. Growing up at home, he was either being hit or on the way to being hit. Of course, it wasn't because his dad was abusive, mainly because he was too mischievous. Commissar Su asked, You're going to practice shooting tomorrow. Why didn't you invite Jai Tao and Wang Lin from next door? Jai Tao is the son of Jai the commander, and Wang Lin is the eldest son of Captain Wang. Plus, Xia Wan, this year, 4 of them have joined the army in the compound. Su Bing dismissed it. I don't get along with those 2 cowards. Since Commissar Su mainly worked on ideological education, he easily shifted the topic to Xia Wan. I just heard you inviting that girl from the Xia family? Isn't she recently married? Why are you still playing with her? Su Bing dropped the orange on the ground, his mouth wide open, and after a long pause, asked, Who did she marry? Seeing his son's expression, Commissar Su's heart skipped a beat. He tried to speak gently. She married Qin Moi from our unit. Don't you know? A few days ago, I brought back the wedding candy and threw it on the table. Didn't you eat some too? Su Bing shook his head. But I didn't know that was Xia Wan's wedding candy. Commissar Su patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, Son, life is a long road. We will meet people we admire. But that person might just be a passing guest in our life. Su Bing scratched his head. Dad, what do you mean? I don't understand. Commander Su felt he shouldn't be too gentle with his son and straightforwardly said, I mean, she's already married. You better not have any wrong ideas. Su Bing immediately jumped up and shouted, Dad, what are you talking about? I just can't accept it. Xia Wan is a good girl. How can she become Qin Mui's wife? At this, Commander Su almost dislocated his jaw. Then he saw his silly son stomping and jumping inside the house, angry. I'm so disappointed. I respect her as a brave girl, but she keeps doing girly things. Why get married? Isn't it better to train hard and fight on the battlefield? I even wanted to train her in shooting so she could get second place in the new soldier exam. I look down on her. She's useless. At this moment, Su's mother moved back to the sofa and sat beside Commander Su, looking at each other. Commander Su pointed to his head and asked, Is there something wrong with our son? Su's mother looked relaxed and smiled. He's still a kid. He hasn't grown up yet. The next day, Xia Wan and Qin Muyu went to the shooting range and found out that not only Su Bing was there practicing, but Wang Lin and Jai Tao from the same big yard were there too. These 2 are good friends, but have always disliked Su Bing. Xia Wan wasn't familiar with the kids in the yard. She only got along with Su Bing because they were classmates, and their relationship started from a fight when Fan Hongxia made Su Bing block her. Later, they happened to be in the same class, but they probably wouldn't have much contact otherwise. Seeing Qin Muyu with Xia Wan at the shooting range, Su Bing's face darkened. He changed from his loud and bossy manner to ignoring Xia Wan completely. Xia Wan didn't know what was wrong with him and didn't bother to care, going to practice shooting with Qin Muyu. Jai Tao and Wang Lin came over to find Su Bing. What's wrong? Did she dump you? Is she not playing with you anymore? Su Bing glared at them and said, Ignore those 2. Let's do our own thing. Jai Tao laughed. Wow, I haven't heard you say "our" in a long time. Okay, since you got dumped, I won't argue. Come on, let's have a competition among the 3 of us. Until the new soldier training was almost over, Su Bing ignored Xia Wan completely. She didn't understand why, and tried to talk to him twice, but he didn't respond, so she stopped bothering. Su Bing felt betrayed, but couldn't understand why he felt that way. The month-long training was about to end, and everyone knew this exam was very important. It's not just about whether they will be promoted to become real soldiers. The top 3 in the exam will get the reward of early promotion to the rank of private first class, which makes all the new soldiers very excited. The new recruits camp has started a training craze. No female soldiers want to compete for the top 3 because in military history, female soldiers have never ranked in the top 3. They only have advantages in areas like housekeeping and military posture, which do not require physical strength. For other training activities, even if a coefficient is applied, female soldiers cannot fully match male soldiers. But this doesn't stop everyone from discussing who is the favorite to win. After a month of training, some outstanding recruits have emerged. Su Bing is one of the favorites to win. Even the soldiers in Squad 3 have heard of Su Bing's name. Sun Yueya excitedly asks Xiaowan, "Is that Su Bing your high school classmate?" Xiaowan nodded. "Aren't you from Rinjia village? How come you're classmates with him?" "I heard Su Bing is from a military family, so he probably went to high school in the city, right?" "I also went to high school in the city. I studied at a relative's house." "Oh, I see. You know, Su Bing is almost perfect at shooting, hitting the bullseye every time. He's really amazing. I heard he's also very good at cross-country running, always leading his team. You haven't seen his fighting skills? I secretly watched him with my hometown friends. No one can beat him." Compared to other top contenders, Su Bing, being from a military family, has a special aura that attracts more girls' attention. The girls in the dorm started asking Xiaowan about Su Bing. Xiaowan found it funny. A little kid, and he's already their idol? Just wait until they see him in the fighting arena. She'll show them how she can beat this kid so badly, he'll be begging for mercy. On this day, the results of the theoretical exam were announced. The exam covered military regulations and theory. For someone like Xiaowan, who remembers everything after just a glance, there was no pressure at all. The girls in her class went downstairs to check the results at the notice board, but Xiaowan remained calm, washing clothes in the laundry room. Xiaowan, you got a perfect score." Sun Yueya ran upstairs excitedly shouting. Next to her, Lu Fengjiao from class 2 bumped into her and said unhappily, "It's just a theoretical exam." "So, what if you got a perfect score? It's not like you took the exam yourself." Sun Yueya felt a bit guilty for bumping into her, but was annoyed by Lu Fengjiao's sarcasm. "Our classmate got a perfect score. I'm happy about that. Don't you know there's also an award for the outstanding group this time? Our class's average score is higher than yours. Feel jealous?" After saying that, Sun Yueya ran off quickly into the laundry room to talk to Xiaowan about the exam results. Xiaowan asked, "Are most of the scores on the theory test full marks?" Sun Yueya shook her head, "Not many. I don't know about the others. There are only 2 in our female soldier group. Guess who the other one is?" Xiaowan said, "Lu Shiqi." Sun Yueya was surprised. "How did you guess that?" Xiaowan just smiled silently. She had heard about the rumor and fight incident, which led to criticism for Lu Shiqi and others. The final decision would be made after the results of the new soldier assessment came out. Recently, the people in Class 5 of the 2nd Platoon have been working hard, hoping to do well in the assessment and avoid punishment. Lu Shiqi is quite spirited and will definitely try her best to score high on the theory test. Sun Yueya said, "Our class's average score on the theory test was 10th among all companies. The top was Lu Shiqi's class. I didn't expect that even the singing and dancing class could be so good at exams." Xiaowan thought about it and understood. Most students in Class 3 come from rural areas, with only half being high school students. The rest are middle school students. They probably have a harder time with the theory exams. While they were chatting, many female soldiers hurriedly ran from downstairs back to their dorms. "What's wrong? The inspection of dormitory discipline is here." Sun Yueya hurried to her dorm to quickly tidy up her space. Recently, there had been surprise inspections, and they didn't know which one would count for their scores. Xiaowan also didn't dare to relax, quickly wringing out her clothes. The dorm building has a designated area for drying clothes, but at this moment, Xiaowan was worried about affecting her score, so she put her wet clothes into the storage space and carried a basin back to her dorm. "Xiaowan, are your clothes dry? Did you finish drying them?" Sun Yueya reminded her, "Don't leave them in the laundry room, or you'll lose points." Xiaowan said she had finished drying. Others in the dorm also rushed back and started their final quick cleanup. Although the dorm was already very tidy, everyone was nervous and wanted everything to be perfectly arranged. Seeing Lu Danyang's expression, it seemed she wanted everyone to clean the floor as well. When they heard footsteps approaching, all the female soldiers sat neatly on small stools, reading books in an orderly manner. They sat much more neatly than preschool children. Lu Danyang even insisted that everyone hold their books at the same height. Although these veteran soldiers like Lu Danyang wouldn't participate in the assessment, their class's performance directly affected their own evaluations as class leaders. If they could get an excellent grade, it would help with future promotions. In this tense atmosphere, Xiaowon also felt nervous. She held a book on military strategy written by a famous leader. The words on the page didn't matter to her. She sat up straight, slightly lowered her head, holding the book in the air with her arms trembling a little. Who could really focus on reading in this pose? From the corner of her eye, she saw a few feet stepping into the 3rd platoon's dormitory. Xiaowon didn't dare to look up. Lu Danyang said to hold the scene still for 10 seconds so the leaders would be impressed. Then everyone stood up together. She silently counted 7, 8, 9, 10. The female soldiers of the 3rd platoon all stood up and saluted the arriving leaders. "Hello, Commander." Xiaowon saluted and saw her own man among the crowd across from her. She felt a bit silly. Qin Muyu winked at her. She lowered her hand a little late. Commander Jiang from the new recruits camp nodded happily. "Not bad. The soldiers in this platoon look very spirited." He turned to Qin Muyu and asked, "Do you think this batch of new soldiers is more energetic than previous years?" Qin Muyu smiled and agreed. "Yes, I think the female soldiers in this platoon are just as good as the male soldiers." Hearing Qin Muyu's praise, Commander Jiang was very pleased. He roughly checked the dorm's tidiness, waved his hand, and said, "Full marks." Then the inspection team left the 3rd platoon's dormitory. The female soldiers cheered loudly. They all knew that the commander himself had come this time, so the results would definitely be the standard. Xiaowon hurriedly followed out of the dorm. Qin Muyu intentionally lagged behind the inspection team. The couple quickly met outside the neighboring dorm. Xiaowon whispered, "Why are you here?" Qin Muyu said, "Just to secretly see my wife." Xiaowon chuckled softly. Qin Muyu quietly slipped an apple into her hand. "This weekend, there's a big competition. If you can't come back, I can only come to see you." Will you come cheer for me this weekend?" "Yes." They both wanted to say more, but Commander Jiang from the new recruits camp turned around and saw Xiaowon outside the door. He asked, "Comrade, do you need something?" Xiaowon hurriedly shook her head. No. Then she ran away quickly. Only the top 100 in the assessment could participate in the big competition, which was the final ranking contest. Xiaowon hadn't qualified yet, but Qin Muyu already believed she could do it. Over the next 2 days, there were tests in formation, military posture, 10-kilometer weighted run, shooting, and military boxing. Xiaowon ranked 98th, just making it into the final competition. The platoon leader, Gao Jindu, was stunned. He had thought the big competition had nothing to do with his female platoon. But unexpectedly, a female soldier made it into the top 100. It was unbelievable. This Xiaowon, previously, she didn't stand out much during training. I didn't expect that during the assessment, she suddenly performed like she had a special boost. She scored full marks in theory, military stance, and internal discipline, which is understandable. But her weight-bearing run was like she had wheels under her feet, leaving all the other female soldiers far behind. That was a bit unbelievable. Everyone thought they had counted wrong, but others said she was actually a lap ahead. She had reached the average physical level of male soldiers. As for shooting, she could barely hit the target during training. But during the assessment, she scored 7 or 8 points on every shot. Although she couldn't match the male soldiers, she only had 2 live-fire practice sessions, so her level was already quite good. The commanders of other squads saw a female soldier from the first squad make it into the top 100 and started joking around. "Hey, Gao Jian, this is big news. Your squad has someone participating in tomorrow's big competition?" What about the cross-country run? Those obstacles are designed for the strength and height of male soldiers. Will your female soldier be able to reach them? The female squad didn't train obstacle courses. Gao Jian didn't know how she was supposed to run it. He couldn't just design a special obstacle course for Xia Wan alone. Another squad leader said, and about fighting, she's the only female soldier. How is she supposed to fight? Should we let our male soldiers fight her? That wouldn't be fair. Commander Jiang from the new recruits camp was also confused. A female soldier in the top 100? How is that possible? This had never happened before in history. Although the physical test scores were adjusted with a coefficient, the gap between men and women was too big. It was impossible for a female soldier to score over 90. And with shooting, she only had 2 practice sessions, yet she scored 76. Female soldier scores are based on 10 shots. If one hits the target, it's considered passing. There are no separate scores. Only hits count. Only if every shot hits the target do they record a score. The big competition was tomorrow. The squad leaders were worried, but Commander Jiang didn't know how to solve these problems. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed, the battalion headquarters suddenly rang. Commander Jiang answered the phone. Hello, Commander Xia. Have the top 100 list for the recruits assessment been released? Yes, they have. Tomorrow, our division will also send people to watch the competition, along with other higher-ups. You must prepare well. Understood.
But,
Commander Xia, there's been an unexpected incident here. After hearing John's worries, Commander Xia Da Hong burst into laughter. He knew his daughter would definitely make it into the top 100. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encouraged so many people to come and watch. This was just the final competition of a new soldier training assessment. Usually, the officers in charge wouldn't pay much attention. Captain Jiang, since this female soldier made it to the final, let's not discriminate based on gender. We should follow the same rules as for the male soldiers. The chairman said women can hold up half the sky. We need to treat everyone equally. After hanging up the phone, Captain Jiang thought about it and started to see the point. He looked at the list and saw the name Xia Wan. He guessed Xia Wan? Same surname as Commander Xia. Maybe she's related to him? Since Commander Xia had said that, Captain Jiang decided not to make a fuss. He called Gao Jian to inform him that the female soldier would participate in the big competition tomorrow, with no special treatment. She would compete just like the male soldiers. Gao Jian heard this and slapped his thigh. It's over. He hurried to the 3rd Squad's dormitory and grabbed Xia Wan. Come on, I'll take you to practice obstacle running and fighting skills. Xia Wan was taken to the training ground by Gao Jian. On the way, Gao Jian kept talking. Xia Wan, tomorrow's big competition includes 3 extra events, but none of these are easy for female soldiers. Xia Wan obediently followed, listening carefully. Seeing her calm and steady, Gao Jian became more anxious. Don't underestimate how hard these events are. We haven't really done these kinds of tests much, so you might not understand. Just because you scored well in previous tests doesn't mean you'll beat the male soldiers in these 3 events. After a month together, Xia Wan understood Gao Jian's impatient nature. She calmly explained, Report, Commander, I don't mean to underestimate. Gao Jian turned to look at her. She was a fair, delicate girl, a bit thin. He thought, how could she possibly be in the top 100? The first event is a 20-kilometer armed cross-country run. It's different from our usual weighted runs. It's twice as long and tests stamina. The route is already marked. It's the mountain trail outside our base. There's a small river to cross. Do you know how to swim? Xia Wan nodded. Yes, sir, I can swim. Gao Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Good, as long as you can swim. We don't have time to teach you now. But it's winter, and the river water is freezing. If you're worried, you can choose to withdraw. Xia Wan shook her head. I won't give up. There are some ditches and slopes along the way. You'll have to work hard to overcome them, Gao Jian said, knowing he didn't have time to run the course with her. Now I will tell you, if you're lucky and run this 20 kilometers, when you return to the competition area, you'll face the second event, the 400-meter obstacle race. By the time you arrive, everyone else will have finished, and no one will be competing for the track with you. Don't worry, just completing it is an achievement. As I say this, they arrive at the obstacle training area for male soldiers. Gao Jian points to the first obstacle zone and says, "This area is 20 meters long. It has 3 sewage pits, with muddy ground in the middle and barbed wire above. You must pass through quickly and low the whole way. You just finished a 20-kilometer run, so this will test your muscle endurance a lot. I'll show you how to do it." Xiaowan stares wide-eyed as Gao Jian confidently jumps into the sewage pit, bends over to pass through, and then crawls through the muddy ground. She can't help but clap her hands. "Gao Jian, your anger level plus 199. After Gao Jian jumps out of the last sewage pit, he scolds with a serious face. "Are you just playing monkey tricks? Why are you clapping?" Xiaowan looks at him pitifully and says, "I just think you're really impressive, squad leader." Gao Jian, a rough man, is suddenly praised by a young girl, and his dark face turns slightly red. His voice softens a little. "This is basic training in the army, nothing special. You try it." Xiaowan feels hesitant. She just finished a shower, and these sewage pits are only for fun tomorrow if she wants to win a prize. Right now, she really doesn't want to go down there. Gao Jian sees her reluctance and immediately frowns, speaking seriously. "If you think it's dirty and refuse to go, then don't participate in tomorrow's competition." Xiaowan pouts, but still jumps into the sewage pit, mimicking Gao Jian's earlier actions, bending her back and wading through the water. When she reaches the muddy ground, she crawls forward again. By the time she finishes this area, she looks like a little mud person. Gao Jian is quite satisfied. "Not bad, but you need to be faster. Do it again." A company commander passing by sees Gao Jian, hands behind his back, come over to watch. "Gao Jian, are you just rushing to catch up? I think you're too clueless. Your female soldiers only need to participate for show. Do you really want her to get a prize?" Gao Jian replies seriously, "Win or lose, since she's participating, she should do her best." The company commander shakes his head and says, "Why are you training her like this? Look at the high wall ahead. Can she get over it? And that 30-meter rope crossing, can she handle that? Isn't this just wasting effort?" Gao Jian looked at the tall wall in front of him and felt a bit discouraged, but he still shouted, "Xiaowan, come on. Next is the uneven bars." While training Xiaowan, Gao Jian gradually attracted the attention of many male soldiers. Today's training was actually over for everyone. Tomorrow is the big competition and it's the weekend. Now is rest time, and new soldiers are free to move around. The male soldiers noticed a female soldier on the training ground, which many found strange. Then news spread that a female soldier had made it into the top 100 and would compete with the men tomorrow. Gao Jian was demonstrating how to cross a low wall to Xiaowan. "Xiaowan, for the low wall, our requirement for male soldiers is to jump over it. The wall is 1.1 meters high and 2 meters wide, with a square hole 0.6 meters above the ground. You can't jump over it, so you can crawl through this hole." Xiaowan looked at the wall and knew that jumping over it would save time, but seeing so many male soldiers watching, she didn't want to reveal her strength too early. She slowly crawled through the hole. A nearby male soldier started to laugh. "Last time I crawled through, the squad leader kicked me in the..." Another said, "This girl is pretty impressive, 0.5 meters wide, 0.4 meters high, and a hole 0.6 meters above the ground isn't easy to crawl through quickly. She's quite agile." By dinner time, people on the field gradually left. Gao Jian looked at the time and realized he could only demonstrate a few more obstacles for Xiaowan. He didn't expect her to complete the high wall or the horizontal pull. Forget it, saving energy today is more important. As long as you finish the first 20 kilometers of armed cross-country running, the 400-meter obstacle course, if you can't pass it, that's okay. Xiaowan, with her dirty little face, promised, "Captain, I've learned everything. I can definitely pass." Gao Jian was amused by her serious look. He knew it was impossible. If she were a female soldier with long-term training, it might be possible. But Xiaowan was just a new recruit who had only been in for a month and hadn't trained for these events. After running 20 kilometers, completing these obstacles was simply impossible. As for the third event, combat, Gao Jian didn't want to say much. Only the top 10 in the first two events would qualify for the final combat round. Xiaowon had no chance to qualify. Gao Jian gently encouraged her, "Go eat dinner and get a good night's sleep. As long as you participate in the big competition, you will have already made a miracle for our female soldier company. Even in defeat, it's an honor." Xiaowon felt that whatever she said now was pointless, so she stopped arguing. "Company commander, will you come watch my competition tomorrow?" "Of course, the female soldiers' company will all come." Xiaowon smiled and waved to Gao Jian. "Company commander, I'm going to eat now." Watching Xiaowon's back as she left, Gao Jian shook his head and sighed. She's a good soldier, but unfortunately, she's a girl. The next day was a clear, sunny day. In Bashu, it's rare to see such a blue sky in winter. Today, the new soldiers' holiday was cancelled. The entire camp gathered on the training ground for a summary meeting of the new soldier assessment. Because Nanchang was responsible for half of the Southwest Military District's new soldier training, there were about 10,000 recruits. On the large training ground, dozens of companies marched in neat formation, starting to enter and being inspected by the leaders. When the female soldiers' company passed the reviewing stand, Xiaowon saw several familiar uncles and older men on the stand. She also saw her father, Xie Dahong. Why did he come again? I told him not to come, but he still did, Xiaowon thought to herself. She didn't want her reckless father to accidentally reveal her secrets. That would ruin everything, even if she won. "Hey, old Xie, isn't that little one? She looks so spirited," Commissar Su whispered in admiration beside Xie Dahong. Xie Dahong made a shushing gesture. He whispered to Commissar Su, "The kid is proud. She said I shouldn't tell anyone I'm her father." Commissar Su chuckled softly. "She's a determined girl." In fact, many people in the family compound recognized Xiaowon. While exchanging pleasantries with Xie Dahong, some leaders from the division also knew about her. They politely advised him, "You can't tell anyone." It was a bit like covering one's ears to block the truth. Only the lower-ranking soldiers and officers from other units, who were here to select new recruits, didn't know about her. Since half of the new soldiers were training in Nanchang, other units naturally came to pick talented soldiers. Today was also a big martial arts competition, and everyone wanted to select the best soldiers. Chu Jiangnan from the Special Operations Team also came. Commander Zhai accompanied Chu Jiangnan, who specifically recommended some of the top recruits from the assessment. Normally, the Special Operations Team is at the regiment level, and Chu Jiangnan only holds the rank of colonel, so Commander Zhai wouldn't usually accompany him. But since the Special Operations Team is a prized unit of the military district, only the best soldiers could join. Commander Zhai hoped that 2 of these new soldiers could join the Special Operations Team. This was a result of their training in the 2nd Division, and it was also a pride for their division. They are all good candidates. "Hello, Team Chu, please take a good look." Chu Jiangnan smiled and said, "We should pick one this time." Commander Zhai was very happy to hear this and started recommending his son, Zhai Tao. His son only ranked 99th in the assessment, so he was a little short. Then, Su Bing would be a good choice. Su Bing is a good kid and currently ranks 3rd. He didn't do well in the theory test, but everyone else is 1st. In the big competition, he will definitely be 1st. Chu Jiangnan shook his head and said, "Our special forces have our own standards for selection." He also saw Xiaowon in the lineup. He heard yesterday that Xiaowon was among the top 100 and would participate in today's big competition, so he came overnight. Xiaowon making it into the top 100 exceeded his expectations. He wanted to see what kind of surprises this female soldier could bring. Xiaowon didn't see Qin Muyu. He wondered if Qin Muyu had again selfishly gone to be a judge in some event. He guessed right. Commander Jiang from the new recruits camp didn't know what kind of madness Qin Muyu had, but he was so eager to help. That day, Qin Muyu just mentioned it briefly. This time, with so many new soldiers and not enough examiners, Qin Muyu not only volunteered to help but also brought in many officers to assist. Then, Commander Xie said that leaders from the division headquarters would come. This made the summary meeting for the new soldier assessment very formal. Captain Jiang felt a lot of pressure. Today, he definitely didn't want any trouble. After the review, the leaders would give speeches. At this moment, all the contestants were asked to gather at the start point of the cross-country race. Xiaowan was taken by Fong Dongling to change into combat gear. She carried the required marching pack, water bottle, and received an automatic rifle and magazine. She arrived at the race assembly point. There were 99 male soldiers plus her, a total of 100, all equipped the same. Fong Dongling helped Xiaowan tidy up her uniform and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. My comrades and I will wait for you at the finish line. Just do your best." Other male soldiers looked at Xiaowan with curiosity. Some even whistled at her. During yesterday's training, the soldiers saw Xiaowan and thought she looked like a little muddy girl. Now everyone realized she was a fair-skinned, neat girl. Quite surprising. Many found this a bit funny.
Su Bing also saw Xiaowan.
He felt complicated inside, wanting to go over and boast a little, but he thought, since she was a traitor who didn't even tell her brothers about her marriage, she lacked loyalty, so he didn't want to bother with her. Zhai Tao and Wang Lin also made it into the top 100. Soldiers from the army, raised among soldiers from a young age, always have some advantages. However, Zhai Tao and Wang Lin felt a bit awkward. The two of them were joking around about a race. "She's 98th, I'm 99th, and you're 100th. That means we haven't even beaten the girls yet?" "Not for now. After today's race, she'll definitely be at the bottom. We should be able to move up a couple spots." "Nonsense. Today only the top 3 matter. If you're not in the top 3, it doesn't count. Forget about the top 3. Only Su Bing might have a chance to compete. Chun Li and Ye Jun, from the provincial military district, are really strong." The examiner then started explaining the race rules, and Xiaowan listened quietly. She was small and thin, pushed to the back of the group. After the rules were explained, one person moved from the front to the back of the line and said to the male soldiers nearby, "Let the female comrades start at the front, okay?" Xiaowan looked and saw it was Xiao Ping'an. Xiao Ping'an was also there temporarily to help as an examiner and to keep order. Since he saw Xiaowan, he would definitely give her some care. The other male soldiers also agreed and made space for her. Xiaowan wanted to say, "There's no need," but since everyone moved aside, she didn't want to seem too picky. When she reached the front, several male soldiers crowded around her. Then she noticed that her sides and behind were tightly guarded by 3 people. Su Bing stood behind Xiaowan, pushing a male soldier beside him and saying, "Why are you pushing? Make some space." Zhai Tao and Wang Lin stood on her sides. Clearly, they were worried that too many people at the start might trip her. Zhai Tao was usually not very familiar with Xiaowan, but he still said, "In a big yard, we look out for each other." Wang Lin added, "We can only protect you for the first 5 kilometers. After that, we'll have to speed up." Xiaowan understood that these soldiers from the big yard shared a strong friendship. "Still," she said, "you don't need to worry about me. I can manage on my own." Su Bing shouted from behind, "Stop fussing." Xiaowan made a face. The little kid was stubborn, so she decided to run as they planned. She saw others from the same unit also planning to stick together, and she figured she wouldn't hold them back. When the starting gun fired, everyone rushed forward. The 4 people from the big yard took the lead. Close behind them were the top contenders, Chun Li and Ye Jun. At this point, no one was speeding up. Maintaining a steady pace and saving energy was the best choice. 10 minutes later, they reached a mountain trail. The southern city area was hilly, with small hills everywhere. The road became rougher, and little flags were planted on the slopes as markers. Along the way, examiners watched to prevent cheating or shortcuts. After reaching the top of a hill, Xiaowan was a bit out of breath. She is physically strong because of her training, but at this moment, she needed to save her spiritual energy. Climbing was mostly relying on her body strength. She carried nearly 10 kilograms on her back, so 5 kilometers was quite tiring. Wang Lin plopped down on a large rock and opened his water bottle to drink. Zhai Tao also sat down, gasping, and said, "Let's rest for a bit." Xiaowan stood beside them, wiping sweat, and said, "I can keep going. Don't wait for me." Wang Lin, resentment points plus 99. Zhai Tao, resentment points plus 99. The two looked at Xia Wan, hesitant to speak. Su Bing, holding his gun, poked their backs and shouted, "Coward, get up and keep running." Wang Lin asked Xia Wan, "Aren't you tired?" She nodded, "I'm tired, but I can still hold on." Su Bing pulled Xia Wan to run with him, shouting as they went, "It's only 5 kilometers, not time to stop yet." Wang Lin and Jai Tao had no choice but to stand up and chase after them. Just then, Chen Li and Nye Jun had already overtaken the four of them. When they reached the second hill, Wang Lin was exhausted. He sat on the ground and said, "You three go ahead. I'll rest here and catch up slowly." They were no longer in the front. Several teams had already overtaken them. Jai Tao also said, "Su Bing, we can't hold you back. You go ahead and pass Chen Li and the others. Don't let our big group down." Wang Lin raised his fist and said, "Yeah, right." Xia Wan was actually doing okay, but she wanted to go alone. She pretended to be tired and sat next to Wang Lin, quietly saying it. Su Bing clearly didn't want to leave them behind. Xia Wan advised, "You go ahead and pass them. The three of us will take our time and catch up." Su Bing looked suspiciously at Xia Wan and asked, "You seem to be running pretty easily. Should we continue together?" Xia Wan's face was already flushed red. She fanned herself and pretended to be exhausted, saying, "I'm so tired, completely exhausted. I need to rest for a bit. You go ahead and sprint the last 10 kilometers. Don't leave me behind." After some hesitation, Su Bing felt it was unrealistic for Xia Wan to join him for the final 10 kilometers. He reminded Wang Lin and Jai Tao, "Take a break now, and then keep running with her. Don't leave her behind before the last 5 kilometers." Wang Lin and Jai Tao looked at each other. They felt Su Bing was wrong. Clearly, Xia Wan was in better shape than they were. Su Bing left. Seeing several more teams overtake them, Xia Wan stood up, looked down at Wang Lin and Jai Tao, and asked, "How about you? Are you ready to go?" The two of them initially wanted to rest a bit longer but felt too embarrassed, so they had to stand up and keep going. The three of them ran out, but not far, before Xia Wan reached the front. She turned back and waved to the others, saying, "I'm not staying with you anymore. Take your time. I'm going to catch up with Su Bing." Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Wang Lin tugged on Jai Tao's backpack strap and asked, "Are we really leaving her behind?" Jai Tao sighed. "Look at her steady steps. I think she's been accommodating us all along." Wang Lin felt awkward and said, "I said we wouldn't wait for her after 5 kilometers, but it turns out she's in better shape than I am." Jai Tao nodded. No wonder Su Bing calls her a tough girl. Xia Wan finally could act alone. She sped up and, in a quiet place, swapped places with the puppet calf. The puppet took her place running quickly along the mountain trail. She returned to her space to rest and regain her strength. The puppet calf could imitate her outfit, with her jade ring hanging on its chest. When the puppet moved, she simply followed along. Now, inside her space, Xia Wan could also see what was happening outside. After resting for 5 kilometers and restoring some stamina and spiritual energy, she could switch back and start running faster again. Along the way, the puppet calf overtook several groups of people. The male soldiers who were passed by were stunned. "Is that the female soldier? We actually got overtaken by her? Run. This is so embarrassing." But they soon realized she was moving at a steady pace. They could overtake her a few steps at a time, but maintaining the same speed was impossible for them. Less than a kilometer later, she overtook them again. Finally, they reached the small river they had planned to cross. Xia Wan didn't want to cross the river in such cold winter weather. Luckily, the puppet wasn't afraid of the cold. After crossing, when she switched back, she would just splash some water on herself. That would be enough. But she never expected Qin Muyue to be waiting at the riverbank. Concerned about the danger soldiers might face crossing, there was a rescue team there, and Qin Muyue was responsible for that area. It wasn't Qin Muyue's fault. When he thought about how he first met Xia Wan, when she almost drowned, and now she was crossing the river loaded with gear, he couldn't help but worry. That's why he chose this place to support. Several people had already crossed ahead. The examiners and rescue personnel by the river didn't expect a female soldier to arrive so quickly. How is this female soldier so fast? She's probably the 11th to arrive? Maybe she's carrying less weight? That's not right. I heard the only female soldier in the competition has to meet the same requirements as the men. When Qin Muyue saw Xiaowan appear, his eyes lit up. His wife was truly impressive. He quietly approached and warned, "Comrade female soldier, the water is about 2 meters deep in the middle of the river. Please be careful. If you can't cross, you can apply to withdraw." Xiaowan was eating an apple in the space when she saw Qin Mai. She almost choked herself. She had to say, "Thank you, Commander. I can manage." Outside, the puppet calf completely imitated Xiaowan's voice, saying the same words. But while the voice was identical, her expression looked a bit strange. Qin Mai suspiciously looked at his wife. Why did she look like she was choking? Could it be that she was too surprised to see him? He whispered, "Xiaowan, don't force yourself. The water is cold." Afraid of revealing her secret, Xiaowan quickly directed the puppet calf to pass by Qin Mai. "It's okay, I can do it." Qin Mai looked at his wife's back and suddenly became worried. Was her hand hurt? Normally, during marching, both hands would either hold the backpack straps or swing at the sides. But Xiaowan's hand always hung by her side. This was because one arm of the puppet calf had been broken when Xiaowan accidentally dropped it and later sewn back together. It looked fine externally, but the arm couldn't move freely. When the puppet calf entered the river, Qin Mai followed and waded into the water. "Hey, what's going on with Commander Qin? He probably wants to protect this female soldier from accidents while crossing. Is Commander Qin being too chivalrous? Could that cause problems? What's wrong with that? It's for safety, after all, she's a female soldier." Qin Mai kept close, about a meter from Xiaowan, regardless of how cold the water was. As long as no soldiers were in danger, the examiners didn't need to get their clothes wet. Xiaowan sat in the space, scolding, "Idiot." The puppet calf also cursed, "Idiot." Since puppets are made of wood, they can't sink. Although only one arm could move, Xiaowan hung her rifle on her back, took off her backpack, and floated on the water, pushing forward. The river was only deep in the middle, and Xiaowan floated on the surface, using her one arm to paddle. When she reached the shore, Qin Mai anxiously asked, "Xiaowan, is your hand hurt?" Xiaowan said in the space, "No, just twisted it. I'll be fine." Afraid he would ask more, she used the puppet to generate wind beneath her feet and ran away. She ran into the bushes by the river, and she and the puppet exchanged signals again. Xiaowan had tested that if the puppet stayed still while lying down, it wouldn't use much spiritual power and could last all night. But if they were marching like now, covering 5 kilometers was almost the limit. When the spiritual energy is depleted, the puppet will revert to its original form. It must be given more spiritual energy to become a human-shaped figure again. Xiaowan carried her equipment on her back. Her constant heart technique started running, and she rushed forward like a gust of wind. In the last 5 kilometers, they had already reached most people's physical limit. Even Qin Li, who had been in first place all along, was now stumbling and unable to run, only able to walk. He thought, "We're about to leave the mountain. Once we're out, it's flat ground, and it won't be so tiring." He heard footsteps. It was Nie Jun and Su Bing. These two were closely chasing him, probably planning to speed up and run back to the training ground once they left the mountain. That was the finish line. The examiners saw these three and nodded approvingly. These 3 new soldiers are good. It looks like their top positions are secure. Not long after these 3 passed, a gust of wind swept past the examiners. Was I seeing things? The soldier just now? Even at this time, running so fast? That's unbelievable. Sharp-eyed observers saw the braid flying behind Xiaowan's military cap. My goodness, it's that female soldier? Maybe I just saw it wrong, and it's an illusion. But when the examiner closed his eyes and opened them again, the female soldier was already gone. In the last 10 meters leaving the mountain, Su Bing was exhausted, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead, but he still clenched his teeth and pushed forward. He had to surpass Nie Jun and Qin Li. His other test scores ranked 3rd, and in today's 3 major competitions, he absolutely couldn't lose to these 2. Su Bing accelerated, and Yejun and Chun-Li also sped up. The three almost arrived at the mountain exit at the same time. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them. "Get out of the way. If you bump into me, I'm not responsible." Who the heck is so arrogant? Su Bing looked back briefly, then staggered and almost fell. Xia Wan pulled Su Bing along as they ran. Su Bing felt lighter somehow, his legs moving mechanically as he tried to keep up with Xia Wan's pace. "Boss, are you this fierce?" This was the first time Su Bing called Xia Wan boss. Xia Wan ran and said, "Hold on, I'll carry you for a bit." Su Bing felt like those words should have been his line. He shook off Xia Wan's hand and said, "All right, just 1 kilometer left. You go ahead." But Xia Wan stubbornly refused to let go. She had imagined herself rushing into the playground alone. She was sure she would be the center of attention. But that scene felt very unreal. Maybe many people would doubt her performance. She needed someone to cover for her. Su Bing was the perfect choice. Never give up. Never surrender. "Come on, I'll help you," Xia Wan declared firmly. Su Bing's eyes welled up with tears, feeling very touched. But could he really run on his own? "Boss, you're holding me so tightly, it's a bit embarrassing." Still, with Xia Wan holding him, Su Bing felt much lighter. They quickly pulled ahead of Chun-Li and Yejun. Chun-Li watched their backs, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, "Am I really seeing that female soldier pulling Su Bing?" Yejun took advantage of Chun-Li's distraction and caught up with him. "No doubt about it. Su Bing, you're shameless." Chun-Li pushed past Yejun and took 2 steps ahead, saying, "Get lost, I want to be shameless too." Only 1 spot was left in the top 3, and these two started a fierce rivalry. When Xia Wan and Su Bing neared the entrance of the new recruits' camp, they saw many people gathered there to welcome them. Xia Wan let go of Su Bing and pushed him gently. "You lead the way." She immediately started limping. Su Bing was stunned. "Boss, how come your leg is suddenly limping?" Xia Wan blinked. "Keep it a secret, okay?" Su Bing had helped her catch some bad guys before, so he knew Xia Wan had some skills. But he didn't realize she was so capable. Now he understood, if even he was shocked, others would probably be even more surprised. Xia Wan was trying to act low-key. Su Bing played along, leading the way. She kept a few steps behind him. At the entrance, many of the company commanders and instructors of the competing soldiers were waiting. Gao Jian and Fong Dongling weren't there. According to their calculations, Xia Wan wouldn't appear for at least half an hour. The company commanders saw Su Bing first. "Sure enough, this kid is first," one of the company commanders shouted loudly. "Su Bing, keep going. Only 800 meters left. We will definitely win." Su Bing felt strangely embarrassed. Then, they saw Xia Wan following behind Su Bing. Is that female soldier an intruder? Quickly, let her leave the track and stop blocking the others. Is she the female soldier competing? Are you kidding? No way. Where are Chun-Li and Yejun? A bunch of cowards. How did they end up behind the female soldier? Inside the new recruits' camp, the leader's speeches had already ended. Now was break time. Everyone was waiting for the armed cross-country racers to run back to the field. Xie Dahong and Commissar Su sat on the podium, drinking tea. "Hey, is that loud noise over there from the first person to arrive? So many people crowding around, I can't see clearly." "Old Su, your Su Bing will definitely do well." "Oh, stop it. That kid's physical strength is okay, but there are always stronger ones." Chu Jiangnan was the first to take out binoculars. Commissar Su also took out binoculars. Someone snatched Commissar Su's binoculars. "Look, isn't the first person that kid Su Bing?" Commissar Su quickly took back his binoculars, a happy smile on his face. "Good boy, finally making his dad proud." He modestly said to Xie Dahong nearby, "Your little Wan is also good. She'll definitely finish the race." Commissar Su kindly lent his binoculars to Xie Dahong. Then he saw Xie Dahong stand up, looking excited. "Xiao Wan, that's my girl." Commissar Su felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Xia Wan at this moment, she was probably being carried back, because she was injured. Because there were too many people blocking the entrance to the field, it was hard to see what was happening with the eye. Commissar Su thought Xiaowan was injured and being carried back, so he didn't dare ask for his binoculars back. Old Xia, go check how your kid is hurt. Xia Dahong looked through the binoculars at his daughter's figure, sighing, this kid. How did she manage to hold on until now? Commissar Su was confused. On both sides of the track, many people cheered for them. Xiaowan followed behind Su Bing, mimicking his movements very clearly. Both of them were soaked, looking exhausted, walking like a heading to heaven, one step at a time, sometimes stumbling. Su Bing was really limping because his foot hurt so much he couldn't move properly, so he had to move this way. Xiaowan was just copying him. Unfortunately, she couldn't fully imitate the heavy steps, so she looked even more funny, like a one-legged rabbit hopping happily but afraid to pass the injured gray wolf ahead. Gao Jian and the soldiers of the female soldier company were bored standing in their formation when suddenly they heard someone shouting over there. Female soldiers, keep going. Fong Dongling tilted her head to look toward the runway at the gate. Among the two resilient figures moving forward, one of them looked remarkably like Xiaowan. Fong Dongling suddenly shouted, it's Xiaowan. Next to her, Gao Jian snorted and confidently said, you must be mistaken. No way. Seeing Fong Dongling ignore her image and rush toward the gate, Gao Jian calmly peeked outside. When he saw her, he jumped up excitedly, saying, wow, she's really impressive. It is Xiaowan. He turned to the female soldiers and ordered, everyone, go to both sides of the runway and cheer for Xiaowan. The female soldiers had mixed feelings about Xiaowan making it into the top 100 for the big competition. Some even whispered quietly, compared to a bunch of men, finishing last. What's the point? But the members of Class 3 were all excited. When they heard Gao Jian's command, they ran eagerly to cheer for Xiaowan. Seeing Xiaowan limping and bouncing along, the Class 3 friends shouted at the top of their lungs, Xiaowan, keep going. You can do it, Xiaowan. Other male soldiers automatically made way for the female soldiers so they could run alongside Xiaowan and cheer her on. Sun Yuya shouted the loudest, her sharp voice calling Xiaowan's name as if Xiaowan was about to collapse. Xiaowan felt a bit embarrassed, really. It wasn't that serious. She waved to Sun Yuya, signaling her to stop shouting so loudly. But Sun Yuya couldn't hold back and burst into tears, crying out, Xiaowan waved to me. Xiaowan is so strong. At this moment, she's still waving. Xiaowan, you must hold on. You're my pride. Xiaowan wanted to cover her face. Was it really necessary to be so emotional? She couldn't take it anymore. She quickly took a few steps forward, nudging Su Bing, who was struggling to move ahead. Big brother, are you okay? You're crawling like a turtle. It's driving me crazy. Su Bing rolled his eyes, exhausted. Boss, I've done my best. Finally, they reached the last straight path. From the podium, everyone could clearly see the two of them. Everyone saw Xiaowan clearly. Deputy Commander Su opened his mouth in disbelief and turned to ask Xia Dahong, Old Xia, is that your little one? Xia Dahong proudly replied, yes, this kid's pretty good. Other leaders from the division also congratulated Xia Dahong, saying, Old Xia, a tiger father with a tiger daughter. Deputy Commander Su wanted to say, my son is still in the top position. Then he saw his son being overtaken by Xiaowan. Only 100 meters left. Xiaowan no longer wanted to wait for Su Bing. She told him, old buddy, take your time. I'll wait for you at the finish line. Then she staggered and started running forward. Her speed was moderate, about the same as her normal running pace before training. But during the final sprint of the 20-kilometer military cross-country race, that was lightning fast. She also didn't forget to act dramatically. Near the finish line, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Only 1 meter from the finish line. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the whole crowd fell silent. Xiaowan had fallen. Just 1 meter before the finish line. Could she get up again? Su Bing saw Xiaowan fall from behind. At first, he was stunned, then quickly understood and muttered, Boss, is this some kind of show? Su Bing knew Xiaowan wasn't exhausted, but others didn't. When she fell, she closed her eyes, looking as if she had fainted. To everyone, it seemed like she had given her all and finally collapsed just 1 meter from the finish line. Sun Yueya cried out, "Xiaowan, just 1 meter left, crawl over." Others joined in shouting, "Crawl, crawl." Many female soldiers also had tears in their eyes. Xiaowan reaching first had already shocked everyone. Her fall at this moment made everyone think she was running with her life, which is why she achieved such results. "Xiaowan is amazing. I admire her," many female soldiers said sincerely. On the podium, Xia Dahong's eyes turned red. This child. Deputy Su sighed, patting Xia Dahong's shoulder to comfort him. Xiaowan did her best. Even Commander Zhai came over to comfort Xia Dahong, saying, though she lost, she still earned respect. Xiaowan is a good girl. Su Bing kept moving forward, but now no one was paying attention to him. He felt very lonely. "Boss, that's enough," Su Bing thought to himself. Xiaowan was lying on the ground, mentally counting the amount of resentment points she had accumulated. It wasn't that everyone resented her. Her fall had caused some regret and sadness, so she still gained resentment points. With over 10,000 people watching, her record kept refreshing on the screen. In an instant, she gained several tens of thousands of resentment points. "I'm rich." Xiaowan was overjoyed inside. She didn't expect that a sudden fall could have such a good effect. If she had known, she would have fallen several more times. She held on to her time and slowly opened her eyes. If she didn't wake up soon, she was afraid the medical team would come and carry her away. Xiaowan is awake. Xiaowan moved. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Then they all shouted together, "Crawl over, crawl over." Chun-Li, who had just run onto the field, looked confused. What does it mean to crawl over? Behind him, Niejun had just fallen and thought everyone was cheering for him. Feeling so touched he almost cried. Niejun got up, smiled at the people on both sides of the track, and said, "No need to crawl. I can walk." No one paid attention to him. Xiaowan slowly moved toward the finish line. She stretched her hand forward, using her arms to push her body along. She moved 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters. At this moment, many people were moved by her spirit and shed tears of emotion. Finally, her hand touched the finish line. The crowd cheered loudly. The female soldiers embraced and cried. The male soldiers silently saluted Xiaowan as a sign of respect. Xia Dahong tightly held Deputy Su's hand, tears in his eyes, and kept saying over and over, this kid. Deputy Su patted his hand and said, "Old Xiaowan has probably suffered a lot before, which made her so tough. Be nicer to her in the future." Xia Dahong nodded shamefully. "She's my girl. I will protect her." Gao Jian, Fang Dongling, and the comrades from the female soldiers' unit surrounded Xiaowan. Sun Yueya hugged her in her arms. Xiaowan was still pretending to be exhausted from her act. Seeing everyone's emotions, she restrained herself and didn't dare to fake faint. Gao Jian, a rough man, didn't know what to say and kept praising her. Good soldier. Good soldier." At this moment, the medical team brought a stretcher, and Xiaowan was lifted onto it. Lying on the stretcher, she weakly waved to everyone. Gao Jian said, "Rest well. With this victory, that's enough. You don't need to participate in the next race." Xiaowan was anxious to hear that. She suddenly sat up and shouted, "No, I can still hold on. I want to join the next race." Gao Jian looked at her suddenly energetic state and asked suspiciously, "Are you making a comeback?" Xiaowan secretly cursed herself. Oh no, she had overdone her act just now. Her energy seemed to fade again. She looked tired and said to Gao Jian, "Company commander, when does the next event start? I want to rest a bit and recover so I can participate." Gao Jian hesitated and said, "According to the rules, you arrived first, and in half an hour, it will be your turn for the 400-meter obstacle race. In half an hour, do you think you'll recover?" Xiaowan nervously said, "I can do it." Xiaowan was helped to the side to rest. The female soldiers were massaging her, and the medical team was preparing to give her N4, but Xiaowan refused. At this moment, Su Bing also ran across the finish line. He came in second. His comrades helped him up and said with a smirk, "You actually lost to a girl?" Su Bing shouted, "If you're so brave, go run against her." The company commander slapped the back of Su Bing's head and said, "Seriously, if you lost, just accept it. Why argue?" Su Bing felt wronged. But when he turned his head and saw Chen Li and Nie Jun still slowly moving on the field, he suddenly felt better. At least he was only a minute behind the leader, while those who were overtaken by the leader by dozens of minutes, how could they keep going? Then, the voice of Battalion Commander Jiang came over the loudspeaker. Hearing Jiang say that the second obstacle race would be held in the afternoon, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Of course, this was because Xie Dahong went to talk to Jiang about the rules. And Commissar Su also supported him. "Your rule design isn't reasonable. It needs to be changed. These are new recruits, not veterans. If they get exhausted from continuous training, what will happen?" Jiang actually thought that the two leaders had a point. They hadn't considered everything before. Commissar Su said it might be for his son Su Bing, but Commander Xie, why are you more excited than Commissar Su? Commander Xie, that's Xie Wan. Isn't she from your family? Jiang wasn't sitting next to these leaders earlier. He had been hosting the meeting at the front, so he hadn't seen Commander Xie's emotional expression. Commander Xie decisively interrupted Jiang. "Xie Wan, what's Xie Wan? Are you talking about the female soldier who finished first? Do you think I changed the rules for her?" "Xiao Jiang, your thoughts are too complicated. I just want to protect our promising new soldiers. If you dare to ruin one, I'll have you shot." After being shouted at by Commander Xie, Jiang didn't dare ask about his relationship with Xie Wan anymore. He looked at Commissar Su, who appeared relaxed and said leisurely, "Don't look at me. Just think I'm doing it for my kid." Jiang kept waving his hands. I dare not, I dare not. Leaders all have a heart full of love for the soldiers, I understand that." Xie Wan was carried back to the dormitory. Some of her teammates gave her sugar water. Others massaged her arms and legs. Lu Danyang and Liu Bei went to bring her meals. Sun Yuya wanted to feed her, but Xie Wan felt too embarrassed and refused, saying, "You all go eat. I can manage alone." Lu Danyang gathered her dorm mates and left. This afternoon's race is more challenging. Let Xie Wan rest well alone. Everyone automatically cleared a room for Xie Wan. Lu Danyang thoughtfully closed the door tightly. Xie Wan immediately jumped out of bed, quickly changed clothes, and entered her space. Outside, there was no spiritual energy, and she had used quite a bit of her spiritual power earlier. She needed to go into her space to recover. After earning so many resentment points in the morning, Xie Wan couldn't resist and decided to draw a few times, hoping to get something good. Suddenly, she noticed that the item slot of the lottery machine, which used to be empty, now had an item. Chibudan Energy Recovery Pill. Price: 5,000 resentment points. Something is being sold now. Xie Wan had 63,000 resentment points in her account, so she wasn't short of money. She immediately exchanged for one. The pill was about the size of her little finger. She put it in her mouth. It had no taste. But she felt her consumed spiritual energy quickly restored. Is this a pill to boost spiritual power? Xie Wan was very happy. When she was training in armored off-road racing, she had her puppet little cow run the 5 kilometers instead of her because external sources couldn't replenish her spiritual energy. Also, in places without spiritual energy, using her spiritual power consumed a lot. She was afraid that if her spiritual energy ran out, she might be in trouble during the obstacle race later. Her only way to recover spiritual energy was to return to her space. Now with this Chibudan, she had nothing to worry about. Xie Wan immediately exchanged for 10 of these energy pills. She didn't need to stay in her space anymore. Now she could cultivate outside by taking pills. It seemed she needed to earn more resentment points in the future, so she could always have these pills on hand. An hour later, Xie Wan stood on the track, fully recovered, as if reborn. Gao Jian was stunned. You're back to full strength? Can you really continue the race? Xie Wan held her head high and said, Report to the squad leader, revolutionary soldiers are made of iron. We are not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. We never give up. Gao Jian looked like he saw a ghost. Revolutionary soldiers are made of iron, but not made of iron for forging. Blacksmiths can't recover that quickly. An hour ago, she was limping and in bad shape, and now she was fine, more energetic than in the morning. Was that even possible? But Gao Jian didn't have time to investigate further. He took Xiaowan to the racetrack. The venue was still lively. This afternoon featured the 400-meter obstacle race and martial arts competitions. This morning, all the male soldiers participating in the armed cross-country race had returned. When they found out that the first place was taken by that female soldier, everyone felt very down. These male soldiers kept sending feelings of resentment to Xiaowan. Xiaowan watched the screen showing her earnings, but she was still not satisfied. She wasn't very interested in resentment points before. She earned what she could and didn't worry too much. The lottery machine was tricky, and she might not get anything good anyway. But now that she knew resentment points could be exchanged for energy-replenishing pills, Xiaowan suddenly became very eager to collect them. She wanted to gather a lot of these pills, so she wouldn't be limited by the lack of spiritual energy outside. As long as she trained well, she could do anything she wanted. She looked at the male soldiers on the field. These were her sources of resentment points. Xiaowan planned to stay low-key for now, then let these soldiers contribute more resentment. She thought her performance this morning was very successful, and her image should still be intact. But when she arrived at the gathering spot for the race, she realized things might not be going as she expected. All the male soldiers looked at her with awe. This was a problem. They already admire her now, and since she was likely to win the race, it wouldn't be a big surprise, but she wouldn't get enough resentment points. Xiaowan cleared her throat. Cough, cough. I ran too hard this morning. Now I find it hard to breathe. Gao Jian, standing nearby, was surprised. What's wrong? Weren't you full of energy just now? Xiaowan's face turned red from coughing, and she stammered. I was just afraid. Afraid you wouldn't let me participate, Commander. Gao Jian, plus 99 resentment points. Nonsense. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. No more races for you. All the male soldiers perked up their ears, secretly listening. They also hoped this female soldier wouldn't compete anymore. Losing to her would be too embarrassing. The other 3 members of the courtyard group gathered around. Zhai Tao handed Xiaowan a water bottle. Drink some water, it will help. Wang Lin asked with concern. I felt the same earlier. Breathing was hard. You ran so fiercely, it must be even harder to recover. Because Su Bing and Xia Wan led the front 10 kilometers, Wang Lin and Zhai Tao performed better than usual and both made it into the top 50. They were already quite satisfied. As for Xiaowan finishing first, they were surprised but not shocked. On the way, they had already guessed something was up. Wang Lin said, I thought she was waiting for us. Zhai Tao replied, even Su Bing, Chen Li, and Ye Jun didn't beat her. Since we didn't either, it's normal. However, these 2 people truly started to accept Xiaowan and felt proud that she brought honor to their group. Su Bing was the most calm. When he saw Xiaowan coughing so badly, he just stood aside silently.
Come on, act.
If the leader doesn't want to be a cultural soldier, he's really wasting talent. After Xiaowan performed, the male soldiers believed even more that she had been running with her life this morning. Seeing her so determined, they thought, if she can work so hard, why can't I work even harder? Chen Li, resentment points plus 199. Ye Jun, resentment points plus 299. Everyone, because of Xiaowan, started to complain about not working hard enough, giving her another wave of resentment points. Seeing this, Xiaowan performed even more enthusiastically. She raised her small fists and said to Gao Jian, Squad leader, I am a soldier. I can only stand and die, not kneel and survive. Even if I have to crawl, I will crawl over those obstacles. Gao Jian, a rough man, was moved by her and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Good soldier. Some male soldiers approached her to praise her. Xiaowan modestly lowered her head. I'm not really that good. I grew up in the countryside. When I was young, I didn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, so I just ran all over the mountains. Sometimes I could catch a wild rabbit to fill my stomach. She was describing the tragic childhood of the original owner. Coincidentally, this was overheard by Xia Dahuang, who wanted a closer look at his daughter. Xia Dahuang stopped in his tracks, blushing with shame. This was all his fault. Other male soldiers suddenly understood. No wonder Xia Wan was so good at off-road running. They weren't surprised that she beat them. Some male soldiers whispered doubts. Most of us are from the countryside too, and we ran all over the mountains when we were young. Why haven't we beaten her? Chun-Li, Niejun, and others thought that running could be trained like this, but they hadn't practiced obstacle courses, especially not female soldiers. Xia Wan was already so weak. Even if she participated, she probably wouldn't win. Everyone felt relieved, thinking they could at least save face in the obstacle race. At this moment, the loudspeaker rang out again, and Captain Jiang's voice echoed over the field. Captain Jiang announced new rules for the competition. The order was reversed. Originally, Xia Wan was supposed to be the first to test, but now, based on their rankings in armed cross-country, they would start from the 100th place. Some people objected, thinking that those running at the front already had more rest, and now they had to go last, which seemed unfair. But Captain Jiang quickly silenced all objections with a few words. The better the talent, the more opportunities we should give them to perform. If they finish in the top places and you want to take away their time, that's not fair. Can you also run in first place if you have the ability? Commander Jiang had no choice. During lunch, the leaders of the division were concerned about the rules for the afternoon competition. However, no one expected that a new soldier assessment would be so highly valued. The rules for this big contest were originally quite casual, but the leaders criticized them strictly, so changes were necessary. The male soldiers participating didn't have many objections, since they had lost earlier that morning. The judging platform was moved to the obstacle course area. The 400-meter obstacle race was more challenging than the morning's armed cross-country, testing soldiers' strength, skills, endurance, and courage. It was even one of the main events for Special Forces selection, so units bringing new soldiers paid special attention to this event. The race was timed. After 2000, the standard for the 400-meter obstacle race in the military was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, not including the rope crossing part. In the 1970s, obstacle events were not fully standardized and varied according to each army's characteristics. Difficult obstacles like rope crossing were required for units like the 2nd Division, which was a field combat unit, because they had to cross large rivers and iron chains bridges. The race started with several lanes at the same time. The 4-person team stood together in the yard. Gao Jian also stayed nearby. The first male soldier hung upside down on the 30-meter rope, using his limbs to move forward very slowly. Gao Jian said, "This is called the back-suspended position, which requires strong arm strength. I suggest you try the prone position." Xia Wan looked up innocently and asked, "Captain, can I run across by stepping on the rope?" Gao Jian rolled his eyes. 30 meters. Do you think this is a circus act? Circus performers can balance and walk across, but it would be so slow. Xia Wan pondered. She thought she could fly across like the water floating on TV, just needing a push or two in the middle. But she knew that was unrealistic. She was afraid of being studied, so she decided to crawl across honestly. The first soldier finished in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, which wasn't very good. Xia Wan asked Su Bing beside her, "What's your usual time?" Su Bing said under 3 minutes. Seeing the soldier who just finished, looking discouraged, he walked over to them. Xia Wan praised him with admiration. "Wow, you're really impressive. I want to learn from you." The soldier shyly smiled and encouraged her, "Keep going, you can do it too." Since they were new soldiers, just completing the race was already quite an achievement. Every contestant passing by in the race, regardless of their time, Xia Wan looked at them with admiration. The soldiers finally regained their pride, standing tall and confident. Losing the off-road vehicle race was not a big deal, especially Niejun, who was ranked 4th in the morning's armed off-road race. The 400-meter obstacle course was his strong point. Niejun approached the 4-person team in the courtyard and looked at Su Bing and Xia Wan, confidently saying, "I won't lose to you two in this event." There were 4 tracks in total. The previous races didn't take long. Wang Lin and Zhai Tao had already finished, both completing their runs in under 4 minutes. As they finished, amid cheers from their comrades, they walked over to Xiaowan. Zhai Tao asked her, "When I was climbing over the high wall earlier, I slipped a little. Remember, no matter what, don't let go of the rope. You might get hurt. If you can't push yourself to go all the way, hold the rope and climb slowly." Wang Lin also shared his tips. When you step onto the ladder, make sure to use your last jump to reach the rope ladder directly. That saves a lot of time. Both of them had good intentions, and Xiaowan listened carefully. "You're both so amazing, I'll remember that." The more they watched her, the more they liked her. They encouraged her, "Don't be afraid. We'll be watching from the side. Take your time, we believe you can do it." Su Bing snorted and turned away. Wang Lin, feeling annoyed, said to Su Bing, "What's wrong? Do you look down on us? We might not be as good as you, but we're still qualified to give Xiaowan some tips, right?" Su Bing sneered, "You'll see if you're qualified or not later." Although Su Bing couldn't understand how Xiaowan could have an advantage in obstacle courses, he guessed she might cause some trouble later because she was acting so diligently. This feeling of being the only one awake in a world full of fools made Su Bing stand even more proudly. Xiaowan nudged him, and Su Bing shut up, turning his back and looking up at the sky. Wang Lin and Zhai Tao thought Su Bing looked down on them. Finally, it was the turn of the last four. Niejun, Qinli, Su Bing, and Xiaowan, each starting on their own track at the same time. Everyone knew this was the strongest group, except Xiaowan. They had been among the top 4 in the morning's armed off-road race. But earlier, some competitors had already finished the obstacle course in under 3 minutes, so they might overtake them in this event. The area around the course became very crowded. Although there was no strict rule requiring new soldiers to watch the afternoon's race, most of them came anyway. The female soldiers even mobilized in full force. Most of the female soldiers genuinely came to cheer for Xiaowan. Some others came just to watch the fun. Several girls from Class 5 second squad, because Xiaowan was reprimanded, mostly came to laugh at her. Someone said, "She won in the morning, but who knows if she was lucky. Isn't that Su Bing her classmate? Maybe Su Bing has been helping her all along." Compared to Xiaowan's victory, they preferred to see Su Bing as a hero. Huang Lily whispered, "So, what if she won in the morning? Now everyone is watching. No one can help her now. I hope she doesn't fall off that high wall." Another girl from Class 5 said, "I don't think she'll fall. I bet she can't even climb up." Hearing these comments, Lu Shiqi rarely spoke up for Xiaowan, saying, "Why do I smell something sour? If you have the guts, go compete yourself." Compared to Xiaowan, Lu Shiqi disliked the artistic soldiers in her class, thinking they were very fake. The teammates from Class 3 First Squad were completely different. They all waited by Xiaowan's track, some holding water bottles for her, others helping her relax her muscles. "Xiaowan, keep going. We believe in you,"
Sun Yuya said.
Lu Danyang knew how tough this event was and kindly reminded Xiaowan, "Don't push yourself too hard. Safety first." Right next to her was Su Bing's track. Su Bing's squad leader patted his shoulder and said, "You kid, do your best. Don't lose again to the female soldiers." Su Bing sighed. "I can promise not to lose to Qinli and Niejun, but I can't promise about the others." The squad leader almost patted him on the head again but held back, cursing, "Don't be a coward." Su Bing didn't want to say anything more. Soon everyone would see what was going on. Chun-Li and Niejun couldn't help but glance over, exchanging challenging looks for a second. At this point, they no longer saw Xiaowan as their opponent. Their only real opponent was Su Bing. Su Bing irritably took off his military cap, brushed his buzz-cut hair, feeling lonely as snow. All eyes were now on these 4 tracks. The 4 had already put on their gear. Xiaowan saw Su Bing holding a Type 63 rifle with one hand. She mimicked him, taking her rifle off her neck and holding it with one hand. The Type 63 weighs 3.87 kilograms, is 1.032 meters long, has a 20-round magazine, and a range of 400 meters. It was China's first domestically developed automatic rifle, widely used in the military during the 1970s and 80s. Xiaowan and the others didn't have their own guns yet. The equipment used in the competition was issued temporarily. The starting gun fired. Xiaowan and the other 3 people began running at the same time, rushing forward. In front of them were 3 sewage pits in a row, which they had to quickly pass through while staying low, without touching the barbed wire above. Xiaowan bent her back as she moved forward because she was small in size, which actually gave her an advantage. When she reached the first sewage pit, she was in the lead. Then came a muddy section where they had to crawl forward. At this moment, Xiaowan moved very much like Little Squeak, using her limbs very smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the second sewage pit. She was still in first place, and no one found this surprising. After all, this obstacle was not very difficult, and her small size was an advantage. After passing the 3 sewage pits, the next obstacle was called Step by Step High. It was a series of horizontal bars of increasing height, and each step had to be stepped on precisely, or they would fall. Xiaowan easily jumped onto the first rung, then started jumping upward 1 step at a time. When she reached the highest rung, she saw the other 3 people almost in line with her. Xiaowan remembered the advice Wang Lin had shared. When jumping down from the last rung, she should grab the rope ladder with one hand. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the audience. The others all jumped down from the step by step high, using the impact of landing to propel their bodies forward and grab the rope ladder. Wang Lin's idea was also this, saving energy and time when jumping. But Xiaowan misunderstood. She thought it meant jumping directly from the last rung onto the rope ladder. The last rung was nearly 2 meters high, and jumping onto the ladder would indeed save time. But there was still about 2 meters of space in between. Who would dare to jump directly like that? Xiaowan thought this was basic skill, and in front of everyone, she leapt like a nimble rabbit, crossing over. When she firmly hung onto the middle of the rope ladder, the whole scene went silent for 3 seconds. Did I see that right? Did she really not land? Can you really jump over the rope ladder like that? Wang Lin was also stunned. He stared blankly at Xiaowan hanging on the ladder, muttering foolishly, I really didn't mean it like that. Even the experienced leaders on the podium started whispering to each other. Everyone looked at Chu Jiangnan. Chu Jiangnan was the Special Forces captain. If any soldier in the entire army dared to jump like that, it would be the Special Forces team. Chu Jiangnan nodded calmly. We all jump like that. Commander Zhai and Commissar Su and others then nodded in agreement. But they immediately turned to ask Xie Dahong, Old Xie, did your little one train according to Special Forces standards? Xie Dahong no longer had time to show off his daughter. He nervously watched the competition, thinking, what nonsense training did I give? I don't even know how she managed to jump over. But actually, Chu Jiangnan also felt a bit of a headache. In their Special Forces team, only one person could jump like that during training, and that was Qin Mai. Did Qin Mai pass his secret technique to his wife? There must be some trick. Later, he planned to find Qin Mai and make him honestly explain.
No hiding secrets.
Qin Mai, hiding nearby and secretly watching his wife's competition, was also shocked by Xiaowan's jump. He sneezed suddenly, feeling like someone was whispering about him. What was going on? Could it be that his wife was thinking of him while competing? Because of this jump, Xiaowan saved time on her takeoff. The 15-meter rope ladder hung in midair, swinging like a swing. The female soldiers watching saw Xiaowan in midair and shouted in surprise. They thought she would hold onto the ladder tightly and not move. But surprisingly, she kept climbing up on the shaky ladder. When she reached the top, Su Bing and 2 others had only climbed halfway. From Xiaowan's position, Nie Jun was currently in second place. Nie Jun also glanced at the highest point where Xiaowan was. Nie Jun, grudge value plus 399, he thought angrily. Are you a monkey?
Climbing so fast?
He didn't know how strange Xiaowan's jump was, how she suddenly pulled ahead of him. Below the ladder was a deep pit filled with water, meant to cushion a fall from high up. Everyone was supposed to climb down the other side of the ladder after reaching the top. But Xiaowan suddenly remembered Olympic high-diving athletes from her past life. Jumping down from this height, I might die, Xiaowan thought. If she were like those divers doing flips forward or backward, she'd look super cool. No, she couldn't be so reckless. She obediently flipped over and moved down a few meters. But she found that too slow. About 7 or 8 meters above the ground, she suddenly leapt down. Are they crazy? The spectators exclaimed. On the podium, Xie Dahong's face turned red with anger. He stood up, slapped the table, and shouted to the nearby soldier, "Go!" Called Jiang Fom over. Captain Jiang from the new recruits was called over. Xie Dahong yelled at him loudly, "Is this how your new recruit squad teaches obstacle courses? Speed is important, but safety is just as important. Someone could get seriously hurt. Who is responsible?" The leaders of the training camp agreed. "Little Jiang, you're being too reckless." "Which company is Xiaoan from?" "Call her company commander here. She needs to be seriously criticized." Commander Jiang looked upset and said, "She's a female soldier. The female soldier unit doesn't have the 400-meter obstacle course. I think she didn't learn it from anyone. She created it herself." The leaders. Despite the criticism, everyone's attention was still on the competition. When Xiaoan jumped down the rope ladder into the water, she realized she had made a wrong move. The water in the pool wasn't deep enough for a safe jump from high above. If she hadn't used her spiritual power to slow her fall, she would have been hurt. Xiaoan thought if her wrong example was copied by others, it could endanger her teammates. What should she do? She could pretend to be hurt so others wouldn't copy her. So when she got out of the pool, she started limping. With her experience from earlier, she was now very good at pretending to be injured. The male soldiers watching discussed, "I knew she would get hurt." But some said, "She's so brave." The female soldiers, hoping Xie Wan would win, sighed with regret. Gao Jian scowled and scolded, "I didn't teach her to jump like that. That's reckless." Gao Jian wanted to lock Xie Wan up for her stunt. Some others, happily mocking, said, "Haha, she's too stubborn. No need to compete now. She's definitely going to lose." While everyone was talking, Xie Wan limped forward, still managing to glance at her accumulated resentment points. She was far ahead. Even though she was limping, when she reached the wall, Nie Jun and Su Bing behind her had just finished climbing down the rope ladder. The two projects Gao Jian was most worried about, this high wall and the final crossing, seemed even harder now that Xie Wan's leg was injured. She planned to jump over the wall from a distance, but now, since she was pretending to be limping, rushing to climb over the 2-meter-high wall with a rope looked even more difficult. But Xie Wan didn't care much about this challenge. She had originally planned to jump over it in one go. Now that she was pretending to be injured, jumping confidently would look too fake. She thought about an actor's discipline. Details decide success or failure. If she was going to act, she couldn't hold back. Xie Wan started to speed up, limping. Who said a limping person can't run? It just takes more effort. One high step, one low step, staggering forward. Other female soldiers would probably care about their image and wouldn't act so wildly. However, Xie Wan completely lacked the awareness of being beautiful. In fact, she believed that a good actress should be able to play the role of a clown to demonstrate strong acting skills. She jumped up the dirt with one leg high and the other low, grabbing the rope. Using her arms with force and her feet pressed against the wall, she climbed up like a gecko. This time, she used the correct posture. But when she reached the top and was about to leap down, Xie Wan hesitated. She was disabled. She definitely couldn't land on her injured leg. Landing on her good leg alone wouldn't keep her balance, so she wondered what kind of landing posture would look more realistic. Clearly, the audience also thought about this. If Xie Wan landed on her good leg and got hurt, she would have to withdraw immediately. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. A sudden thought flashed through Xie Wan's mind. She jumped, appearing to land on her good leg, but she added a bit of drama. At the moment of landing, she bent forward and rolled down, tumbling over 10 times.
Ah!
Is she hurt? I'm covering my eyes. I can't watch. The female soldiers of Class 3 were worried and hesitant, all afraid to watch Xie Wan's jump. When someone nearby said, "It's okay," she got up. They finally dared to open their eyes and look at Xie Wan, then cheered. At this point, everyone no longer cared whether Xiaowan could win. They just hoped she could finish all the tasks safely. On the podium, Chu Jiangnan introduced to Major Zhai beside him. This is actually the standard posture for crossing high walls internationally, using rolling to reduce the risk of sprains. Major Zhai secretly glanced at Xia Dahong. Good grief, old Xia. Hiding your daughter in the countryside and training her according to special forces standards? You just wouldn't admit it earlier. In the morning, her armed cross-country run first place was probably trained in the countryside catching rabbits. But for this obstacle course, without proper training, could she really perform to the standards of special forces? Old Xia, if you had told me earlier, I would have sent my son Jai Tao to train with your daughter too. The misunderstanding was quite big. Xia Dahong looked innocent and said he was unaware. Xia Wan climbed over the bars and the balance beam by crawling and crawling, then crossed the wooden bridge. The three behind her also started catching up. Su Bing and Ye Jun were neck and neck in speed, while Chun Li was slightly behind them. When Xia Wan reached the low wall, Su Bing and Ye Jun were almost level with her. Xia Wan felt it was time for her to break out. Su Bing and Ye Jun both jumped over a low wall that was 1 meters high. To keep her image, Xia Wan crawled through an opening that was only 0.6 meters high. Her movements were so smooth that she was not much slower than Su Bing and Ye Jun. However, she still lagged behind them by half a step. The three of them reached the last obstacle before the crossing, which was also the most tiring part of the 400-meter obstacle race. This obstacle simulated how soldiers cross mountain streams in rugged terrain. Without any safety gear, they relied on a 30-meter rope to climb across, using only their hands and feet. It required full-body strength, courage, endurance, and stamina. According to the rules, at the middle of the rope, they had to crawl upside down in a face-up position. Usually, in military training, this crossing is done alone. Without long-term practice, it's very hard to complete. Several of the previous runners had fallen from the rope and lost their chance to finish. Xia Wan climbed onto the iron posts on both sides. At this point, she no longer thought about acting. She also knew she wouldn't actually step across the rope like a circus performer. She realized that was against the rules. When she watched other competitors earlier, she learned that most of them used a face-down position for the first part and only switched to face-up in the middle to save energy and go faster. But Xiaowan didn't need to save energy. Her spiritual power wasn't being used much now, enough for her to cross several 30-meter crossings. She observed that, due to gravity, the rope was slightly inclined. She could slide along it. As soon as she grabbed the rope, she adopted a face-up position and hung upside down on it. Gao Jian, below, shouted anxiously, "Turn over. You won't make it to the end like this." Qin Mai, who had arrived at the crossing earlier, pulled Gao Jian's arm and said seriously, "Captain Gao, please don't make loud noises, or it will affect the soldiers' performance." Gao Jian recognized Qin Mai, saluted and said, "Report to Captain Qin. The female soldier over there is from our company. I'm worried about her doing this." Before Gao Jian finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. While Qin Mai's muscles relaxed gradually, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes shone brightly. During their conversation, Xiaowan had already gathered a large amount of spiritual energy at the point where her body touched the rope. It was as if a thick cushion formed between her and the rope. Then, Xiaowan hung on the rope and, in the blink of an eye, slid to the middle of the rope. With this single move, she surpassed Su Bing and Ye Jun by 10 meters. So fast? Does she have no friction with the rope? Some of the observing soldiers, who had studied high school physics, questioned. How is that possible? Maybe she's light enough and can tolerate pain. Others offered explanations. Next time, I want to try it too. It looks very effortless. Someone seemed to have discovered a new shortcut in a subject they found difficult. Xiaowan was very good at high school physics. She had calculated precisely that, using gravity's acceleration during the downward slide, she could reverse her direction and pass through the designated backlying area. As she expected, when she saw the second red line hanging in the middle of the rope, she quickly flipped over into a prone position. Using her hands and feet, she darted forward like a mouse. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Finally, she reached the end of the rope first. Xia jumped down from the horizontal crossing. The crowd was stunned. Only 5 meters of flat ground remained. As long as she crossed the finish line, she would win. Xia staggered forward, and just as she crossed the finish line, she fell again. This fall caused everyone to gasp in shock. The timer official pressed the stopwatch. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Then everyone saw that Xia had crossed the finish line. Half of her body already passed it, indicating she had completed the test. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. In that 1 second, Xia gained a huge amount of resentment points. Gao Jian and Qin Mai were now standing at the finish line, looking down at the contestant lying at the end. Qin Mai curled his lips. He was sure that his wife was definitely acting. Gao Jian, anxious, stepped forward to help Xia up. Qin Mai would never allow another man to touch his wife in front of him. He blocked Gao Jian and said seriously, "This female soldier must be exhausted. Let her rest for a bit." Gao Jian thought that was fine too. Then, he saw Qin Muyu squat down and quietly whisper something into Xiaowan's ear. Xiaowan immediately sat up from the ground. Just as Qin Muyu said, "Wife, if you keep pretending, I'll just carry you." Xiaowan didn't want to keep up her act anymore, so she had to stop pretending. Unfortunately, she felt that if she had performed for just 1 more minute, she could have gained over 10,000 more points of resentment. She sat on the ground and smiled. Gao Jian's forehead showed 2 dark lines. "You still smile? Do you realize how many of your actions were wrong just now? How did I tell you yesterday? How is your leg? Is it hurt?" At this moment, the teammates from Class 3 had already arrived and helped Xiaowan to the side. Su Bing and Ye Jun crossed the finish line one after the other. Su Bing finished in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and Ye Jun in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Chunli was behind them by about 10 seconds. In the 400-meter obstacle race, Xiaowan was first, Su Bing second, and Ye Jun third this time. Because some other contestants had better scores than Chunli earlier, Chunli dropped to 6th place. While listening to Gao Jian's scolding, Xiaowan enjoyed the care of her Class 3 teammates. She blinked at Qin Muyu, signaling him not to reveal her identity. Qin Muyu, acting like a caring officer for soldiers, asked, "Comrade, a foot injury is no small matter. If not treated in time, it could cause permanent damage." Xiaowan lifted her foot and pretended to check it, saying, "Report, Commander. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. I checked myself, and it's not a big problem. Look, I've already put the joint back in place." Gao Jian scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, "A sprained joint can be fixed so easily?" Qin Muyu grinned, playing along with his wife, and said mockingly, "Yes, yes. Our Chinese medicine's bone-setting techniques are truly profound and extensive." Gao Jian stared in shock, then excitedly suggested to Qin Muyu, "Commander Qin, you should report this to the headquarters. Our medical station should also have a skilled traditional Chinese doctor." Qin Muyu touched his nose and replied in a muffled voice, "I will report it." He looked affectionately at his wife, who was happily playing like a clever child, nodded, and quietly left the area. Under the protection of the female soldiers, Xiaowan returned to the rest area. At this point, everyone knew that the female soldier had won first place again in the 400-meter obstacle race. Countless resentment points flooded towards Xiaowan, especially from the other male contestants.
What?
She finished in 2 minutes and 27 seconds? How is that possible? Didn't she look exhausted just before the competition? Can someone tell me if she's a female soldier or a female demon? I think I'm seeing ghosts. We saw her run with our own eyes. What kind of ghost could that be? Maybe she's just naturally talented. On the judging platform, Xie Dahong received a new round of congratulations. Commander Zhai asked Chu Jiangnan nearby, "Captain Chu, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. What level is that for your special forces team?" Chu Jiangnan calmly replied, "It's the worst level for beginners." Commander Zhai nodded, thinking that made sense. Then, he frowned and said to Xie Dahong, "Old Xie, we train together every weekend, but you never tell me anything about training your daughter. You're such a sly fox. Xie Dahong was proud of his daughter's talent, but panicked when he heard Zhai's misunderstanding. He hurried to explain, I really haven't trained her. She just. But how could he explain what she is? Could he say she was abandoned as a child, hungry and cold, and had to chase rabbits all over the mountains to survive? He couldn't say that. Seeing Xie Dahong look so flustered, Zhai became more convinced that Xie was hiding something. The judges quickly organized the scores of all contestants. Combining the results from the morning's armed cross-country, they ranked the top 10. The broadcast then announced the top 10 names. These 10 will participate in the upcoming fighting competition. The results of the Bitter Chrysanthemum tournament were recalculated, and Xiaowan was first in both events, so she is now in first place. No one expected this outcome before today. The person most worried now is Commander Jiang from the new recruits camp. Although only 10 people are in the fighting competition, one is a female soldier. How should the fight be arranged? Should this female soldier really face off against the male soldiers in close combat, wrestling, and grappling? Such a thing has never happened before in the entire army. Remember, it's still the 1970s and people's ideas are quite conservative. If this female soldier fights in front of everyone and wins, there might be rumors and negative effects on her reputation. Commander Jiang didn't dare decide on his own and took the issue to the judging platform to ask the leaders' opinions. Everyone looked at Xie Dahong. Commander Jiang quickly caught the key point of the problem. He had suspected earlier that Xiaowan was related to Commander Xie. His family members did not accompany him, so he did not live in the family housing at the military headquarters and did not know Xiaowan's true identity. Xie Dahong was also very conflicted. Logically, since his daughter had already come this far, he shouldn't oppose her participating in the fighting competition. He was not a person with such conservative ideas. But he felt he owed his daughter too much, and at this moment, he was full of enthusiasm to protect her. How could he bear to see her being judged by others in the future? So, he couldn't make a decision. Seeing that Xie Dahong couldn't decide, Commissar Su stepped in to help. Go call Xiaowan over and let her share her opinion. Usually, no competition required the contestants' opinions. Even Xie Dahong felt a bit embarrassed to suggest this in front of other leaders at the headquarters. But since Commissar Su said it, it didn't seem so strange. Xie Dahong looked at Commander Zhai. Commander Zhai was the top leader of the 2nd Division. Commander Zhai chuckled and said, in my opinion, whether or not Xiaowan fights, she should be first. Today I was truly amazed. These grown men can outrun a little girl. If I were those new soldiers, I'd be so ashamed I'd hide under a rock. I think Xiaowan should go teach them a lesson and wake them up. At this point, Commander Zhai was fully convinced that Xiaowan was secretly trained in the countryside by Xie Dahong, specifically for today's surprise performance. Commissar Su advised, it's better to ask Xiaowan herself. After all, she's a girl. Commander Zhai shouted, what's wrong with being a girl? Joining the army makes you a soldier. If you're a soldier, you fight as needed against the enemy. Do you still care about gender on the battlefield? After shouting, Commander Zhai waved his hand and said to Colonel Jiang, go call her. I really like Xiaowan. I want to ask if she's confident enough to beat those cowards. Xie Dahong's forehead was covered in dark lines, but Commander Zhai was a straightforward person, and since he was the leader, there was nothing he could do. Xie was called to the stage. She felt nervous, unsure what they wanted to ask her. Was it because her performance wasn't convincing enough and she was exposed? Or were they going to question her? Seeing that most of the audience were uncles and elders from the compound, she relaxed a little and saluted properly. Hello, leaders. Everyone already admired Xiaowan's performance today and, out of respect for Xie Dahong, treated her very kindly. After praising her, some people asked why she was so good. Did she secretly train? Xiaowan glanced at Xie Dahong and mercilessly betrayed him. She repeated her childhood excuse about not getting enough to eat and catching rabbits all over the mountains. Xie Dahong felt ashamed and explained softly, you all know, this has a historical reason. Most of the officers knew about Tao Hongmei betraying Xie Dahong back then. Not only did she distance herself from him when he was in trouble, but she also under someone's manipulation, wrote accusations against him. Everyone would hate her for this, but they believed that extending this hatred to the children was wrong. Commander Zhai sternly criticized Xie Dahong, saying, "Old Xie, you're so narrow-minded. You almost ruined such a good kid."
Oh, you.
Commander Zhai didn't say much more. Jiang Battalion Commander now knew that Xie Wan was Xie Dahong's daughter. He muttered to himself, "This new recruit battalion commander is really a handful. No wonder no one wanted the job before." Commissar Su signaled to Jiang Battalion Commander, who then shared the group's concerns with Xie Wan. "Xie, your performance today was excellent, but this martial arts contest is different from the other two events." After Jiang finished speaking, Xie Wan nonchalantly said, "I've listened to all your leaders. Whatever you say, I have no objections." She was basically shifting the responsibility back. Jiang frowned and tentatively asked, "Xie, your female soldiers haven't trained in martial arts. Do you know how to fight?" Xie Wan looked innocent and asked, "Is it fighting?" "If it's fighting, I'm good at that. When I lived with my stepfather, my biological mother, stepfather, and his 3 children took turns hitting me. To avoid being beaten to death, I practiced dodging hard, and sometimes I could fight back." Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes at Xie Dahong again. "Just look at how this girl learned her skills. She's like a modern-day tough girl." The officers looked at Xie Wan with very gentle eyes, and some immediately said, "Xiao Wan, if you ever feel wronged, come to Uncle's house. I'll definitely stand up for you." During their discussion, they avoided mentioning other units. Chu Jiangnan also kept quiet at first, but when he saw Xie Wan being called over, he guessed what they were talking about. He slowly walked back. Chu Jiangnan, with good hearing, just caught the last part of Xie Wan's explanation. From a distance, he observed her body language and expression, then suddenly chuckled softly. "Believe you? That's impossible. The Special Operations Team is very strict about recruiting new members." Recently, Chu Jiangnan sent someone to carefully investigate Xie Wan in Renjia village. According to the report, Xie Wan used to be very timid and easily bullied by others. However, one day after summer began, he suddenly changed. Chu Jiangnan remembered a top-secret file he saw at his higher-up unit and believed that Xie Wan might be the person described in that file. During today's competition, although Xie Wan performed smoothly, Chu Jiangnan, as the team leader, noticed something unusual. This confirmed his suspicion. Such a person must stay in the Special Operations Team to serve the country. Chu Jiangnan returned to the chairman's stand and said, "I have a suggestion that might solve your problem." Everyone looked at him. Chu Jiangnan continued, "Why don't we have our team members fight these 10 people? The one who can land the most effective hits within the time limit wins." Everyone thought this was a good idea. It would let these new soldiers see the strength of our team members and motivate them. But even so, was Xie Wan really going to openly fight and wrestle with men? Chu Jiangnan said, "I came alone this time. Fortunately, we have a sharp soldier in Nanqing from our team. Qin Moi, everyone knows him, right? Let him fight these 10 challengers. I think no one has any objections." Xie Dahong kept saying yes, yes, yes. Qin Moi is a member of the team, and everyone knew he was also in the military headquarters. People also knew that Qin Moi and Xie Wan were married. Their fight wouldn't affect their reputation. Commander Zhai also said, "That's a good idea. I believe Captain Qin won't hold back." Other leaders smiled and nodded at Xie Wan, showing their support. This was a clear favoritism towards Xie Wan, but no one thought it was wrong. Anyway, even if they didn't fight, everyone believed Xie Wan should be the first. Xie Wan grew up like a wildflower, but became a qualified soldier. We favor children like him. Anyone who objects, we will confront them. But hearing Chu Jiangnan speak so openly, Deputy Commissioner Su became suspicious and asked, "Team Chu, what about Captain Qin?" Chu Jiangnan nodded. "Yes, he will probably leave the 2nd Division soon. The transfer order will arrive in a couple of days. This time, let him train these new soldiers and also do his part for the old team." Xie Wan didn't have time to oppose before the proposal was approved. She looked upset and said, "Actually, it's not that complicated. Also, let me fight my uncle and gentlemen. Are you sure you're not just here to watch a joke? A group of older, rough-looking men all burst into laughter. Chiang Mai was called over. The leaders didn't speak kindly to him. They gave direct orders. As a soldier, Chiang Mai had to obey. He took the order, but he glared fiercely at Chu Jiangnan. He was sure this bad idea was suggested by that narrow-minded guy just to make fun of him. Chiang Mai and Xiaowan whispered quietly to each other, then Xiaowan suddenly jumped back in. Report, leaders, I don't want others to find out about my relationship with Chiang Mai and say I cheated. So, I want to swap with someone else and challenge Captain Chu. Chu Jiangnan was quite proud of himself for tricking Chiang Mai. He wanted to see how Chiang Mai, who was unbeatable in the Special Operations team, would react when faced with his strong-willed wife. Would he give up or beg for mercy? Recently, Chiang Mai had become confident and often teased him about not finding a wife. Surprisingly, the couple saw through his plan and turned the tables on him. Chu Jiangnan almost spat out blood. As the captain of the Special Operations team, he was about to fight a female soldier? Even if he won, it wouldn't be a proud victory. If Xiaowan was truly that talented, he might not even be able to beat her. What would that mean for his reputation? Chu Jiangnan kept waving his hands. No, we're just discussing how to protect comrade Xiaowan's reputation. Letting you fight Chiang Mai makes it easier to clear up any bad rumors later. Xiaowan said firmly, Captain Chu, your thinking is too old-fashioned. That's wrong. I am a revolutionary soldier. Once we're on the field, you're my enemy. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I won't hold back. Chiang Mai also said, I believe in my wife. If she beats you in front of me, no matter what others say, I will defend her. Chu Jiangnan, resentment level plus 999. He was practically shooting himself in the foot. Since Xiaowan and Major Qin have spoken, Captain Chu, accept the challenge. Captain Chu, are you afraid you can't beat Xiaowan? Captain Chu, let's see the real strength of the Special Operations team. It'll be a good eye-opener. Chu Jiangnan wanted to refuse, but everyone found a new source of fun and started cheering. He was lifted up, and refusing was impossible. Xiaowan returned to the competition waiting area, where Su Bing, Nie Jun, and others looked at her with strange expressions. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced the final rules of the competition. Two top fighters from the Special Operations team, Chu Jiangnan and Chiang Mai, would fight against two groups of contestants, 1-on-5. The winner would be decided based on the attack initiative, effectiveness, and how long they could hold out. Earlier, during the leaders' discussion, the other male contestants were also debating how to fight Xiaowan. Now that they heard they wouldn't have to fight her, they all cheered happily. Even Su Bing let out a long breath of relief. He had been beaten by Xiaowan before and didn't want to experience that again. As for fighting against the top fighters from the Special Operations team, the new soldiers, full of confidence, felt no pressure. The draw for groups began. Xiaowan was naturally placed in the same group as Chu Jiangnan. Surprisingly, Su Bing was also drawn into the same group as Xiaowan. The other three contestants in their group were Fang Dongdong, Zhang Chong, and Bai Jiqian. Seeing that they were grouped with Xiaowan and Su Bing, these three came to show their support. No one dared to underestimate Xiaowan anymore. Bai Jiqian, who seemed to come from the countryside, had heard how Xiaowan had trained herself and admired her greatly. He ran all over the mountains, so he believed what Xiaowan said about mountain running and obstacle courses helping to develop those skills. However, he knew he wasn't as good as Xiaowan. Comrade Xiaowan, do you have any ideas about how to fight later? Xiaowan returned to her innocent, shy girl image and modestly said, I don't really know much about fighting. Let's just play it by ear when the time comes. She secretly pulled Su Bing aside and said, I think things might not be that simple. Chu Jiangnan is probably very strong, and those three might be quickly taken out by him.
We must hold on until the end.
When the time comes, watch my signals. Su Bing understood. Growing up in the military, he knew how terrifying those fighting masters could be. He didn't expect to beat Chu Jiangnan, but he hoped to stay on the stage as long as possible and land 1 or 2 effective hits on Chu Jiangnan. The competition area was set up, and Chiang Mai's group was the first to start. Back then, The playground didn't have a special fighting ring. A few mats were laid on the ground, marked out as the fighting area. A martial arts instructor from the headquarters served as the referee, with 2 assistants responsible for scoring. Chinmai stood on the left side of the field, while Nyejun, Chun-Li, and 3 other contestants stood on the right. The referee blew the whistle, and the match began. On the field, 5 new recruits moved quickly, looking for good positions to attack. Before everyone could react, Chinmai swept his leg and kicked one of them out of the field. The person was eliminated without scoring a single point. Nyejun was brave. He shouted. Everyone attacked together. The other 4 surrounded Chinmai at the same time. They thought that fighting 4 against 1 might give them some chance, or at least allow them to attack Chinmai effectively. However, Chinmai also charged at them quickly. He threw one of the opponents to the ground with a shoulder throw. While doing so, he lowered his body and swept his left leg, tripping another recruit. Then he punched Chun-Li hard in the stomach. Back then, military combat did not use protective gear. Chun-Li was hit so hard that he drooled and staggered back, falling to the ground. Only Nyejun managed to hold onto Chinmai's waist at the moment Chin slowed down. He used his leg to entangle Chinmai, trying his best to bring him down. But it didn't last long. Chinmai used a chokehold from behind, hooking his long leg around Nyejun's neck and immobilizing him. The referee's whistle sounded. From start to finish, only 1 minute passed, and Chinmai eliminated all 5 opponents. The referee and assistant discussed and agreed that Nyejun had made an effective attack earlier, earning 1 point. The other 4 scored 0. Xiaowan and Su Bing watched the match with surprised looks. Was the gap really that big? How should they fight? Since Chu Jiangnan was the captain of the Special Operations Team, he definitely wouldn't be easier to handle than Chinmai. Xiaowan quietly asked Su Bing about the rules of the match, then gathered Fong Dongdong and others to prepare. As the referee called everyone to the field, the 5 of them stepped onto the field. Chu Jiangnan had changed into his combat uniform. He didn't take the easy victory from Chinmai lightly. After all, among these 5, there was one odd one out. He didn't know what tricks Xiaowan might pull during this match. But he wasn't afraid. He looked confidently at the 5 new recruits, already feeling he had the upper hand. The match started with the whistle. They initially thought these 5 would rush at Chu Jiangnan to attack. But instead, the 5 suddenly formed a sharp formation. Chu Jiangnan was amused. So you've got a formation? You guys must be skilled. This formation was Xiaowan's idea. She had many books in her space. There were also a few ancient military books among them. When she had free time, she would browse through some. At that time, she was just curious, hoping to find clues about the Xia family ancestors in these books. She never expected to use them here. To her, fighting is just hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons from the old times. The ancient battle formations are naturally useful. The Feng Shi formation can be made with 5 people, and there happen to be 5 of them. Su Bing is theoretically the strongest fighter among the 5, so he took the lead. Xiaowan and Fong Dongdong are on the left wing, while Zhang Chong and Bai Jia are in front on the right wing. Chu Jiangnan moved, trying to attack from the side. The 5 of them also moved, always keeping the Feng Shi formation pointed at Chu Jiangnan. Chu Jiangnan moved while smiling, saying, "Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone use military tactics in a fight. Have you thought about this? To keep this formation targeting me, the 2 people on the tail wing must keep running in circles. Whether they can handle the stamina is one thing, but there will definitely be gaps during the process." Su Bing confidently said, "Enough talk. If you have the guts, come attack us." The 2 on the tail wing are Xiaowan and Bai Jia. Xiaowan is okay, but Bai Jia is indeed tiring to move around. She changed their attack formation into a defensive one. For a moment, Chu Jiangnan was unsure how to proceed. If he attacked Su Bing at the front, the 4 on the sides would open up in a fan shape, with the 2 in front tying him up, while the 2 behind could attack him effectively. This doesn't mean Chu Jiangnan would lose, but when facing multiple opponents, he must avoid getting caught in a tangled fight, which would give the enemies many chances to score. Instead, he could keep exhausting their stamina and wait for the right moment to strike. As the team leader, he couldn't afford to lose face. He secretly admired the person who came up with this plan. Now, he could only rely on his strength to overcome everything.
Chu Jiangnan ZZ.
Xiaowon realized what he was about to do and shouted, "Charge forward. Don't let him get away." But since the 5 of them were a temporary team, their coordination was not very smooth. Hearing Xiaowon shout, Su Bing led the charge toward Chu Jiangnan, but the 2 in the middle lagged behind. By then, Chu Jiangnan had already turned back. Instead of attacking Su Bing directly, he leapt up, placing one foot on Su Bing's chest, then stepped onto his shoulder. With a quick move, he kicked the 2 in the middle. From his high position, he looked down and was about to kick their heads. Fong Dongdong and Zhang Chong instinctively dodged, causing their formation to break apart. Using this leap, Chu Jiangnan landed right in the middle of them. Su Bing nearly lost his balance after being kicked just now, and almost fell forward. Bai Jia was about to move closer, when Chu Jiangnan struck him with a punch after landing. Xiaowon was standing beside Bai Jia. Just before Chu Jiangnan attacked Bai Jia, she kicked out with one leg, hitting Chu Jiangnan's waist. Impressive.
Chu Jiangnan place.
Although this kick didn't knock him down, it forced him to stop and turn to deal with Xiaowon. That was an effective attack. Xiaowon thought Chu Jiangnan would attack her, so she moved side to side, ready to dodge at any moment. She wasn't as skilled at fighting as she had described. In her past life, she had never fought before. In this life, she had only fought 2 people, Su Bing and Fan Hongxia. The martial arts in the space used spiritual energy and involved specific moves, but Xiaowon hadn't learned those yet. She was afraid Chu Jiangnan might kick her, and she wouldn't be able to handle it. Chu Jiangnan was clever. He seemed to focus on Xiaowon, but in the moment the 5 of them regained their senses, he spun and kicked out, knocking back Fong Dongdong and Zhang Chong, who had just rushed back into the arena. They were eliminated. Now, only Su Bing, Bai Jia, and Xiaowon remained. Bai Jia had already been knocked down by Chu Jiangnan's first punch and couldn't get up for a long time. Xiaowon signaled to Su Bing. She had anticipated this situation from the start. The 2 of them worked together, forming a pincer movement to trap Chu Jiangnan. Xiaowon shouted, "I'll fight you," and charged at him. Chu Jiangnan, who was already wary of her, naturally paid attention to her. They exchanged a move. Xiaowon's punch was blocked by Chu Jiangnan. Just as he was about to counterattack, Xiaowon didn't pull back her hand but instead turned and grabbed his arms from behind. This was part of her bluff. Their real attack was coming from behind, Su Bing. Suddenly, Su Bing grabbed Chu Jiangnan from behind by the neck, trapping him. Chu Jiangnan used a move similar to Qin Mui's back choke, hooking his leg to knock Su Bing down, and all 3 fell to the ground. Xiaowon shouted, "Su Bing, punch him a few more times to score points." At this moment, Chu Jiangnan's hands were still caught by Xiaowon. Su Bing loosened his grip on Chu Jiangnan's neck and lay on the ground, then punched Chu Jiangnan in the face. This was probably the most frustrating moment for Chu Jiangnan today. The punch wasn't very damaging but was very insulting. Chu Jiangnan twisted his hands to push Xiaowon away and used his long leg to press down on Su Bing's neck. Xiaowon, freed, spun around him and occasionally launched sneak attacks. "You hit the mark, 1 point. Hit again, another point." Chu Jiangnan's face darkened with anger. At this moment, he was in a struggle with Su Bing. If he let go of Su Bing, who was being choked by him, all his efforts would be lost. If Xiaowon dared to rush over and hit him, he would definitely release Su Bing and kick Xiaowon away. But Xiaowon only relied on her agility. Each time she rushed over, she would poke and then run away. This couldn't cause him a fatal injury, but it was very annoying. Chu Jiangnan, resentment points plus 999. Chu Jiangnan, resentment points plus 999. Su Bing was choked for 10 seconds and was eliminated. Chu Jiangnan leapt up, his face grim as he looked at Xiaowon still bouncing in front of him. He lifted his leg to kick Xiaowon away. Unfortunately, just as he raised his leg halfway, the referee's whistle sounded. Time was up and the match ended. Chu Jiangnan, with a grim face, retracted his leg. Xiaowon grinned foolishly at him. Her harmless look made it seem like she wasn't the same person who had just been so disgusting. Xu Jiangnan was speechless and muttered in a muffled voice, "You're very good." Su Bing was still lying on the ground. After being choked by Xu Jiangnan, he took a long time to recover. That suffocating feeling made him feel like Xu Jiangnan really wanted to kill him. Xu Jiangnan probably thought he had been a bit too harsh and reached out to help Su Bing up. "Kid, get up." Su Bing was pulled up dazed and confused. He had no idea that he had actually been acting on behalf of Xiaowon, bearing Xu Jiangnan's anger. Xu Jiangnan strolled away from the arena and happened to meet Qin Mai, who was outside watching the show. Seeing the bruise at the corner of Xu Jiangnan's eye, Qin Mai wanted to laugh, but held it back fiercely. That bruise was from the punch Su Bing had just thrown. So embarrassing, really too embarrassing. The esteemed Special Forces captain was beaten by a new soldier. Xu Jiangnan glared fiercely at Qin Mai and said, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." Qin Mai couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing loudly.
Bang!
Xu Jiangnan punched Qin Mai in the stomach. Qin Mai, seeing that he was insulted by his own wife, didn't fight back. "You and your wife, after New Year's Day, come to the provincial capital to report." Just as they were about to part ways, a communications officer came to find Xu Jiangnan, saying there was an urgent call from the provincial capital. Qin Mai hurriedly left with Xu Jiangnan. Actually, the fight between Xu Jiangnan and Xiaowon couldn't be said to have a clear winner. But Xiaowon managed to hold on until the end of the match without being eliminated, which was a great victory. Moreover, she and Su Bing also launched effective attacks on Xu Jiangnan. Their team's defensive formation was also a scoring point. Of course, Xiaowon's poke was considered an invalid attack and did not score any points. In the end, the referee awarded Xiaowon 7 points. Su Bing scored 3 points. Surprisingly, the other 3 members of their team each earned 1 point due to their initial effective defense. Fong Dong Dong, by Jiqian, and others were very happy. After all, in the other team, only Nia Jun scored 1 point. The overall scores were quickly tallied. Xiaowon won first place in the big competition. This was a result no one expected before today. The female soldiers cheered loudly. Commander Gao from the female soldiers unit received congratulations from colleagues from other units and felt like she was dreaming. Su Bing came in second. Nia Jun was third. These 3 would be promoted to the rank of senior soldier early. The entire camp's promotion ceremony was about to begin. Everyone gathered together. The new soldiers in the camp solemnly pledged under the national flag. The others received the rank of private soldier. From then on, they truly became soldiers. Commander Shai personally awarded the ranks to Xiaowon and the other 2. When he pinned the 2 shoulder badges on their uniforms, Xiaowon felt a pride she had never experienced before. Commander Shai told them, "This is an honor, but also a responsibility." Xiaowon kept these words in her heart. After the promotion ceremony, the new soldier training also ended. Most people waited in their dormitories for their assignments. They would be assigned to various companies across the army. Medical soldiers would go to the provincial capital for specialized training and then be assigned to different combat units. The next day, military transport vehicles would take them to various places. When the company commander announced the dispersal, all the new soldiers cheered wildly. Only a few who did not meet the standards or made serious mistakes and did not receive ranks would be sent back. The people in Lu Shiqi's dormitory all stayed because their exam scores were good. However, the disciplinary notice and warning would stay in their files. Without major meritorious acts, it would not be revoked. After saying goodbye to her classmates in the dormitory, Xiaowon carried her luggage and prepared to go home. As she stepped out of the camp gate, she saw her father's car parked at the entrance. Was he waiting specifically to pick her up? Even in her past life, Xiaowon had never enjoyed being picked up by her parents. Back then, her grandparents always came to get her. Later, when her grandparents grew old and she could go home by herself, no family member ever picked her up again. Seeing other classmates' parents come every weekend, she used to say she didn't envy them, but that was a lie. But for Xie Dahuang, the thought of her tragic death in the original story made Xie Wan feel ashamed. She would rather carry her luggage and walk home herself. Xie Dahuang got out of the car. Xiao Wan, why aren't you getting in the car? Xie Wan looked at Dad and asked, Dad, I want to ask you something. If I have no education and am shy and weak, and I can't marry into a good family, would you still accept me? Dad was caught off guard by her question. Xie Wan didn't want to wait for his answer and turned to leave. Dad watched her back, feeling empty inside, as if he had been stabbed with a knife. Qin Mai rode his bike and caught up with Xie Wan. Xiao Wan, I see you've been getting along well with Dad lately.
Why?
Xie Wan got on the back of the bike and sighed. Actually, he's been very kind to me, but I just can't get past that mental barrier. Xie Wan also understood that love in this world doesn't happen without reason. Even between parents and children, love grows slowly through time and effort. The phrase deep parental love includes the word lick, which means to lick. In the animal world, after a cub is born, the mother licks its fur, and during this process, maternal love gradually develops. In animals, paternal love is rare. For humans, it's similar. A mother might fall in love with her child at first sight because she carried the baby for 10 months. But a father, over time, develops feelings as he nurtures the child and hopes for a continuation of his bloodline. Therefore, in divorced families, if the child is mainly with the mother, the father often becomes almost absent. Tao Hongmei took the original girl away early on. Dad never had a chance to develop a father-daughter bond with her. When the girl later found Dad, her simple, shy nature as a country girl didn't impress him. Plus, with the instigation of Shi Yun's family, Dad naturally had no expectations of her. There was no father-daughter love between them. The girl's life was sad. Her mother, Tao Hongmei, was eccentric and spoiled her, making her weak. She also suffered Dad's cold treatment. No wonder people say that reincarnation is like a dandelion seed falling to the ground. Some seeds land on rich soil and grow strong, while others land on poor soil, and it can't grow into tall trees no matter how hard they try. Xie Wan understood that if she hadn't brought her memories from her previous life into this family, her fate wouldn't be much better than the original girl's. Dad's feelings for her and the original girl were different. Because she was worth it, Dad had hopes for her. During their time together, Dad did develop some fatherly love for her. Xie Wan understood these truths, but rational thinking couldn't replace emotional healing. Xie Wan feels that the current relationship between her father and herself, being neither cold nor warm, is good enough. She doesn't want to take things further. When they return home, both father and daughter seem to forget what just happened. Dad Xie Dahuang discusses the wedding plans with the young couple. However, Qin Mai says, Dad, after the wedding the day after tomorrow, I will have to leave Nanjing. I just found out that due to some changes in international affairs, the special forces require all team members to return to their units. I can no longer hold my position here with the 2nd Division. I need to report to the provincial capital the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Xie Wan is shocked. Tomorrow is the last day of 1973, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Day 1974. She remembers that Qin Mai died during an overseas support mission early in 1974. She anxiously says, no, you can't go. Qin Mai thought Xie Wan was against him because he would have to leave on the wedding day. Their wedding wasn't meant to be a big celebration. The plan was to have a simple meal with a few familiar families at the division's cafeteria on New Year's Day. But leaving right after the wedding seemed a bit unfair. Guiltily, Qin Mai says to Xie Wan, Xiao Wan, I'm really sorry. Our last gathering is scheduled for the morning of the 2nd. If possible, I can arrange a car and leave in the middle of the night. Xie Wan shakes her head like a wave. That's not what I mean. You can go to the provincial capital, but if you're assigned a mission this time, no. Although Qin Mai doesn't know the exact details of the mission, he was nearby when Chu Jiangnan took a call earlier. Judging by Chu Jiangnan's expression, the situation is very serious. Chu Jiangnan giving him some leniency to return after the wedding is already a sign of respect. In fact, Xie Wan also has to go to the provincial capital for specialized training with the medics after the 2nd. After training, she will be assigned to a combat unit. Qin Mai already knows that Xia Wan will also join the special forces. The couple won't be separated for long. But Chu Jiangnan has warned him not to mention this now. When Qin Mai hears that Xia Wan disagrees with him taking part in the mission, he patiently explains that the assignment is decided by higher authorities and as a soldier, he must obey. Even Dad Xia is supporting Qin Mai from the side. Xia Wan doesn't know how to explain herself. She can't exactly say that if Qin Mai goes on this mission, he might not come back alive. No means no. From now on, I will watch you closely. If you go to the provincial capital, I will go with you. Xia Wan has never acted so unreasonable before, and Qin Mai feels very troubled. He tries to reason with her, but it's no use. In the end, he had to compromise. It's fine to go together. Please ask Dad to help little Wan get a leave from the new recruits camp. When they reach the provincial city, I would arrange for someone to take little Wan to the training site. Currently, Xia Wan's mind was full of ways to keep Qin Muyo from leaving on his mission. Persuasion was probably useless. Should I knock him out? Make him lame, then heal him after this mission is over? Qin Muyo felt that his wife's gaze was not friendly, which scared him into begging little Wan, when I finish my mission, you can punish me however you want. Since the wedding was about to happen, Xia Wan decided not to act just yet. It could be done before he left. Qin Muyo had to transfer to the 2nd Division and had many handover tasks, so he went to the camp office to work overtime that night. Xia Wan entered her space and was stunned. Her space was in chaos. There was a mouse invasion. Several tiny, chubby mice were waddling on the ground. Xiaozhi looked worried as he stood on his hind legs, waving his front paws to command the little creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You stand in the front row. 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't push forward. The little mice didn't understand his commands and scurried around aimlessly, squeaking in high-pitched voices. Xia Wan was surprised and asked Xiaozhi, "Are these yours? Did they give birth?" Xiaozhi saw Xia Wan and ran to her feet, smiling flatteringly. "They've been born for a few days." "The big boss, weren't you busy recently? I didn't dare to disturb you. Today, I finally took them out for a walk. Congratulations. There should be about 10 in this litter, right?" Xiaozhi looked worried as he said, "There are exactly 9. Xia Wan didn't understand his concern and didn't know why 9 was just right. "Where's your wife?" "Still postpartum." Xiaozhi had dug a hole by the field edge for himself and his family. Although the space was spacious and no one restricted their movement, they still couldn't resist digging holes to live in. Xia Wan bypassed Xiaozhi and was very interested in the 9 tiny mice. In the mouse world, these little mice could be considered a small family group. Their parents were 1 pure white mouse and 1 pure black mouse. As a result, these 9 babies were quite diverse. Some had zebra stripes, some had spots like a dog's coat, and one was all white on its limbs with a body that looked like it was wearing a tiny vest of pure black. It was so interesting. Xiaozhi noticed Xia Wan's excited gaze and hurried back to the mouse pile, deliberately blocking her view. She felt a bit guilty. Could it be that the big boss was really enchanted by one of these 9 little mice? When these 9 little ones were born, Xiaozhi counted several times to make sure there were 9, all sons. The old ancestors, bored, passed down the story of 9 sons competing for the throne, which kept lingering in Xiaozhi's mind. He also knew that the eldest was a beauty lover. Unfortunately, Xiaozhi himself was dark-skinned, but his sons were all very handsome. He felt that his days of being favored were coming to an end. Xia Wan didn't realize that a small mouse could be so clever. "Xiaozhi, what are you blocking them for?" "Feed them more spiritual spring water, so they can become smarter sooner," she said, then turned and went into the house. The next 2 competitions brought her a lot of resentment points. She earned over 70,000 just from the second one. By the third, everyone was numb to it. Although the resentment points weren't as many, Chu Jiangnan alone contributed several thousand. Her resentment account now had over 90,000 points. Xia Wan was thinking about going to the provincial city for training, but she didn't know the conditions there or whether she could access her space. She needed a lot of energy replenishing pills for continuous cultivation. She used one of the 10 pills she exchanged last time during a competition, leaving 9. She then exchanged 11 more, making 20 in total, costing her 55,000 resentment points. The remaining 40,000 points she used entirely for a lottery. She hoped the lottery machine would give her something as powerful and novel as the puppet calf. After 3 10 draws, a jade bottle appeared, containing another marrow-cleansing pill. Xiaowan rolled her eyes. She knew that taking more marrow-cleansing pills wouldn't do much for her now. Then she had a sudden idea. What if she fed the newly born 9 baby mice? Since mice are so small, she couldn't feed them whole pills. She found a bowl, dissolved the marrow-cleansing pill inside, and carried the mixture out to find the baby dad Xiaoji and the 9 baby mice. Here, good stuff. Feed it to your sons first, she said. Xiaoji's heart trembled.
See?
The eldest really is starting to show favoritism. Before, good things were always for me first, but now he thinks of these 9 little guys first. Xiaoji didn't dare cause trouble in front of Xiaowan. He could only hold the soft flesh behind his sons' necks and toss them onto the edge of the bowl. The tiny mice, already drinking milk, didn't care what was in the bowl and licked eagerly with their small pink tongues. Xiaowan didn't have time to wait for them to finish and turn to leave. When she returned to her room, Xiaoji had already thrown aside his 9 sons and was holding the bowl, gulping down the mixture. Xiaowan continued drawing lottery tickets, but in the end, she only got a jade slip. Holding the jade slip to her mind, she discovered it was a technique called Ghost Shadow Step. Xiaowan didn't care whether it was useful or not and practiced in the space all night. When she felt it was already dawn outside and prepared to leave the space, she suddenly saw a strange creature lying on the ground. It was pink and fluffy, a guinea pig. Xiaowan was confused. Where did this guinea pig come from in the space? Looking at its lying posture, was it dead? Xiaowan crouched down to check. Luckily, it was still warm and had a heartbeat, so it wasn't dead. She called out a few soft squeaks, wanting to ask if this guinea pig was brought in by him. The guinea pig responded with a soft squeal. Its black, pearl-like eyes opened wide, and it said, "Boss, what did you give me? It hurts so much." Xiaowan rubbed her forehead. Xiaoji? Why do you look different? Xiaoji crawled up from the ground, wobbled over to the spirit spring, and seemed stunned by his own stunning appearance. Ha ha ha, I've become more beautiful. Xiaowan was puzzled. You're just a male rat. What's the point of becoming beautiful? Xiaoji wouldn't reveal his true thoughts. He just wanted to stay loved. Now, those 9 little ones definitely couldn't compete with him for her affection. Xiaowan was surprised that after drinking most of the bone-cleansing pill, Xiaoji had changed so much. Fortunately, she hesitated before giving the pill to Qin Moi, so he didn't take it. When she first took the bone-cleansing pill herself, her body was in terrible pain, and only after soaking in the spirit spring did it ease somewhat. But during the process, she absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, improving her physique. Qin Moi still didn't know the secret of the space, so he could only eat outside. She was worried about what would happen if he took the pill in an environment without spiritual energy and didn't dare to act rashly. While she was lost in thought, she saw Xiaoji wriggling his chubby and running to her feet to act cute. Xiaowan rubbed her forehead. Honestly, your rat and guinea pig are probably distant relatives, but your transformation is a bit too much. Actually, Xiaoji's own thoughts were guiding his change. Recently, he was afraid of losing her favor and kept hoping to become more beautiful so she wouldn't abandon him. During the muscle and marrow cleansing, his body changed as much as possible to become more beautiful. Now, most of his fur was pink and fluffy, with a large cloud-shaped black mark near his left eye. His body had become round and chubby, very adorable. Xiaowan was a true beauty lover. Seeing his cute appearance, she couldn't help but give him a few affectionate strokes. Hey, where are your sons? Have they changed too? A few small heads peeked out from the mouse hole. It seemed they hadn't changed much because they had drunk too little. But as soon as Xiaowan mentioned them, they knew to come out, probably because they had gained some intelligence. Xiaowan advised Xiaoji, train your sons well. Teach them how to gather intelligence. Your family will surely become influential in the mouse world someday. After leaving the space, Xiaowan was just tidying up when Qin Mai returned. Today was supposed to be a day to prepare for tomorrow's wedding. Su Bing's mother and Captain Wang's wife came to help. They went with Aunt Zhou to help decorate the new house for the young couple. Qin Mai was busy preparing the venue and food for tomorrow. In this era, there was no need for wedding dresses or similar traditions. Both Xiaowan and Qin Mai, being soldiers, planned to wear military uniforms. Everyone was busy, and Xiaowan found the wedding of this era a bit confusing. Since she was considered the bride, everyone was kind to her and hardly assigned her any tasks. The year 1973 passed quietly amid all the hustle. Early the next morning, firecrackers went off at the Xia house. Qin Mai came from the new home to pick up the bride. Xiao Ping'an and a few other comrades served as Qin Mai's groomsmen. Many families in the courtyard came to watch the celebration. Since Xiaowan arrived in this world, she hadn't yet made good female friends and had no bridesmaids. However, Su Bing, Wang Lin, and Zhai Tao naturally came to the Xia house to her and took on the role of bridesmaids. After the lively celebration, Qin Mai and Xiaowan, surrounded by everyone, went to their new home. Because it was so close, everyone followed to celebrate their new beginning. Qin Mai kept smiling so widely his mouth almost couldn't close. Xiaowan, on the other hand, felt shy from all the congratulations. Among the crowd, Su Bing looked very serious, almost making his mother misunderstand. Since the Xia family had no suitable female elders, Su Zhengwei, who had a good relationship with Xia Dahong, and Su's kind-hearted mother had been helping with arrangements. Su's mother pulled her son aside and scolded him. "Who are you showing that grumpy face to? It's Xiaowan's big day. Don't ruin her happiness." Su Bing spat out blood and said, "Mom, look at what you've arranged for me. That door duty as a grown man, isn't that embarrassing? They even gave me red envelopes, and I was almost ashamed to death." Su's mother patted her son's back and said, "Stop being stubborn. Look at Wang Lin and Zhai Tao, they do it so naturally." Wang Lin and Zhai Tao indeed looked very lively. When they arrived at the new house, the two of them were arguing about causing a fuss to celebrate the new home and asking Xiaowan and Qin Mai to perform a show. Wang Lin stood on a stool, holding a big apple with a rope, not allowing Xiaowan and Qin Mai to use their hands to eat it together. Xiaowan and Qin Mai blushed as they tried to bite the apple, but it slipped away, causing their mouths to meet, which made everyone burst into laughter. After the fun was over, Qin Mai led everyone to the staff cafeteria for a meal. There were 10 tables, each with fish and meat, and the dishes were very rich. The groomsmen and bridesmaids were originally responsible for pouring drinks, but somehow they started competing to drink. Wang Lin and Zhai Tao drank alcohol and began calling Xiaowan boss. Since the new soldier competition, they had admired Xiaowan very much. Xiaowan was amused by their antics. Wang Lin said they were the big courtyard for a little team. Xiaowan felt that making friends in this world was a very happy thing. She remembered the name of a popular group from her previous life and suggested, "How about we call ourselves Big Courtyard F 4 foot from now on?" Wang Lin asked what it meant, and Xiaowan, clever and playful, explained, "The F stands for the first letter of the pinyin for little team." Boss really is talented. Wang Lin flattered shamelessly. Zhai Tao raised his glass and said, "Our Big Courtyard F4, when we get to the provincial city, we'll team up to beat those from the military district." Xiaowan then realized that Wang Lin and Zhai Tao hadn't stayed in the second division. One joined an armored unit stationed in the provincial capital, and the other joined a communications unit in the provincial military district. Su Bing was unexpectedly recruited by the Special Operations Team and was also going to undergo training in the provincial capital. If he passed the training, Su Bing might become a Special Forces member. "Boss, after you finish medical training, you should apply to join our armored unit. We have armored vehicles, and they're really impressive," Wang Lin said. "Why go to the armored unit? Staying in the provincial military district is better," Zhai Tao opposed. Su Bing looked at Xiaowan but said nothing. He believed that where the boss went was not something they should interfere with. The wedding ended amid lively celebrations. Xiaowan and Qin Mai returned to their new home. "This is our little home," they said. Their new house was already decorated warmly, with red double happiness characters pasted everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere for the wedding. Xiaowon felt a little regretful, saying, "It's a pity we have to go to the provincial city tomorrow." Qin Mai also felt sad, as they had both put a lot of effort into this home. "It's okay. We will come back often in the future. It's not certain when the international situation will stabilize. I will return to the 2nd Division. Nancheng is an important military base. You can also apply to stay permanently in Nancheng." Xiaowon thought about stopping Qin Mai from carrying out this mission. She decided to use her charm. Outside the window, the shadows of trees swayed, while inside, figures overlapped. Qin Mai was immersed in his wife's warmth when he suddenly sensed danger. His peripheral vision caught a glint of cold light. That was Xiaowon's anesthetic needle. Instinctively, Qin Mai blocked it, and Xiaowon was thrown off the bed. Under the night sky, a military jeep sped down the road. Driver Little Wang was driving and muttering to himself. Usually the two people in the back seat are quite talkative, but now, fresh from their wedding, they are silent. Qin Mai kept a stern face. He decided not to pay attention to her until she explained herself clearly. Xiaowon was silent because she felt guilty. When she took out the needle to threaten him, it was meant as a joke, but he didn't believe her. She predicted that something would go wrong during this mission and had to reveal her secrets. Her two biggest secrets are her rebirth and her space. Although Qin Mai is her closest person, Xiaowon comes from the future, where people's hearts are often untrustworthy. Her education taught her that even between spouses, one must protect oneself. People who unconditionally trust others are called love fools in the future. Xiaowon is not a love fool. She just got married and doesn't want to reveal her secrets yet. She can only cause trouble for herself. It seems impossible to knock Qin Mai out again. She can only follow him to the provincial capital and act accordingly. Chu Jiangnan never expected to see Xiaowon so early in the morning. Currently, she is probably one of the people he least wants to see. He glanced at Qin Mai, as if asking what he meant. Normally, Xiaowon shouldn't be in the special operations team now. Qin Mai's cold face also confused Chu Jiangnan. Aren't they newly married? To lighten the mood, Chu Jiangnan took out a prepared envelope and handed it to Xiaowon. "Congratulations, Mai and Xiaowon. Sorry I missed your wedding, but I can't forget the red envelope." Xiaowon took it without hesitation. "Captain Chu, I'd like to stay in your special operations team for a day. Is that okay?" she asked boldly. If it were someone else, it probably wouldn't be allowed. Due to special circumstances, the team's dorms are single rooms, and the family area is in the military district's housing, separate from the team. But Xiaowon is different. She had already planned to join the Special Forces team. However, to develop her professional skills and abilities, the original plan was to have her train with other medics in basic units before officially joining the team. Chu Jiangnan thought that letting her experience the team environment and atmosphere might be a good idea. They might face some undercover missions, so the team does have female soldiers. Chu Jiangnan made a call and asked a female logistics officer named Wan Hong to bring Xiaowon to the female soldiers' dormitory to rest. Xiaowon looked at Qin Mui's with a stubborn expression, as if she didn't want to go with anyone. Qin Mai finally spoke. "You go rest with Sister Wan first. I'll come find you later." Xiaowon then left. After she left, Chu Jiangnan asked, "What's wrong with you and your wife?" Qin Mai looked troubled and said, "She doesn't want me to take part in this mission." Chu Jiangnan found it funny. "So clingy? Huh, that's why I don't want to get married. Now you see why I joke about it. You're in trouble now, huh?" Qin Mai rubbed his forehead in frustration and said, "I don't have time for jokes. She's serious this time." Chu Jiangnan put away his smile and asked, "What? She's actually holding you back? But your wife is a tough girl. It's not impossible. Since she's come to the team, she's serious about it." Qin Mai, who had a very good relationship with Chu Jiangnan, couldn't help but share his worries. "Xiaowon is usually very reasonable, but I don't know what's wrong this time."
You don't know, she almost knocked me out.
"I think I might be in trouble just like you said I might be and unable to return to the team." Chu Jiangnan was surprised. He also thought Xia didn't seem like someone who would cause trouble without reason. She was a soldier herself and surely understood the importance of obeying orders. Chu Jiangnan suddenly remembered a top-secret piece of news he had recently learned. In a prison in Nancheng, there was a female prisoner who claimed to have the ability to see the future. The guards initially thought she was mentally disturbed from too much stress. She spoke nonsense. But unexpectedly, she predicted an earthquake in Guangzhou ahead of time. Earlier this year, a 7.9 magnitude earthquake had struck Luohua County in their province. The guard was from Luohua and had lost several family members in that earthquake. Because of that, he was very sensitive to earthquakes. Even though he thought the prisoner's predictions were crazy, he still reported her forecasts. A few days ago, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake actually occurred in that mountainous area. Public security followed the instructions of the female prisoner and rescued several women who had been trafficked in that mountain area. They also arrested a large criminal group involved in trafficking women. The female prisoner was originally sentenced to death, but her execution was postponed because of this case. Currently, she is secretly detained and being interrogated. She has some connection to Xia. She was the one who provided clues to help the police catch the criminals. Chu Jiangnan wondered if Xia might have learned some news about the future from this female prisoner. Perhaps Qin Muyue and his team's mission might face difficulties, and there might not be serious injuries or losses. Chu Jiangnan, only 30 years old, became a special operations team leader not only because of his strong military skills, but also because of his sharp mind and analytical ability. From Xiaowan's reactions, he could almost guess the truth. To confirm his idea, Chu Jiangnan told Qin Muyue, "Go call Xiaowan back. I want to talk to her and help her understand." Qin Muyue rolled his eyes and said, "I don't see how that will help." Chu Jiangnan replied seriously, "As your leader, I'm representing the organization to talk to her. Maybe it will have a different effect." Qin Muyue thought about it and decided it was worth a try. He warned, "Speak kindly. Don't scare my wife with your attitude." Chu Jiangnan rolled his eyes again. Even now, he still cares about his wife, such a simple-minded guy. After washing her face in the female soldier's dormitory with Wan Hong, Xiaowan saw Qin Muyue rushing over. Wan Hong, who was older than both of them, joked, "Oh, Xiao Qin, are you so worried about my big sister? Don't worry, I'll take good care of your wife." Qin Muyue took Xiaowan back to Chu Jiangnan's office. On the way, Xiaowan tried to hold onto Qin Muyue's sleeve affectionately. Qin Muyue sighed and said, "Little Wan, I can follow you in most things, but I have a duty as a soldier. Please understand." Xiaowan nodded pitifully, I understand. But just this once. I won't stop you in the future." Nodding helplessly, Qin Muyue sent her into the office and waited outside. Who knew Chu Jiangnan, with a mysterious look, leaned in and asked her, "Xiaowan, did you expect that Qin Muyue's recent action might go wrong?" Xiaowan was surprised. Was she really so easily seen through? She didn't know that in prison, Shiryu had started pretending to have supernatural powers to survive, claiming he could predict the future. She took a moment to gather herself and retorted, "What? Muyu's mission is dangerous? Captain Chu, since you know it's risky, why did you send him?" Chu Jiangnan, resentment points plus 399. Chu Jiangnan returned to his serious face and began to lecture. Under the heavy burden of duty as a soldier and the importance of the nation and family, Xiaowan ran out of words and was speechless. Finally, she said firmly, "I don't care. Muyu can't go on this mission. If he dares to go, I will break his legs." She started to throw a tantrum. Chu Jiangnan had been observing Xiaowan all along. Now he was even more sure that she had foreseen something. But she refused to admit it. Maybe what she saw didn't necessarily come from that female prisoner. Xiaowan didn't realize that she had not only failed to hide her secret, but had also revealed more in front of Chu Jiangnan. Thinking back to Xiaowan's strange behavior during the big competition, Chu Jiangnan wondered if she possessed this ability herself. An inexplicable excitement rose in his heart. He could understand why Xiaowan, if she had some special power, wouldn't want others to know. In this era, such talents might not be treated kindly, They could even be considered outsiders and eliminated. As long as Xiaowan's heart was pure, Chu Jiangnan was willing to protect her secret. Xiaowan, our mission this time is very important. It was supposed to be confidential, and I shouldn't tell you. But since you are a soldier and also a family member of one of our team members, I can share some details. Our entire team will be deployed, taking different routes to assist an important person returning to the country. This person is very significant, and we cannot afford any mistakes. According to reliable information, the enemy country has sent many spies and mercenaries to intercept along the way. So, he can't take the usual route. As for which route he will take back, even I don't know at the moment. Qin Muyu is a key member of our special operations team. He must lead a team to assist him. If you're worried about his safety during this mission, I can exchange routes with him. Xiaowan was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Jiangnan to trust her so much, revealing such an important secret. Chu Jiangnan's decision also made her hesitate. In the original book, it briefly mentions Qin Muyu's sacrifice, which happened in the Dawang area along the China-India border. This suggests that the people they need to support might enter the border from that direction. If Chu Jiangnan and Qin Muyu switch their routes, Chu Jiangnan could also face danger, or even sacrifice. Although she doesn't know Chu Jiangnan well, since he is the team leader of the Special Operations Unit, he must be a skilled soldier. Xiaowan doesn't want to see any revolutionary soldier die. If Chu Jiangnan were to sacrifice himself, she couldn't bear the guilt. She finally decided to share some information. Team Chu, thank you for understanding my feelings about protecting my husband. If possible, could you inform the other side not to enter through the original planned route? Chu Jiangnan looked at Xiaowan carefully. He knew she was warning him kindly. That route was likely to be dangerous. He shook his head seriously and said, "That's impossible. We've lost contact with the other side for now. They and the people escorting him are probably disguised and fleeing. We can only follow the prearranged signals and send people along the possible routes where they might appear."
Xiaowan understood what this meant.
She guessed that the other side was probably a key scientist. In the 1960s and 70s, many Chinese scientists abroad secretly returned to China with important research. Without them, China's technology would have fallen behind the world by decades. This person's information and importance must be huge, enough to make enemy countries send spies and mercenaries to hunt him down. The data he holds and his own value are probably astonishing. At that moment, Xiaowan remembered her oath during her officer commissioning ceremony. "I swear to defend the country and the people with my life. I swear that no matter the circumstances, I will not abandon my comrades." The passion she felt days ago was still burning inside her. Those vows echoed in her mind. She made the bravest decision of her life. She looked directly at Chu Jiangnan and said, "Team Chu, you and Qin Muyu don't need to change your routes. Follow your original plan. But I have one condition. I want to participate in this mission." Despite how difficult it was, Chu Jiangnan agreed to her condition. Fortunately, Xiaowan had already started her assessment to join the Special Operations team, and her excellent performance in the new soldier competition was very convincing. Chu Jiangnan extended his hand to Xiaowan. "Comrade Xiaowan, welcome to the Special Operations team." Xiaowan was a bit stunned. How did she end up joining the team? She didn't have that in mind. She only wanted to quietly serve as a medic, attend military medical university, and then be assigned to a local unit. This way, she would be safe and able to use her skills. During the reform and opening period, with her collection of old items, she believed she could easily become a wealthy woman and enjoy life happily. "Captain Chu, you don't have to be so formal. I'm just participating in this operation as an extra team member." Chu Jiangnan remembered Qin Mui's words, saying that Xiaowan might not want to join the Special Operations team. He thought, well, that's her choice. Chu Jiangnan looked hesitant and said, "Comrade Xiaowan, as I mentioned earlier, this mission is highly secret. If you don't join the special team, it's impossible for you to participate." Xiaowan sighed. Her husband wanted to help, her comrades needed help, so she decided to join. She didn't know if she would be allowed to leave after the mission.
All right.
Xia Wan reluctantly agreed. Chu Jiangnan quickly reported the matter to his superiors. Leader, we need to add a military doctor. A regular doctor might not be enough. Thanks to Chu Jiangnan's persuasive words, Xia Wan's transfer was approved that very day. The process had already been mostly completed earlier, but she had been kept in the dark. When Xia Wan received her special operations gear, she felt like she was dreaming. Chu Jiangnan also kindly assigned her a single room. At noon, Qin Moi brought her food. He had already learned the outcome from Chu Jiangnan. Xiao Wan, are you really going to accompany me on this mission? Qin Moi's mood was complicated. He knew the danger of this trip. He was touched that his wife was willing to go to the battlefield with him, but he also didn't want her to face danger. Xia Wan pouted and joked. I said I'd keep a close eye on you. If you insist on going, I have to go too. After saying that, she took out a tranquilizer syringe and threatened. Last night, when you threw me off the bed, let's settle that score. Qin Moi begged for mercy. Xiao Wan, I was wrong. I admit it. Can you please not play with that?
I'm scared.
Actually, the syringe no longer contained any anesthetic. Xia Wan just wanted to scare him. She grinned mischievously. Hee, Xiao Yi, are you going to take it off yourself, or should I help you? Let me give you a shot, and I'll feel better. Qin Moi nervously dodged. Xiao Wan, you don't really have that bad hobby, do you? The couple played around for a while. After dinner, they started packing their gear, gathered with their comrades, and boarded a military helicopter bound for the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The military helicopter landed at a military base in Nyanki. This small team has 11 members, with Qin Mai as the leader. The team members are curious about Xia Wan's sudden addition. Neither Qin Mai nor Xia Wan revealed their relationship. They had agreed beforehand to avoid interfering with Qin Mai's commands during the mission. They would temporarily set aside their marital ties and act only as superior and subordinate. As soon as they got off the plane, Xia Wan was surrounded by a white fog. The cold wind was so sharp that she couldn't open her mouth. A team member named Wang Xiang stepped in front of her and shouted, Medical Officer Xia, follow me behind. I'll block the wind for you. In this team, Xia Wan's role is that of a military medic. Before departure, Chu Jiangnan equipped her with a medical kit and various cold protection and altitude sickness medicines. Chu Jiangnan believed that, as a descendant of the Su family's medical tradition, even without military medic training, she wouldn't perform worse than trained medics. He was counting on her special abilities, not just her medical skills. Xia Wan didn't move behind Wang Xiang. Just as she was about to step forward, a tall figure blocked her path, shielding her from the wind. Qin Mai walked ahead of her without turning back. At the temporary airport, a military vehicle was parked. A man in a military coat was smoking by the car. When they approached, he threw a cigarette to the ground and stomped it out, then asked, Are you from Sichuan province? Qin Mai showed his ID. The man stood at attention and saluted, saying, Reporting to the leader, I am Xia Yuanchao, commander of the 7th Company, 302nd Regiment of the Linji Border Defense Army. Since you're in the Linji area, I will lead you. Qin Mai returned the salute, glancing at Xia Wan with a slightly awkward expression. He hadn't expected their contact person to be his brother-in-law. Xia Wan had never met Xia Yuanchao before. She only thought the name sounded familiar and didn't realize he was her brother. Now, names like Yuanchao or Zhengwo are quite common. They all got into the military vehicle. Because Xia Wan was a woman, she sat in the front passenger seat. Xia Yuanchao drove and asked, Hey girl, are you from Sichuan? Xia Wan, who had just been cold and was now sniffling with a tissue, spoke in a southern dialect. Yes, big brother. I hear your accent. Are you from the same hometown? They called each other brother and sister, thinking they were fellow villagers, not knowing they were actually siblings. Hearing she was from Nanchang, Xia Yuanchao felt closer and said, I'm from Nanchang too. Girl, did you bring some spicy food? Later, give me a taste. I've been here for years and crave spicy food so much I drool just thinking about it. Xia Wan thought the soldier from her hometown was truly simple and adorable. She nodded enthusiastically. I've brought some. I'll prepare one for you right now. Her space had everything, so she naturally had chili peppers. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a few chili peppers. Here, they say it's cold here, so I brought some warm clothing. Xia Yuanchao took one and bit into it directly. Maybe because he hadn't eaten spicy food in a long time, he turned red in the face, his neck thickening, and tears started to flow. That was really spicy, girl. You're straightforward and honest. The truck was driving across the wilderness, with the towering Nanga Parbat mountain ahead, its snow-capped peak looking like it reached into the sky. Big sister, you're a girl. Why did you come here to do this mission? I'm a military doctor. A military doctor? That's great. The outpost I took you to is at a high altitude and cold. The soldiers there have frostbite all over their hands and feet. Do you have any solutions? Xiaoan smiled and said, I'll check later. 3 hours later, they arrived at the designated outpost. Xia Yuanchao jumped out of the truck and pointed to a row of wooden houses, saying, This is where our platoon is stationed. We are responsible for guarding the border about 20 kilometers nearby. Xiaoan looked around. Behind her were endless snow-capped mountains, and in front was a barren snowfield. Thinking about how these border soldiers had to guard here for many years, a sense of respect grew in her heart. Qin Mai and the 2 soldiers who came to pick them up with Xia Yuanchao also jumped out of the truck. Although everyone was wearing military coats, they still shivered from the cold. Xia Yuanchao shouted to the 2 soldiers, Run, and tell Laowei to keep the fire burning strong and to boil more water for the officers' feet. When they arrived, about 10 of them crowded into a larger wooden house to warm up. A pot was boiling on the fire, simmering with some unknown meat soup. Xia Yuanchao said it's wolf meat. This year there was a snow disaster, and many wolves came nearby. We helped the local Tibetan people fight the disaster and brought back a lot of wolf meat. Don't dislike it. Xiaoan took out a big bag of chili peppers and handed it to Xia Yuanchao and said, This is for you. Add some chili to the soup to help fight the cold. Xia Yuanchao chuckled happily. Big sister, why did you bring these things when you go out? If I didn't know better, I'd think you're like those bourgeoisie ladies out sightseeing. Xiaoan explained, I'm a military doctor. I know I need to prepare warm clothing when crossing the snowy mountains. Chili peppers are both good remedies for cold. Hearing this, Xia Yuanchao quickly pushed the chili peppers and back to Xiaoan, saying, I can't take these. I don't want to affect your mission. Xiaoan insisted she still had some, and after some persuasion, Xia Yuanchao accepted them. Qin Mai watched the siblings interact and found it quite amusing. Everyone drank the spicy wolf meat soup with chili, and only then did their bodies start to warm up. Xiaoan began to treat the border soldiers nearby. She noticed that these soldiers not only had severe frostbite but also various other illnesses. She tried to give them as much medicine as possible. Qin Mai took out a military map and discussed with Xia Yuanchao how to cross the border and enter the southern Tibet area. Xia Yuanchao said in recent years, the Indians have been quite tricky. We have almost a couple of clashes each year. On the McMahon line, both sides have many troops stationed. They suggest you come through our side probably because they're worried about exposure. I recommend this route. His serious look carried a heroic aura, and his brow resembled Xiaoan slightly. Qin Mai listened to his advice, nodded repeatedly, and agreed with his plan. Finally, Xia Yuanchao said, I know this area well. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to you across the border. If any conflict occurs in the disputed zone, we will draw fire so you can find a chance to break through. After discussing the main matters, the team members were assigned to different dormitories. Xiaoan, being a woman, found it hard to settle in. Xia Yuanchao said, Big sister, if you don't mind, you can sleep in my bed. My room is hung with cured meat, but I live alone. Xiaoan felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Mai saw only the 3 of them left and said, It's okay. You can go stay there. Commander Xia, your father's name should be Xia Dahong, right? What a coincidence, Dr. Xia is also named that. The siblings looked at each other. They both knew about each other's existence. When Xia Yuanchao was young, he even saw the newborn Xiaoan. When Xia Dahong was framed and imprisoned, Tao Hongmei had just given birth to Xiaoan, and Xia Yuanchao was only 5 years old. Xia Yuanchao's mother had died early, and Xia Dahong entrusted him to his newlywed wife, Tao Hongmei. However, Tao Hongmei held Xia Wan and ran away with the family's belongings. The young Xia Yuanchao was left at home without anyone to care for him. If it weren't for kind neighbors who found him and gave him food, he might have starved to death. This was also one of the reasons why Xia Dahong hated Tao Hongmei so much. Xia Wan and Xia Yuanchao, who had just called each other brother and sister affectionately, now didn't speak to each other. Qin Muyu roughly understood the complexity of the Xia family, but he thought Xia Yuanchao was a good person. He hoped that Xia Wan could have an older brother's love and care. Qin Muyu cheerfully said, "Little Wan, Commander Xia is really your big brother. I heard Dad mention that he wants to transfer Big Brother back to the 2nd Division. It's really fate that you met here." Xia Yuanchao reacted and seemed to have strong opinions about Xia Dahong. His eyes showed suspicion as he looked at Qin Muyu and asked, "I won't go back to the 2nd Division. By the way, why do you also call him Dad?" Qin Muyu scratched his nose and joked, "Well, I am married to Little Wan now. You're also my big brother." After observing Qin Muyu, Xia Yuanchao looked disgusted and muttered, "She's so young, such a beast." Qin Muyu felt like vomiting blood and suddenly didn't want to recognize this brother-in-law anymore. Xia Wan chuckled softly. This big brother was very funny. She had no prejudice against Xia Yuanchao and thought they got along well just now. After recovering from her surprise, she calmly accepted the person in front of her. She smiled and called out, "Big brother, I am Little Wan." Xia Yuanchao shyly scratched his head and said, "Little Wan, good girl." In Nanchang dialect, when an older person addresses a younger one, the word good girl carries a tone of approval. Xia Yuanchao had been away from home for 5 years. Before he joined the army, Xia Dahong had married Shi Yun. Shi Yun, the stepmother, was very manipulative. She treated him well in front of Xia Dahong but secretly instigated conflicts between them. Every time Xia Yuanchao was bullied by Shi Yun, he would beat up Fan Yong and Fan Hongxia. Then they would complain, and Xia Dahong would beat him again. Except for the young Xia Xing, he felt nothing for the rest of the family and hated them deeply. So, he didn't know how to be a good brother. "Little Wan, why did you join the army?" Xia Yuanchao remembered that Xia Wan had been left in the countryside. They seemed like they would never have any connection in their lives. Xia Wan shared some stories about moving to the city. When she heard that Xia Dahong divorced Shi Yun and the family was kicked out, Xia Yuanchao was so happy he searched the house for wine to celebrate. "Little Wan, well done. Finally, those family pests are gone. You don't know, I haven't been home for 5 years because I didn't want to see those people." The siblings shared a common enemy, and suddenly they had a lot to talk about. Xia Yuanchao told many heroic stories of fighting the Fan family siblings when he was young. They laughed together happily, and their bond grew quickly. Xia Wan moved into her older brother's dormitory. Qin Muyu and Xia Yuanchao took their military coats and went to share a night with other soldiers. This room is indeed filled with cured meat. Looking at the muscle lines, Xia Wan is sure it should be wolf meat. Strictly speaking, this room was probably originally a storage room. Xia Yuanchao just placed a bed here. Xia Wan entered the space. She left in such a hurry that she didn't have time to prepare. Tonight, she plans to work all night in the space. First, she organized the herbs she could harvest from the space. Xiao Ji and his sons helped by sorting the herbs according to her instructions. Xia Wan noticed that the 9 narhalzik, small mice, grew very quickly. Just 2 or 3 days ago, the narhalzik that were unsteady on their feet had already grown bigger and were quite clever, able to understand commands. This might be related to that bowl of Sisidan, Qi refining pill, water. Although Xiao Ji drank most of it, narhalzik are small animals, so even a little had a big effect. With Xiao Ji and his sons helping, Xia Wan quickly sorted out a batch of useful herbs. She went to the study to check ancient books and found several recipes for blood circulation and cold prevention, then started boiling medicine. Time was tight, so she didn't have the chance to make pills. She decided to prepare some ointments to give to the team members and Xia Yuanchao tomorrow to dilute with water. Fortunately, before leaving, She asked Chu Jiangnan to find her several medicinal furnaces and jars. She said she wanted to pick the most suitable one, but in fact, she stored all of them in the space. Chu Jiangnan saw through but didn't say anything. As long as her requests were met, he did everything. Several medicinal furnaces started boiling at the same time, filling the space with a strong medicinal smell. Xiaoji finished organizing the herbs and happily ran in to help watch the fire. Xiaowan picked a few corn leaves and made a small fan for Xiaoji. Xiaoji twisted his hips, holding the fan, and whenever he saw a furnace with not enough fire, he fanned it a few times. Xiaowan also prepared some food that wouldn't be easily suspicious if taken out. If they really had to enter a Sans territory, she felt she definitely wouldn't dare eat a Sans food. It is said that a San people don't use toilet paper. They clean themselves with their left hand and eat with their right. But when they prepare food, they use their hands, and just thinking about it makes Xiaowan feel uncomfortable. The original book didn't describe the details of this operation. Xiaowan had no reference. She only knew that after Qin Mai and the others received the person, they encountered armed interception on the way back to the country. Qin Mai sacrificed himself heroically to protect that key person. Xiaowan thought that as long as she stayed close to Qin Mai, she could surely protect him. She felt that the ghost shadow step she learned a few days ago seemed very useful. With that step, she suspected she could even dodge bullets. Xiaowan worked all night, and early in the morning took out some ointment. He secretly added spiritual spring water from the space into a water bottle and, in front of his teammates, brewed a medicinal soup for everyone to drink first. Xia Yuanchao was also asked to drink a large bowl. Originally, everyone was a bit jet-lagged and didn't sleep well, feeling somewhat tired. After drinking Xiaowan's medicine, everyone felt refreshed and comfortable. Military Dr. Xia, I finally understand why Team Leader Chu sent you to join us on this mission. What kind of magic medicine is this? After drinking it, my headache is gone, and I feel warm all over. I'm not afraid of the cold at all. Wang Xiang praised Xiaowan. Qin Mai was about to push Wang Xiang aside, but someone moved faster than him. Xia Yuanchao pulled Xiaowan, and they headed outside. Back in the storage room, Xia Yuanchao pulled out a large bag of items from under the bed. Xiaowan, look at these herbs. Do you think they're useful? If they are, take them all, he said. Xiaowan opened the bag and found many herbal packs inside, all messy. Upon inspection, there were cordyceps, snow lotus, red snow lotus. All top-quality Tibetan medicines. Big brother, how you have so many herbs?
She asked.
They were given by local Tibetans. Girl, don't misunderstand, I'm not accepting bribes. Milan County's name in Tibetan means Medicine Island. There's a Medicine King Valley here full of herbs. A couple of years ago, some Indians secretly entered and had conflicts with the local Loba people near the valley. I was patrolling the border and happened to rescue those Loba. Since then, they've been secretly leaving lots of herbs at our checkpoint every year. I went to retrieve them, but the Loba refused and even played guerrilla tactics. They left, but later returned with even more herbs. So, we had no choice but to accept them. The other soldiers sent theirs home, but I have nowhere to send them, so I kept all of them. All for you, he explained. Xiaowan didn't bother to be polite with her brother. She knew he was family. She accepted the herbs and asked, Big brother, can you find these herbs with roots? I want those. Xia Yuanchao replied, it's winter now, so probably not. But in spring, I'll try to find some for you. When I do, I'll send them back. Xiaowan said, sending them back in winter will definitely kill them. How about you take a leave and come back then? Xia Yuanchao hesitated. We'll see then. He also took out a dozen white cloaks and handed them to his special forces teammates, saying, we might encounter Indian patrols on the way. Wear these to stay hidden in the snow. Everyone checked their equipment one last time. Xia Yuanchao led a squad of soldiers to them on their way. After 4 hours of trekking, they reached a mountain valley. At Xia Yuanchao's request, everyone stopped to rest. They built a fire in a sheltered spot. Xia Yuanchao said, this valley leads to Medak. Most of Medak is now controlled by the Indians. The valley is hidden, and local Tibetan villagers told us about this route. Hopefully, we won't encounter Indian patrols. Shinwon felt that the name medic sounded familiar. She had seen travel videos and thought the scenery there was beautiful. She didn't realize that medic was now under Indian control. She asked, "Isn't medic part of our country?" Xie Yuanchao sighed. In 1962, we fought a war and pushed back all of southern Tibet. We almost reached the Indian capital. If the US and UK hadn't intervened, southern Tibet would have been ours. For the bigger picture, we retreated and withdrew our troops from southern Tibet. But the Indians are shameless. They've been sending more soldiers into southern Tibet and relocating many civilians there. They say they want to control the situation through negotiations, but I think dealing with India, talking doesn't help. Just fight. Chin Moy looked a bit sad and explained to Shinwon, the McMahon Line was drawn unilaterally by the British. Our country has never recognized it, from the Qing dynasty to now. After India gained independence, they became very arrogant. They even proposed at the United Nations that we give them all of southern Tibet. What's more, they want us to withdraw all troops from Tibet, turn Sichuan into a buffer zone, and even station troops in Chengdu. So, negotiations with India are impossible. Shinwon vaguely remembered that before she crossed over, the border issue hadn't been resolved. Southern Tibet was still under Indian control, which made her angry. The longer it takes, the less likely it is to peacefully regain southern Tibet. Unfortunately, she was just a soldier. If it were up to her, she'd prefer to fight again, use force to drive out the annoying Indians and take back southern Tibet immediately. While chatting, they ate some food. A portable camp stove was set up over the fire, boiling water. Shinwon poured water from her travel kettle into it. She pretended to add some fresh. Everyone drank some tea to ward off the cold. Even the border soldiers each received a small bowl of tea. After drinking, Xie Yuanchao sighed, "Xiaowan, this you brought is very strong. It's warmer than what we usually drink, and it gives us more strength." Xiaowan just smiled without speaking, pretending to go fetch snow water, and filled the marching water bottle with spring water. After resting for an hour, they started into the mountain valley. The valley was warmer than outside. Although most places still had snow, it wasn't as thick as outside. Everyone be careful. This valley is a wintering place for many animals. We might encounter snow leopards and wolves, Xie Yuanchao warned. The border soldiers had their guns loaded and were on alert. Not far ahead, they saw a snow leopard staring fiercely at them from a protruding rock face on the mountain, as if ready to attack at any moment. Xie Yuanchao fired a shot in the air. The snow leopard reluctantly left. "Big brother, are there eagles or falcons here?" "I really want to keep one," Xiaowan asked. "Xiaowan, you're really dreaming. It's hard to catch eagles and falcons, and they are very proud creatures. Making them submit isn't easy," he replied. After about an hour, they finally crossed the valley. As they emerged, a warm breeze hit them, making them feel cozy. Xie Yuanchao took off his coat while cursing, "I tell you, this place is cursed. It's freezing where we are, but here it's warm all year round." Xiaowan, who knew geography, explained, "The whole mountain range nearby belongs to the Himalayas. We are in the eastern part, where the terrain isn't as high. But the Himalayas block the warm currents from the Indian Ocean, so the climate on each side is very different." Everyone took off their coats and packed them away. From now on, everyone must stay very alert. There's a village called Kensan ahead. It used to be inhabited by our Tibetan people, but now it's forcibly taken over by migrants from India. After you pass through that village, there's a road. Follow the road, and you can leave this disputed area and head to Assam in India. We can only you through the village. We can't go further on the road. There might be enemy patrols, and we're not allowed to fire at the Indians unless necessary, so try not to let them notice us. Chinmai thought for a moment and said, "Lieutenant Xie, you and the soldiers should go back. We'll go alone, so there will be fewer of us and less risk." Xie Yuanchao hesitated. "What if we encounter enemy troops?" Chinmai replied, "Don't worry, we can handle it. We're changing into disguises now, and if we need to act, it won't affect the overall plan. That's what the higher-ups want." Xie Yuanchao also understood that entering the disputed area with weapons could have serious consequences, so he agreed. He turned to pull Xiaowan aside and said, Xiaowan, if you and your team go back along this route again, I will come to support you. I will often send people to check this valley. Anyway, you must stay safe. Honestly, as a girl, you shouldn't participate in such actions. Xia Wan felt the concern in Xia Yuanchao's words and felt very warm inside. She promised him she would return safely. The siblings said goodbye reluctantly. After they left, a soldier asked Xia Yuanchao, Lieutenant, is Dr. Xia really your sister? Xia Yuanchao nodded firmly, yes, she is. Xia Wan and her team changed into Asan's clothes and wrapped their heads with scarves. Xia Wan also wore men's clothes. In Asan's territory, women had a very low status, and wearing women's clothes would be inconvenient. She was too fair-skinned and didn't look like a local, so she simply smeared mud on her face. Their clothes and gear had been prepared before departure by the Special Forces team. They were all Asians, and as long as they darkened their skin and looked a bit rough, it would be harder to recognize them. Qin said, let's wait until it gets darker before entering the village. Xiaowan used Qin telescope to observe the village. She saw many people gathering at the entrance. They were throwing things, and when the objects fell, if someone caught them, others would cheer. What are they doing? Xiaowan asked confused. Next to her, Wang Xiang took out a telescope and looked. He said, they're throwing babies. Xiaowan stared at the objects being tossed back and forth and realized they looked like babies.
She was shocked.
Could those be our Tibetan children? Wang Xiang shook his head. No, they are their own. It's a custom of Asan. They believe that whoever can catch a newborn baby like this will receive great luck. Xia Wan couldn't understand. Newborn babies? Won't they be thrown to death? Wang Xiang replied, some are killed, many are injured. Haven't you seen how crazy Asan can be? Probably, because they've been tossed around since childhood, their brains are all muddled. Hey, Wang Xiang, how do you know so much? Xia Wan always thought Wang Xiang looked a bit greasy and didn't think he was capable of much. But Qin explained he's a language expert, fluent in 7 foreign languages. If there's a need to communicate, he can speak Asan's language too. Xia Wan was amazed. She had underestimated this special forces team. There really are hidden talents. It got dark, and they quietly sneaked into the village. As soon as she entered the village, Xiaowan stepped on something soft and squishy on the ground. She looked down by the moonlight and was horrified to see it was a large pile of cow dung. Seeing her discomfort, Wang Xiang quietly said to her, this is Asan's sacred stuff. It's everywhere. If you step in cow dung and smell like it, you'll seem more like a local. Xiaowan rubbed her shoes against a tree by the roadside, but after just a few steps, she stepped into another pile. She felt like she was going crazy. She asked Qin, is it okay to keep going in this direction and leave the village? Qin said yes. Xiaowan said, then I'll go ahead and clear the way.
You all follow behind.
I'll wait for you by that road. Qin wanted to object, but Xiaowan had already used her shadow step and disappeared in a flash. The other special agents were stunned. Captain Qin, is this medical officer Xia even human? How did she just vanish like that? Qin had never seen his wife use this shadow step before. He remembered Xu Jiangnan's warning before they set out. Your wife might have some extraordinary abilities. Even if you notice, it's best not to say anything and try to help her hide it. At the time, Qin thought that maybe his wife was just fast, strong, and good at medicine, explainable skills, so he didn't think much of it. But now, seeing her vanish in an instant, how could he explain this to the others?
Well.
Dr. Xia just runs faster, that's all. What's the big deal? The team members muttered. Captain, do you really call that running fast? Did you see how she ran? Qin actually didn't see exactly how Xiaowan ran, but he had to pretend and lie. I saw clearly. Her speed is pretty good, about the same as mine. It's just that at night, with poor lighting, you couldn't see clearly. Xiaowan followed the direction Qin pointed, moving forward with her shadow step. This technique almost let her float above the ground, greatly reducing the chance of stepping into cow dung again. She ran straight ahead and soon reached a field of crops. Even in winter, The temperature was mild enough for crops to grow. Suddenly, Xiaowan saw a shadow sneaking into the field. Since she claimed to be the one scouting ahead, she naturally wanted to find out what this person was doing. If this was a militia member or someone hiding here spying, they would be discovered once Qin Mai and the others arrived. Xiaowan followed the person into the crops. I saw that person squatting on the ground, starting to dig a hole. Maybe they're hiding something valuable? After the person finished digging, they stood up and turned around, just facing her. "Percent," said a young man from India, speaking strange words to Xiaowan. She couldn't understand him. Since she was spotted, she had no choice but to act. Xiaowan took out a small shovel from her space and, with a quick go step, knocked out the young man. Canal. Madhavan. Resentment points plus 999, she muttered. She dug into the hole with her shovel, but found nothing. She crouched down to search the man's body and discovered something that looked like a landmine. Her heart skipped a beat. "So, you're here bearing landmines?" She was sure this person was a local militia member, probably planting landmines in the fields to block her patrol team from entering the village. The man was already knocked out, so she didn't hesitate and kept walking forward. After a few steps, she saw another person squatting and digging a hole. Not just one. Without hesitation, she swung her shovel and knocked the person out. Jading. Madhavan, resentment points plus 999, she said. She searched the person but found no landmine. She suspected the landmine might already be buried underground. She felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to disarm a landmine. What should she do? She decided to go back and inform Qin Mai and the others to avoid this field. Just as she left the crops, she saw several people sneaking toward the edge of the field. This isn't over? Looks like everyone in this village is up to no good. She followed them quietly, knocking each one out with her shovel. She gained several more points of 999 resentment. Unfortunately, none of these people had landmines. She ran back to meet Qin Mai and the others. They were hiding from villagers rushing toward them. Qin Mai looked surprised. Why are the villagers out at night? He was still thinking when Xiaowan suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere, grabbing Qin Mai's arm and saying, "Big trouble." Qin Mai tensed up. Xiaowan said, "This village is strange. The villagers might all be militia. We need to be careful." Qin Mai nodded. "Yes, it's a bit odd. I thought it would be safer crossing the village at night, but I saw many villagers out on the road. If it weren't for the darkness and us wearing local clothes, we might have been exposed." Xiaowan took out the mine and said, "Many people have buried landmines in the field ahead. We must go around." Qin Mai took the mine, looked at it, and said, "This doesn't seem like a real mine." The object was darkened on the outside and shaped like a mine, but the fuse was missing. Wang Xiang took the mine, examined it, and said, "This is probably a local fruit called bufuna. It looks like a mine, and people say eating it can help you live longer. This one has been here a while and turned black." After saying that, Wang Xiang threw the mine on the ground, picked up a stone, and smashed it open. Inside, they saw rotten fruit flesh. Xiaowan felt embarrassed and scratched her head, saying, "Why are they all digging holes in the ground?" Wang Xiang thought for a moment and said, "Dr. Xie, you're not wrong. They might be digging holes to bury mines. But this kind of mine is different from real ones. A certain group of people has a habit of digging holes to bury waste, and they go out at night to do so. I forgot to remind the team leader." Xiaowan suddenly understood. She felt a little awkward and murmured, "I knocked everyone out. Is that okay?" The team members couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xiang said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, Assam believes in many ghosts and spirits. Maybe tomorrow, there will be a new myth here." To ease the awkwardness, Xiaowan stomped her foot and said, "Relieving oneself in public is wrong. Next time we see this, I'll teach them not to dig mines at night." Xiaowan walked with everyone, leading the way, and they safely left the village. In front of the village, there was indeed a main road. They could only follow it, hoping to hijack a vehicle. Xiaowan noticed that the people she encountered earlier were still giving her negative energy, which meant they had woken up. Someone who is suddenly knocked out while trying to relieve themselves might feel resentment. Xiaowan had a clever idea, thinking this was a good chance to gather negative energy. She said to Qin Mai, "You guys go ahead. I'll go back for a bit and catch up quickly." Qin Mai didn't know what she was planning but trusted her speed, so he nodded. Xiaowan quickly ran back into the village. Qin Mai awkwardly explained, "Dr. Xia is just lively." When Xiaowan returned to the fields, she saw many people squatting and relieving themselves. She was angry and pinched her nose, then used ghostly steps to float behind them. One by one, she kicked them down. In the farmland, a group of bare-bottomed workers called a san were lying down. Someone caught a glimpse of Xiaowan's face, which was covered in mud and looked unusual, making her seem even more frightening. In a san's view, defecating is unclean. They believed it was a punishment from gods or spirits, so they immediately knelt and prayed. Some Asand quickly found water to bathe themselves, trying to wash away their sins. From that night on, the villagers became very cautious whenever they needed to go to the bathroom, afraid of being punished again. Xiaowan received a steady flow of negative energy each day. Next to the farmland, there was a clay statue of a Buddha, called the Reincarnation Buddha by the villagers. This so-called road is really just a flat dirt path. Xiaowan and her team walked through it at night. At dawn, they saw a guard post on the road. The road runs along the Yarlung Tsongpa River on one side and a long valley on the other. The enemy had set up wooden barriers and 4 guards patrolling. There were also guards with guns standing on the nearby mountain wall. One team member suggested, "Captain, we can send someone to deal with the guards on the wall. Those 4 are easy to take down." Qin Mai said no. When Lieutenant Xia guided us through Kensing village, it was to avoid the first guard post. This should be the second one. According to intelligence, the Lion Regiment of the enemy is nearby. Forcing our way through might alert them. Plus, this is a military zone. If we start a fight, it could cause trouble for the border troops. We should stick to the plan. Pretend to be villagers heading to the Kamaga temple for worship. When checked, Wang Xiang will negotiate with them. Others should stay alert. Wang Xiang reminded the team, Kamaga temple is Hindu, not Buddhist like we know. Remember, if they ask questions, recite the 6-syllable mantra of Hinduism, Om Mani Padme Hum. The locals respect believers, so this should help us blend in. Someone asked, "What if we get caught?" Qin Mai pointed to the rocky cliff with guards and said, "I won't go with you all. I'll go over the top. When you pass the checkpoint, I'll hide near the guards. After you're safe, I'll climb over the mountain to follow. If I get spotted, I'll take care of the guards first." Xiaowan looked up at the tall, steep cliff. Although she believed Qin Mai might be capable of climbing over, Qin Mai was still an ordinary person. If he wasn't careful, he could easily fall off the cliff and get hurt. The original story said that Qin Mai's accident happened on the way back, but Xiaowan didn't know the details. Who knows if Qin Mai was already injured before? Xiaowan thought that the mountain wall shouldn't be too difficult for her. The ghost shadow step was just too useful. She could hide near the guards, wait for others to pass safely, and then quietly slip past the checkpoint using her skill, without climbing the cliff. No one would probably notice her. After thinking it through, Xiaowan said, "Captain Qin, you go with everyone. I'll watch the guards above." Qin Mai had already seen Xiaowan use her ghost shadow step and knew she could easily pass the checkpoint. But he still felt worried and said, "Medic Xia, the guard's position is 15 meters above the ground. Climbing without tools makes noise and could be seen. Let me do it." After he finished speaking, Xiaowan looked at the nearby mountain wall, then quickly jumped and climbed up like a gecko, reaching the 15-meter height. The dawn was dim, and her clothes, which were already gray, blended perfectly with the mountain wall. The Special Forces team members stared in amazement. Some of them could do that kind of move, but none as smoothly as Xiaowan. "Captain, is she really just a medic?" Well, Medic Xia was a champion in the big military competitions when she was a rookie. There was no need to argue further. Qin Mai thought he probably couldn't do better than Xiaowan. But Xiaowan didn't carry a gun, and she didn't seem skilled in close combat. How was she going to deal with the guard? Just then, Qin Mai saw through the telescope that Xiaowan took out an anesthetic syringe. He shivered and turned to his teammates. Let's go now. At dawn, the guards at the checkpoint, who were mostly tired soldiers, looked sleepy. When they saw 10 villagers approaching, they pointed their guns and asked for ID, yawning. Wang Xiang mumbled something to one of the soldiers and showed a pre-prepared certificate of a temple follower. The soldier checked the certificate and found nothing unusual. The other 3 soldiers looked at the rest of the group. Qin Mai and the others kept their heads down, hands folded in prayer, chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum. Let's go. The soldier returned the certificate to Wang Xiang. Just as they were about to move forward, one of the 3 soldiers suddenly blocked one of the Special Forces members with the of his rifle. Percent, you and the soldier muttered something unintelligible. The guard suddenly aimed his machine gun at the 10 Special Forces members below. At this moment, Xiaowan was like a ghost, hiding behind a pillar in the watchtower. Seeing the guard's actions, she felt nervous. She floated over to the guard, raised her hand, and was about to give him a shot to the neck when she suddenly heard a signal from Wang Xiang below. It was a shout of Shiva in Hindi, meaning everything was okay for now. Xiaowan floated back. The guard felt a cool sensation on his neck, turned his head, but saw nothing. Xiaowan had already hidden inside a space. Her position was right behind him, so if the guard tried to shoot again, she could come out quickly and stop him. Shiva is helping us? The guard wondered, suspicious, and shouted to the people below, Stop fussing, let them go. Earlier, the soldier who stopped the Special Forces team had smelled smoke on one of them and wanted him to hand over his cigarettes. The soldier didn't understand, and Wang Xiang dared not let him take out the cigarettes because they were probably brought from home, with Chinese characters printed on the pack, which could cause suspicion. The soldier kept chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, looking confused and ignoring the situation. Wang Xiang took out a 20 yuan local bill and gave it to the soldier asking for cigarettes. He's finished smoking, sir. You can buy your own with this money, Wang Xiang said to smooth things over. The guard shouted, and everyone, bored, let Qin Moi and the others pass. Xiaowan saw they were safe, so she took out some corn from her space. The corn was boiled before she left. She put 10 stalks into her backpack, planning to share them with her teammates later. Only after the people had gone far away did Xiaowan come out of her space. The soldier who received 20 yuan was bored and stuck the bill into his scope, muttering, What's the use of money? There's no shop nearby to buy cigarettes. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew past him rapidly. The 20 yuan bill seemed to be blown away by the wind and disappeared with the shadow. Nitin Core, resentment level plus 599, Xiaowan caught up with Qin Moi and the others. They safely passed the checkpoint, walking and looking back, waiting for Xiaowan. When they saw she was safe, they all smiled. Xiaowan took some corn from her bag and handed it to her teammates. One teammate asked, Where did the corn come from? Xiaowan lied, Just grab it from that checkpoint. Qin Mui looked at the map and said, From here to Guwahati City, it's over 200 kilometers. We definitely can't do it without a vehicle. Xiaowan replied, I just saw a military camp in the canyon ahead from the cliff. It should be the one you mentioned. How about we steal a military vehicle from there? Qin Mui said, That's too dangerous. It's better to find a civilian vehicle. Wang Xiang shook his head, Captain, this is a military-occupied area. It's impossible to find a civilian vehicle. Qin Mui said, Sneaking into their camp to steal a vehicle quietly. How can we do that? We originally disguised ourselves to avoid alerting the enemy. Making noise would ruin everything. Everyone understood what Qin Mui meant, but if they didn't steal from the enemy camp, did they really have to walk over 200 kilometers? They weren't unable to walk, they just didn't have enough time. They had to reach the meeting point before the enemy. Xiaowan said, You all rest outside and prepare to support me. I'll go in first to gather information. When I come out, we can discuss the next step. Qin Mui wanted to go with Xiaowan, but he was worried about her going alone into a camp with over 1,500 enemies. Xiaowan insisted, Captain Qin, it's easier for me to act alone. Although Qin Muyu was very skilled among ordinary people, Xiaowan wasn't going there to fight. Bringing an extra person might just reveal their position. Qin Muyu had seen how capable his wife was many times and started to believe what Chu Jiangnan told him. His wife truly was extraordinary. Qin Muyu handed his pistol to Xiaowan, saying, "Take this." Xiaowan hesitated. "I don't know how to use it, and if I shoot, it will definitely alert everyone." She took out a dagger given by the special forces and waved it, saying, "If I encounter danger, I will use this." They agreed to meet again in 2 hours. Xiaowan slipped into the valley. Luckily, she was alone. At that moment, the soldiers in the camp were ringing the wake-up call. Many Indian soldiers were complaining, "It's so early," like a command to wake up. Others said, "The Chinese army doesn't dare to attack. They train every day, but it's useless." The Indian army was quite undisciplined. Under British colonial rule, the local forces were similar to the puppet armies during China's anti-Japanese war. In the 1950s, they relied on Britain's lingering influence to oppress neighboring small countries, making them very arrogant. But the 1962 Sino-Indian War was a harsh lesson for India. They almost attacked us in New Delhi, which made them realize how weak their army really was. Afterward, they started to clean up their military discipline and increase training, imitating our army's routines very closely. However, soldiers used to relaxed discipline didn't really accept this change. Complaints about this became a daily routine. The regiment stationed in this valley is called the Lion Regiment. From its name, it's clear they're one of the more aggressive units in the Indian Army. This regiment once achieved great success in the Bangladesh Independence War. They believe that during the China-India War, they were just troublemakers in Bangladesh and didn't get to fight. If they had fought, they are confident they would have defeated Chinese soldiers. Luckily for them, since they were stationed along this border, China has remained restrained, and they have never faced major conflicts, which made them more arrogant. Many say, as long as China dares to come, we can make sure they never return. After Xiaowan sneaked into the camp, she quickly passed through a guard post. The soldiers in the watchtower were looking into the distance and didn't notice a shadow passing by. Ahead, there were some barracks. Xiaowan knocked out a soldier who was outside urinating. She took his clothes and changed into them. Worried he might be discovered, she threw him into her space and told Xiaoji to watch over him. "If he wakes up, just use this syringe to inject him," she said. Xiaoji was guarding him, so she wasn't worried about him discovering the secret of the space. She then thought for a moment and said, "Gather your sons. When I make my move later, I might need your help." Xiaoji ran back to the mouse hole, calling out not only numbers 1 to 9 cheese mice but also his wife, Shigue Fei. She was wrapped in a small white cloth on her head and saluted Xiaowan. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Xiaowan rubbed her forehead. "Don't call me that," she said. Shigue Fei seemed a bit postpartum depressed. Her already bright red eyes turned even redder after her words, looking like she might cry at any moment. Xiaowan was speechless and waved her hand. "Just call me Empress Dowager." She told Xiaoji, "Your wife is still postpartum, so she doesn't need to join the action." Shigue Fei started to cry again. "Empress Dowager, I am not a useless mouse. I am willing to risk everything for you," she said. Xiaowan just looked at her silently and signaled Xiaoji to talk to his wife. She then turned around and kicked the nearby Indian soldier. Suddenly, she noticed that he was quite short and his face was as dark as coal. She felt that her face covered in mud was too easy to spot. She washed her face with a spiritual spring and then applied a thin layer of ink on her face in the study. Surprisingly, at first glance, she really looked quite similar to the fainted Indian soldier. Xiaowan left the space and ran around among the soldiers who were busy moving in the morning. No one seemed to think she was different. After passing by the barracks, Xiaowan saw the playground ahead. She noticed an armored vehicle, cannons, tanks, and several military trucks parked nearby, which made her happy. She thought she might be able to secretly take a truck into her space when no one was watching. With so many trucks, losing one wouldn't be noticed. Just as she took a few steps forward, a whistle blew, and everyone around rushed onto the playground. Although Xia-wan was skilled with her shadow steps, she couldn't stop so many people from rushing forward all at once. She was swept into the crowd and pushed onto the playground. The Indian soldiers quickly formed ranks, and at this moment, Xia-wan was free to move. She wanted to run to the edge of the playground, but someone behind her grabbed her. "Dewang, what are you running around for? Get to the back of the line." Xia-wan didn't understand what they were saying. Luckily, a few people nearby pushed and shoved, and she was pushed to the end of the line. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she couldn't slip away. Then she saw the soldiers around her happily start to march. No, they weren't dancing, they were doing a proper march. But their postures were so flamboyant that Xia-wan found it hard to watch. The officer in charge of this squad noticed that Xia-wan wasn't keeping up and shouted at her. Xia-wan had no choice but to grit her teeth, imitate the person in front of her, stick out her hips, swing her arms, and start marching in the Indian style. It seemed they were going to march around the playground once. Xia-wan thought this was a good opportunity. As long as she followed these people halfway around, she could reach the place where the trucks were parked. However, Indian-style marching requires kicking the legs up to shoulder height and swinging the arms over the head. The others didn't do it perfectly, so to lower the leg kick height, everyone tilted their hips and leaned forward, trying to reach their feet with their heads. This made Xia-wan work very hard to learn. She had trained in her country's standard marching, so although there were differences, she could manage. She thought it would be easier to march like the leader, kicking in the proper Indian style. So, Xia-wan started to march more and more accurately. The leader of the lion squad, standing in the center of the playground, noticed this short soldier marching proudly and confidently, and he looked pleased. The squad leader walked over directly, swinging his baton and hitting a few soldiers who were slacking off in the line. Then he pointed at Xia-wan, made a gesture, and said something. Xia-wan couldn't understand the words, but she understood the gestures, and she secretly felt worried. She was just an outsider, so why did she have to stand at the front to demonstrate? What if she was recognized? Xia-wan lowered her head and hesitated as she stepped out of the line. She thought she might be exposed, but the soldiers in the line who were classmates of Dewang didn't dare look this way because the captain was too strict. The captain gave an order and confidently stepped forward to demonstrate. Xia-wan hid behind the captain of the lion group and forced herself to march. After walking a bit, the captain seemed angry and suddenly swung a baton into the line to hit someone. Behind them were tanks and military trucks. Xia-wan saw her chance. She released Xiaoji and his children. Ziguifei also ran out together. It seemed that after having children, Ziguifei's status had risen, and Xiaoji couldn't persuade her not to join the action. The 9 baby mice in just a few days had grown a bit bigger. Looking at their appearance, they could no longer be called baby mice. Suddenly, a bunch of mice appeared and, under Xia-wan's command, rushed toward the Indian soldiers. These mice had gained intelligence from drinking spiritual spring water and moved much faster than normal mice. Especially Xiaoji, who could leap from the ground onto a soldier's neck and bite mercilessly. Chaos broke out immediately. The captain of the lion group thought he was fighting and caused a mutiny, firing a shot into the sky. The soldiers in other lines heard the gunshot and didn't know what was happening, so they also panicked. Seizing the chaos, Xia-wan rushed to the edge of the playground. She raised her hand, and a military truck was suddenly stored in her space. Then she thought, what if one of the trucks broke down on the road? She stored another. Oh no, 2 trucks might not be safe enough, so she stored a third. She didn't dare to take more, afraid of being discovered. But her eyes fell on the tanks, armored vehicles, and large cannons nearby. She remembered Qin Moy dying during a conflict on the way back to the country. If they had tanks, armored vehicles, and cannons during the conflict, they would be much safer. With this thought, she kept moving, her steps and hands never stopping. In total, she stored 5 tanks, 2 armored vehicles, and 10 siege guns into her space. With the cannons, she wondered where the shells were. Since these heavy weapons were all stored here, the shells must be nearby. Xia-wan opened the hatches of each military truck and checked. Sure enough, she found shells in 2 of the trucks. Then, she also took the 2 military trucks, fearing she might be caught if she took too many, so she left 2 empty vehicles behind. Xiaowan thought that if they were discovered, the enemy soldiers would definitely chase after them. She pulled out a dagger and punctured all the remaining tires on the trucks. Doing all this happened very quickly. After she finished, the chaos among the Indian soldiers on the playground was still ongoing. Xiao Ji and his family had already run back. Xiaowan prepared to take them back into her space. Xiao Ji said, "Boss, you can't run out alone, right? Maybe I can take you out?" Xiaowan thought that made sense. She returned to her space with the other mice and had Xiao Ji hang her emerald ring to lead her away. Once back in her space, she put her clothes back on the soldier named Do Wang. The soldier was still unconscious, so she casually threw him out. Xiao Ji was running wildly across the playground. The leader of the lion squad fired several shots, finally calming the chaos. All the Indian soldiers crouched down with their heads in their arms. The lion squad leader, furious, asked, "What's going on?" Someone whispered, "It's because you were shooting randomly." Another said, "We heard gunfire." The soldier who had been bitten on the neck by Xiao Ji said, "A mouse just bit me." Nearby soldiers also saw the mice and said, "Not just one, there are many." The lion squad leader was very angry and couldn't help but wave his baton, shouting, "It's just a few mice, and you all got so scared. If the Chinese army comes over, won't you all your pants?" A British man nearby advised the lion squad leader, "Sir, calm down. It's just a small incident. The Chinese army across the border isn't scary. Our British Empire secretly supports you with equipment to easily defeat the Chinese forces stationed there." It turned out that the heavy weapons equipment that Xiaowan had taken was part of Britain's recent covert support to ASEAN, aimed at provoking conflict along the border. ASEAN had previously declared a non-aligned movement to become the leader among third world countries, but after being defeated by our country in 1962, they abandoned their promises and secretly sought protection from the US and UK. Hearing this, the Lion Squad leader temporarily suppressed his anger and ordered the soldiers to continue training. He then discussed with the British man about when the next batch of heavy weapons would be delivered. The British man said, "As long as your country fires at the stationed troops across the border within a month, we will keep sending weapons continuously." The Lion Squad leader was actually reluctant to start a fight. He was ordered to avoid provoking the opposing army and to quietly push the border forward. If both sides really started fighting, the Indian soldiers knew they couldn't win. The other side refused to arm themselves to take back southern Tibet, mainly because they worried about interference from the US and the UK, not because they feared the Indian soldiers. Their strategy has always been to create small conflicts and secretly expand their military control. When the leader of the Lion Regiment hesitated, the British officer pointed to the playground and boasted, "Let me show you the 12-inch BL siege howitzer I brought. Try it and see how powerful it is. Once we fire, you won't lose. We also have many more weapons on the way, ready to be sent immediately if needed." The 2 men walked to the playground edge. They saw a few military trucks, but no unusual activity, only Dewan lying on the ground. The Lion Regiment leader recognized this dark-skinned soldier, thinking he was the one who had just marched well. Surprisingly, Dewan had taken the chance to sneak over to the playground to relax. The leader kicked Dewan, who slowly woke up, grunted, and saw his commanding officer in front of him. Dewan stood up and saluted. After a few scolding words, Dewan hurried back to his unit, confused. "How did I end up on the playground?" The Lion Regiment leader followed the British officer, walking past the row of military trucks. The British said, "Look, that's our 12-inch BL siege howitzer. Taking a city isn't a problem for it. Why fear a small garrison at a mountain pass?" Then he suddenly froze. Where was the cannon? Xia Wan was led out of the enemy camp by Xiao Ji. Just past the checkpoint, Xia Wan stepped out of the space. She secretly released an empty vehicle where the enemy sentries couldn't see. She had checked earlier, and the keys were still in the car. Xia Wan climbed into the driver's seat. In her past life, she ran a pet hospital and also sold some pets. Whenever she went to buy dogs from other kennels, she would drive a small truck herself. Although she had never driven a military truck, she had seen Qin Mai do it. After fiddling with the controls for a while, the truck started moving. Chiang Mai and the others were waiting outside the valley to support Siawan. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a vehicle. Did she just steal the truck and drive away? Chiang Mai was terrified. He imagined that a large group of pursuers must be chasing after Siawan. Prepare for battle, Chiang Mai ordered. Everyone readied their weapons, loaded their bullets, and prepared for a fierce fight. Then, they saw a military truck sputtering out and driving away. Through the telescope, I could clearly see that the person in the driver's cabin was Siawan. There were no pursuers behind them. Chiang Mai was surprised. He didn't have time to think much and jumped from his hiding spot onto the road, waving to Siawan. Siawan stopped the car. The team members remained alert at the back until they got into the vehicle. Chiang Mai took the driver's seat. Siawan climbed into the front passenger seat. Seeing everyone so tense, Siawan comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, no one is chasing us." As Chiang Mai drove, he asked Little Wan, "How did you do it?" Siawan had been thinking about how to explain herself on the way out. She said, "Look at my dark face. Doesn't it look like an Indian? When I sneaked in, I just happened to meet a short Indian guy, knocked him out, and pretended to be him. Then I just drove the car out confidently." Chiang Mai glanced at Siawan's clothes, which were the same as when she went in. Clearly, her story had many holes. Chiang Mai felt a bit speechless. Inside the cabin, only the two of them were present. Chiang Mai sighed and said, "Later, when they ask you, just say the car is parked right in front of the enemy camp." Siawan knew her lie would be exposed. She awkwardly said, "Mai, I'll tell you the full story later." Chiang Mai responded with an and they didn't continue this topic. "Little Wan will be driving for a long time. You should rest now," Siawan said, feeling a bit sleepy. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, using her mind to check her resentment points ledger. It was flooded again. Martin Haywood, resentment points plus 999. Jibby Rajaput, resentment points plus 999. Siawan saw many names of Indian soldiers, probably from that troop. Why is there a British name too? Siawan wondered suspiciously. She didn't know that since she moved away the heavy weapons, the Lion Group had become chaotic. The leader of the Lion Group, Jibby Rajaput, was shouting at everyone. The soldiers were being driven to find the heavy weapons. But after searching the entire camp, they found nothing. "We saw them this morning during drill," many confirmed. Over 1,500 soldiers were on the field, and those weapons just disappeared right in front of their eyes. How could that be? St. Mouse. It must be St. Mouse who took away those tanks and cannons. Many soldiers had seen Shaoji and his family earlier. In India, there is a legend about St. Mouse. They have a Karnamata temple also called the St. Mouse Temple. The temple worships the goddess Karnama. It is said that a child accidentally died, and the goddess Karnama prayed to the god of death, hoping to bring the child back to life. However, the god of death refused. Karnama then vowed that her people would never fall into the hands of the god of death again. Their souls would temporarily reside in mice, and with the birth of new children, they would return to human form. Later, the Indian people firmly believed that after death, humans turn into mice, and mice, after death, are reborn as humans. To prevent their loved ones' souls from wandering and hiding around on Earth, they built temples for these mice. Just now, the lion troop leader also saw those mice. Even he started to believe that perhaps it was indeed the mice causing trouble. "The problem must be your unclean weapons, which the holy mice destroyed," the lion troop leader accused the British man. The British man spat blood, completely unwilling to believe that the holy mice were responsible. "It must be the Chinese," he insisted confidently. Whether true or not, the British thought blaming the Chinese could easily cause conflicts on both sides. But the lion troop leader was not happy. "Are you insulting our lion troop's competence? How could we let the Chinese steal so much heavy equipment right under our noses? No, this is definitely the work of the holy mice. Tell me, is there something wrong with your weapons?" The British man felt guilty. The weapons were probably fine, but they were left behind by the British Army after they withdrew from South Asia. Having colonized the region for many years, these weapons were stained with Indian blood, which was very possible. If the Indians found out, they would think these were their gods and that the weapons were impure and needed to be destroyed. The British man firmly denied any problems with the weapons, but his guilty look was obvious to the Lion Troop leader. "We haven't officially received this batch of weapons. I will notify the higher-ups that we will not pay for them. Since the weapons were destroyed by the gods, the Indians would never accept the bill." The British man was upset. They had already transported the weapons into the military camp. It seemed he understood that the Indians were deliberately shifting the blame before signing official documents to accept the weapons, just to avoid paying. Because of this incident, the Indians had a big argument with their former colonial ruler, the British Empire. Both sides insisted they were right. Later, the dispute even reached an international conference. Our diplomats, hearing about this, couldn't help but think, what nonsense. What does the mice have to do with it? It's definitely the Indians trying to avoid paying. He didn't realize that this was really a matter involving mice, specifically a group of mice from Hua country. Thanks to this incident, Xiaowan gained a large amount of resentment points, and this income continued to increase for a long time. She even saw some names she had only read about in history and geography books, all adding to her resentment points. On the way, Qin Mai and the team took turns driving and resting. After a nap, Xiaowan felt refreshed. They only arrived in Guwahati City in the evening. Guwahati is the largest city in Assam, India, and the central city of northeastern India. Qin Mai didn't drive directly into the city, but instead hid the car outside on a deserted beach by the Brahmaputra River. Qin Mai said, "We might need it when we go back." Xiaowan really wanted to say she could take it, but in the end, she held back. When the team went to wash up by the river, she used the excuse of convenience to sneak back to the parking spot and put the car away. Everyone carried some dry food to eat and recharge. Wang Xiang sighed, "I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly." Qin Mai glanced at his wife. He knew that without Xiaowan, things wouldn't have gone so well. "We'll go into the city tonight, find the contact person, and then decide our next steps." After a brief rest, everyone walked into the city. At this time, Guwahati was still very run down. The entire eastern India region had been ravaged by war for nearly 100 years, with severe damage to buildings and almost no infrastructure. Xiaowan traveled back to 1970s Hua country, thinking she had seen enough of backwardness, but here was even more behind. The only relatively good buildings were temples. Most of the common people's homes were simple shacks. The local habit of urinating and defecating outdoors hadn't changed in the city. The streets were full of cow dung and visible waste, making Xiaowan feel like she had entered a giant public toilet.
Ugh.
Xiaowan kept gagging. "This is the slum area. If we walk through here, it might be better," Wang Xiang said, but as he spoke, he stepped onto a pile of cow dung. Several cows appeared on the street, and some locals used porcelain cups to collect cow. Xiaowan asked, "What are they doing?" Wang Xiang replied, "Drinking." In India, cows are not allowed to be killed. They hold cows in very high regard, believing that eating cow dung and drinking cow can cleanse the soul. Xiaowan suddenly had an idea. Since they weren't allowed to kill cattle, and the cattle were free-range, visible everywhere on the streets, why not gather some into her space? She could bring them back home and sell them to make money. She decided quickly, letting Qin Mai and the others go ahead while she slowly fell behind. Seeing no one watching the cattle, she collected one. By the time they reached the Kamaga temple, she had already gathered over 20 cattle. This kept the little creature inside her space very busy. Although the space was large, 10 acres were farmland, mostly planted with medicinal herbs. Yesterday, Xiaowan had already brought in many heavy equipment items, filling the farmland area. Now, with so many cattle coming in, there was nowhere to put them. To prevent the cattle from damaging the medicinal fields, the little creature had to call his sons, who rode on the cattle's heads, grabbing their horns and herding them into the cornfield. They thought the Kamaga temple would be very quiet at night, but Qin Mai and the others found they were wrong. Many believers gathered around the temple. Even at night, some people kneeled outside, reciting scriptures. These pilgrims didn't usually stay overnight. They circled the temple, found a place to sit or lie on the ground, and rested. The group pretended to be respectful and pushed forward, but they were criticized by some believers. Others couldn't understand, but Wang Xiang could. He said, "We can't do this. To enter the temple, you're supposed to crawl on your knees. If we walk like this, we might get beaten up." Qin Mai said, "Let's retreat." They withdrew from the temple area surrounded by believers. Qin Mai said, "Wait outside, I'll go in alone to find someone." Xia Wan thought Qin Mai was going to kowtow to enter, so she wanted to stop him. Qin Mai said, "Don't worry. Our Chinese soldiers only kneel to heaven, earth, and parents. We don't kneel to foreign gods. Comrade Xia, wait outside with everyone. If too many people go in, it might reveal our contact." Xia Wan still wanted to say she wouldn't hold Qin Mai back, but Wang Xiang tugged her and said, "Comrade Xia, it's better if women don't go into this temple. They believe in the Indian power religion." Xia Wan probably understood what he meant. She awkwardly stepped aside. Qin Mai circled the wall, and in front of some surprised believers, he jumped over the temple wall and went inside. "Is he not afraid of being caught?" Xia Wan asked. "It's fine. To those believers, he's just a fanatic like them. Many believers try to climb over the wall every day, and many are thrown out," Wang Xiang replied. Xia Wan guessed that the contact person was a monk from the temple. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Mai was carried out from the side by several monks from the temple. Seeing how embarrassed he looked, Xia Wan thought he hadn't found the person. "Let's go. We should find a place to stay first. The other side hasn't arrived at Guwahati yet." Perhaps because they hadn't wasted any time along the way, they arrived a day earlier than scheduled. The contact person had already received messages from the domestic radio station, indicating that the person they were supposed to meet was on the way to Guwahati. It seemed they were indeed following this route. They checked into a small inn. Usually, the inn had few guests, and seeing so many late arrivals, the owner was very happy. "What a lucky day. Are you here to worship at the temple too?" When Wang Xiang heard the word also, he asked, "Are there pilgrims staying here?" The owner shook his head. "A few guests have come, but they don't look like pilgrims. They are all Westerners." Wang Xiang quietly translated the owner's words into Qin Mai's ear. Qin Mai asked Wang Xiang to find out from the owner which country they were from, how many there were, and their names. Wang Xiang gave the owner 20 yuan to ask. However, the owner said he didn't know which country they were from because they didn't need ID registration at this inn. He only knew there were 4 men and 1 woman. 3 of the men and the woman were white, and 1 man was black. "They're just staying here. We should be careful and not talk in front of them or reveal anything. I will find out if these people are enemy assassins," he said. The simple 2-story wooden house had 10 rooms, 5 of which were already occupied. The 11 of them stayed in 5 rooms. The owner said they provided food. When everyone heard Wang Xiang mention that the locals use their left hand for toilet purposes and their right hand for eating, they refused the food. Xia Wan firmly believed that they wouldn't only use their right hand when cooking. Luckily, they still had plenty of dry rations. Xia Wan asked Wang Xiang to buy 20 eggs and some rice from the owner. She took out a small stove from her backpack, placed a camping pot on it, and boiled eggs in batches to share with her teammates. Then she used the camping pot to cook porridge. The amount was small, so each person only got a little, but everyone was satisfied. "Having Medical Officer Xia with us on this mission is really a blessing. In the past, when we went on missions, we rarely ate hot food," she said. Before cooking, Xia Wan released Xiaoji. After everyone finished eating, Xiaoji returned looking dejected. "Boss, I can't understand what those people in the house are saying," Xia Wan finally remembered. Xiaoji is a mouse from China, and he doesn't understand foreign languages. "Forget it, it's not your fault. Starting tonight, I will teach you and your sons English every night. You can catch a local mouse and have it teach you the local language." When Xiaoji heard about learning, he immediately became nervous. "Boss, can I skip studying?" Xia Wan firmly said, "No, you need to learn if you want to be a mouse with goals. Also, from now on, I will give your family homework every day. You can only sleep after finishing your homework." Xiaoji, resentment level plus 999. Because Xiaoji couldn't understand the foreign language, Xiaowan had to climb out of the window herself, hoping to observe the foreigners outside. She moved like a gecko, climbing past her teammate's room without making a sound. The next door was the room of the foreign woman. Xiaowan balanced on her toes on the windowsill, holding onto a rusty water pipe with one hand. The pipe made some noise, and the window behind her opened, revealing half of Qin Muyu's body. The couple looked at each other for a second through the window. Qin Muyu extended his arm, and after a moment of hesitation, Xiaowan grabbed his arm and jumped into their room. Wang Xiang and Qin Muyu shared a room. Seeing Xiaowan jump in, they suppressed their laughter and said, "Medical Officer Xia, are you planning to steal some treasures? Do you fancy our team Qin or me?" After saying that, Wang Xiang struck a cool pose, looking quite greasy. Xiaowan looked at him with a foolish expression, making him feel uncomfortable. He awkwardly lowered his pose. Suddenly, he felt a chill and looked directly at Qin Muyu, which made Wang Xiang's heart race. He felt Qin Muyu's gaze was like that of a dead person. Wang Xiang shrank back, then looked at Qin Muyu again, only to find him acting normally. He wondered if he had just imagined it. Just then, the window next door also made a noise, indicating that the foreign woman had heard the water pipe and was checking outside. After a while, the neighbor's window closed. Qin Muyu's gaze carried a hint of reproach and said, "Medical Officer Xia, you should learn to work as a team." He didn't say that Xiaowan had climbed over to investigate, only that he hoped she would communicate with him so they could coordinate their actions. Xiaowan looked down, like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Muyu, however, couldn't bring himself to criticize her. He whispered, "Our people have been watching them. Soon we should be able to identify them." There was a knocking sound from the next room. Qin Mai gave Wang Xiang a signal. Wang Xiang leaned against the door, listening in secret. A tall, blonde man knocked on the door of the foreign woman's room. The woman opening the door had Native American features, long black hair, yellowish dark skin, and a very attractive figure. The blonde man leaned on the doorframe and said flirtatiously in English, "Kelly, you're alone and can't sleep, right? Let me keep you company." The woman named Kelly raised her hand and pushed the man outside the door. "Mike, I told you if you bother me again, I won't mind smashing that ugly face of yours." The man named Mike didn't seem affected by her threat and still looked teasing and mischievous. "In this hotel, I can't even see a woman. If I don't come to find you, should I go look for those new Indians who just moved in?" Kelly quickly pulled him inside and closed the door. Wang Xiang shook his head at Qin Mai, indicating he couldn't hear anything. Their window was left open. Qin Mai grabbed a rope with a tiger claw pattern and jumped out the window. Xiaowan peeked out and saw Qin Mai holding the rope, hanging in a very difficult position right below the neighboring window. Xiaowan dared not make a sound and quietly waited to see what would happen. After being pulled inside, the blonde man named Mike was very happy and reached out to hug Kelly. Kelly punched him in the stomach and whispered, "Be quiet. The people who just arrived are suspicious." The man who was punched looked annoyed and said dismissively, "A bunch of superstitious fools. What could be strange about them?" Kelly said, "When they entered the shop, I observed from upstairs. They are definitely not ordinary people. Their walking style is too stiff, not local civilians. They might be soldiers." "You mean they could be soldiers sent from China?" "Very likely." Kelly nodded, but she wasn't entirely sure, because some mercenaries are also soldiers, some just returning from the Vietnam War. The blonde man said, "The bounty is so high this time. We've already encountered several groups from other organizations. They might not be Yamaguchi-gumi. They also look Asian." "Not really. If they were from Yamaguchi-gumi, they wouldn't come in so many. Actually, Qin Mai and their group didn't usually send so many people for this kind of mission." Thanks to Xiaowan's warning, Chu Jiangnan realized there might be danger on this line, so he doubled the number of people. The blonde man, who had been acting careless before, now spoke seriously. "That's a problem. We are outnumbered. Notify the others, and let's leave this hotel first." There was a sound of a door opening nearby. Probably the blonde man went to tell his companions to leave. Qin Mai returned to the room and told Wang Xiang to prepare for battle. Qin Mai said to Xiaowan, "Stay inside and don't come out." He probably expected a gunfight and didn't want Xiaowan to take risks. The foreigners in the room were packing their bags, ready to leave. Suddenly, the door was kicked open and gunfire erupted. Xiaowan had already returned to her room. She looked out the window and saw someone jump down, her teammates from the special forces. The foreigners also jumped out the window. As they landed, several guns were aimed at them. Chiang Mai asked in English, "Are you part of a killer organization or mercenaries from the US?" The blonde man named Mike smiled and raised his hands, saying, "It's a misunderstanding. We are not involved in anything. We are just tourists visiting Guwahati." As he finished speaking, he pulled out a machine gun from behind and moved to stand back to back with Kelly, ready to shoot. It's likely that 2 of the killers had already been taken out by the special forces inside the room. Only 3 people jumped down from the building. There was also a black man who moved quickly. Chiang Mai and the team were prepared and started shooting. The blonde man was hit with several bullets. The black man was very fierce, shot multiple times, but kept firing wildly at our team. One special forces member was shot and fell. They all seemed to be wearing bulletproof vests. Kelly, the woman, was shot in the chest but didn't fall. She grabbed the blonde man and shielded herself, preparing to retreat into the hotel. Suddenly, she felt a sting on her neck like a wasp bite, her vision blurred, and she collapsed. All 5 foreign killers were shot dead. Chiang Mai ordered, "Carry the wounded and retreat." Xiaowan pointed to Kelly and said, "She's still alive." Kelly was injured, but she fainted because of Xiaowan's anesthetic needle. Chiang Mai thought for a moment and said, "Then take her too, and we'll question her later." The gunfire was so intense that they couldn't stay at the hotel. Before the police arrived, they disappeared into the night. Worried about being caught by the local police, the group did not stay in a hotel. Instead, they returned to a small courtyard near Kamaga Temple and rented it. The owner was also a follower of Kamaga Temple and often rented out extra rooms to visiting pilgrims. After Wang Xiang rented the house, the injured soldier and the injured foreign woman were brought to the place. The special forces member was shot in the left arm. Xiaowan removed the bullet and stitched her wound. Although she had performed many surgeries on animals before, this was her first time operating on a person, so she was a bit nervous. Fortunately, the bullet was not deep, and it did not hit any major blood vessels. Otherwise, Xiaowan might have struggled. This made her eager to return to her country and study systematically at the Military Medical University. Xiaowan thought that if she completed this mission perfectly, she might earn a promotion. She wondered if her military rank could be raised by 1 level. While Xiaowan was performing the surgery, Chiang Mai was interrogating the female assassin. The assassin was badly injured, and, driven by her desire to survive, she revealed everything. All 5 of them belonged to a killer organization called the Thugs. This time, they took a bounty mission to assassinate an important person in India. The reward was as high as $1 million, so not only they but also other assassin groups from different countries were involved. They waited in Guwahati because someone had sent a message to their organization saying that the important person would arrive by sea at Chittagong and land in South Asia. Hearing this, Chiang Mai became serious. It indicated that someone had leaked the information. Before arriving in Guwahati, neither Chu Jiangnan nor Chiang Mai knew which route the target would take. The person who leaked the information was likely among the convoy escorting the important person. This was extremely dangerous. The important person might not even reach Guwahati, but could be intercepted and killed by other assassin groups if the route was exposed. After questioning the female assassin, Chiang Mai roughly guessed the possible route of the important person. Since we know they will arrive by sea at Chittagong, there are 2 main routes. One is to go to Bangladesh, cross Nepal, pass through Kathmandu, and then cross the Himalayas into the country. Chu's team has already arranged people along this route. The other route is to enter East India, passing through Agratla, then Silchar, and finally reaching Guwahati. The contact person has not received any news from the other side yet, which suggests they indeed encountered danger along the way. They might be afraid or simply didn't have time to contact the liaison. It would be best to send someone to Shillong to assist. Wang Xiang agrees with Chiang Mai's analysis and volunteers to lead a team to help. "No, you stay here. I'll go with my team to assist." If I miss the target, you'll be responsible for contacting them and bringing them back home, Chin Moy says. When Xiaowan finishes the surgery on the injured, Chin Moy has already left with 4 team members. Hearing that Chin Moy went to assist, Xiaowan feels anxious. Why didn't they tell me before leaving? I want to go too. Wang Xiang comforts Xiaowan, saying, Captain Qin is very experienced. Don't worry, Dr. Xia. We agreed that in 3 days, whether or not we find them, they will definitely return. Xiaowan suddenly remembers the military vehicle at the riverbank, which she had stored in her space. Could Qin Moy be planning to use that vehicle to help? The key is still with Qin Moy. Since they're heading to Shillong, they will need to drive. Xiaowan regrets not being more generous. She should have just left the vehicle there. She asks, what if the military vehicle at the riverbank disappears? Wang Xiang laughs. Dr. Xia, are you worried about someone stealing the vehicle? That's nothing. When we first entered, that was a military zone, and besides military vehicles, there were no others. Now we're in a city, with many pilgrims driving around every day. With Captain Qin's skills, he can handle any car on the street. I doubt he even has time to go get the vehicle from the riverbank. Xiaowan is curious. He actually has car-stealing skills? Wang Xiang looks puzzled. Dr. Xia, haven't you trained with our special forces? Knowing how to open locks and handle different vehicles is basic training, isn't it? Xiaowan feels exasperated. She realizes she was quite naive. Although Wang Xiang speaks casually, she still feels uneasy about Qin Moy acting alone. Luckily, she remembers that in the original story, Qin Moy was in danger in the Dawan area, and she hopes that hasn't changed now. The female assassin, who was barely alive, was told by Wang Xiang that they didn't need to care for her. Out of humanitarian concern, Xiaowan still performed surgery on her. She won't admit it, but she wanted to practice her skills. The assassin had more gunshot wounds than the Special Forces member, including some in the abdomen. Such battlefield surgical practice was rare for Xiaowan. She hadn't considered whether using enemies for practice might upset some overly sentimental people, but in this era, such concerns are rare. Anyway, if she didn't operate on the assassin, she would die anyway. She did it, but she wasn't sure if she would survive. I have to say, this female assassin's life force is incredibly strong. Xiaowan removed 5 bullets from her. In such a simple environment, they could only rely on antibiotics to prevent infection after surgery. As a result, the female assassin woke up the night after the operation. When Xiaowan was checking her wounds, the assassin opened her eyes, recognized Xiaowan, and thanked her. I owe you my life. If you don't kill me and let me go, I promise I will never harm anyone from China in the future. Xiaowan shook her head. Whether I let you go or not isn't up to me. I'm just a doctor, here to treat your injuries. My name is Kelly, doctor. May I know your name? Even if I go to heaven, I will pray for you, the assassin said calmly. Xiaowan replied indifferently, You don't need to know my name. She didn't want to be connected to a female assassin. Besides practicing her skills, another reason Xiaowan saved this assassin was that she didn't want to wait around doing nothing. Waiting for Qin Muyue to return safely was too stressful. Wang Xiang went out every day for a while, probably to find the contact person. But each time he returned, he shook his head, indicating that the person they were supposed to meet hadn't arrived at Guwahati yet. Maybe Qin Muyue's prediction was correct. Something might have gone wrong on the way. By the 3rd day, Xiaowan was starting to get restless. She kept walking outside the yard, hoping to see Qin Muyue return safely. But the nearby cows suffered. The residents noticed that the cows, which were usually everywhere, had all disappeared. Xiaowan's space already had over 100 cows. If it weren't for Xiaoji warning her that collecting more cows would ruin the medicinal fields, she would have kept collecting. Considering that each cow was worth a few hundred yuan domestically, just these cows brought in tens of thousands of yuan. Others might spend money to relieve stress, but for Xiaowan, relieving stress was quite profitable. It wasn't until the 3rd night that there was movement outside the yard. As soon as Xiaowan opened the door, she saw Qin Muyue carrying someone on his back, followed by a man in his 50s. Only 3 of the 5 Special Forces team members who went with Qin Muyue returned. Dr. Xia, please check her. Qin Muyue said as he carried the person into the room and placed her on Xiaowan's bed. Only then did Xiaowan realize it was a young woman.
Who is she?
Xiaowan asked suspiciously. This is a female special agent we sent abroad to assist Jiang Laojia. Her name is Chu Xinran, and she is Jiangnan's cousin, Qin Muyue explained. Everyone else sacrificed themselves, and she was injured too. If we hadn't arrived in time, old Jiang might have been harmed as well. Xiaowan didn't expect the situation to be so dangerous. She glanced at Qin Mai, who was unharmed, and felt relieved. Xiaowan checked Chu Xinran's injuries. Her wounds look serious, but none are life-threatening. I will perform surgery now. Qin Mai nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. I need to inform others to prepare. Our return journey might be dangerous. We need to leave quickly. Most of Chu Xinran's injuries were external wounds from fighting, which were easy to treat. She had only one gunshot wound on her thigh. Chu Xinran was unconscious, probably due to blood loss and exhaustion. Luckily, Xiaowan had recently practiced with Kelly, so she had some experience. She was gentle with her team members. Before surgery, Xiaowan gave Chu Xinran some spirit spring water to help reduce her blood loss. Since they would leave soon, Xiaowan only numbed the injured area locally, not with general anesthesia. The surgery went smoothly. Right after it finished, Xiaowan received a resentful message. Chu Xinran, resentment points plus 199. She looked at Chu Xinran, who had her eyes closed, and asked, is she awake? She guessed Chu Xinran was already awake, maybe a little unhappy about the surgery. Perhaps she was unhappy with the harsh environment. To Xiaowan, that was normal. Chu Xinran's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes weakly. She asked faintly, who are you? Xiaowan said, hello, my name is Xia. I am the team's military doctor. Chu Xinran smiled faintly at her and softly said, thank you. Xiaowan admired these female special agents. They might not always be fighting, but they need to infiltrate behind enemy lines, use their gender advantage to lower suspicion, and safely bring targets back home. Chu Xinran was only about 24 or 25 years old. With so many injuries, she must have suffered a lot along the way. Xiaowan gently said, rest for a bit. The anesthesia on your leg will take about an hour to wear off. The surgery was successful, and it won't affect your movement in the future. I've also treated your other injuries. Chu Xinran responded with a soft seeming too weak to say more. Dr. Xia, can you call Qin Mai in for me? Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, then nodded and said, okay. She left the room and found Qin Mai. She's fine now. She wants to see you. Xiaowan's tone was very cold. Qin Mai looked very defeated, rarely appearing so listless. Even so, Qin Mai noticed Xiaowan's cold attitude. He couldn't help feeling nervous. Maybe he was distracted earlier and didn't hear Xiaowan clearly, so he weakly asked, Xiaowan, what did you just say? Seeing his distracted look, Xiaowan decided to tease him and deliberately frowned, repeating, she's fine now and wants to see you. Qin Mai's head was buzzing. It seemed his wife was really angry. He hurriedly explained, Xiaowan, don't misunderstand. I only have a classmate named Chu Xinran. Xiaowan was surprised. The reason she appeared cold was because Qin Mai left without telling her, making her worried for 3 days. She didn't expect Qin Mai to mention his classmate relationship with Chu Xinran. That was really an obvious confession. Xiaowan sneered. No wonder you were so eager, rushing off without even telling me, to be a hero and save the beauty? Her jealous look made Qin Mai even more nervous, and he swore, Xiaowan, I didn't know she was among the people I was supposed to meet. Seeing his nervousness, Xiaowan was amused. She spat and said, what are you thinking? Stop pretending. When we get back to the country, you'll explain everything to me properly. Xiaowan was a reasonable person. She didn't think in other directions and believed Qin Mai wasn't the type to be unfaithful. The scenes in those novels about a past love returning wouldn't happen to Qin Mai, a straightforward man. Qin Mai nervously entered the room, not daring to close the door, and soon came out again. Xiaowan leaned over and asked, what did she say to you? Qin Mai frowned and said, She said Old Fong didn't carry the documents with him. She asked me to ask Old Fong where the research materials were kept. Xiaowan pouted. She traveled a long way back and probably expected danger on the road. Not bringing the documents with her is quite normal, isn't it? There was one thing she didn't mention. She guessed Old Fong might not fully understand the situation at home. Separating himself from the documents was probably a way to stay safe. She thought this was very reasonable.
Don't ask about this.
Let the higher-ups handle it. Your only task is to protect him on the way back. Qin Moi nodded. That's true, but Chu Xinran said retrieving those documents was one of her tasks from above. She asked me for help. Xiaowan looked at Qin Moi and asked, will they give you the documents if you ask? Qin Moi said, I'm not sure, but I arrived the day before yesterday and did manage to save Old Fong's life. Forget it. I don't want to get involved anymore. After returning to the country, let Xu Jiangnan worry about it. The old Mr. Fong was assigned to another room to rest. Xiaowan checked on his health. Although Mr. Fong was not injured, the long journey and his fear had taken a toll on his body. Xiaowan said, I'll prepare some traditional medicine for you. After drinking it and getting some sleep, you should feel better. The kind old man looked at Xiaowan and asked, young comrade, do you know traditional Chinese medicine? Xiaowan nodded. Yes, I mainly studied traditional Chinese medicine. She hadn't studied it for very long and didn't give Mr. Fong any specific medicine for his condition. Instead, she used some herbal remedies and mainly relied on spiritual spring water, hoping to help Mr. Fong get through the rough journey back home. Xiaowan didn't ask about his exact identity, knowing it was important to keep it secret. Qin Mai gathered the Special Forces team for a meeting. They chose Xiaowan's room as the meeting place, so Chu Xinran could join. Qin Mai said sadly, when we arrived in Shilong, we happened to be pursued by a group trying to kill Mr. Fong. Sadly, comrades Li Xiang and Zhang Gaoyuan lost their lives. The other 4 comrades escorting Mr. Fong also died along the way to Shilong. Chu Xinran, lying on the bed and crying, said, when we left the U.S., there were 5 of us. Now only I am left. Qin Mai, usually a strong man, had been holding back his grief over his fallen comrades. His voice choked with emotion as he continued, the enemy is numerous, probably mercenaries from the U.S. Their appearance in Shilong shows that the U.S. used diplomatic means to persuade the local government to secretly help them. So, our next route back will be very dangerous. Let's discuss the best way to return home. The loss of their comrades made everyone feel very sad. They had died in a foreign country, and their bodies couldn't even be brought back home. Xiaowan understood why Qin Mai looked so distracted earlier. She remembered that Li Xiang and Zhang Gaoyuan were lively young men. Although they didn't talk much and didn't have much interaction with Xiaowan, their sacrifice struck her deeply, causing a heavy pain in her heart. Wang Xianghong, with tears in her eyes and gritting his teeth, said, If I ever meet those mercenaries, I will kill them all to avenge Li Xiang and Zhang Gaoyuan. Xiaowan nodded firmly, I'll help you. If we encounter them, we will wipe them out completely. They discussed the route back to their country, which was to go north from Guwahati into Bhutan, passing through the Dawang area and entering the country there. This route was theoretically the shortest way in. Xiaowan did not speak during the meeting, but waited until it was over to talk privately with Qin Mai. She said, I don't agree with this route. Qin Mai, feeling a bit troubled, tried to persuade her, Xiaowan, you can't oppose just because Chu Xinran insists on this route. I really have nothing to do with her. Xiaowan became a little annoyed. Qin Mai, do you think I am that narrow-minded? I won't get jealous over work matters. Qin Mai then realized he had misunderstood her.
Xiaowan, I'm sorry.
I was not thinking clearly today and said foolish things. Please don't be angry. Xiaowan was angry at his misunderstanding but understood that he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights and had just experienced the sorrow of a comrade's sacrifice, so she chose not to argue. She explained, I heard Wang Xiang say that you once suspected that Fong Lao's route back home was leaked. After we decided to cross through Bhutan and Dawang to return, you must inform the contact person who will notify the authorities back home. Qin Mai nodded. Xiaowan continued, since there was suspicion of information leakage, we must stay alert at all times. Currently, we don't know which part went wrong. I think at least it wasn't us, the 11 of us who set out together, because we didn't know their route beforehand. So it must have been either the team escorting Fong Lao or a problem back home. Qin Mai quickly said, it shouldn't be Fong Lao's team. The other 4 comrades have all sacrificed. Chu Xinran also can't be involved. She's pure-blooded and has been in the Special Operations team for 4 years, completing several overseas missions and making great contributions to the country. She would never betray us. Xiaowan shot a quick look at Qin Mai and said, don't rush to defend her. I also think it's unlikely. Everyone else is dead, and she's the only one alive. Her suspicion is too high. I believe she will be scrutinized when she returns. But the more this happens, the less likely it is to be her.
True spies wouldn't be so stupid.
I suspect there is a problem back home. So, I suggest you continue reporting to the authorities while we stick to the Dawang route. But in reality, we will turn back along the same path. Qin Mai frowned and said, turning back along the same route is too dangerous. We came over from Manhwa, and although we didn't alert the Indian army at the time, they might guess later. I suspect that Country M is colluding with the local military. There's a group called the Lion Squad over there, and I heard they are equipped with heavy weapons. If we go through that area, we might be mistaken for armed invaders and have a direct clash with the Lion Squad. Xia Wan smirked. She already had the Lion Squad's heavy weapons in her space. She didn't believe they could have acquired more heavy weapons in such a short time. Confident, she said to Qin Mai, don't worry, the Lion Squad is not a big threat. We've crossed that blockade once before, so we know the terrain, and the danger is manageable. I think it's safer than taking a new, untraveled route. If we get spotted, I have a way to push through with everyone. You don't need to worry about backup. I trust my brother is watching the border closely and will be ready to support us at any time. Qin Mai still worried, but Xiaowan added, just trust me this once. I swear I won't risk national security or my comrades' lives. Out of long-standing trust in Xiaowan and believing she might have some special ability, Qin Mai finally nodded in agreement. Xiaowan reminded him, before we leave, remember, no one else can know about our plan. Qin Mai nodded, I understand. If old Fong weren't so old and exhausted, they would have left immediately, but they ended up delaying for a night. Early the next morning, Xiaowan left with her backpack and saw 3 jeeps parked outside the yard. Clearly, these were operated by special agents on the street. Chu Xinran was carried into the car by Wang Xiang. Since the female assassin currently had no hostages from our side, Qin Mai had her gagged and left inside the house to fend for herself. Her survival depended on luck. The group set off by car. After leaving Gudahati, Qin Mai told his team that they would return the way they came. The team had no objections. Chu Xinran asked why, and Qin Mai explained with 4 words, suspicious troop tactic. Chu Xinran looked a bit disappointed and questioned Qin Mai, do you suspect me too? Qin Mai shook his head, no. I just want to be cautious. On their way back, they noticed there were more checkpoints than before. Except for Old Fong and Chu Xinran, everyone else had their trusted pilgrim certificates prepared earlier. Old Fong and Chu Xinran were hidden under the seats of the vehicle and went unnoticed. They disguised themselves as returning pilgrims and safely passed 3 checkpoints. Just before the 4th checkpoint, Xiaowan still got out early to check the situation. She discovered that among the intercepted people, there were not only soldiers from a local battalion but also individuals who looked like Westerners. The area was already very close to the Lion Regiment's base. These soldiers were likely transferred from the Lion Regiment. Xiaowan then looked around the cliffs and found snipers hiding on the rocks. It seemed that because they were near the border, the enemy had set up heavy defenses here. Xiaowan reported the situation to Qin Mai. Qin Mai said if we go over now, and we are discovered, we will be surrounded. With just 1 battalion, we might manage to push through, but there will be heavy casualties. Those snipers could be mercenaries from the United States. Once they open fire, the Lion Regiment nearby will come to help. It's very hard for us to reach the Damba Gorge safely. Chu Xinran complained, that's why I suggested taking the Dawang route. It crosses through Bhutan, and Bhutan has better relations with our country. Some team members thought Chu Shinran was right and suggested, maybe we should turn back and go through Bhutan to return home? Chiang Mai hesitated. Since there were Westerners mixed in, the checkpoint here would be very strict. Old Fong had also changed his appearance, but he might not pass the inspection. Xiaowan definitely wouldn't agree to turn back and take the Dawang route. Based on the original story where Chiang Mai died in Dawang, it's clear there were more enemies hiding there. She pulled Chiang Mai aside and asked, if we are trying to Old Fong safely back home and a conflict occurs at the border, will we be punished?
Chiang Mai confidently said no.
Before we left, I was given orders to bring everyone back at all costs. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we can open fire on any intercepting enemies. Even if there are clashes at the border, someone will take responsibility. Now Xia Wan understood the situation. She realized she could no longer hide her secret about her space from Chiang Mai. She needed him to cover for her and hide her secret from others. Feeling a bit guilty, she asked Chiang Mai, among us, does anyone know how to use a BL grenade launcher? Chiang Mai looked confused but replied, Wang Xiang and I both do. Xiaowan then asked, can tanks and armored vehicles operate? Chiang Mai asked back, where would we get tanks and armored vehicles? Xiaowan weakly said, do you believe I can summon a dragon? Chiang Mai's expression darkened as he said, Xiaowan, your resentment points plus 199. He looked at her with a helpless expression and said, now is really not the time for jokes. Xiaowan seriously said, I'm not joking. Just say whether you believe me or not. Chiang Mai helplessly nodded. All right, I believe you. As her husband, he could only indulge her. Whatever she said, he would just believe. But deep down, Chiang Mai was sure he didn't believe her. Xiaowan was very happy. She thought, since she could summon a dragon and Chiang Mai would believe her, then setting off some cannons, or even bringing out an armored vehicle wouldn't surprise him. Xiaowan told Chiang Mai, there are 2 kilometers to the checkpoint. First, have everyone park the cars by the roadside, then come with me to a place. Before crossing the checkpoint, they needed to rest. Whether they returned or pressed on, everyone needed to regain their strength. Chiang Mai suspected that Xiaowan was taking him somewhere, but seeing her serious expression, he knew she wasn't joking, so he followed her instructions. The couple moved away from the group. Watching their figures disappear, Chu Shinran asked Wang Xiang, are Qin team and Dr. Xia close? Wang Xiang didn't answer directly but said, Dr. Xia is kind and capable. Without her care, we wouldn't have reached Guwahati so quickly. We all like being around her. Chu Shinran felt a bit skeptical. She had a secret in her heart that she hadn't told anyone. After this mission and returning home, she wanted to find a chance to talk to Chiang Mai. Although she didn't know the true relationship between Chiang Mai and Xiaowan, her woman's intuition told her they were very close. This made Chu Shinran feel a bit sad. She and Chiang Mai were middle school classmates. Back then, they were young and didn't think much about such things. Later, because of her cousin Chu Jiangnan, she saw Chiang Mai again. From that time, she started to like him. For Chiang Mai, she even requested to be transferred from the capital to the southwest. Unfortunately, Chiang Mai was like a block of wood, seemingly never to understand her feelings. He treated her just like any other teammate, with no special difference. Their work was busy, and she often wasn't in the country, so their relationship never developed much. But after this life-and-death experience, Chu Shinran really wanted to tell Chiang Mai how she felt. If Chiang Mai already liked someone else, she would feel very sad. Xia Wan pulled Chiang Mai, and they walked for a long way before finally entering a forest in the mountains. Xiao Wan, where exactly are you taking me? I'm a bit worried being so far from them. Just here. The following words I want to tell you and show you must be kept secret. Under no circumstances, with no one, can you tell anyone. Seeing Xia Wanshin's serious expression, Chiang Mai was a bit surprised. He had always known that Xia Wan had secrets. They are married, and in Chiang Mai's view, spouses should be honest with each other. He believed he wouldn't hide anything from Xia Wan unless it was required by national rules. Xia Wan refused to tell him, and Chiang Mai didn't get angry or petty about it, but sometimes he wondered if Xiao Wan didn't love him that much. Now, Xiaowan suddenly wanted to share a secret with him, which surprised Qin Mai. But when he saw how cautious Xiaowan was, he realized that this secret might be very big, even threatening Xiaowan's safety. Qin Mai said seriously, Xiaowan, if telling the secret makes you unsafe, I hope you won't say it. I won't have any opinions about you because of it. But if you think it's necessary to tell me, I swear that no matter what happens, I will not reveal this secret to anyone. If I break this promise, let me be abandoned by everyone, rejected by the country, and die alone. Xiaowan covered Qin Mai's mouth with her hand to stop him from talking further. Just the promise to keep this secret was enough for Qin Mai. Xiaowan then pulled Qin Mai into a space. Qin Mai was stunned. He couldn't find words to describe his shock. For a soldier in the revolution, he didn't believe in ghosts or gods at all. But at this moment, he deeply doubted whether he married an immortal. Where is this? Qin Mai asked after a long pause. Xiaowan said, this is a paradise left to me by my ancestors. Nowadays, people don't really understand space, so Xiaowan thought using paradise would be easier for Qin Mai to understand. How did we get in? I brought you in. Are all the Xia family members like this? No, currently only I have this. Then Qin Mai asked the question he wanted to ask most. Wife, are you human? Xiaowan kicked his knee and scolded, you're not human either. Although Qin Mai was kicked, he grinned like a fool. Then he saw tanks, armored vehicles, and howitzers. Qin Mai ran over quickly, reaching out to touch them, wanting to confirm if they were real. Wife, where did you get these weapons? Xiaowan recounted her trip to the Lion Squad again. Qin Mai was very happy, so, all the heavy equipment of the Lion Squad is here? Xiaowan nodded. Qin Mai started pacing around the weapons, muttering, great, this is really great. With these weapons, we can definitely fight our way back. Then he quieted down and shook his head, saying, no, this won't do. Xiaowan, this makes it too easy to reveal you. Think about it, you're the only one who has been in the Lion Squad. Now, everyone probably knows about the weapons being stolen. And now these weapons are in our hands. It's easy for people to suspect that you're up to something strange. Before we left, Chu Jiangnan told me you might have special abilities. Qin Mai was now very impressed with his wife and quickly betrayed Chu Jiangnan. After all, if Chu Jiangnan discovered her secret, he might turn her over to the authorities. The political situation is so complicated now. If his wife fell into the wrong hands, it would be dangerous. Xiaowan was surprised when she heard Qin Mai say this. She didn't expect Chu Jiangnan to start doubting her. She frowned and asked, so, what do you suggest? We really can't take the Dawang route. Without these heavy weapons, there would be huge sacrifices.
I don't want to see more comrades die.
Qin Mai hugged Xiaowan and said, Xiaowan, I'm glad you're so selfless. But we have to complete the mission and protect our comrades. Your safety is just as important. Let me think of a way to get past the checkpoints without raising suspicion. Qin Mai climbed onto a tank. He also wanted to drive out with the tanks and armored vehicles and have a good fight, but he couldn't. He decided that until it was a matter of life or death, he would persuade Xiaowan not to reveal these weapons. Revealing them might also expose this paradise. Xiaowan didn't care about him. While Qin Mai was thinking, she went to boil some eggs to share with everyone later. At that moment, a few cows ran out of the cornfield and wandered near the tanks. Xiao Ji and his sons were herding the cows back into the cornfield. Xiaowan was ready to give up on that cornfield. It had become more of a cattle farm now. Qin Mai saw the cows and suddenly had an idea. He jumped off the tank and shouted to Xiaowan, Xiaowan, I have a plan. But it will mean losing a few of your cows. Xiaowan said casually, a few cows. What does it matter? There are many cows. We have plenty. Then, Xiaowan took Qin Mai to the cornfield. Qin Mai saw over 100 cows. Normally, he never swore, but he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this could form a running herd formation. Qin Mai and Xiaowan drove 50 cows back to where 3 jeeps were parked. The team members were surprised and asked, Captain Qin, where did you find so many cows? Qin Mai replied seriously, just now, Xia Army Doctor, and I found the herd at the foot of the mountain. Now, I have a way to get past the checkpoint. In India, cows are often left unattended everywhere. Chiang Mai and the others could encounter herds without much trouble. It wasn't unusual. If it weren't for the difficulty of herding 100 cows, Chiang Mai and Xia Wan might have brought all of them. Chiang Mai told everyone, Xia army doctor, and I will lead the cows ahead to clear the way. Follow behind. If the cows go crazy, just rush through the checkpoint with the herd. Everyone understood Chiang Mai's plan. A team member who was smoking offered his matches to Chiang Mai. Captain, stay safe. I suggest that if you need to break through, you can set fire to the cows' tails. That will make the cows go wild. Chiang Mai accepted this suggestion. He said, after you pass the checkpoint, don't stop and wait for us. Drive straight to the entrance of Damba Chu Gorge, then enter the border area through that canyon. You might meet people sent by Lieutenant Xia. Tell him not to worry about us. We have our own way to return safely. Everyone prepared and started their cars. Chiang Mai and Xia Wan led the cows forward. They dressed like local villagers and stayed behind the herd, not attracting much attention. As they approached the checkpoint, Chiang Mai said to Xia Wan, Xiao Wan, you set the fire. I'll go up and deal with that. Xia Wan shook her head. No need for fire. Just let Xiao Ji and his sons lead the herd to charge through. Xia Wan didn't want to waste the 50 cows by setting fire to them. Xiao Ji was already controlling the herd in the space, so he could handle it. Xia Wan released Xiao Ji and his family, telling them where to meet afterward. Chiang Mai watched Xia Wan talk to a few mice and thought it was incredible. Xiao Wan, I'll go ahead to deal with that. She pulled Chiang Mai aside. You go into the space first. I'll take you up and you handle the killing. They left the herd behind. The Indian soldiers at the checkpoint suddenly saw a group of cows approaching. They were used to seeing herds pass by leisurely. In India, cows are considered sacred, so no one dares to kill them. As a result, cows often wander freely on the roads, and this can be seen everywhere. For mercenaries from the United States raised their guns and warned, something's wrong, stay alert. Immediately, local soldiers came out to stop them, shouting, no shooting at the cows. They are coming toward us. What should we do?
Don't worry about them.
Open the gate and let them pass. Some Indian soldiers were already moving the barriers. The mercenaries, guns in hand, waited as the herd of cows approached, ready to prevent anyone from sneaking through among the cows. They saw 3 jeeps behind the herd, blocked by the cows, and prepared to check them. About 100 meters from the checkpoint, the cows suddenly went wild and charged at them. One of the American mercenaries fired a shot, but it did not hit the herd directly. They did not want to anger the local soldiers. Who fired? No shooting. An Indian soldier from a platoon aimed his gun at the 4 mercenaries. To kill cows in front of them was like disrespecting their gods. As the standoff began, the herd of cows kept coming closer. A small Indian soldier with a dark face shouted, "Look at the cows' heads." The lead cow had a majestic rat standing on its head, waving its front paws as if shouting, "Charge."
Holy rat.
It's a holy rat. The holy rat is guiding the herd. Quickly open the gate. Unfortunately, they were too late. The rushing herd roared toward them, knocking many down. From the hilltop, A, positioned high, aimed at the fuel tank of the first jeep behind the herd. If anyone on the jeep tried to rush through the checkpoint in chaos, they would shoot the tank to cause an explosion, trapping them in a fire. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the. Before he could react, Chiang Mai was released by Xia Wan. With a quick move, Chiang Mai snapped the S neck. He said, "I'll handle the body." Xia Wan stopped him. "No need to trouble yourself. Put it in the space, and after we return home, we can find a place to dispose of it." Xia Wan took the body away. The two looked down below. Chiang Mai saw the rat on the cow's head, commanding the herd to charge forward, and asked, "Is that rat the same one that saved me in the small forest earlier?" Xia Wan was surprised that Chiang Mai still remembered. Back then, they were catching Zheng Hu's men in the small forest, and Chiang Mai almost got hurt. In a panic, Xia Wan threw out the little rat to help him escape. "It is your loyal mouse. In the future, don't dismiss it just as a simple rat," Chiang Mai said. Chiang Mai took over the position, aiming at a mercenary below. The herd charged toward the checkpoint. The 4 mercenaries still couldn't control the situation and opened fire on the cows that bumped into them. No shooting. These cows are raised by Lord St. Mouse. One soldier shouted, knocking the mercenary's pistol out of his hand with his rifle. Another mercenary held an Ingram light machine gun, ready to fire at the herd. Chiang Mai pulled the trigger, and that mercenary fell, instantly trampled into mud by the wild cows. The road was a mess, and Indian soldiers at the checkpoint hurried to hide by the side. The partly open fence was broken through by the herd. Xiao Ji directed the cows to scatter left and right, clearing a path for 3 jeeps behind. Seeing so many cows on the road, even the Special Forces team members were nervous. When they saw the path cleared by the herd, their teammate in the driver's seat asked, "Should we rush now?" They worried that if they started moving, they might get trapped and surrounded by the cows. Wang Xiang clenched his teeth and said, "Accelerate and charge." If they didn't act now, once the Indian soldiers reacted, they might be blocked. They sped into the herd's cleared path. The cows didn't attack them, nor did they surround them. Wang Xiang also saw the mouse standing on a cow's head, snarling and waving its paws as if it were a traffic cop directing traffic. What a magical country! Wang Xiang exclaimed. He thought it was a local mouse and remembered the legend of a Saint Mouse. Through the car window, Wang Xiang bowed sincerely to the mouse, thanking it for clearing the way.
Stop, stop.
If we don't stop again, we'll shoot. A mercenary shouted loudly when he saw 3 jeeps in the herd. But through the cows, he could only fire warning shots. As he raised his gun, a bullet hit his head, exploding his skull. The herd, sensing danger, charged toward the remaining 2 mercenaries. 2 more bullets pierced their heads. Their bodies, like the others, were crushed by the cows. Because the rifle was silenced, the Indian soldiers below didn't even realize how these men had fallen. They never expected that the above had already been replaced. Watching the 3 jeeps pass through the checkpoint, Chiang Mai said to Xiaowan, "Let's withdraw now." Xiaowan, with Chiang Mai in the space, hurried to the front where the herd of cattle was waiting. No Indian soldiers dared to block the Holy Mouse Lord's cattle herd. Xiaoji placed his front paw near his mouth and whistled. His sons cooperated by driving the cattle forward toward the road. Watching the herd leave, the Indian officer at the checkpoint let out a long breath. The ground was messy, mixed with blood and cow dung. They then realized that several mercenaries from the US were all dead. Some of their own people were injured, but no one had died. The small, dark-faced Indian soldier curiously asked their platoon leader, "Sir, why did the Holy Mouse Lord only kill them?" The platoon leader replied, "Dewan, did you forget? Last time, the Holy Mouse destroyed the tanks and armored vehicles the British sold us on the playground. The Holy Mouse probably doesn't like these Westerners using us to fight China." Dewan was the soldier Xie one had previously knocked out and disguised as marching in step. At that time, he hadn't seen Xiao Ji and his family causing chaos at the Lion Regiment's playground in the space. But that didn't stop him from believing the platoon leader's words. He pointed at the meat on the ground and asked, "Sir, since all these US people are dead, will we be held responsible?" The platoon leader was also worried. Just then, the checkpoint's phone rang. The platoon leader answered. It was the Lion Regiment's commander. "Digger, why is there gunfire over there?" "Report, sir, it's those US people trying to kill the cattle." "Nonsense. We agreed to cooperate with them to intercept the Chinese, and they must respect our sacred cattle." "Commander, because they shot at the herd, they were punished by the gods and all died." "How is that possible? Tell me more." After hearing the report, the Lion Regiment commander also began to feel nervous. These US individuals were sent through diplomatic channels, and now they're all dead? Could this affect the relations between the 2 countries? Would he be held accountable? As he hesitated, suddenly a soldier knocked on the door outside. "Commander, it's bad. We are surrounded." The Lion Regiment commander was startled and hurriedly opened the door, asking, "What's going on? Are the Chinese attacking?" The soldier nervously said, "Sir, it's hard to explain. You'd better see for yourself." The commander grabbed binoculars and a gun and followed the soldier to the guard tower beside the camp gate. Climbing up, he was shocked by what he saw through the binoculars. Outside the camp, at the entrance of the valley, 10 black siege artillery guns were lined up, their dark barrels aimed directly at their camp. What's going on? How did the Chinese army get so close? Are the patrols on the border line all dead? Don't worry. The Chinese won't fire first. I need to make a call to pressure their diplomats to withdraw their troops. The leader of the Lion Regiment, sweating nervously, was about to run down from the watchtower. A nearby guard grabbed him and pointed outside, saying, "Commander, take a closer look." It's not the Chinese. The Lion Regiment leader was stunned. If it wasn't the Chinese, then who was surrounding them? He lifted his binoculars and looked carefully. He then saw that behind the barrels there were no people, only herds of cattle. Leading the herd was a mighty mouse riding on one of the cows. A holy mouse? Although the Lion Regiment leader was a believer, he had doubted the story of the holy mouse before. He couldn't find an excuse to explain away the missing heavy weapons, so he had insisted it was the work of the holy mouse. Now, hearing that the patrol was attacked by the herd of holy mouse, he found it even more absurd. He wondered how to report this to his superiors when suddenly, the holy mouse, along with its herd, surrounded the Lion Regiment. My goodness, it turns out all the myths are true. The holy mouse really exists. It's outside their camp, aiming 10 siege artillery guns at them. Yes, those 10 guns are part of the heavy weapons they had lost earlier. Could it really be the holy mouse who took them? Not only did the leader see the situation outside, but the soldiers inside the camp also realized they were surrounded. Chaos broke out in the camp. Chinese troops are coming. What do we do? Surrender. We can't fight the Chinese army. Yes, surrender. They don't care about us. Last time they fought in New Delhi, they refused to colonize us. Everyone stay calm. It's not the Chinese. It's the holy mouse and its herd surrounding us. Many soldiers, upon learning that they were not surrounded by the Chinese army but by the holy mouse, ran to the camp gate and bowed their heads outside. A soldier who had once been a monk at the Holy Mouse Temple was chosen to pray outside the camp, saying, "Holy Mouse, please forgive our sins. We are willing to serve you for generations. Please give us your instructions." Then, they saw a small mouse dressed in a vest running over with a letter in its mouth. The little mouse placed the letter at the camp gate and quickly ran back to the herd. "Hurry, go see what instructions the messenger of the Holy Mouse has brought," he said. The leader of the lion squad had already come down from the watchtower, and the letter was handed to him. The letter was written in English. For a long time, English had been the official language of India. Ordinary people might not recognize Hindi script, but they understood English. This was a result of cultural influence during British colonial rule. The first sentence on the letter read, "Southern Tibet is an inseparable part of the Chinese nation. Anyone who illegally occupies it will face divine punishment." The lion squad leader was furious. The holy mouse is our Indian god. How could it favor the Chinese? This holy mouse must be fake. But he wasn't the only one reading the letter. Many heads leaned forward to see the content. A soldier who had been a monk said, "The will of the gods has no borders. The gods love peace and dislike war." The other soldiers nodded in agreement. Someone asked the leader, "What else did the holy mouse say?" The leader continued reading. The letter said, "By tonight at dark, you must surrender all your weapons, or we will bomb the camp." When he saw this, the leader shouted, "Fake. It must be fake." Then, a soldier pushed him aside and aimed a telescope at his face. Inside the telescope, each of 10 siege artillery guns had a mouse standing on it. Each mouse held a lit match in its front paw. The flame was aimed directly at the gun's fuse. The leader of the lion squad was so scared his legs went weak. "No. Holy Mouse, please don't be angry. We will surrender immediately." Qin Mai and Xiaowan hid in a blind spot where enemies couldn't see them. Qin Mai asked Xiaowan, "Little Wan, are these mice you raised magical?" Xiaowan thought for a moment and nodded.
Maybe not.
"I've read myth stories before. Mice that turn into magical beings usually become beautiful women, right? Our mice can't turn into humans." Qin Moi grinned. "Isn't that considered magical?" He had previously seen Xiao Ji and his family driving the herd of cows to meet Xia Wan and thought it was amazing. He had never heard of mice controlling cows before. Now, Xia Wan even wanted to use mice and cows to surround the lion squad. Qin Moi thought Xia Wan was crazy. If we surround the lion squad, they definitely wouldn't dare to come after us. Although the guards didn't see us earlier, they did notice 3 jeeps passing by. Naturally, they might think someone deliberately set up a fake cow to sneak through the checkpoint. We must make the water muddy, so they believe the divine cow is doing it themselves. Before leaving, Qin Mai was briefed by Wang Xiang about local customs and culture. He said, if you want them to believe it's the cow, it's better to make them think it's a rat. After all, rats are also considered divine in India. Hearing this, Xia Wandan was very happy. Since the locals already believe rats are gods, Xiaoji is perfect for doing such mystical things. So, with careful planning by Xia Wandan and Qin Mai, the scene at the lion group's entrance was arranged. Neither of them expected the effect to be so good. Is this the magic of faith? It was almost dark now. Under the threat of artillery fire, the leader of the lion group actually handed over a batch of guns and threw them outside the camp. Xia Wandan looked through the binoculars and said, they're not behaving. A whole battalion has at least 1,500 people. How can they have so few guns? Qin Mai felt a bit worried. He remembered Chu Jiangnan had warned him before leaving not to overdo it. Although they were told they could fire on any enemy intercepting them in special situations, causing a conflict they couldn't handle was risky for both him and Xia Wandan. Xiao Wan, maybe we should stop while we're ahead? Xia Wandan was having too much fun to quit now. Mai, do you know what my ancestors left me? A paradise. Do you know what I do every time I go there? Qin Mai shook his head. Xia Wandan said, it's full of spiritual energy, good for practicing Taoism. Now I'm considered a Taoist myself. Do you know what Taoism emphasizes most? In this era, Taoism was often misunderstood and labeled as evil, so Qin Mai didn't know much. Xia Wandan explained, Taoism is our Chinese religion. We focus on being clear-minded. What does that mean? It means to achieve great freedom. You must keep your mood happy. When you see annoying people or things, just one word, deal with them. Seeing his wife clenched fists, eager to act, Qin Mai weakly reminded her, Xiao Wan, that's 2 words. Xia Wandan waved her small fists and said, that's not important. Qin Mai rubbed his forehead. So, you want to seize the lion group's guns and then go beat them up? Even if they take the guns away, do you think we can just go and fight a whole battalion? Isn't that a bit too bold? Xia Wandan rolled her eyes. Who said, I want to fight them myself. I understand the limits, and we shouldn't reveal too much. Look at me. I told them to hit themselves. Xiaoji happily ran back, proud of himself, and asked, Boss, do I look impressive just now? Xia Wan praised him. Very impressive. Now, just light a cannon and fire at their camp. They're playing tricks on us and bullying you, because you don't understand. They only gave us about 100 guns, trying to fool us. Hearing this, Xiaoji got angry. He is a smart rat, and wouldn't be fooled so easily. He ran back and shouted at his boss. Then, a siege mortar fuse was lit.
Boom.
A loud explosion shattered the gates of the lion troops' camp. Luckily, most soldiers were hiding inside, so no one was hurt. The camp leader said, I told you, the Holy Mouse is not to be fooled. The Holy Mouse is really angry. The lion troop leader had no choice. He couldn't really give up all his weapons. If he did, he wouldn't be a leader anymore. Even if the higher-ups believed the Holy Mouse was real, they would probably remove him from his position. The soldiers knelt and begged the Holy Mouse for mercy. Some soldiers with guns threw their weapons out against the leader's objections. More and more guns piled up at the camp gate. The bravest rat, Xiaoji, went to the gate. Everyone watched as, whenever the Holy Mouse passed by, the guns disappeared. Actually, Xia Wan had already returned to her space and asked Xiaoji to collect the guns. She left a note on the ground. A soldier who used to be a monk ran out and picked up the note. It was written in English. Because of your deception, I will punish you. All of you must slap yourselves 10 times to lessen your sins. Otherwise, I will bring disaster upon each of you." The soldier loudly read the Holy Mouse's message. Without hesitation, he slapped the lion troop leader. The leader was furious. "How dare you slap me?" The soldier replied, "Leader, it was your idea to deceive the Holy Mouse. I'm doing this for your own good. If we all slap ourselves 10 times, maybe the Holy Mouse will forgive us. But you, at least 20. The soldier truly believed this was the Holy Mouse's command, but he also saw it as a chance to get back at the leader, who often hit them. Hearing the message, the other soldiers also started slapping themselves sincerely. Soon, the camp was filled with the sound of slaps. The leader of the lion group refused to slap himself, so a group of loving soldiers held him down and slapped him 20 times with loud slaps. After they finished, they looked outside and found that the siege artillery, Saint Mouse, and the herd of cattle had all disappeared. Saint Mouse left. Saint Mouse must have forgiven us. All the mice, cattle, and siege weapons had returned to the space. Xiaowan and Qin Mai left the lion group's base and found a quiet mountain spot to hide in the space. Xiaowan counted and found they had recovered over 1,000 rifles. Qin Mai asked worriedly, "Xiaowan, with so many weapons, aren't you planning to do something extreme?" Xiaowan laughed and said, "These weapons, after we return home, you just find a reason to hand them over to the government." Qin Mai felt relieved. He was really worried that Xiaowan might use these weapons to rebel. Xiaowan pointed at the cows in the space and said, "But you have to agree to one condition. You need to help me sell the cows. Count them, there are over 100. We can sell each cow cheaply, at about 500 yuan each. That's 5,000 yuan. Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with greed, making Qin Mai laugh and shake his head. After revealing the space's secret to Qin Mai, Xiaowan felt much lighter. In the future, she could enter the space without hiding from him and even have him cover for her. The couple continued their journey. Behind Kensen village, they found 3 abandoned jeeps. It seemed Wang Xiang and the others had abandoned their vehicles and were walking through Kensen village. This was also what Qin Mai had advised Wang Xiang to do. As long as they didn't disturb the villagers, they wouldn't attract enemy patrols. Even if they encounter patrols, since they were already near the Damba Chu Gorge, with Wang Xiang's team's strength, they should be able to enter the canyon smoothly. Xiaowan casually took the 3 jeeps. She planned to modify them and reuse them. In this resource-scarce era, Xiaowan had learned to be thrifty. After passing through Kensen village, they couldn't help but see the mud sculpture of the reincarnation Buddha at the village entrance. Xiaowan complained, "What kind of thing is this? Its face is painted black, and its nostrils are plugged. What kind of god looks like this?" Little did she know it was actually a statue of herself. It was already night, and the moonlight shone over the snowy valley, glowing softly. Qin Mai spotted someone hiding nearby and raised his rifle. Someone across called out, "Who's there?" Heavenly King covers the tiger. Treasure Tower calms the river monster. An excited voice shouted, "Xiaowan, you're back?" Xiaowan heard her older brother Xia Yuanchao's voice and rushed out. Qin Mai lowered his rifle and followed. Xia Yuanchao, wearing a white cloak, brushed off the snow on himself and cheerfully said to Xiaowan, "Xiaowan, walk a bit slower. It's good you're back. If you don't come back soon, I'll gather the whole team and go rescue you at dawn." Seeing her family, Xiaowan felt deeply that she had truly returned home. "Big brother, did you manage to contact the others?" "Yes, I sent someone to take them back to the outpost to rest." Several more people stood up in the snow. One soldier recognized Xiaowan and stepped forward, asking, "Dr. Xia, do you still have the frostbite ointment you gave us before?" The company commander has been waiting here in the snow valley for days. His hands and feet are badly frostbitten. Please apply some ointment. Xiaowan looked at Xia Yuanchao's hand, which was swollen like a radish, with many areas infected with pus. She hurriedly said, "It's only been a week. How did it get like this? Don't you know to warm up by a fire or switch with others?" Xia Yuanchao smiled foolishly. "It's okay. I don't trust others to watch over me. Every day, I secretly send scouts to check the situation there. A couple of days ago, the scouts came back and said there were a few Westerners there now. I guess they were here to intercept you. If it weren't for the rules, I would have gone to help you myself. Xiaowan grabbed Xia Yunchao's hand and said, "We'll treat it when we get back. If you don't take care of this hand properly, it might leave lasting damage." Xiaowan looked fierce, but inside, she was trying to hide her inner unease. Whether in her past or present life, besides her grandparents, this was the first time she truly felt family love. Xia Yunchao must have been worried about her, so he didn't switch shifts with anyone. He stayed in the snow valley just to stay close and learn her news, ready to help her at any moment, which is why he got so badly frostbitten. The group returned to the outpost, where Fong Lao and Wang Xiang had already been properly settled. Wang Xiang saw Qin Mai return and reported, "Captain Qin, I've contacted the team as you instructed. Squad leader Chu is out on a mission, and Sister Fong will inform the higher-ups that we've completed our task." The outpost had a phone, and Xia Yunchao arranged for someone to take Qin Mai to make a call. It's still the same large wooden cabin. The fire in the pit was burning strongly, and a pot of wolf meat soup was simmering. Xiaowan brought in a bowl of snow from outside and grabbed Xia Yunchao's hand, rubbing it hard. Xia Yunchao cried out, "Little one, be gentle, it hurts." Xiaowan looked down and said nothing but kept rubbing. Xia Yunchao begged, "Sister, I mean my hand, not cured meat. Do you think you're salting it?" Xiaowan rolled her eyes and said, "If you don't rub like this, how will the blood circulate? You've been here so long. Don't you have basic sense?" Xia Yunchao looked sad and said, "I understand, but we didn't need to rub so hard. Look at you. You're almost rubbing your brother's skin off." Xiaowan sighed, "It's not skin off. I'm just squeezing out the pus, so I can treat it. Once I finish, take off your shoes, and I'll rub your feet." Xia Yunchao didn't want to, stood up to run away, but Xiaowan grabbed him firmly. He shyly said, "I'll do my own feet. My brother's feet smell." Xiaowan pressed him onto a stool and reached to take off his shoes. His feet were swollen, filling the shoes completely, and the shoes were wet, so they wouldn't come off easily. Tears fell from Xiaowan's eyes onto the shoes. Xia Yunchao hurriedly comforted her, "Little one, why are you crying? It's really nothing. Every winter, our soldiers go on patrol along the border, and their feet look just like this. We're not as delicate as you think." Finally, they cut the shoes open with a knife. Xia Yunchao had the other soldiers sit in a row, and everyone rubbed each other's feet. He proudly told Xiaowan, "This is how we usually do it. Everyone's feet smell, but big brother doesn't tell second brother, haha." Qin Mai finished his call and looked serious. He said to Xiaowan, "Just as you guessed, at Da Wang, a large group of mercenaries from the US ambushed us. They mistook a migrating group of Tibetans for us and opened fire. The support team heard the gunfire and rushed over, engaging in a gunfight with the mercenaries. The enemy had RPG launchers and destroyed one of our support vehicles. For support team members jumped out just in time, only slightly injured, and luckily no one was killed." Xiaowan immediately realized that this was similar to what was described in the original story. But this time, they didn't take that route. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This actually proves our suspicion. There's a traitor. We'll return the same way. No one will know." So the enemy only sent a few people to check along the route. Most of the troops went to Da Wang. Qin Mai frowned and said, "After I get back, I will report this to the organization. This traitor must be found." They waited at the outpost all day until a convoy of military vehicles arrived. Qin Moi and Xiaowan didn't expect the person coming to pick up Old Fong to be from the 2nd Division. The leader was Commissar Su, and they also saw Xiao Ping'an. When they saw Qin Moi, they weren't surprised, but they were very surprised to see Xiaowan. Commissar Su asked, "Little one, aren't you supposed to be in training in the provincial capital? Why is Qin Moi on a mission with family members?" Xiaowan smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Su, you misunderstood. I also joined the Special Operations team." Commissar Su was pleased. I've suspected that Chu Jiangnan's new soldier during the big competition had bad intentions. He's planning to weaken our 2nd Division." He shook hands with Qin Moi, saying, "Moi, you completed the mission successfully, which isn't easy. I'm here to hand over the responsibility." The person is in our hands, and we will old Fong back to Chengdu. Then he will take a plane to the capital. Qin Moi pulled Commissar Su aside and said, Uncle Su, you are my old leader. I need to warn you, although we're back in the country, I feel this isn't over. The secret involved with old Fong might be very important to M country. There might still be spies from M country inside, and I suspect there's a traitor among us. Qin Moi shared some of his suspicions with Commissar Su. Su's face grew serious. Don't worry. Inside the country, we won't give the enemy a chance. I'll consider your advice and plan the route to Old Fong. Will you and your team go back to the provincial capital with us? Qin Moi thought for a moment and said, We'll wait for orders from our team, so we won't go back with you. Old Fong and Chu Xinran were taken away by Commissar Su. Xia Wan asked Qin Moi, Why aren't we going with them? Qin Moi quietly told Xia Wan, Don't you want to stay a few more days with your brother? I also want to do something for these border soldiers. Anyway, there are no new missions right now. Once you've treated their frostbite, we can leave. Xia Wan still didn't want to go. She wanted to check the health of the border soldiers at nearby outposts and also gather some medicinal herbs. Since opportunities to go to Tibet are rare, collecting local herbs, whether raw or processed, would be very useful to bring back. But reality was tough. The next day, they received a call from their superiors, informing all Special Operations team members to return. Wang Xiang and the others also wanted to stay a few more days in the highlands, especially after hearing about the nearby Medicine King Valley, which was full of rare herbs. They also planned to go hunting for elk and wild yaks with Xie Yuanchao. That night, they returned to Sichuan province by military plane. As soon as they landed, a group of soldiers and police surrounded them. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? One of the officers showed his badge and said, Someone in the Special Operations team is suspected of treason and leaking military secrets. Now, please come with us for questioning. All of them were disarmed and taken separately for detention, including Xia Wan, who was locked in a separate interrogation room. Xia Wan, did you join the Special Operations team only on the day you left for southern Tibet?
Yes. Why? Why what?
I don't understand what you mean. Why was it so coincidental that Chu Jiangnan arranged for you to join the team on the day of the operation? I don't know. Maybe they needed a skilled military doctor. You only studied traditional Chinese medicine with Su Xingbai for 2 months. How can you be considered skilled? Perhaps I am a genius? The interrogator slammed the table and shouted angrily, Comrade Xia Wan, no one is joking with you. You must answer my questions directly. Xia Wan chuckled bitterly. I completed my mission through hard work and came back alive. Why should I undergo your strange questioning? The interrogator paused, controlling his emotions, and then adopted a gentle approach, explaining, This is routine investigation. After all, some comrades sacrificed themselves during this operation. Xia Wan always felt things were not so simple. Seeing how aggressive the investigators were, it seemed they wanted to blame the traitor on their special team, or even on her. There was definitely a problem here. She pretended to cooperate and said, I am just a military doctor. I really don't know anything else. The investigators focused on asking about her relationship with Qin Moi and Chu Jiangnan, as well as details of the operation. Xia Wan summarized what she could. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that Qin Moi had advised her not to reveal the weapons in front of the team members. As for what she later asked Xiao Ji to do, there was no evidence linking her to it, so she didn't mention it. She believed Qin Moi wouldn't either. After 3 days, Xia Wan was released. She saw Wang Xiang and the other team members outside, but did not see Qin Moi. She asked the officer who sent her out of the interrogation room, Where is Qin Moi? The officer coldly replied, You can go now. We will send a vehicle to take you back to the base of the Special Operations team. For now, do not leave the team's base. Do not inquire about other matters. The group was sent back to the Special Operations team. The only one waiting for them was Wan Hong, who handled logistics. Wan Hong took Xia Wan back to the dormitory, closed the door, and Xia Wan asked, Big Sister Wan, do you know what happened? Wan Hong lowered her voice and said, Captain Chu just returned and was taken away again. Many military police are watching the special team, so I can't leave the camp. I don't know the full details, but I do know that the night before you returned, a military plane heading to the capital exploded in the air. Xia Wan's heart tightened. She remembered Commissar Su saying they were sending Old Fong to the capital. Do we know who was on that plane? Wan Hong shook her head. No, after the incident, since our team was still out on duty and Captain Chu only returned the next morning, we didn't know anything. It's said that people from the capital came to investigate. Xia Wan was very worried about Old Fong and Commissar Su. This wasn't mentioned in the original story, so she didn't know if it had happened. She never expected enemy agents to be so bold as to reach into the mainland. Now she had no idea what to do and dared not act rashly. The situation was too high-level for a small soldier like her to get involved. She waited anxiously in the dorm for 2 days, losing interest even in practicing her skills in the space. Finally, Chiang Mai was released. His condition was far from relaxed. It seemed his interrogation was much harsher. When he returned to the special team, he immediately went to Xia Wan's dorm. After confirming she was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. The couple closed the door, and Xia Wan pulled Chiang Mai into the space, where they finally felt free to speak openly. Xia Wan had already noticed that a middle-aged woman had moved into the room next door, and she didn't look like a member of the special team. When she met Wan Hong at the canteen, Wan Hong also warned her to be careful of the neighbor. Wan Hong said, "Her name is Fong Minli. She's sent from above to check our team's accounts. She looks like she's determined to find evidence of Captain Chu's corruption." Xia Wan told Chiang Mai, "There are ears on the other side of the wall, so we should be careful. You're finally back and I was so scared. Do you know what's really going on?" Chiang Mai frowned and said, "It's probably some people trying to use this incident to control Chu Jiangnan. I just happen to be involved. More likely, they're targeting Chu Jiangnan's father and my father." Xia Wan suddenly understood. It was 1974, a time when the Gang of Four was desperately trying to seize power. Some people have always wanted to take control of the military. This recent big event will definitely be used and exaggerated, involving many people. Xia Wan sighed. "I was hoping that after completing this mission, I could get a higher military rank. Now, it seems that avoiding being framed is already a blessing." Chiang Mai comforted her. "Good quality metal is not afraid of fire. They want to dig up dirt on us and frame us, but it's not that easy. I'm just worried about Chu Jiangnan. The leak about the route might really involve some internal personnel from the Special Operations team, and he could be affected." Xia Wan mentioned the explosion of the military plane. "Do you think Old Fong and Uncle Su are safe?" Chiang Mai finally showed a faint smile. "Don't worry, they are fine. Luckily, I reminded Uncle Su before I left. Uncle Su used to work underground. He's experienced and clever. He secretly sent Old Fong to the capital. If he hadn't come back to testify for me, I wouldn't have been released so quickly." Hearing this, Xia Wan felt happy. "That's great. Old Fong is so important. We went through so much trouble to bring him back to the country, and if he had been assassinated, I really wouldn't accept it. Plus, Uncle Su is such a good person. I was worried about him for days." Feeling better, Xia Wan relaxed and suddenly smelled a foul odor on Chiang Mai. "You should take a bath in the spiritual spring here. You smell terrible." Chiang Mai sniffed himself and shyly said, "They didn't let me sleep or bathe for 5 days and nights." "Fine, I'll go take a bath. You get me some food."
I'm starving.
Xia Wan killed a chicken in the space and made half into chicken soup. She cooked some rice, picked some green peppers, and stir-fried the other half of the chicken with peppers. She hadn't eaten properly for days either. Both of them ate happily. Chiang Mai looked at the fields in the space and sighed. "This really is a paradise. If the world keeps getting so chaotic, I might as well hide here with you." Xia Wan knew that the movement would end in 2 years, so she wasn't too hopeless. After eating, Chiang Mai immediately fell asleep. It was clear he was exhausted from the past 5 days and nights. After covering him with a blanket, Xia Wan wanted to check the lottery. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside the space. She thought for a moment, took Chiang Mai out of the space, and placed him on her bed. When she opened the door, she saw Fong Minli from next door. "Comrade Xia Wan, I saw a man go into your room just now." Is everything okay? Fong Minli insisted on squeezing into the room. Xiaowan immediately got angry. Who are you? My husband is sleeping in my room. What does that have to do with you? Don't you have any shame? Why do you insist on sneaking in to watch my husband sleep?
Little girl, how can you talk like that?
Who's watching your husband sleep? Fong Minli, who looked under 40, had short hair cut to her ears and wore a khaki jacket. Since she wore a padded coat underneath, she looked a bit bulky. After being scolded by Xiaowan, her face turned red, and she stubbornly argued back. Several girls from the dormitory nearby peeked out, curious. They probably didn't know Xiaowan and were a bit afraid of Fong Minli. Seeing the argument, they quickly withdrew their heads. Xiaowan had been in a bad mood lately, and now Fong Minli's apparent surveillance made her even angrier. She shouted loudly, "If you want to secretly watch my husband, why are you forcing your way into my dorm?" Fong Minli probably knew about Qin Moi and Xiaowan's marriage. She maliciously said, "This is a single dorm. Even if you're married, you can't do whatever you want here." Xiaowan laughed angrily and crossed her arms, saying, "Which I saw me and my husband doing anything in the dorm. Were you eavesdropping by sticking to the wall? Or do you have no man, and your man doesn't want you? Are you so desperate that you're listening at the wall to spy on a married couple?" Fong Minli thought Xiaowan was just a young girl and easy to handle. She had indeed been eavesdropping on the noise from this side for a long time. When she couldn't hear anything, she found it strange and couldn't resist knocking on the door. Xiaowan scolded her fiercely, accusing her of having filthy thoughts. Fong Minli was so angry she stomped her feet, pointing at Xiaowan and shouting, "You're young, but you're so shameless." Xiaowan pushed Fong Minli down and asked, "Which of my words are shameless?" "The one who's so desperate to listen to a married couple is the real shameless one." Fong Minli fell to the ground, unable to believe it, and angrily questioned, "Do you know who I am?"
How dare you hit me?
Xiaowan leaned against the door and said, "Who hit you? I only pushed you out because you forced your way into my dorm and tried to spy on my husband. I was defending my husband lawfully." Qin Moi had already been woken up. Usually, he didn't want to get involved when women argued. But hearing their increasingly ridiculous words, he had to get up. "I happened to hear the sentence." He pulled Xiaowan behind him, adopting a defensive stance, and hoarsely shouted, "Comrade lady, I am a married man. Please show some respect." At this, the other dorm residents in the hallway came out. They didn't know Xiaowan, but they knew Qin Mai. "Brother Qin, is this your sister-in-law?" "Brother Qin, when did you get married?" "Wow, Comrade Fong really tried to harass you just now." Seeing Qin Mai, these female Special Forces members suddenly became braver. Recently, Chu Jiangnan and Qin Mai weren't around, and many strangers had joined the team, making everyone feel uneasy. Now, everyone seemed to find a backbone. Fong Minli got up from the ground and said to Qin Mai and Xiaowan, "You're still under investigation. Don't think you're safe just because of this." "Xiaowan, I will report your actions to the higher-ups." Xiaowan chuckled, "Go ahead and report. I want to see, what's a middle-aged woman trying to do to my husband and still think she's right?" Qin Mai rubbed his forehead and tugged at Xiaowan's sleeve, feeling very tired. Although his wife was clever, did he not care about his dignity? Xiaowan patted Qin Mai's hand to comfort him, saying gently, "Mai, don't be angry. She tried to make a move on you, but I pushed her away. Your innocence is intact." Everyone who knew what had happened recently understood Xiaowan's double meaning. Qin Mai looked at the people in the hallway. A brave girl with a round face stepped forward and said, "Brother Qin, we all believe in you and Team Chu. It was Comrade Fong who was being inappropriate. We can testify for sister-in-law." Seeing they were many and strong, Fong Minli had no choice but to angrily return to her dorm and slam the door shut. Qin Mai went back to his dorm to sleep. At dinner, Xiaowan went to the cafeteria to get food and suddenly noticed many people looking at her with kind smiles. Some team members called out, "Sister-in-law, hello." Wang Xiang and a few others rushed over and asked, "Is Captain Qin back?" Xiaowan nodded. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Xiang tentatively asked, "Medic Xia, Have you and Captain Qin been married for a long time? Xiaowan nodded again. Wang Xiang thought about how he had been deliberately getting close to Xiaowan all along and couldn't help but lament. Oh heavens. Captain Qin will definitely want to spar with me sometime. I'll surely get beaten to death. Wan Hong came over and pushed Wang Xiang away, scolding, which female team member in the team hasn't been harassed by you? Qin Muyu would never pay attention to you, Wan Hong said as she ate with Xiaowan. Xiaowan guessed that Qin Muyu probably hadn't woken up yet, so she ordered a meal and asked Wang Xiang and others to bring it back to the dorm. She sat across from Wan Hong. Wan Hong quietly advised, "Why did you go bother Fong Minli? I just found out she's not easy to deal with. She was in the neighboring province and recently forced a senior officer in the police system to leave." Xiaowan was surprised. She's so powerful? Didn't you say she was just here to check accounts? Wan Hong said, reliable sources say she and her subordinates are like dogs for certain people, sent out to bite at will. If they catch you, even if you're innocent, they'll find a way to frame you. Commander Chu is really in danger this time. If you upset her, she might retaliate. Xiaowan thought about the current times and became more cautious. That night, she released Xiaoji to monitor Fong Minli in the neighboring area. She herself entered her space. She checked the resentment points she had collected and found that after a trip abroad, her points had skyrocketed. The screen was filled with foreign names, many Western names besides Indian ones. 270,000 points. Am I really so hated? Xiaowan reflected on herself. The voice of her residual soul sounded. Do you know what kind of person you are? Xiaowan turned around and retorted, these people are enemies. The more they hate me, the braver I am, right? The residual soul snorted. As long as you're happy. Xiaowan looked through the names. Besides the soldiers she tricked from the Lion Squad, most of the other names were people who wanted to assassinate Old Fong. She also saw some Chinese names, including Chu Xinran and Fong Minli, whom she knew. But there were others she didn't recognize at all. Li Fuchuan, Zhang Lianhong, Wang Qiaochun. After pondering, she realized she didn't know these people. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. Could it be that the names of traitors and spies are mixed among these names? If a traitor leaked Old Fong's return route and it wasn't intercepted, they would definitely hold resentment against her. Even if they didn't know it was related to her, as long as they resented the route change, their names might appear in the ledger. Wow, Xiaowan discovered another function of her resentment points. It was like a real name authentication system. As long as she identified who these unfamiliar people were, what positions they held, and whether they were involved in this operation, she could, to some extent, narrow down the suspects of internal traitors. Xiaowan recorded all these names. She thought it was better to leave the task of identifying these people to Qin Muyu. Suddenly, Xiaowan had over 270,000 resentment points. She felt a bit like someone who suddenly became rich and didn't know how to spend it. As a result, the lottery machine immediately started teaching her a lesson. She drew 10 times in a row, spending a total of 10,000 resentment points, and finally got a body cleansing pill. Xiaowan carefully stored the pill. Since Qin Muyu already knew the secret of the space, she could completely bring him into the space to eat the body cleansing pill. Xiaowan drew 10 more times but didn't get anything. She felt annoyed and threatened. If you don't give me something good soon, I might really smash this broken lottery machine. Sure enough, the lottery machine was also a sneaky thing. When she cursed and punched it during another 10 draws, it dropped out a jade bottle. Xiaowan initially thought it was another body cleansing pill and felt a bit disappointed. But when she picked it up and looked at it, she noticed the shape was a little different. She turned the bottle over and saw 3 characters. Power pill. Xiaowan was a bit stunned. In later stories, selling power pills in online literature is often associated with scams and trickery, like selling fake medicine. Was this lottery machine also selling fake drugs? She hesitated to eat it but thought, since it came from her space, even if it was fake medicine, it probably wasn't poison. At worst, it might be strange, so she decided to test it first. She broke off a small piece, mixed it with water, and carried it out to feed to Xiaoji. However, she didn't see Xiaoji, which made her remember that Xiao Ji had gone out to monitor Fong Minli. Xia Wan saw Xiao Ji's son, who was wearing a vest, struggling to climb onto the rocks near the spiritual spring. She couldn't remember exactly which number he was, so she waved to him and placed the bowl on the ground. Good stuff, drink it. Xiao Haozi trusted Xia Wan completely and didn't realize she was asking him to help test the medicine. He gulped it down happily, even sticking out his little tongue to lick the bottom of the bowl. After a while, seeing that Xiao Haozi didn't seem to change, Xia Wan muttered, "It must be fake medicine." She returned to the lottery machine and started hitting it hard, calling it a cheater. At this moment, a stack of yellow talisman papers suddenly appeared next to the shopping section that sold qi tonifying pills. Hey, another item? Xia Wan looked at the price. Each one cost 10,000 resentment points. She immediately thought it must be a good item. She pressed the buy button, entered the item code for the talisman paper, confirmed the payment, and the talisman papers floated down from the lottery machine's inventory. Xia Wan held the talisman paper in her hand but couldn't understand what it was for. The symbols on the yellow paper looked no different from doodles. Xie, what is this? Xia Wan was about to ask the remaining spirit for help. No manners. At least I am a remnant of your ancestor's soul. All right, Grandpa Qi, what is this talisman paper? It's a truth-telling charm. How do I use it? What can it do? I'm tired now, figure it out yourself. Xia Wan wanted to ask more, but the remnant spirit was silent. She put the truth-telling charm into her pocket, planning to try it out tomorrow. This time, she used up all the energy replenishing pills she exchanged last time during her mission. She exchanged 20 more pills, costing her 100,000 resentment points. Now, her resentment points were down to 150,000. Xia Wan knew how the lottery machine worked. Since it had already given her something new today, she probably wouldn't get anything else if she tried again. So she didn't bother to draw anymore. She kept the 150,000 resentment points for next time when she needed more pills. When she returned outside, she suddenly saw a small mouse wearing a vest lying on the ground, sleeping. Its belly looked like a balloon, rising and falling. Xia Wan crouched down, intending to pick up the little mouse and return it to its mother. But the mouse's belly seemed to be getting bigger. Could it be that the medicine I gave it earlier was bad? Xia Wan felt a bit anxious. Although it was just a small mouse, it was still Little Ji's son. If she accidentally hurt it, she wouldn't know how to explain to Little Ji and concubine Shi. She wanted to help the mouse by massaging its belly. But the gas inside its belly was not only growing larger, but also expanding. In just a short while, the little mouse's body looked like a balloon that had been inflated, growing bigger. Even though Xia Wan was a veterinarian, she had never seen such a situation. Wake up, wake up. She tried to wake the mouse. The mouse also seemed uncomfortable. Xia Wan panicked, immediately leaving the space and whistling. Late at night, her whistle sounded sharp and clear, and a scolding came from next door. Xia Wan didn't care about that anymore. Soon Little Ji ran back. Boss, what's the urgent matter? Little Ji, a mouse raised on stories of the 9 sons competing for the throne, often spoke with a theatrical tone. Xia Wan took Little Ji back into the space. Little Ji, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given your son random food. She thought at least he should see his son one last time. Then, they returned to the place where the little mouse was lying. The mouse, now twice as big, was still lying there. Boss, what happened to Laowu? Little Ji saw his 5th brother looking like a up ball and was startled. Although he worried about his son trying to take over, he still felt sad because he was family. He reached out his paw to push the little mouse. 5th brother, 5th brother. The mouse on the ground seemed scared of his voice and immediately woke up, thinking he was going to hit it again. Instinctively, it raised a paw to push back, but as it did, the energy inside it escaped. Whoosh! Little Ji was suddenly shot into the air like a cannonball and flew in a curve, finally landing in the cornfield. Xia Wan tiptoed to find Little Ji's trail. Wow, it flew at least dozens of meters. How did 5th brother suddenly become so strong? After a long time, Little Ji returned, limping and covered in cow dung. Traitor! Little Ji was furious and wanted to confront his son. At this moment, fifth brother's size had returned to normal. On the surface, he seemed fine. Little Ji slapped him, and fifth brother dared not push back, only raising a paw to block. Then, with a cracking sound, Little Ji's front paw broke. "Traitor, do you dare to kill your father and take over?" Little Ji was both angry and in pain. He turned around and saw Xiaowan, who was stunned, and then, feeling wronged, rubbed against her feet. "Boss, you have to stand up for me. This traitor is unfilial." Xiaowan, annoyed by the cow dung she was rubbed with, grabbed Little Ji and threw him into the water channel to rinse off. She had figured out what was going on. It must be that powerful pill working. Fifth brother's strength had increased, but he couldn't control it, which caused him to accidentally hurt Little Ji. She threw the wet Little Ji onto the ground to dry. Then she waved her hand and called fifth brother over. She pointed to a stone by the spirit spring and said, "Fifth brother, come here, try punching it." He obediently punched the stone. To everyone's surprise, the hard stone cracked into several pieces.
"See?
He's really strong." "Haha, fifth brother, from now on, you'll be our big, strong guy, Bobby." "Oh, and your little vest looks like a sailor uniform. From now on, let's call you Sailor Bobby." Fifth brother seemed to like the name Sailor Bobby very much, nodding his head excitedly. Little Ji, soaked and with water droplets on his face, didn't know if it was from the water channel or tears. He looked sad and protested. "Boss, you've changed your mind. This traitor broke my paw, and you still named him?" Xiaowan felt a bit guilty. She reached out and gently petted Little Ji, comforting him. "No, I still trust you the most. Come on, I'll go fix your paw right now." Poor Little Ji, his son suddenly appeared with great strength. He couldn't defeat him and was afraid this rebellious son might seize power, so he had to try his best to show off. After fixing his bones, he refused to rest. His neck was wrapped with a bandage, but he still wanted to go out and watch over Fong Minli next door.